Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments. Xiao Juyan quickly arrived in front of the registration counter and was shocked to recognize Shenlong. Both Xiao Shito and Lin Wu that were standing behind him were also staring at Shenlong in disbelief. Xiao Shito couldn't help but ask, "Are you the Shenlong who defeated Lei Pong?" Shenlong's eyes swept through Xiao Shito and Lin Wu, but he didn't pay attention to them as his eyes then stared at Xiao Juyan. Although Xiao Juyan was surprised to see that the person who defeated Lei Pong was the same person that had come in the sect with his brother from the Sky Fortune Kingdom half a year ago, he still didn't take Shenlong seriously, as he also turned to look at him and said, "Although you do have the right to challenge me, you do not stand a chance against me. I heard about your fight with Lei Pong a few days ago. You only won because you managed to tire him out. However, I am much stronger than both you and him. Being in the top 100 of the arena rankings is a different league altogether." Shenlong watched as Xiao Juyan walked at the registration counter, and after handing over his sect jade he had officially accepted the challenge. Senior brother Xiao accepted his challenge. Of course he accepted. Did you think that senior brother Xiao is afraid of this Shenlong? Xiao Shito gave a meaningful look to Xiao Juyan as he said, "Elder brother." Xiao Juyan however patted his shoulder as he said, "I know then." After throwing a deep look at Lin Wu that made her ashamed as she lowered her head, Xiao Juyan walked in the arena. Standing in front of Shenlong he then said, "Since you challenged me, how about a bet? You must have 200 spirit stones on you, right?" Xiao Juyan then took 200 spirit stones from his spatial ring as he looked at Shenlong. Shenlong nodded his head as if he had expected Xiao Juyan to say this and said in return, "Indeed, but how about a bigger bet?" "What do you mean? How about we bet everything that we have in our spatial rings?" Not just Xiao Juyan, but everyone in the crowd had fallen silent, as they looked at Shenlong as if they were looking at a madman. "Are you crazy?" Xiao Juyan blurted out as he saw Shenlong removing his spatial ring from his hand. While the crowd exploded in discussions, is Shenlong serious? Is he confident that he can beat senior brother Xiao, or is he just bluffing, trying to scare him away? I think that he is bluffing. I saw his fight with Lei Pong and all he did was run around. Xiao Juyan looked at Shenlong in skepticism as he asked, "How do I know that you haven't removed your items from your spatial ring?" Shenlong smiled as he took out a few rank 2 herbs in front of Xiao Juyan and everyone else in the crowd. These herbs were the ones he had picked from the lush forest in the demonic mountain region. He also took out the silver-grade dagger, as well as a handful of his spirit stones, before placing them back in his spatial ring. Xiao Juyan looked at Shenlong with apprehension, unknown if he was thinking of him as confident or simply stupid. Is this guy trying to scare me away? However, the items in his spatial ring were definitely real. No matter what, he fought with Lei Pong just 5 days ago, so his strength can't really have grown since then. After coming to this conclusion, Xiao Juyan smiled as he removed an iron hammer from his spatial ring and said, "Then let's do this." Shenlong then handed his spatial ring to the arena representative, before Xiao Juyan did the same. The crowd couldn't believe that Xiao Juyan had accepted this crazy challenge. No matter how much confidence these two had in themselves, this was truly a crazy bet where you could lose everything you had. Finally, Shenlong smiled as he then asked, "Something unexpected. You must definitely know about the assassination attempt outside the Blue Forest, right?" A glimmer flashed through Xiao Juyan's eyes before Shenlong saw him shaking his head and saying, "I don't have any idea what you mean." Little Black's voice, however, sounded inside Shenlong's head at the same time as he said, "Master." I could definitely feel his heartbeat speeding up with my soul sense. When you asked him about the assassination, he definitely knows something about it. Shenlong nodded his head after getting confirmation from Little Black, as he circulated his Monarch's hourglass while his eyes immediately turned golden. Xiao Juyan felt the change in Shenlong as he too unleashed his cultivation. That had already reached the middle of rank 6 earth grade, while his body then started changing into a rock-like substance. Xiao Juyan now resembled a golem as every part of his body aside from his eyes were covered by rocks. This is senior brother Xiao's rock body. Let's see how Shenlong wants to break his defenses when senior brother is among the strongest experts of his level when he takes on this form. Shanlong clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Xiao Juyan's eyes. "You still have a chance to tell me about the assassination attempt in the Blue Forest." Xiao Juyan, however, was much more resolute this time as he answered, "Then how about you come and find out?" Shanlong narrowed his eyes as he walked towards him with firm footsteps. At the same time, Ren Gui and Fu Piji had just arrived in the arena together. When they turned their heads to watch the fight, since everyone's attention was at the center of the arena, almost no one had noticed their arrival. Xiao Juyan smirked as he saw Shanlong coming closer. Holding the iron hammer in his right hand tightly, he was ready to take him out in one hit, with the first chance he got. Finally, as Shanlong took another step forward and entered Xiao Juyan's attack range, Xiao Juyan immediately dashed forward, swinging the hammer in his hand at full force towards Shanlong's head. Shanlong's golden eyes lit up as he unleashed his Monarch's domain, before his right leg suddenly kicked the ground, instantly arriving in front of Xiao Juyan instead of retreating. Clenching his left fist, he punched in full force at Xiao Juyan's chest. Xiao Juyan's hammer had drastically slowed as Shanlong's fist hit him with a loud bang, instantly crushing the rock armor on his chest. Xiao Juyan stumbled 2 steps backwards before vomiting a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the arena was staring in astonishment, as Shanlong's punch had broken through Xiao Juyan's armor. Did he just punch through senior brother Xiao's rock body? Impossible. Senior brother Xiao is unbeatable within the same level of cultivation. Unbeatable. How do you explain this then? Shanlong's punch definitely broke through Xiao Juyan's rock armor. It wasn't just the crowd that was shocked. Even Ren Gui and Fu Piji, who saw this, were flabbergasted. Xiao Juyan was someone who was famed for his defense, and yet, just one punch from Shanlong had made him stumble and vomit blood. Fu Piji turned his head to look at Ren Gui as he asked with a voice that didn't hide his shock at all, "Ren Gui, did you notice yet? This person is the same as senior brother Kang." Ren Gui, however, didn't even look at Fu Piji, as his eyes were staring at Shanlong at the center of the arena like a hungry beast looking at its prey. Xiao Juyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before he used his qi to recreate the rocks around his chest. Soon, the crumbled rocks near his chest were quickly restored. As Xiao Juyan turned to look at Shanlong and said in a regretful tone, "I didn't expect you to cultivate both in qi and body refinement. Your punch really took me by surprise. But unfortunately for you, my rock armor is the perfect counter against body refinement cultivators." As these words left Xiao Juyan's mouth, the rocks covering his body changed their shape as they slowly turned into sharp spikes. Xiao Shito, who saw this, laughed, as if he had expected this move from the start. While Lin Wu seemed to have just heaved a sigh of relief as she said smilingly, "I knew that elder brother Juyan was still hiding his true strength. How could he ever lose to someone like Shanlong? Ha ha ha. Of course. If Shanlong wants to punch elder brother again, he will definitely destroy his own hands this time." Xiao Shito also exclaimed in glee. Shanlong hadn't expected that Xiao Juyan would decide to protect himself this way. If this was 4 days ago when he was fighting Lei Pong and was still at the peak of the first stage in the Monarch's eternal body, Shanlong wouldn't have a way to deal with these spikes. But now, after having already advanced to the middle of the second stage, Shanlong was confident that he could easily smash through Xiao Juyan's defenses with his full strength. However, after taking half a step forward, Shanlong's golden eyes lit up before he suddenly tilted his head to the left. Swish! Just as Shanlong tilted his head, a spike-shaped stone flew at incredible speed, as it swept past him and barely missing his face. This sneak attack that was aimed at Shanlong's face could have easily crippled him if not outright killed him. Xiao Juyan was genuinely shocked that his attack had missed. This was a trump card that he had never revealed before. And yet Shanlong still managed to avoid it, almost as if he knew that it was coming. The crowd didn't even have any time to react as they saw Xiao Juyan constantly bombarding Shanlong with numerous flying spikes. One after another, the rock spikes flew at Shanlong, who activated his Monarch's domain for the second time. And avoiding all of them, he arrived in front of Xiao Juyan. Xiao Juyan tried to open the distance between them, but Shanlong was even faster than him. gathering the strength of his monarch's eternal body in his right fist. Shenlong sent a full-powered punch at Xiao Juyan's abdomen. His fist passed through the sharp-shaped rocks, like a hot knife cutting through butter, as it directly hit Xiao Juyan right in the stomach. Xiao Juyan was sent flying as he spurted a mouthful of fresh blood. Inside the blood, the crowd shivered as they could even spot pieces of his internal organs. Before his body fell back down as it violently crashed on the ground, creating a small human-shaped hole. The entire arena had started cheering in excitement, but Shenlong didn't seem to be done yet. Everyone watched him curiously as he slowly walked towards Xiao Juyan, whose body was still buried on the ground. After dragging him out of the hole, Shenlong suddenly heard someone shouting from the audience seats. "Shenlong! What are you trying to do? The fight is already over." Xiao Shito asked nervously after seeing his brother get dragged around like a dog. Shenlong, for the first time, flashed a devilish smile as he said, "Then why hasn't Xiao Juyan surrendered yet? My sect jade hasn't lit up. So your brother hasn't lost his consciousness or surrendered yet." Fu Piji, who also wanted to intervene, decided to stay silent. What Shenlong had just said was the truth after all. And in case he decided to interfere in an ongoing arena fight, the elder responsible for the arena rules might even strip him from his rank. Ren Gui also curiously watched Shenlong, who smiled at Xiao Juyan all of a sudden. Then, he turned his head to look towards Xiao Shito and Lin Wu in the crowd as he asked, "What do you know about the assassination attempt at the Blue Forest? Shenlong is breaking the arena rules. Quickly! Someone call the sect elders." Lin Wu screamed in panic. Everyone in the crowd around her sneered as they looked at Lin Wu with mocking looks in their eyes, wondering if this girl was some kind of special idiot. Shenlong didn't even turn his head to look at Lin Wu. His golden eyes were staring at Xiao Juyan as he waited for his answer. "Isu!" Slap Shenlong's hand slapped Xiao Juyan's face, startling everyone before he said in a cold tone, "Don't even think that you can surrender in front of me. Did you think that it's going to be that easy? You will either tell me what I want to know, or I will make sure that you won't be able to walk out of here by yourself." Xiao Juyan started laughing loudly as he heard Shenlong's threatening words and asked, "I won't walk here by myself. I'm curious as to how you are going to accomplish that. Don't tell me that you have the guts to cripple me, let alone kill me." Shenlong smiled after hearing Xiao Juyan's words, as he then said, "Little Black. Do it. Little Black. Do it." Suddenly, Xiao Juyan could feel a terrifying pressure bearing down on him, one that brought him unimaginable pain. This was a kind of pain that he had never felt before. A pain that had almost instantly brought him to the brink of collapse. Xiao Juyan was feeling as if someone was trying to tear his soul apart. Everyone in the crowd was horrified as they watched him. An expert that was ranked 93rd in the arena rankings scream and roll on the ground while clutching his head all of a sudden. Even Ren Gui and Fu Piji felt a chill at this sight as they backed a few steps back. Aside from Xiao Juyan, no one else could sense anything wrong. After all, this pressure wasn't aura or some kind of chi that people could sense, but Little Black's soul power. Unless someone's soul was at least at the same level as Little Black's, and that person could also use their soul sense to scan the arena. It was impossible for anyone to sense Little Black's soul sense. What Xiao Juyan was going through right now was a kind of torture where his soul was constantly being brought to the breaking point. And just before his mind would collapse, Little Black would then give him a few seconds to rest, only to then start again from the beginning. Not even a minute had passed until Xiao Juyan had started shouting, "No. Please stop. I will tell you everything. Please. Elder brother." Xiao Shito's panicked voice also sounded from the audience seats at the same time. But Xiao Juyan couldn't pay any attention to him as he begged for the torture to stop. Everyone in the arena understood that Shenlong must have done something to Xiao Juyan, but there was no way to prove anything. "Master, I feel that he is ready to tell us everything." Shenlong nodded his head as Little Black stopped his torture and Xiao Juyan could finally started to relax. Until he heard Shenlong's serious voice, "Don't try to lie to me. Or if I start to feel that you aren't telling me everything about the assassination." Xiao Juyan shivered as he heard this and repeatedly nodded his head as he said, "Don't worry. I will definitely tell you everything. It all started with the Lin family. Elder brother Xiao Shito shouted when he saw that his brother was ready to recount everything. Xiao Juyan, however, didn't pay any attention to Xiao Shito as he continued a few months ago. Shito met Lin Wu in the imperial city. That same day he returned home and said to our father that it was love at first glance and that he intends to marry her. Father, however, investigated things and found that Lin Wu, who was the daughter of the Lin family's patriarch, was betrothed to the son of Shun Fang, the rank 3 bronze grade formation master of the Blue Forest City. The Lin family patriarch came to our Marquis estate a few days later to discuss matters with our father. At this point, Lin Wu's face had already turned white as she heard Xiao Juyan explaining everything, and understood that there was no way to keep things hidden any longer. Xiao Shito, however, held her hand as he said, "Wu, don't worry. Even if he knows the truth, he can't do anything to you as long as we are inside the floating cloud sect." Lin Wu shook her head as she said, "But what about my family?" "Don't worry. Shenlong will need at least a few years to return back to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. By then I will have definitely reached the Earth grade as well and will have settled everything," Xiao Shito said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Lin Wu finally felt reassured after hearing Xiao Shito's words, and nodded her head as she hugged him. Xiao Juyan then continued with the rest of the story. Afraid that if he stopped, Shenlong would restart that inhumane torture again. The Lin family patriarch said that it would be cruel to marry his precious daughter to a cripple like you, instead of marrying her to the Xiao Marquis' son. However, Father wasn't stupid and he easily saw through Lin Shang's intentions. Father denied, as he told him that our family wouldn't stain our hands with blood to help the Lin family escape the engagement that they had promised Shun Fang. However, after Shito's pleas to help, Father finally agreed to send someone to Blue Forest City, and spread rumors that a treasure that could potentially help you unblock your meridians had appeared in the vicinity of the Blue Forest. The timing was perfect as Shun Fang was in the imperial capital at that time, and in your desperation, you would definitely choose to go alone. As for the assassination, that was all done by the Lin family's elders and my Xiao family had nothing to do with it. After Xiao Juyan finished narrating the secrets behind Shenlong's assassination attempt, he looked at Shenlong with relief. Although he had revealed something shameful, schemes in the cultivation world were all too common. While his family hadn't done all that much in this matter, everyone in the audience turned their heads to look at Lin Wu and Xiao Shito in disgust. Lin Wu lowered her head while Xiao Shito pulled her hand as they both quickly left the arena. Shenlong watched the two of them as they hurriedly left the arena and laughed coldly inside, before turning his head to look at Xiao Juyan. "Master," based on the fluctuations of his soul, everything he said was true. After hearing Little Black's words, Shenlong nodded his head as he hit Xiao Juyan's neck with a chop, instantly rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Shenlong's sect-identifying jade lit up, and a number appeared on it. 93. At the same time, Xiao Juyan's name had magically disappeared from the wall of the top 100 ranks, leaving behind only an empty slot for Shenlong to fill his own name there. Without feeling the slightest sense of pity for Xiao Juyan, Shenlong walked up to the arena representative as he collected the 2 spatial rings before turning to leave. Of course, Shenlong wasn't planning to have any good opinion of Xiao Juyan just because he had confessed the truth, let alone that the reason he had confessed was actually thanks to Little Black's excruciating soul torture. Shenlong also wasn't going to forget that the Xiao family had assisted the Lins in their assassination plan. However, before Shenlong could really leave the arena, a voice was suddenly heard from the crowd as it said Shenlong. Turning his head, Shenlong saw a burly young man seemingly around 20 years old. This man had long black hair and a burly build and was staring right at him. Although Shenlong didn't know who this man was, he recognized the person standing next to him. Fu Piji. "Hey! Who is that? Don't speak and don't even breathe. If this monster turns his attention to you, you are doomed." The rowdy arena instantly fell silent, as people recognized this long-haired man. This was the person with the worst reputation in the entire outer city. The person ranked 7th in the arena rankings. Ren Kui. Ren Gui jumped all the way from the audience seats as he landed inside the arena with a bang. He then grabbed the unconscious Xiao Juyan, before throwing him towards the crowd like he was just a sack of meat. Before turning his head to look at Shenlong, looking like he was staring at some sort of delicious prey. As he pointed at him and said commandingly, "Come here." Shenlong didn't know who this man was, but judging from the crowd's reactions, he was definitely not a pushover. Walking back inside the arena, he stared at Ren Gui waiting to hear what he wanted to say. Ren Gui looked at Shenlong as he asked in an arrogant and overbearing tone, "Do you know what your crime is, brat? There are very few people in the outer city that have dared to not give me, Ren Gui, any face. I don't give a fuck if you want to fight with small fries like Xiao Juyan and Lei Pong. But since you dared to slap my woman, you better be prepared to pay the price." The moment that Ren Gui finished speaking, he instantly kicked the ground as he rushed at Shenlong. Shenlong had just now understood that this was the person ranked 7th in the arena rankings. When he saw Ren Gui practically flying at him, Ren Gui roared as he sent a powerful punch at Shenlong's chest, who in return crossed his arms in an X shape to block. Ren Gui's punch sent Shenlong off the ground, as he then slid for more than 10 meters backwards, until he managed to stabilize himself. Shenlong was shocked. How powerful did this man have to be to send him sliding for 10 meters until he could stop? Since Shenlong had advanced to the middle of the second stage in the Monarch's eternal body, he was certain that he could easily defeat anyone below even the 8th rank in Earth grade. It looks like this person is also a body refiner, and one that has already reached the peak of the second stage. Shenlong thought as he felt his arms slightly aching after taking Ren Gui's punch. This kid managed to take my punch when he is just at the middle of the second stage in body refinement. How is this possible? Both Ren Gui and Fu Piji, however, were even more shocked than Shenlong. Everyone in the top 100 rankings knew that Ren Gui wasn't just someone at the peak of the second stage in body refinement. He had already reached the peak of this level for the past 2 years, and was just a step away from entering the 3rd stage. A 3rd stage body refiner was just as strong, if not stronger, than a heaven-grade cultivator. After his astonishment, Ren Gui actually laughed as he said, "Then let's see which of us is stronger, brat," before he once again sent another punch at Shenlong. Shenlong activated his golden eyes as well as his Monarch's domain, and after avoiding Ren Gui's punch that had just brushed past his shoulder, he sent his own punch right at Ren Gui's abdomen. Ren Gui flinched as he took 2 steps backwards, pain coloring his face. I actually felt pain from the punch of a middle second stage brat. Both Shenlong and Ren Gui didn't accept this outcome as they both stared at each other. However, before they could move again, their sect-identifying jades as well as Fu Piji's all lit up at the same time. All 3 of them took out their sect jades and received the same message. Ren Gui snorted as he then said in an annoyed tone, "Your luck may have saved you today, but this isn't over just yet." Then, without even waiting for a reply, he left the arena as he headed towards the inner city gates. The crowd was astonished as they watched Ren Gui turn to leave so suddenly, since the fight had barely begun. When Fu Piji's voice sounded from the audience seats as he looked at Shenlong and said, "You seem to be very lucky. Not only did you manage to avoid fighting Ren Gui, but we also don't have the time to fight ourselves." The crowd saw that Fu Piji seemed to be provoking Shenlong and got excited once again. Its senior brother Fool. Does Fu Piji want to fight with Shenlong? I think so. I heard that senior brother Fu came here 3 days ago to take revenge for Lei Pong. But Shenlong didn't seem to accept his challenge. Shenlong turned his head and stared at Fu Piji as he said, "Lucky. Then let's see who the lucky one really is. I also have a few things that I have to settle with you." Fu Piji seemed to have been caught off guard before he then asked angrily, "Do you think that I am Xiao Juyan? Understand that you and I are not on the same level. You won't even be able to last 5 moves against Mel. I told you before. Didn't I? In front of me? You and everyone else below the top 20 are all ants." Little Black's mocking voice then sounded inside Shenlong's head, as he said, "How laughable. Merely at the middle of rank 9 Earth grade and he views everyone below him as ants." The crowd also seemed to have been angered by Fu Piji's words. But as he swept his eyes over everyone, all the disciples in the audience just lowered their heads. Shenlong, however, smirked as he looked at him and said then. A week from now Fu Piji. Watch how I squash your worldview. Ha 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 ha. Fu Piji laughed as he left the arena. As he headed towards the inner city gates, Shenlong didn't pay any more attention to Fu Piji as he asked Little Black, did you find their location? I did, Master. They are inside a lodge in about 20 miles on our east. Are we going to do it now? Shaking his head, Shenlong said, I would love to take care of them now. But the sect master ordered for all the disciples within the top 1,000 ranks to gather in front of the inner city immediately. After taking in deep breath, Shenlong's eyes turned golden as he continued, however. I will not give them a chance to live for even one more day. Shenlong then left the arena, under the respectful gazes of all the disciples in the crowd. As he headed towards the inner city gates where the sect master had ordered for everyone to gather. Not even 30 minutes later, Shenlong had arrived in front of the inner city gates. More than 500 people were already gathered in front of the gates, including Ren Gui, Fu Piji, and even that blue-haired young man that Shenlong had met in the arena when he fought with Lei Pong. Since Shenlong's face was unknown to most people here, no one paid him any attention as he waited for the sect master to arrive. More and more people gradually gathered. And, 20 minutes later, the inner city gates opened as an azure-robed middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 2 black-robed elders, appeared before the disciples. The disciples that were chatting between themselves immediately quietened down as they saw the sect master, Lu Jian, arriving. Lu Jian's aura was completely retracted, and he looked like a normal 40-year-old man. He took a look at the disciples gathered in front of him and nodded his head as he said, good. It seems that most of you have already arrived. Let me explain the reason I call for you here today. I'm sure that some of you have already heard about a secret realm that will open in a few months' time. Lu Jian saw that most of the disciples wore confused looks on their faces, and only some people like Ren Gui, Fu Piji, and the blue-haired man, as well as Shenlong and a few others, didn't show any confusion, as they had already heard about it. Lu Jian saw that most disciples didn't seem to know anything and explained in a loud voice, in 3 months from now, a secret realm known as the Vermilion Realm will open in our desolate east. This is a realm that opens only once every 100 years. And the opportunities inside are endless. Our floating cloud sect has been sending disciples and elders there for the past 2,000 years. And many of them have found heaven-defying fortune inside. However, due to the restrictions of the realm, only cultivators up to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade can enter inside. Of course, our floating cloud sect isn't the only sect that will be entering the Vermilion Realm. There will be many other sects alongside us, and all of them will send their own disciples and elders. Which is the reason why every sect has a specific quota of people that it can send inside. The inner city will send in a total of 200 elders and disciples. While from the outer city, only the top 100 people in the arena rankings will be eligible to join. You have 75 days to see whether you can enter the top 100 rankings in the arena, or secure your rank if you are already there. After the 75 days are over, we will be leaving the sect to enter the Vermilion Realm. That is all. After explaining everything, Lu Jian didn't wait for any questions as he turned around and walked back to the inner city. The moment that the inner city gates closed, the disciples gathered in front of the inner city gates immediately rushed towards the arena, almost as if they were competing on who would arrive there first. Only Shenlong and a few others seemed to have no intention to go to the arena. When Fu Piji's mocking voice sounded all of a sudden, ha! These idiots think that if they arrive in the arena faster, then they will be able to enter the secret realm. Fu Piji laughed as he watched the huge group of outer disciples, all running as they hoped to get a rank in the top 100. Before he turned to leave the area, Shenlong also didn't stay around any longer, but seemed to have headed back towards the arena. Around 20 miles away from the arena was a very large inn, with many private rooms. This was the largest inn in the outer city, the Redstone Inn. Shenlong saw a huge number of disciples entering and leaving the inn's entrance, showing how popular this place was. Little Black, can you still sense them? Little Black sent his spiritual strength to scan over the inn as he said, Master, They are still in a room on the second floor. Great. Shenlong nodded his head, as he waited patiently for night to fall. A few hours later, the sun had already set, and most of the disciples had already returned back to their rooms. However, due to the sheer number of disciples in the floating cloud sect, the streets were never really empty. Shenlong swapped back to his black robes, as he too walked on the street along with the other disciples. Although his attire was suspicious deep in the night, there were many people who used to wear black robes and cloaks inside the sect if they wanted to hide their identity for various reasons. Author's note: remember that these robes are completely different from the sect robes that sect elders wear. Shenlong walked parallel to the inn, and after checking that there were no other disciples around him, he slashed the void open, creating a space tier, and entering inside it, he arrived at the room's location that Little Black had pinpointed. Yes. More. Brother Shito, don't stop. Linwu's voice was the first thing that Shenlong heard as he entered the room. Turning his eyes towards the origin of the voice, Shenlong saw Xiao Shito's back and forth movements as he connected his body with Linwu's completely naked body. Shenlong was disgusted after having to see Xiao Shito's bare ass, and immediately activated the Monarch's domain, freezing everything inside the room. Sadly for Xiao Shito, he wouldn't be able to finish his night, as Shenlong sent a kick to his body, sending him flying as he crashed to the wall of the room. After tying both the naked Linwu, as well as Xiao Shito with a rope and gagging their mouths with 2 pieces of cloth, Shenlong deactivated the Monarch's domain. Xiao Shito and Linwu were utterly confused to see a man in black robes appear all of a sudden in front of them, removing his black robes. This man then allowed them to see his true appearance. The naked couple was terrified to see Shenlong appear out of nowhere inside their room, when they were enjoying themselves just a moment ago. Linwu tried to cover her naked body with her hands, but the rope didn't really allow her much movement. MMFF muffled sounds came from both of their mouths. But Shenlong just looked at them apathetically as he asked, "Do you have any last words?" The moment that the duo heard Shenlong's words, they immediately fell silent. Shenlong could see the terror in their eyes. But soon, the look in Xiao Shito changed from fear into one of defiance. Shenlong didn't bother as he said, "I will remove your gags, so you can say any last words that you may have. However, if you try to scream or shout for help, then you will lose your chance to speak." After removing Linwu's gag, Shenlong activated his golden eyes when she said, Shenlong, please don't kill me like an even. Shenlong shook his head as he gagged Linwu's mouth again. And looking at her with his shining golden eyes, he said mockingly, "I told you not to try and scream." Little Black looked at Linwu from the Stone of Time as he thought, how can she scream even as she wants to, since Master is able to glimpse into the future? Shaking his head, Shenlong then removed Xiao Shito's gag as he asked placidly, "Any last words?" In response, however, Xiao Shito laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha, Shenlong. I don't believe that you dare to kill us inside the floating cloud sect. Even if no one saw you entering our room, people have definitely seen you enter the Redstone Inn. Since my brother has revealed everything about your assassination in the arena, people will definitely suspect you as the killer. Don't tell me that you still dare to touch us after all that." Even Linwu seemed to have breathed out in relief after hearing this, but her eyes still held a trace of fear as she looked at Shenlong. Shenlong clapped his hands after hearing Xiao Shito's reasoning, and nodded his head as he said, "Indeed. You are right. People will definitely suspect me as the killer. However, so what if they suspect me? As long as there is no proof that I have entered the inn, then no one will be able to do anything about it." Xiao Shito's eyes looked at him as if he was crazy and seemed to have just realized that Shenlong was serious about killing him, as he said in a trembling voice, "Wait. You know that it wasn't me that attacked you. My family just spread the rumors. It was Linwu. You can just kill her. I swear I will not say anything. Please. Please don't kill me." Shenlong looked at Xiao Shito without any compassion as he said, "If it wasn't for you spreading the rumors, then how would her family even be able to attack me?" Xiao Shito was about to shout for help, when he found his mouth stuffed again with a piece of cloth. Shenlong didn't show the slightest bit of pity looking at the two of them, and using both of his hands, he opened 2 tiny spatial tiers in the air in front of him. Both Lin Wu's and Xiao Shito's eyes popped as they looked at the space tears. But when Shenlong's hands went inside them, terror wasn't sufficient to describe the feeling that this couple felt. As they swiftly realized where the space tears lead to, Shenlong's hands entered the space tears and grabbed both of Lin Wu's and Xiao Shito's hearts. Shenlong's hands were suddenly filled with blood as he clenched them, crushing the hearts inside them. Both Xiao Shito and Lin Wu took their last breaths as their bodies lifelessly collapsed on the ground. With their eyes still open, Shenlong wiped his dripping hands as he looked at the two dead bodies in front of him. And putting his black robes back on, he opened another space tier as he left the Redstone Inn. After advancing to the middle of the second stage in the Monarch's eternal body, Shenlong had felt his affinity with space grow even more, as he could now effortlessly open up space tiers within 100 meters from where he was. However, since he was still inside the floating cloud sect, he couldn't recklessly test where his limits currently stood. After walking back to an alley to remove his black robes, Shenlong soon returned back to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. After entering his room and washing himself to remove any possible lingering smell of blood from his body, Shenlong sat on his bed as he sent his spiritual strength inside Xiao Julian's spatial ring. Shenlong was pleasantly surprised to find more than 1,700 spirit stones inside it. Aside from the spirit stones, there were a few rank 2 medicinal herbs, as well as some bottles with rank 2 pills inside them. Aside from a few of the rank 2 dispelling poison pills that have reached the middle grade, the rest of the pills here are just low grade. Especially the quality of these Earth Chi restoration pills. If anyone consumed them, the pill toxins inside them would do more harm than good in the long run. Shenlong then completely ignored the pills inside the spatial ring. And since he didn't find anything else of value, he placed the spirit stones along with the rank 2 medicinal herbs, all inside the Stone of Time. Looking at the more than 1,800 spirit stones inside, Shenlong could barely resist the urge to start cultivating now. As he closed his eyes and used his chi to speed up the flow of time inside the herb garden, hastening the growth of the medicinal herbs. 2 days later, he had enough purple fragrant grass, as well as the rank 2 medicinal herbs that he needed, to fill 2 wooden barrels of wine. After refining the medicinal herbs in the alchemy room for more than 6 hours, Shenlong had finally filled 2 barrels of wine. After burying the 2 barrels, Shenlong once again used his chi to speed up the flow of time inside the herb garden. When finally, the day of the auction had arrived. After closing his eyes for a few hours to rest and recover his chi, Shenlong then stood up from his bed as he left his room, and walked toward the treasure pavilion. As he left the mystifying fragrance pavilion, he saw many outer disciples on the street whispering about something and running towards the same direction. Shenlong didn't pay any attention to them and kept walking towards the treasure pavilion. Master, there seems to be quite a big commotion in that Redstone Inn. Shenlong nodded his head. They said it's natural that they would find out about Xiao Shito and Lin Wu's deaths sooner or later. I'm even surprised that it took the sect 3 days to find out about it. Let's see how they handle it then. Half an hour later, a black-robed Shenlong had already arrived in front of the treasure pavilion's entrance. The line to enter the auction this time was even longer than last time. Shenlong however didn't queue up, as he directly headed towards the VIP entrance. After showing his invitation, the disciples in the entrance hurried to inform Yinzing about it, who quickly came to welcome Shenlong inside. As Yinzing guided Shenlong to a private room, he smiled as he started speaking. Senior, I'm glad you came. If you didn't come, I don't know what I would have done. As soon as the higher-ups of the pavilion heard about Senior's wine, our pavilion quickly spread the word of a wondrous wine being auctioned, and it attracted the attention of a lot of high-ranking elders from the big families. However, the higher-ups of the pavilion have told me to request from Senior to accept a meeting with the senior alchemist of our treasure pavilion so that he can also verify the wine's properties. Shenlong turned his eyes to look at Yun Crossing, who, to avoid a misunderstanding, hurriedly waved his hands as he said, Senior, please don't misunderstand. It's not that our treasure pavilion doesn't trust you. The problem is actually with me. My rank is not high enough inside the pavilion. So they also need someone more experienced than me to check. Shenlong thought for a bit before nodding his head as he said in his deep voice, I understand. You can call this alchemist of your treasure pavilion then. After hearing Shenlong's words, Yinzing breathed out in relief before repeatedly thanking Shenlong. Yinzing then led him in front of a private room with the number 1 on it. And after opening the door he said, Senior, this is the best private room that our treasure pavilion has. And it is only open to our most important guests. Nodding his head, Shenlong didn't really pay much attention to Yin crossing, but after entering the room he was actually surprised. The room was slightly bigger than the last private room he had entered in the past. The decorations were almost identical to last time as well. Except that there was a white couch at the center of the room that seems to have been made from the fur of a rank 3 white-furred bear this time. It was really as Yinzing had said. This room was much better compared to the one he had entered the last time. Seeing that Shenlong had sat down on the couch, Yinzing bowed his head as he asked, Senior, should I ask for Senior Alchemist Ma to come now? We have less than an hour left until the auction starts after all. In that case, call him here. Seeing Shenlong waving his hand, Yinzing instantly left the room as he went to call that Senior Alchemist Ma over. Barely 10 minutes later, a silver-robed old man with a big beard had arrived at the room, with Yinzing trailing behind him. This old man had a badge of a 1-star silver cauldron on his chest, as he was surprisingly a rank 1 silver-grade alchemist. The old man's eyes were staring at Shenlong's back full of shock, as he was unable to detect any aura coming from his body. Senior, this is our Senior Alka. Yinzing hurried to introduce him. But Senior Alchemist Ma was even more eager to speak. As he said this, Senior, my name is Ma Tengfei, and I am the Senior Alchemist in the Treasure Pavilion. I have heard a lot about you from Yinzing and couldn't wait to meet you myself. I hope that Senior will forgive my selfishness. Ma Tengfei then bowed his head and was actually extremely respectful as he spoke. Even if Shenlong wanted to find something to pick on with him, this old man was truly a willy fox and did his absolute best to leave a good impression. Nodding his head, Shenlong then said, it's okay. I heard that your treasure pavilion wants you to verify my wine. Here. Taking out the barrel from last time, Shenlong removed the barrel's top as the fragrant smell of the wine instantly filled the private room. Ma Tengfei's eyes lit up as he inhaled the wine's smell. While Little Black grumbled inwardly, if only Master didn't need spirit stones urgently. You monkeys would never get to even smell Master's wine, let alone have a chance to purchase it. Shenlong then took a small cup from the small table in front of him, and filled it halfway with the wine before he said, try it. But you can only taste this much, or whoever buys the barrel later will end up chasing you for his money. Neither Ma Tengfei nor Yinzing laughed though. Instead, Yinzing nodded his head as he gulped after remembering the taste of this senior's wine. He even looked at Shenlong pleadingly, but Shenlong didn't even spare him a glance. He wasn't going to let Yinzing drink his wine for free. Even Little Black snorted as he watched this scene. As Ma Tengfei took the cup, his hands seemed to have been shaking, before he immediately emptied it all in his mouth, in front of Yinzing's and Little Black's envious gazes. The moment that the wine entered Ma Tengfei's mouth, it was like a delicious cocktail of medicinal essence that assaulted his taste buds. Swallowing down the wine, the rank 6 heaven-grade expert could feel his body absorbing the medicinal essence, as it pushed his cultivation base upwards, ever so slightly. He then turned to look at Shenlong with incredulity as he said excitedly, Senior, this wine is an absolute treasure. Then, bowing his head, he continued, Senior, I have to immediately report everything to the higher-ups of the pavilion about Senior's wine and its effects. Just when Ma Tengfei bowed, and was ready to leave the room, Shenlong's heavy voice sounded in his ears as he said, wait. Ma Tengfei then looked back Shenlong as he asked respectfully, Senior, do you have any instructions? Shenlong shook his head at Ma Tengfei's question, before he took out another wooden barrel from the Stone of Time and said, I have one more barrel that I want your treasure pavilion to auction for me. Ma Tengfei's eyes shone brightly as he saw this barrel and couldn't help but ask in excitement, Senior, would you be willing to sell this barrel privately to our treasure pavilion? Senior, would you be willing to sell this barrel privately to our treasure pavilion? Shanlong almost burst out laughing as he heard Ma Tengfei's request and asked with a greedy look in his eyes under his black robes, "How much is your pavilion willing to pay?" Ma Tengfei thought for a bit before asking somewhat weakly, "How about 80% of what the first barrel sells for?" Even Yinxing sighed as he heard this, while Shanlong shook his head and responded, "That's far too little. I will sell it to you for 100% of what the first barrel makes." Ma Tengfei however immediately protested as he said, "Senior, that's too much. What if the first barrel sells for an exorbitant price?" Shanlong frowned at how stingy the treasure pavilion seemed to be and responded in an apathetic voice, "You seem to have misunderstood some things. The floating cloud sect isn't the only sect around here. Since your pavilion didn't agree, then I will sell my wine elsewhere." Ma Tengfei was extremely anxious when he heard this and said with an ugly smile on his face, "Senior, please don't be rash. This junior was simply making a joke. Of course, our pavilion would be willing to pay as much as the first barrel gets sold for. For a wine like Senior's, no matter how high the price goes, our pavilion will match it." Shanlong laughed inwardly. But facing Ma Tengfei, he simply nodded his head as he said, "That's good. All right then. Since you have other matters to attend to, then I won't keep you here any longer." Both Ma Tengfei and Yinxing then bowed before leaving the room. Little Black's voice then sounded inside Shanlong's head, as he watched Yinxing and Ma Tengfei leaving the room and said, "Master, these people from the treasure pavilion are very greedy. Normally, they wouldn't even get a chance to purchase Master's wine. And this person still wanted to purchase it at a lower price." Shanlong smiled as he heard the Black Dragon's words before he took out the last wine barrel from the herb garden. After filling a huge bowl for himself, Shanlong handed the rest of the wine in the barrel to the sulky Black Dragon. Little Black then happily accepted the wooden barrel. And this time, instead of gulping all the wine down, he took his time to enjoy it. Time quickly passed as Shanlong and Little Black were enjoying their wine, when a beautiful young lady in green robes stepped on the main stage of the auction hall. When the crowd saw Lan Jingjing, hushed discussions suddenly filled the auction hall. "What's going on with the treasure pavilion? Why is Miss Lan here today? Don't we still have a few months until the yearly auction? I heard that there is something special with today's auction." Supposedly, someone even spotted some elders from the big families enter the private rooms. At that moment, Lan Jingjing smiled brightly at the crowd and clapped her hands once, drawing everyone's attention on her before she said, "Honorable guests of our treasure pavilion, my name is Lan Jingjing and I will be your auctioneer once again for today's monthly auction. Our treasure pavilion has prepared some special items for today. So I hope that you are all excited for our auction. As always, the rules remain the same. Every item starts at a minimum price, and the guests with the highest bid in the end can obtain them." Taking a deep breath, Lan Jingjing saw the excited crowd, and clapped her hands once more as she continued without further ado, "Then, let's start today's auction." As Lan Jingjing finished speaking, two outer disciples carried a small table with a plate at the center of the stage. Inside the plate were 6 small green fruits that Shanlong recognized as the green nectar fruits. Dear guests, the first item for today's auction is this bundle of 6 rank 2 green nectar fruits. As you all may know, the green nectar fruit can allow a cultivator at the early stages of the earth grade to have an 80% chance of directly advancing to the next rank. Although the effect for a middle stage earth grade expert would be less than 30%. The chance is still there. There are 6 fruits and they are all sold as a bundle. The minimum bid must be 2,000 sect points and every increment must be at least 100 sect points higher than the last bid. As soon as Lan Jingjing finished introducing the green nectar fruits, the crowd at the outer seats instantly started bidding 2,000 ha. You think you can get this fruit with 2,000 sect points? 2,300, 2,500, next 3,400, 4,000. The price of the rank 2 green nectar fruits had quickly reached the 3,500 sect points when Shanlong's voice drew everyone's attention as he called his bid of 4,000 points. Although the crowd in the outer seats didn't know who the black-robed man who called this bid was, the people in the other private rooms had already learned that this senior was the one who had created the disturbance in the treasure pavilion the last time. It was also this senior who was auctioning the special wine today. And no one in the private rooms were willing to fight with him for a rank 2 fruit. 4,100. A young man in the outer seats didn't seem willing to give up so easily. As he gritted his teeth and called out his bid again. 5,000. Shenlong's heavy voice sounded from the private room once again. Since there were no more bids after that, Shenlong successfully obtained the 6 green nectar fruits. As the auction continued, however, Shenlong was disappointed since no other items had managed to pique his interest. Time passed and soon Lan Jingjing's voice sounded from the main stage as she declared, "We are now down to the last 2 items of our auction. Honorable guests of our pavilion, there are only 2 items left for today's auction." Then, a white-robed elder walked on the main stage holding a yellow piece of paper. The crowd seemed to be unaware of what this was. But most of the people inside the private rooms were already looking at this piece of paper eagerly, as if it was some kind of precious treasure. Our next item was originally meant to be the finale for today's auction, and it is something that is rarely found even in the annual auctions of our pavilion. Lan Jingjing smiled when she saw that she had captured the crowd's attention, as she then pointed at the yellow scroll and continued, "This item is something that an outer disciple of our sect found during a sect mission. And I am certain that many of the elders from the big families here today will want to get their hands on. LT is a middle yellow grade martial skill." The moment that Lan Jingjing finished speaking, the crowd exploded with excitement. A middle yellow grade martial skill. Now I understand why the treasure pavilion had Miss Lan be the auctioneer for today. Even low yellow grade martial skills are rare, let alone a middle yellow grade. But then, why is this not the final item for this auction? Even Miss Lan said that this was originally scheduled to be for the auction's finale. Could it be that the final item is something even better? Could it be a high yellow grade martial skill then? Don't be an idiot. Even the big families of the sect don't have a high yellow grade martial skill. Probably only the Lu family will have one. It wasn't just the people in the outer seats that had turned excited, but so were the elders in the private rooms, as they were already on their feet. Even Shenlong was now interested in this, as he had seen a martial skill only once, back in the demonic mountain region when Guan Hong had injured the rank 2 earth bear. The name of this martial skill is the Coiling Python Fist, and its starting price is at 100.000 sect points. Every increment must also be at least 1,000 sect points higher than the last bid. The starting price of this Coiling Python Fist was like a bucket of cold water splashing on everyone's faces. Even Shenlong didn't have so many sect points left in his sect Jade. However, the elders in the private rooms weren't daunted in the slightest by the high price of the martial skill. After all, one of the things that the big families didn't lack was precisely sect points. 101.000, 103.000, 105.000 at the same time that the elders of the big families were fighting over the Coiling Python Fist. Inside private room number 4, Fatty Fu was respectfully looking at an old man who was sitting on the couch inside the room. This old man, who was dressed in black robes and was holding a cane in his right hand, was the old patriarch of the Fu family, as well as Fatty Fu's grandfather, Fu Longxun. Fu Longxun had a serious expression on his face as he looked his grandson before he asked, "Are you sure that Meng Xiao, that old fox, is here today?" Fu Li looked at his grandfather and nodded his head seriously as he responded, "I'm sure, Grandpa." When the old patriarch of the Meng family arrived, the disciples stationed at the entrance immediately informed me about it. When Fu Longxun heard this, he stood up and slammed his cane on the wooden floor of the private room as he cursed, "Damn it. Since that old man is also here, there is no question that he must be here for the wine as well." At the same time in private room number 6, a similar conversation was also taking place between Meng Shenyi and his own grandfather. When Lan Jingjing's voice once again sounded in everyone's ears as she said, "Congratulations to the guest in private room number 11 for obtaining the Coiling Python Fist." Then, the treasure pavilion sent someone to deliver the middle yellow grade martial skill, as well as receive their payment for it. Before a silver-robed elder who was carefully carrying a wooden barrel then appeared atop the main stage. The entire auction hall was so silent that even a person's breathing could be heard, as everyone watched Ma Tengfei place the wooden barrel in the middle of the main stage. People like Fu Longxun and Meng Xiao had already stood up as they were eagerly waiting to see the contents inside the barrel. Lan Jingjing smiled lightly as she said, "Honorable guests of our treasure pavilion, it is finally time for the finale of today's auction. As her voice trailed off, Ma Tengfei's hands slowly removed the barrel's top, and an intoxicating fragrance started to spread throughout the outer seats of the auction hall. The crowd erupted in an uproar as the disciples in the outer seats had already started to get drunk just from the wine's scent. What is this wine? How is it so fragrant? I have never smelled anything like this before. Just the scent of this wine is 100 times. No, 1,000 times greater than the best wine of our sect. The mystifying fragrance wine. That may be true. However, the taste of this wine may not be as good as its scent. Lan Jingjing then sealed the barrel's top back as she started explaining, this is today's auction final item. The mysterious wine. This wine was created by a mysterious senior alchemist, who merged many precious herbs before fermenting the wine for 100 years. Both the taste of the wine, as well as its effects, have all been verified by the senior alchemist of our treasure pavilion. She then pointed towards Ma Tengfei, who nodded his head as he said, this is definitely the best wine that our treasure pavilion has ever seen. I can personally assure you that. Not only is the wine's taste incomparable with any other wine that I have ever tasted, but even my cultivation base slightly improved after tasting this wine. What? This time? It wasn't just the people in the outer seats that were shocked, but even the elders inside the private rooms were dumbfounded. Although the message from the treasure pavilion had said that the mysterious wine could improve one's cultivation, everyone had assumed that the effects would be non-existent to heaven-grade experts. And yet a rank 6 heaven-grade expert just said that this wine had improved his cultivation base. What did this mean? For those people like Meng Xiao and Fu Lonshan who had been stuck in the same realm for many years, even the slightest increase in their cultivation could prove to be their breakthrough factor. A huge uproar then erupted once again in the auction hall, as even the people from the private rooms now couldn't sit still as they all waited for the bidding to begin. Lan Jingjing knew that the crowd couldn't stay quiet any longer, so she finally spoke. The senior who is selling this wine has told our pavilion that he isn't interested in sect points. He has declared that the wine must be purchased using spirit stones. Our treasure pavilion decided for the starting bid to be at 1,000 spirit stones, while every increment must be at least 50 spirit stones higher than the last bid. Shenlong smiled mockingly at the starting price that the treasure pavilion had set for his wine. Master, I'm sure that they are intentionally trying to bring down the price of the wine so they can get it cheaper as well. With that mocking smile still on his face, Shenlong replied, perhaps if I have put for auction both of the barrels, then this could work. But now, there is no chance for this cheap trick to cause any waves today. There is only one barrel, and whoever wants it will obtain it. If the treasure pavilion thinks that this can do any harm today, then they really are a bunch of fools. When the people in the outer seats heard that the wine would be sold for spirit stones, they were dazed, as they had expected everything in a sect auction to be purchasable with sect points. However, the elders in the private rooms had been informed beforehand, so all of them had brought large amounts of spirit stones with them. As the bidding war then started, 1,100 spirit stones. 1,100. Ha ha ha. Lu Nui, are you dreaming? 1,500 spirit stones, 1,800, 2,000. The price for the wine was climbing at an alarming rate. But Shenlong was still casually sipping his wine as he enjoyed the show. Little Black had almost finished his wine barrel by now, and looking at the relaxed Shenlong, he asked, Master, are you certain that you want to challenge that Fu Piji in 3 days from now? Why not just fight him after you get a little stronger? We still have 3 months until this vermilion realm opens. So even if you decide to fight him near the end of the 3 months, there will still be plenty of time. Shenlong, however, shook his head at Little Black's question as he said, I too would have preferred to go in seclusion after today's auction, but it may create problems in the future. Shenlong saw that Little Black didn't understand what he meant, so he continued explaining, the real issue lies with the arena rules. Only those ranked 101 to 200 are allowed to challenge the top 100 people in the arena. If I go into seclusion while I'm still ranked 93rd, there is no doubt that I will receive plenty of challenges, and I will either have to accept all of them or lose my rank. Little Black nodded his head as he said, but the worst that can happen is for Master to fall below the top 100 ranks, then right? Master will definitely be able to reclaim a spot in the top 100 after exiting seclusion. Shenlong smiled after he heard Little Black's words and said the arena rules state that one can refuse a challenge if he has already fought for that day. Even if I'm strong enough to claim a spot in the top 100. If people abuse this rule near the last days of the selection and I end up being unable to successfully challenge someone in the top 100, then I will still be the one who loses out. Little Black seemed to have just realized that such a loophole existed in the arena rules. However, this didn't answer all of his questions, so he continued, but still. How is it going to help if Master challenges Fu Piji? The bottom 20 of the 100 ranks are the easiest target for people who aim to reach the top 100 and enter the Vermilion realm. But the fight for the bottom spots of the top 100 will also be much more bloody because of this. Whereas, someone ranked in the top 20 won't receive nearly a fifth of the challenges that the bottom rankers will. Realization finally dawned on the Black Dragon's face as he asked, so Master wants to enter the top 20 to avoid most of the challenges while still securing your rank? Shenlong smiled as he nodded his head and said that. And to teach Fu Piji a lesson. Since he dared to challenge me just to teach me a lesson. It's about time I knock him off his high horse. While Shenlong and Little Black were chatting, the auction hall had turned into a bidding battlefield as the price for Shenlong's wine had already reached 24,000 spirit stones. 24,500. Fu Longxuan's voice sounded from private room number 4 as he looked at Meng Xiao inside private room number 6. 25,000. Old crap Fu. Stop fighting with me over this wine. You have been stuck at the 9th rank of the heaven grade for 400 years. No matter how miraculous the wine is, it won't help you break through to the spirit realm. 26,000. You old shit Meng? Talk to me again after you reach the peak of the heaven gradle. This wine is mine. 27,000. The price for the wine had reached such a huge number that only the old patriarchs of the Fu and the Meng families still dared to compete with each other for it. The higher echelons of the treasure pavilion who were watching the bidding war felt a pain in their hearts as they saw the price of the wine rise non-stop. Even if they subtracted the 5% that their pavilion took as payment, the price was still much higher than their original estimations. 30,000. Meng Xiao? Are you still going to fight with me over this? Gritting his teeth, Meng Xiao called out 31,000. Don't be crazy, old fart. This is almost the price of 2 rank 4 medicinal herbs. Even you must feel the pain after losing so many spirit stones at once. 32,000. Fu Longxuan called out with a determined look in his eyes. Fatty Fu's knees were now trembling as he watched his grandfather. Meng Xiao exploded in rage after hearing Fu Longxuan's voice again. 32,000 spirit stones was a huge amount even for the old patriarch of the Meng family. You crazy old fart. Phenol, since 1 barrel of wine has already appeared, I don't believe that another one won't appear in the future again. With that, Meng Xiao finally decided to stop bidding, allowing Fu Longxuan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Inside his private room, Shenlong's eyes were shining brightly as he thought of the more than 60,000 spirit stones that would be entering his pockets soon. Barely 10 minutes had passed when Ma Tengfei along with Yinxing then arrived in the private room. Ma Tengfei and Yinxing both bowed as they entered the room and respectfully called out Senior then. With a flattering smile on his face, Ma Tengfei looked at Shenlong and said, I have come to deliver the payment for Senior's wine. Ma Tengfei then took out a huge amount of spirit stones from his spatial ring and said, Senior, here are 60,800 spirit stones. From the 32,000 spirit stones that Senior's wine sold for, our treasure pavilion only took a 5% fee, meaning that Senior's profit is a total of 30,400 spirit stones. Since our treasure pavilion also promised Senior to match the cost of the first barrel, the total would be 60,800 spirit stones. Shenlong laughed but didn't bargain over 1,600 spirit stones with Ma Tengfei. After all, the treasure pavilion wasn't exactly wrong to subtract 5% from their own purchase as well. After taking the spirit stones, Shenlong handed the wooden barrel to Ma Tengfei, who smiled as he said, Senior, if you have anything that our pavilion can help you with, you just have to say the word. Our pavilion would be very happy if we could cooperate with Senior. Shenlong however shook his head, as he said, I am planning to leave the floating cloud sect today. Both Yinzing and Ma Tengfei sighed dejectedly when they heard this. But they had already expected to be refused. Such a senior would only be a passerby from their floating cloud sect after all. And wouldn't stay here forever. Slashing the air with his right hand, Shenlong opened a space tier. And in front of the disbelieving looks of the two alchemists from the treasure pavilion, he entered the space tier and disappeared in front of their eyes. Shenlong then reappeared in a narrow alley about 50 meters away from the treasure pavilion's entrance. And after having Little Black scan the area to make sure that there was no one around him, he removed his black robes before he headed back to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. On the way back to the pavilion, Shenlong noticed that the commotion around the Red Stone Inn had grown even bigger. Shenlong was certain that all of it was due to the deaths of Xiao Shito and Lin Wu inside the sect. Without paying any attention to it however, Shenlong returned back to his room, sitting on his bed. He then started feeding spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine. The vine absorbed the spirit stones that Shenlong fed it like crazy. As it produced more and more pure qi inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong then looked at the corpse of the peak rank 4 silver-winged rock and said, "Little Black, take your time to consume the silver-winged rock's body, and enhance your strength too." Little Black nodded his head as he heard this, and without a moment's hesitation, he started to eat the flesh of the silver-winged rock. After all, at the end of the day, Little Black was still a dragon, a king of magic beasts. Magic beasts grew faster the same way that body refiner cultivators did, by eating the magic beast's flesh. Although the heaven-swallowing vine could enhance Little Black's cultivation speed, consuming other magic beasts was still the best way for the black dragon's strength to grow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye when Shenlong opened his eyes. Today was the day that he had promised to challenge Fu Piji. In just 3 days, Shenlong had already advanced to the middle of rank 4 in Earth grade. Taking a look inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong smiled as he saw the black dragon that had already eaten a third of the silver-winged rock, and was now asleep. Leaving the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Shenlong heard a lot of discussions on his way to the arena. And surprisingly most people were still talking about the death of Lin Wu and Xiao Shito. "I heard that the sect is investigating to find the culprit of the assassination, but there are still no clues from that night." Xiao Juyin said that the culprit is the person ranked 93rd in the arena. Shenlong. But the sect investigated, and found nothing to prove it so far. Whoever killed Xiao Juyin's brother really did a good job covering his tracks. 10 minutes later, Shenlong arrived outside of the arena entrance, only to see a huge crowd that had queued up. Some people from the crowd instantly recognized him, as they exclaimed, "He really came. Shenlong is here. Inform Senior Brother Full. Senior Brother Fu is already waiting for him in the registration counter." The crowd immediately opened a line for Shenlong to walk inside. Before they followed after him, Fu Piji had a sinister smile on his face as he saw Shenlong walking towards him at the registration counter, as he said, "I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to come here today." Shenlong swept his eyes at Fu Piji before handing his sect jade to the woman at the registration counter as he said, "I want to challenge the person ranked 17th in the rankings." Fu Piji. Although the crowd was expecting these words, everyone still burst with excitement when they heard them, while Fu Piji's eyes had a dark look in them. Although he was confident that he could defeat Shenlong, this challenge was still a slap in his face. The woman at the registration counter accepted Shenlong's sect jade, and officially issued the challenge, causing Fu Piji's sect jade to start glowing. Fu Piji then looked at Shenlong and laughed as he said, "This is good as well. It's time for you to understand the difference between the top 100 and the top 20. Then, under the eyes of the crowd around them, Fu Piji and Shenlong both walked towards the center of the arena. Taking out 2 short daggers from his spatial ring, Fu Piji looked at Shenlong and said in a derisive voice, "Did you really think that you are able to fight against me just because you beat Xiao Juyin? Or is it because you traded blows with Ren Gui once and now you think that you are on his level already? Let today's fight serve as a lesson for you then." As he finished speaking, Fu Piji immediately unleashed his middle rank 9 Earth grade aura. And after infusing his qi in the 2 short daggers in his hands, he sent them flying towards Shenlong. Fu Piji threw his daggers in the air. What is he doing? Is he giving up the fight? When another disciple heard the confused disciples around him, he laughed as he said, "Just watch. This is how senior brother Fu fights." Seeing the two daggers that were flying at him, Shenlong's eyes immediately turned golden as he activated the Monarch's hourglass and unleashed his aura at the middle of rank 4 Earth grade. His golden eyes shone as he moved to the side and easily dodged the two daggers that flew past him, causing Fu Piji to smirk. Shenlong had barely regained his footing when his golden eyes once again lit up as he saw the two daggers changing their course midair, aiming to stab his back. The crowd held their breaths as they saw the two daggers flying at Shenlong from his blind spot. Without a moment to think, Shenlong's feet kicked the ground as he moved a few meters backwards, narrowly avoiding the two daggers that plunged themselves into the ground. What? Did I see that correctly? Did senior brother Fu's dagger change direction midair? How is this possible? Don't tell me that Fu Piji has already touched upon the Tao of Wind. Senior brother, what is the Tao of Wind? That disciple, however, didn't respond as he stared in shock at Fu Piji. Both Shenlong and Fu Piji were also shocked by each other for two different reasons. Fu Piji was certain that Shenlong didn't know about his ability to manipulate his flying daggers midair, or he would have avoided them much earlier. Shenlong, however, was just as shocked when he understood what Fu Piji was doing. He is simply at the middle of rank 9 in Earth grade and has already touched upon the Tao of Wind. Normally, cultivators below the Heaven grade couldn't control the chi outside of their bodies to fly, or use long-range chi attacks without the help of martial skills. However, when cultivators reached the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, they could start comprehending a Tao that they had an affinity with. The Tao that a cultivator comprehended would then become the most important part of their strength. This was the main reason why no Earth grade cultivators could ever compete with Heaven grade experts. After all, Heaven grade experts had already comprehended the initial stages of their Tao, while people like Fu Piji had just touched upon the most basic principles of it. Although Fu Piji was inwardly astonished when Shenlong dodged his attack, he quickly recomposed himself and smiled sinisterly before he said, "Do you finally understand why I told you that you and I are not on the same level? I am a genius who has already touched upon the Tao of Wind. You have no right to even stand on the same stage with me." As Fu Piji then finished speaking, his two black daggers started spinning in the air as they once again flew towards Shenlong, at a speed much faster than before. When Shenlong saw the two daggers flying towards him again, he didn't hold back any longer as he activated his Monarch's domain. The two daggers that were powered up by Fu Piji's Wind Tao were slowed down dramatically as they entered inside the Monarch's domain, until they came to a complete halt in midair. Although the difference in cultivation between Shenlong and Fu Piji was too big to directly affect him with the Monarch's domain, Shenlong's power and cultivation base were still more than sufficient to stop the two small daggers in the air. After all, although Shenlong hadn't comprehended a Tao, his affinity with the Tao of Time had already reached a level far beyond Fu Piji's and his Tao of Wind. Fu Piji was shocked when he found out that he couldn't move his daggers anymore. No matter what he did, without a weapon in his hand, he now found himself stuck in a bad position against a body refiner like Shenlong. After all, these two black daggers were Fu Piji's main way of combat. Even when he lost against much stronger opponents than him in the past, no one had managed to completely stop his daggers like that. When the disciples in the crowd saw Fu Piji's daggers frozen in midair, they were all stunned by this. What happened? Why did the daggers suddenly stop moving? Did Shenlong do something to senior brother Fu? It wasn't just the disciples in the crowd that were shocked. Even Fu Piji had started to panic as he looked at Shenlong and asked nervously, "Yule, what did you do to my daggers?" Even Shenlong hadn't expected that his Monarch's domain would completely suppress Fu Piji's daggers that were powered by his Tao of Wind. Looking at the panicked Fu Piji, who was now like a toothless tiger, Shenlong quickly arrived in front of him and gathering all of his strength and chi in his right arm, he sent a full-powered punch at Fu Piji's chest. After seeing this, Fu Piji broke out in cold sweat as he barely managed to raise his arms in front of him and defend against Shenlong's attack. However, contrary to what everyone expected, Fu Piji's defense was as thin as paper in front of Shenlong's powerful punch. Crack the moment that Shenlong's punch hit him. Fu Piji felt the bones in his arms along with his chest caving in. As his body violently slammed into the ground, a huge wave of dust swept by, completely covering the result of the fight. Everyone in the arena waited with bated breaths. And as the cloud of dust slowly dispersed, the crowd saw Shenlong standing on his feet. As he stared at the now unconscious Fu Piji on the ground, Shenlong's sect-identifying jade lit up. As two numbers appeared on it, 17, the crowd immediately erupted in cheers while the same question was in everyone's mind. He beat Fu Piji with one punch. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Shenlong then walked out of the arena. As he headed back towards the mystifying fragrance pavilion, the disciples in the crowd watched Shenlong's back as he left with eyes full of reverence. After all, in the cultivation world only one thing was respected: strength. First, Shenlong had beaten Guan Hong to enter the top 1000. And Lei Pong followed right after him. After entering the top 200, Shenlong then challenged Xiao Juyan to enter the top 100. And finally, today he had cemented his position in the top 20 by defeating Fu Piji. His name quickly spread throughout the sect, as he was now considered someone on par with the other experts in the top 20 rankings. After returning to the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Shenlong paid a waiter for the next 3 months of his room in advance, before once again entering seclusion. For the next 2 days, he cultivated using the heaven-swallowing vine, while Little Black was still sleeping inside the Stone of Time. Although Shenlong's cultivation hadn't broken through to the peak of rank 4 yet, he was certain that he would do it in the next few days. At the same time, in these past 2 days Shenlong had felt Little Black's strength rapidly rising. And finally, on the 3rd day of his seclusion, a powerful aura erupted from Little Black's body inside the Stone of Time as the Black Dragon opened his bright blue eyes. Master! Little Black looked happily at Shenlong, who was still absorbing the pure chi from the heaven-swallowing vine. Shenlong then opened his eyes as he looked at the Black Dragon, who seemed happy, and asked, "Did you finish your breakthrough?" "Indeed, Master. In terms of magic beast levels, I have reached the middle of rank 4 already. However, my strength right now can easily destroy any spirit realm expert or rank 4 magic beasts." Shenlong smiled, as he then stood up from his bed and said, "Then let's go." As he finished speaking, Shenlong put on his black robes and opened a space tier directly from his room to a small road 50 meters away from the mystifying fragrance pavilion. "Master, where are we going?" Little Black asked in a voice full of confusion. After seeing Shenlong immediately leaving his room in his black robes, Shenlong smiled as he responded, "To the mortal world." 2 hours later, Shenlong had arrived near the city gates. Although it was deep into the night, the outer disciples serving us the city guards were still patrolling around the gates. After all, the floating cloud sect had a rule that unless a disciple had reached the late stages of the Earth grade, they wouldn't be allowed to leave the city. The only exception to this rule would be if a disciple accepted a sect mission. Shenlong walked close to the city walls, and after making sure that there were no guards in sight, he slashed the air with his left hand, opening a space tier. Without any hesitation, Shenlong entered inside it, as he then appeared at the other side of the city walls. After walking for a couple more hours, he had returned back to that invisible barrier that was dividing the cultivation from the mortal world. The last time that Shenlong had been here was a few months ago, when he rode on that rank 3 red-winged condor and had arrived in the sect for the first time. More than half a year had passed since he had left the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Shenlong then summoned Little Black from the Stone of Time, and after patting the dragon's head he pointed at the barrier in front of them as he said, "After we go through this barrier, we will be entering the mortal world." Sitting on Little Black's back, Shenlong saw the black dragon grabbing the barrier with his talons and easily ripping it open before he flew inside it. The moment that they entered inside, Shenlong and Little Black saw a sea of clouds in front of them, as they had now returned back to the mortal world. Little Black's flying speed was extremely fast, and in just a few minutes, they had already arrived on the island that the Sky Fortune Kingdom was located on. Pointing towards their northeast, Shenlong guided Little Black And less than an hour later they had arrived above the imperial city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Looking at the city below them, Shenlong remembered how he had come here just a few months ago to participate in the sect selection test. Shenlong and Little Black however didn't stop at the imperial city. And 10 minutes later, they had arrived outside of the Blue Forest City. Looking at the familiar city in the distance, Shenlong petted Little Black's head as they flew above the city walls. The guards in the city gates were terrified as they saw the black dragon flying above their heads as they immediately sounded the alarm. Shenlong and Little Black completely ignored the terrified city guards, as they flew straight to the Shen estate. Less than a minute later the guards outside the Shen estate were vigilantly holding their spears as they were keeping watch outside the estate. When they saw Little Black coming from the distance, the two guards almost pissed themselves from fright as they hurriedly ran back inside the estate and locked the gates. The entire Shen estate soon entered a state of unrest, as people saw a dragon hovering in the air above them. Even Shen Fang and Shen An had arrived at the scene and looked at Little Black in terror. Little Black then descended in the Shen estate, and as Shenlong removed his black robes, people finally saw the young man on his back. Shen An was the first to recognize him as she unconsciously took a step forward, while the look in her eyes changed from the initial terror to incredulity, and then to joy as she said "El longer." Both Shen Fang and Shen An were looking at Shenlong's face with shock in their eyes. They couldn't understand how he had changed so much in just a few months' time. Shenlong smiled as he got off Little Black's back, while both Shen Fang and Shen An felt their eyes misting over, as they rushed to hug their son. "My lord! Madam!" the guards shouted when they saw Shen Fang and Shen An approaching closer to the black dragon. After hugging his parents, Shenlong could see the visible confusion in their eyes and said, "Mother, father, let's speak in my courtyard." Shen Fang and Shen An nodded their heads and dismissed the guards around them before they followed Shenlong as he returned back to his own courtyard. Aside from the few maids that came to clean this place every 2 days, no one else would come here during the past few months of Shenlong's absence. Seeing his parents that were still wary of Little Black, Shenlong patted the dragon's head as he said, "This is Little Black. He is an important companion of mine. There is no my lord." Before Shenlong could even finish his words, a guard's shout was heard outside of Shenlong's courtyard as he said anxiously, "My lord. The city lord is here." Shen Fang frowned as he heard the guard, but after a brief moment of hesitation he said, "I will take care of it. Shen An, you can speak with longer for a while." Shen An had no time to reply when Shenlong said confidently, "Since the city lord is here, he is obviously here for the commotion that Little Black and I caused on our way. In that case, father, let's go meet him together." Shen Fang laughed and patting Shenlong's shoulder he said, "Ha ha. As expected from my son. Let's go together then." Outside of the Shen estate, the city lord, who was sitting on a white horse, was wearing his silver helmet with the insignia of the Sky Fortune Kingdom on it. The city lord of the Blue Forest City was named Jun Wang, and he was a count of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. As an early rank 9 Earth grade expert, his cultivation was only below Shen Fang's in the Blue Forest City. Behind him, a small army of 1,000 experts was gathered as they all waited for Shen Fang's appearance. The fact that a dragon had entered the Blue Forest City and landed inside the Shen estate had reached the city lord's ears in no time. After hesitating for a bit, Jun Wang then called for his 10 squad captains, who were all at the early stages of the Earth grade, and with each of them leading 100 late-stage Qi condensation experts, they marched towards the Shen estate. A few minutes later, the gates of the estate opened and Shenlong along with Shen Fang then appeared. Jun Wang first turned his eyes to look at Shen Fang, before his eyes then stared at Shenlong. Looking at this young man who seemed to be around 16 years old and was walking side by side with the rank 3 bronze grade formation master Shen Fang, Jun Wang suddenly felt an inexplicable apprehension in his heart. However, after seeing the yellow robes that this young man was wearing, the apprehension that he was feeling had suddenly changed to fear as he looked at Shenlong and asked this young lord, "Are you perhaps a member of the Floating Cloud sect?" It wasn't just the pedestrians that were watching this scene who were stunned by these words, but even Jun Wang's own soldiers took a step back as they heard this. After all, although the status of a city lord was illustrious in the mortal world, even the status of the crown prince of the Sky Fortune Kingdom was below that of an official outer disciple of the sect. In the eyes of the people of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Floating Cloud sect was a true behemoth, with countless experts who had already reached the legendary heaven grade. Looking at the pale city lord in front of them, Shan Fang chuckled while Shan Long nodded his head as he said you are right before he took out his red sect jade. Jun Wang then put on an extremely flattering smile on his face, as he said ha ha. So we're right. Then looking at a squad captain behind him he said Shui Xiaodong. You were right. Thanks to your watchful eye we can all pay our respects to this expert from the Floating Cloud sect today. Shui Xiaodong was the shortest squad captain behind Jun Wang, who smiled brightly as he answered no reason to thank me my lord. This is my duty. Jun Wang smiled again but this time it almost seemed as if he wanted to cry. Looking at Shan Long, he then bowed as he cupped his fists and said young lord, may I ask what your connection with the Shan family is? If the young lord is planning to stay in the Blue Forest City, then I would like to invite you to my city lord estate as an honored guest. I can guarantee you that there will be plenty of beautiful women as well as delicious wine for you young lord. Shan Long understood that this city lord was trying to establish a connection with him and replied that won't be necessary. I plan on staying in the Shan estate for as long as I stay here. You can continue with your matters as if I'm not here. Jun Wang smiled as he understood that Shan Long was planning to stay in the Shan estate for a while and said of course. Of course. Just paying our respects to a disciple of the sect is already a good reason for our visit here today. Then, looking at Shan Fang, Jun Wang continued ha ha. Brother Shan? I didn't know that an expert had come to visit you. I hope that Brother Shan won't reject me if I visit you to have a drink in the following days then. Without waiting for an answer, Jun Wang joyfully turned to look at the small army behind him and ordered in a commanding voice let's go back to the city lord estate. After the city lord's army left the Shan estate's entrance, Shan Fang and Shan Long returned back to his courtyard. Longer Shan and spoke, seemingly as if she had wanted to ask something, but she eventually held herself back. Looking at his parents, that still weren't completely at ease. Shan Long nodded his head as he said you will surely have some questions that you want to ask me. Especially about my experiences in the Floating Cloud sect or Little Black right. In that case, let me start from the beginning. As Shan Long finished his words, both Shan Fang and Shan An had turned their eyes on him, watching him as he started narrating everything that he had experienced after entering the sect. Of course, what Shan Long had decided to say his parents was only a fragment of his real experiences. Aside from explaining to them that he is studying alchemy under some elder, as well as how the sect works, most of his experiences, especially those that included the Stone of Time, were completely omitted. The life that he had narrated was that of a normal outer disciple. But this didn't satisfy his parents as they still had unanswered questions. Looking at his son and then at the 3 meters 10 feet tall black dragon behind him, Shan Fang asked then, what about this black? I mean, what about Little Black? Shan Long had already expected his question as he said during the outer sect exam. I met Little Black in a place called the Demonic Mountain region. After entering a cave to spend the night, I found him hurt inside, with the corpse of a rank 3 magic beast next to him. Since I have been studying alchemy inside the sect, I could help him heal most of his injuries using some medicinal herbs I had gathered that day. And he has been following me ever since. Because the sect doesn't allow the disciples to have their own magic beasts inside the city. Little Black has been living in a large forest a few tens of miles away from the Floating Cloud City. Seeing that his parents seems to have believed this story, Shan Long turned to look at Shan Fang as he continued farther. There is also something important that I need to share with you about the assassination attempt outside the Blue Forest. Both Shan Fang and Shan An had serious looks in their eyes when they heard this. The moment that Shan Long finished narrating what he had found out from Xiao Juyan, Shan Fang's aura exploded as he said I will eradicate both the Lin family as well as Xiao Zhengsheng. To think that they were both behind that assassination attack. Shan An held her husband's hand but her eyes had turned resolute as well. No matter the status of the Lin family or the Xiao Marquis, they both had to pay since they were involved in this. Shenlong looked at his parents, who had a determined look in their eyes, and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I will personally go and take care of this today." Looking at Shenlong, Shenfang nodded his head, as he said, "That's good as well. However, you have to be careful of Xiao Zhengsheng. Not only is he also at the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, but his Marquis estate has many powerful formations from many bronze rank 3 formation masters as well." Shenlong smiled as he nodded his head. And climbing on Little Black's back, he said, "Don't worry, father. Even if they had experts at the heaven grade, they still wouldn't be able to escape today." Shenfang and Shen were shocked by their son's words, as they then started to guess how strong this black dragon had to be for their son to have so much confidence in him. Little Black flapped his majestic black wings, and quickly disappeared from the Blue Forest City. Both Shenfang and Shen were shocked by the black dragon's speed. And Shenfang then mumbled, "I'm afraid that this dragon is at least at the middle grade of rank 3. Perhaps he has even reached the peak grade." Shen was astonished by these words. But a feeling of safety also bloomed in her heart as she watched the direction that the black dragon and her son had disappeared to. A few minutes later, Shenlong had already arrived above a small city that was around 100 miles away from the imperial city. This city has been under the jurisdiction of the Lin family for many years, and people had even started calling it the Lin City. Although the city seemed to be relatively poor and most of the houses were in bad condition, the mansion at the heart of the city was the exact opposite. From the outside, one would see a luxurious mansion that didn't seem to be much lacking even when it was compared with the Shen estate. "Master, that must definitely be the Lin mansion. I can sense a few middle-stage Earth-grade cultivators hidden inside." Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black, and with a vicious smile on his face he said, "It's good that they are all here." Little Black then flew above the Lin mansion as he first destroyed the mansion's gates, alerting everyone inside it. Enemy attack. Activate the defensive formations. The experts of the Lin family immediately shouted as they rushed outside to see the enemy, while a small layer of white light covered the mansion. However, the moment that they saw the black dragon in the sky and felt his horrifying aura, their eyes were instantly filled with terror. Little Black snorted after seeing the white light that covered the Lin mansion, and with a flap of his wings, he created a violent gust of wind that instantly destroyed the light barrier. Lin Shang then also appeared, and looking at Shenlong on Little Black's back, he asked, after noticing his sect robes, "This young master, may I ask the reason that you attacked my Lin family?" After a moment of hesitation he continued, "Perhaps this is a misunderstanding and young master was just passing through." Although Lin Shang had failed to recognize Shenlong, he could now see the mocking smile on his face and knew that things weren't looking good for his Lin family. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Actually, my Lin family has a very good relationship with the Xiao Marquis. Since this young master is a member of the Floating Cloud sect, then I am certain that you must have heard about young Master Xiao Juyan. My daughter Lin Wu is also a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect." And Shenlong then cut him off as he waved his hand and said in an apathetic voice, "Your daughter is already dead." The elders around Lin Shang were furious and didn't hold themselves back any longer as they shouted insolence. "You brat! How dare you? Our young lady just left a few months ago. How could she just die?" Lin Shang's eyes had turned red when he heard this, and he shouted with no hints of politeness any longer, "Impossible. Wu is a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. She can't deal. Who are you, kid?" Shenlong smiled as he said, "Not only is your daughter dead, but all of you will follow her as well today. The moment that your assassination attempt failed, your Lin family was doomed to disappear. Not only is your daughter dead, but all of you will follow her as well. The moment that your assassination attempt failed, your Lin family was doomed to disappear." Lin Shang's eyes suddenly widened and a horrifying thought flashed through his mind as he asked in a voice filled with disbelief, "Why you? You are Shenlong." Shenlong smirked as he heard this, and looking at the horrified Lin family patriarch he said, "You finally realized it. But then again, how many people would be worthy for you, the patriarch of the Lin family, to personally go to the Xiao Marquis estate and plan an assassination attempt?" Lin Shang's face suddenly turned ashen as he heard this, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Shenlong, you have no proof for what you are saying? This is slander against my Lin family. The floating cloud sect won't let you go if you dare to do anything to us. Shenlong stared at him mockingly as he asked the floating cloud sect. Do you think that the sect cares about your Lin family? Let alone the fact that countless outer disciples have already heard Xiao Jueyun admitting that you colluded with his father, the Xiao Marquis, and planned to assassinate me. Even if that wasn't true, do you think that the sect would pit itself against its own disciples for a random family that the disciple had enmity with? Lin Shang's face had turned completely white by now, as his heart was gripped by despair watching Shenlong riding on the black dragon in the sky. The dragon's aura was so powerful that even Lin Shang, who was already a peak rank 6 Earth grade expert, couldn't muster the slightest bit of courage in front of him. Lin Shang then started laughing maniacally as he said, ha ha ha. Even if you kill my entire Lin family, my wooer will definitely take revenge for me. Young Master Shito will also not let things go like that. No matter what. There is no way for you to harm my daughter inside the floating cloud sect, especially when she is under the protection of young Master Shito. Unless you turn to leave right now, your family will also face the same fate in the future. Lin Shang seemed to have found absolute confidence in his words as he fearlessly looked at Shenlong. Shenlong's eyes chilled as he heard this, and shaking his head he said, don't worry. I won't completely destroy your family, but you would probably wish that I had. As for taking revenge, you can personally ask Xiao Shito and your daughter later. As Shenlong finished his words, he jumped down from Little Black's back. As he landed in the midst of the Lin family experts, the Earth-grade experts of the Lin family couldn't believe their luck as Lin Shang shouted quickly, capture this brat. Then we will definitely control the dragon as well. The elders of the Lin family then all moved to attack Shenlong at the same time. Seeing that he was surrounded by all fronts, Shenlong smirked as he activated the Monarch's domain. The Monarch's domain was suited perfectly for group battles like this after all. The 8 elders of the Lin family, including their peak rank 6 patriarch, were completely frozen in time the moment the indistinct figure of an hourglass swept over their bodies. Turning his head to look at Little Black in the sky, Shenlong then said, if there are any other Earth-grade experts hiding inside the mansion, kill them all. Little Black nodded his head, as his soul sense covered the Lin mansion, making sure that there was no one else hiding inside. Shenlong's eyes didn't show the slightest iota of pity looking at the Lin family elders around him, as his hands reaped their lives one by one. Less than 10 breaths of time had passed since the fight begun, and aside from their patriarch that still seemed to be frozen, the Lin family members saw their elders' heads exploding one by one. Both the Lin family members, as well as the servants, were all terrified, as they hurriedly abandoned the mansion and ran towards the Lin city. Very quickly, aside from Shenlong, Little Black, and the still frozen Lin Shang, the Lin mansion was now completely devoid of life. Without any suspense, Shenlong's punch completely crushed Lin Shang's skull, as blood and brain matter splattered on the ground. The Lin family patriarch had died like that, without taking a look at Lin Shang's corpse. Shenlong climbed on Little Black's back, and pointing at the Lin mansion he said, Little Black, burn it down. Little Black then opened his mouth, as he spat a ball of black flames towards the mansion. The citizens inside the city all saw the black dragon in the sky, who spat out a black fireball towards the Lin mansion, completely engulfing it in black flames. Seeing the luxurious Lin mansion getting destroyed, instead of being afraid, the people of the Lin city all rejoiced. Ha ha ha. I am certain that those tyrants had finally offended someone that they couldn't afford to. This is divine retribution. God must have finally sent someone to eradicate them. It seemed like the Lin family wasn't very well liked inside their own city. Now, having lost all of their Earth-grade elders, as well as their own patriarch, the lives of the rest of the Lin family members will definitely be much harder from today. Looking at the destroyed Lin family mansion in front of him, Shenlong patted Little Black's back as he said, let's go to the Imperial City. The black dragon then flapped his wings as he instantly disappeared from the Lin city. Less than 10 minutes had passed since Shenlong and Little Black had left the Lin city, when the guards of the Imperial City sounded the alarm. as they saw a black dragon flying at breakneck speed towards the southwest part of the city. The Xiao Marquis estate was situated in the southwest of the imperial city. It was a huge estate that had more than 1,000 servants and 5,000 guards. The Xiao Marquis, Xiao Zhengsheng, was completely different from Lin Shang. He was a real noble of the Sky Fortune Kingdom who had good relations even with the king himself. Like most other nobles of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Xiao Marquis also had a small personal army, which actually wasn't inferior to even Zhun Wang's own army. The moment that the guards of the estate saw the black dragon flying above their heads, they shouted quickly, "Activate the formations! Activate the defensive formations!" The moment that the commands were sounded, layer after layer of white barriers immediately covered the Marquis estate. The Lin family mansion only had one layer of protection, while the Marquis estate had more than 5. This was the difference between the Xiao and the Lin families. Raw Little Black opened his mouth and roared after seeing the barriers of light that covered the Marquis estate. Pop 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 pop, 5 small popping sounds were heard, as the barriers that had been created by rank 3 bronze grade formation masters were instantly destroyed. The guards looked at the dragon in the air terrified, unable to find even the slightest bit of courage to oppose him. Shenlong looked at the guards that were already trembling from fear and asked, "Where is Xiao Zhengsheng?" The head guard didn't seem to have any loyalty towards his lord, as he was the first one to respond to Shenlong's question, saying the Marquis is inside the imperial palace. He was summoned by His Majesty the King earlier. Little Black used his soul sense to scan the Marquis estate and confirmed that the strongest person was this head guard, who was at the early rank 8 in Earth grade. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man and his dragon immediately flew towards the imperial palace. Inside the palace, in a huge hall, Xiao Zhengsheng was drinking wine and chatting with the king as if they were old friends. The king, Dong Weifeng, seemed to be a man in his early 60s. And although his hair had turned white, his eyes still hadn't lost their luster. As he looked at Xiao Zhengsheng in front of him and said, "Zhengsheng, I heard that your son will be entering inside a secret realm with the Floating Cloud sect. Now that both of your sons have entered the sect, it's only a matter of time before your family rises to prominence. I am actually planning to confer you the title of Duke. What do you think?" Xiao Zhengsheng was nearly 190 centimeters, 6.2 feet, tall, and his face was almost identical to his son Xiao Juyan's. Although he was an expert at the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, Xiao Zhengsheng was actually still in his early 40s. Hearing the king's, Dong Weifeng's words, Xiao Zhengsheng smiled as he said, "That won't be necessary, Your Majesty. After all, once Juyan reaches the heaven grade, a single Sky Fortune Kingdom will be very small to keep us here." Dong Weifeng's eyes twitched when he heard this, but he soon nodded his head and said, "Of course. Since your eldest son is such an exceptional genius, then it's only a matter of time before he reaches the heaven grade. Actually, my second, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty?" The doors of the hall immediately swung open, when 2 guards barged inside, only to see a furious-looking Dong Weifeng's face. The 2 guards immediately knelt down as they heard Dong Weifeng's angry voice, "You better have a good explanation for barging in here." The guards both nodded their heads repeatedly, and looking at Xiao Zhengsheng they said, "Your Majesty, we have received word that the Xiao Marquis estate was attacked just now and the attacker is now heading towards the palace." "What?" Both Dong Weifeng as well as Xiao Zhengsheng had incredulous looks on their faces as they heard this. To attack the Xiao Marquis estate? Even an expert at the peak of rank 9 Earth grade wouldn't be able to break through the layers of defensive formations inside. Xiao Zhengsheng looked at the guards as he asked, just to bang. Xiao Zhengsheng didn't even have time to complete his words before the roof of the hall was suddenly destroyed. "Activate the defensive formations. Protect the king." The voices of the guards sounded as layers after layers of white light covered the entire palace, while an army of soldiers rushed inside the hall to protect Dong Weifeng. Behind Dong Weifeng, 2 black-clothed men had also appeared from the shadows. And surprisingly, their auras were just as strong as Xiao Zhengsheng's. At the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, looking at the black dragon in the sky, everyone in the hall, including the king and the Xiao Marquis, were shocked. Shenlong smiled as he stared at the more than 500 people that had already gathered inside the hall. While his eyes immediately focused on the Xiao Marquis as he asked, Xiao Zhengsheng, "Are you ready to die?" Looking at Shenlong's outer disciple robes, Xiao Zhengsheng had a serious look on his face as he asked, "Who are you? I don't recall meeting you before." A palace guard was about to speak, but Dong Weifeng raised his hand indicating for them to not act rashly. Just based on the fact that Shenlong was an outer disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Unless necessary. The king wasn't willing to clash with him. Hearing Xiao Zhengsheng's question, Shenlong laughed as he said, "You are right. I have never met you before either." Then? Everyone was stunned by Shenlong's reply. Until they then heard the latter part of his answer, "And yet, even though you had never met me, you still decided to assist Lin Shang in his assassination attempt against me. Now tell me, do you have any last words?" Ignoring everyone else's shock, Xiao Zhengsheng's eyes widened as he asked in a surprised tone, "Lin Shang? You are Shen Fang's son?" Nodding his head, Shenlong then said, "At least you didn't deny it." Clicking his tongue, the Xiao Marquis replied, "Tisk. Did that idiot Lin Shang tell you everything? Even then, since you are a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, you should understand the consequences of threatening me. My son Julian is someone who is ranked in the top 100 in the Floating Cloud sect. Don't tell me that you are not afraid of his revenge in the future. Ah. Perhaps it's because you have just entered the sect that you don't understand how terrifying the people ranked in the top 100 really are." Looking at the arrogant and unafraid look in Xiao Zhengsheng's eyes, Shenlong laughed as he said, "The top 100. Your son is no longer part of the top 100. Xiao Zhengsheng's arrogant look suddenly turned angry as he looked at Shenlong on Little Black's back and said, "Brat. Stop spouting obvious lies like that. Do you think I'd believe you?" Shaking his head, Shenlong said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. I didn't come here to chat with you anyway. As for that so-called revenge of your son, you don't have to worry about it." The moment that Shenlong finished speaking, Little Black's aura erupted like a volcano, as it suppressed everyone inside the palace hall. No one inside the hall, from the palace guards to the peak rank 9 Earth grade experts, and even the king himself, could stand straight in the face of this suppressive aura. Xiao Zhengsheng instantly lost his courage as he felt the blood in his body getting frozen in fear. Originally, Xiao Zhengsheng had felt that no matter what kind of variant magic beast Shenlong was riding on, he would at most have to hide behind the palace formations to protect himself. But now, after sending Little Black's immense aura, he finally felt terror as he understood that his life was really in danger. Looking at Shenlong, he then said in a pleading voice, "No, wait. I only allowed my personal guards to spread some rumors. I had nothing to do with your assassination attempt. It was all Lin Shang and his whore daughter who planned it. You can't kill me for this?" Even Dong Weifeng wanted to slap the Xiao Marquis after hearing these idiotic words. Before he turned his eyes to look at Shenlong, and with a smile completely unbefitting of a king, he said, "Young Master Shenlong, I have met with your father many times in the past. Of course, if you want to settle your personal issues with Xiao Zhengsheng, then I will definitely not interfere." Shenlong nodded his head, Dong Weifeng, before turning his attention to look at Xiao Zhengsheng as he said, "Without your Marquis estate's intervention, how could the Lin family ever get the chance to attack me? You and your youngest son really are father and son after all." Without wasting any more words, Shenlong patted Little Black's back, who ripped through the palace's defensive formations in an instant, as his talons pierced through the body of the terrified Xiao Zhengsheng. "Ah, eater, 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 eater!" Xiao Zhengsheng screamed in pain, as a huge hole could now be seen on his chest. Turning his head around with a lot of difficulty, he stared at Shenlong and Little Black with eyes full of hatred, before his body finally collapsed on the ground. Everyone in the palace hall felt a sudden chill as they looked at the lifeless corpse of the Xiao Marquis. Shenlong didn't waste any more time in the Imperial City, however, as he and Little Black left the palace to return back to the Blue Forest City. The palace guards watched the young man on the black dragon's back disappearing in the distance, before everyone's eyes turned towards the king. Dong Weifeng seemed to have fallen into deep thought, until one of the black-clothed men woke him up as he asked, "Your Majesty, Are you all right? Dong Weifeng started laughing all of a sudden, as he nodded his head and said, all right. I'm more than all right. Quickly, spread my word throughout the kingdom. The rank 3 bronze grade formation master Shun Fang is to be conferred the title of Duke. His fiefdom will encompass not only the Blue Forest city and the Blue Forest itself, but he will also be given the entire western side of the imperial city for his governing. The black-clothed man was shocked for a few seconds before he nodded his head and disappeared into the shadows. Being conferred the title of Duke, as well as being given control of 1/4 of the imperial city, showed how much importance the king had placed in this matter. Meanwhile, a few minutes later, after Dong Weifeng issued his royal command, Shunlong had returned back to the Blue Forest city. This time, the guards on the city walls didn't panic or sound the alarm, but instead bowed and greeted respectfully, as they watched the young man and the black dragon flying inside the city. Shun Fang and Shun An were waiting at the main hall of the Shun estate. As soon as they heard that Shunlong had returned, they anxiously rushed out of the hall. Shunlong smiled after seeing the worry of his parents' faces disappearing. And looking at Shun Fang, he said, Father, I plan to enter seclusion for a few days and create some pills for you and Mother, so you can both break through into the next grade. It will probably take me around 10 days to finish the refinement. Both Shun An and Shun Fang were astonished when they heard Shunlong's words. Shun An then looked at Shunlong as she asked joyfully, longer. How long will you stay home? Smilingly, Shunlong answered, if nothing unexpected happens, then for a bit more than 2 months. Both Shun Fang and Shun An also beamed happily when they heard this. As they turned to look at each other, Shunlong then decided to ask Shun Fang for another rank 3 bronze grade cauldron. Although Shun Fang didn't understand the reason, he still ordered the guards to bring an alchemy cauldron to Shunlong's room. Shun Fang was actually shocked when he had heard Shunlong say that he was planning to create pills that could help him enter the heaven grade. Since Shun Fang was already a peak rank 9 earth grade expert, to refine pills that would be able to assist him in his breakthrough, Shunlong would need to be at least a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist, if not a silver grade 1. After Shun Fang and Shun An left his courtyard, Shunlong entered his old room, ready to start his pill refining. Seeing that his room was exactly the same as it was before he had left for the sect, Shunlong felt a warm feeling in his heart as he sat cross-legged on top of his bed. 3 days quickly passed as Shunlong had continuously used his chi to grow his medicinal herbs inside the Stone of Time. In those 3 days, the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom had 2 major news that were spread throughout every household of the kingdom. The first was the death of the Xiao Marquis, Xiao Zhengsheng. It was rumored that a young man on a black dragon had come from the Floating Cloud sect to take revenge against the Marquis. The young man first attacked the Xiao Marquis estate, before he charged inside the imperial palace. In the end, even the king had decided to abandon the Marquis, and the black dragon took his life. The second was the imperial edict of the king. The king, Dong Weifeng V, had decided to confer the title of Duke to the rank 3 bronze grade formation master, Shun Fang. Aside from the noble title, the formation master would also gain complete control over the Blue Forest city, as well as the entire western side of the imperial capital. These 2 shocking news had already traveled to every household of the Sky Fortune Kingdom in the past 3 days. 2 more days passed since then, and Shunlong had already filled 3 wooden barrels with his wine. He had also refined 4 pill furnaces of the green nectar fruits that he had purchased in the Treasure Pavilion's auction. After a week, Shunlong finally left his room, and was greeted by an energetic little black. Shunlong walked to the main hall of the Shun estate, only to find his father looking through a big stack of papers. Shun Fang didn't even notice Shunlong entering the main hall as he seemed to be completely engrossed in what he was reading. Shunlong then took out a wooden barrel of wine from the Stone of Time and removed its top. The moment that the aroma of the wine spread through the main hall, Shun Fang immediately put down the papers as he looked towards his son with shock, before his eyes got glued on the wooden barrel next to him, sealing the barrel with its top again. Shunlong took out Xiao Juyan's spatial ring from his pocket and said, "Father, I'm sure that you have probably heard about this item already. This is a spatial ring. Shan Fang of course knew about spatial rings. But he had never seen one before. Shan Long smiled as he handed the spatial ring over to the dumbfounded Shan Fang and said, I won this ring during a bet in the sect, and since I already have another one, this is useless to me. Shan Fang was feeling emotional as he saw Shan Long handing the spatial ring to him. To a bronze rank 3 formation master. There was no better gift than this. Studying the principles of a spatial ring could allow Shan Fang to step into the realm of silver grade formation masters. Turning his head to look at Shan Long, Shan Fang started laughing as he patted his son's shoulders and said, ha ha ha, I knew that I didn't raise you for nothing for so many years. Well, if you insist, then your old man won't be polite. Shan Fang immediately grabbed the spatial ring from Shan Long's hand and stared at it with sparkling eyes. Like a kid that had just found a rare treasure. Shan Long was speechless. This was the first time that he had seen his father's shameless side, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a good while. Smiling wryly, Shan Long then looked at Shan Fang as he said, Father, inside the spatial ring, aside from the wooden barrel of wine, there are also 2 bottles of pills for you and Mother. You should first have Mother drink a small cup of the wine, before she then consumes the low-grade rank 2 minor advancement pills that are inside the blue bottle. These pills are created from the rank 2 green nectar fruits. And even though they are just low-grade pills, they can easily help a peak rank 3 earth-grade cultivator reach the early rank 4. Originally, I wanted to give Mother a few top-grade pills as well. But since she is only at the peak of rank 9 in chi condensation, her body wouldn't be able to handle the pill's effects. Shan Fang nodded his head as he heard Shan Long's words. Indeed, a pill that was too potent could actually bring disaster instead, if the person who consumed it was unable to refine its energy. By my estimations, with these pills, Mother will reach the peak of rank 1 in Earth grade without a problem. The effects of these low-grade rank 2 pills had left Shan Fang completely stunned. Shan Long then pointed at the spatial ring in Shan Fang's hands as he continued, the rest of the wine in there is for you, Father. Aside from the wine, there is a bottle that is filled with top-grade rank 2 minor advancement pills. Although the pills by themselves won't be enough to help you reach the heaven grade, when paired with the wine, they will boost Father's chances of success by more than 80%. After hearing everything what Shan Long had prepared for them, Shan Fang couldn't help but feel touched again. Looking at the emotional Shan Fang, Shan Long continued, Father, I am planning to go in seclusion for the next 2 months. When these 2 months are over, I will have to return back to the floating cloud sect. If you and Mother want to, I can bring you with me in the cultivation world. Shan Fang was stumped when he heard this. Then, with a big grin on his face, he replied, no need. Me and your mother are happy here in the Blue Forest City. The struggles inside the cultivation world would mean that there is little to no peace for us there. Living in the Blue Forest City where everything is peaceful is much better. Then, with a proud look on his face, Shan Fang continued, you can just come here whenever you miss home. After all, thanks to you, your father is now a duke in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Shan Long looked at Shan Fang in shock before he realized what had happened. To forge a better relationship with him, the king had probably given his father the title of duke. Shan Fang grinned as he looked at Shan Long before he said, I will find your mother and enter seclusion along with her as well. You shouldn't worry about us and focus on your own cultivation. Shan Long then watched as Shan Fang left the main hall to return back to his room. Smiling, Shan Long also returned back to his own room as well. Since he had handed the pills and the wine to his parents, it was time to increase his own strength. There were at most 2 months left until he had to return back to the sect. After entering his room, Shan Long looked at the more than 60,000 spirit stones inside the Stone of Time, before he turned his attention to the heaven-swallowing vine. After feeding the spirit stones to the vine, Shan Long once again felt the pure ghee that the vine was emitting. And without hesitation, he started to absorb all of it. Time passed like this while Shan Long was in seclusion. 3 days later, Shan had successfully broken through to the Earth grade. At this point, Shenlong's cultivation had also reached the peak of rank 4 of the Earth grade as well. Half a month later, a swirling vortex had appeared above Shenfang's and Shenlong's room as it sucked the chi of heaven and earth around the Shen estate. Shenlong looked at her husband, as tears of joy continuously flowed down her face. Shenfang had been stuck at the peak of the Earth grade for almost 10 years now. Even in the floating cloud sect, he could probably be considered a genius of the same caliber as Xiao Juyan. The reason that he hadn't broken through to the heaven grade for so many years was because the chi in the mortal world was just too thin. And yet, with Shenlong's wine and the bottle of top-grade rank 2 minor advancement pills, Shenfang had finally broken through to the early rank 1 in heaven grade. Shenfang's body was now covered with a layer of a silver-colored liquid. This silver liquid seemed as if it was actually a part of Shenfang's body. This was the Tao of metal that Shenfang had comprehended as he entered the heaven grade. Shenlong, however, was still in seclusion as his strength continued to soar. The more his cultivation was advancing, the more spirit stones the heaven-swallowing vine needed to absorb. To keep up with Shenlong's cultivation demands. Early rank 5 Earth grade. Middle rank 5. Peak of rank 5. Early rank 6. Time quickly passed and soon the 2 months period was almost over. While Shenlong had already reached the peak of rank 6 in Earth grade, there were still a little more than 4 days until he returned back to the floating cloud sect. As Shenlong had expected, during these 2 months of cultivation, he hadn't received any arena challenges. His guess was, that's just like him. Everyone else in the top 50 in the arena rankings would also enter seclusion to advance their cultivation, in preparation for the opening of the Vermilion Realm. Since he had reached the peak of rank 6, Shenlong understood that he had now also reached the bottleneck that divided the middle stages of the Earth grade with the late stages. Shenlong then took out the top grade rank 2 minor advancement pills. These pills were like an improved version of the chi barrier breaking pills that Shenlong had refined in the past. They could only be consumed once by each person, and allow them to break through a bottleneck and advance to the next stage. After consuming the minor advancement pills, Shenlong gathered all of his chi as he tried to create his 55th chi ball. Even with the help from the top grade pills, Shenlong still found it hard to succeed in the creation of the 55th chi ball. 2 days later, beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead as a loud popping sound that resounded inside the room came from his body. As the 55th ball of chi entered the Monarch's hourglass, Shenlong finally reached the early rank 7 in Earth grade. There were now less than 2 days left before the time period of 75 days came to its end. Leaving his room, Shenlong saw Little Black lying on the ground as he devoured the flesh of a rank 2 magic beast. Since the Blue Forest was so close to the city, Little Black would go and hunt rank 2 magic beasts every few days. Seeing Shenlong coming out from his room, Little Black was about to greet him excitedly when his words were stuck in his throat. Since Shenlong wasn't hiding his cultivation from him, the moment that Little Black noticed his aura of an early rank 7 Earth grade cultivator, he was left tongue-tied. Master. Although the Black Dragon had been with Shenlong for a long time, he still couldn't fathom how he could have advanced so much in these 2 months of secluded cultivation. Little Black had originally believed that even if Shenlong advanced quickly during the late stages of the chi condensation, and even the early stages of the Earth grade, his speed would definitely fall down dramatically as he entered the middle and late stages of the Earth grade. Shenlong smiled when he saw the speechless Black Dragon and said, "Let's go and see my parents before we return back to the sect." After entering the main hall, Shenlong saw Shenfang and Shen sitting next to each other as they were chatting and laughing. When they heard the doors of the main hall opening, they both turned to look at the person who had arrived. Seeing Shenlong entering the hall, Shen and Shenfang stood up as they approached him happily. Shen then hugged him as she said, "Longer. Thanks to your miraculous pills, your mother has already reached the peak of rank 1 in Earth grade." Shenlong smiled as he heard this, and looked at Shenfang, who was showing off by floating in the air in front of him. "What do you think, son? Amazing, right? Your old man is now a heaven grade expert." Shenlong nodded his head as he gave a thumbs up to Shenfang and said, "Good job." Old man. Shun Fang's eyes widened as he heard Shun Long addressing him as old man while Shun An started chuckling. Shun Long looked at his parents, and with a smile on his face he said, "Dad. Mom. I have to return back to the Floating Cloud sect." Both Shun Fang and Shun An stopped laughing as they heard this, but Shun Long continued, "It may take longer than a year or two until I return home. After all, I don't plan on just staying in the Floating Cloud sect for the entire time." Shun Fang and Shun An both fell silent when they heard this. They both understood that since Shun Long had said something like that, then it was very likely that it would take years until he returned home. Shun An then took a step forward and hugged Shun Long as she said, "Longer. Just be safe." Shun Fang then also stepped forward. And patting Shun Long's shoulder he said, "And don't forget that you have a home to return to if things get tough." Shun Long nodded his head as a warm feeling spread through his heart. After hugging his parents, Shun Long exited the main hall and saw Little Black still waiting for him outside. After riding on top of the dragon's back, Shun Long said, "Let's return back." Little Black then spread his black wings as he flew upwards. Shun Fang and Shun An watched Shun Long riding on Little Black's back as they flew higher and higher, and eventually disappeared in the sky. An hour later, high above the clouds, Shun Long and Little Black had arrived in front of the barrier that divided the two worlds. Without any suspense, Little Black's talons instantly tore the barrier open before they entered inside. Shun Long then sighed as he once again felt the difference of the chi in the air of the cultivation world and the mortal world. After Little Black returned inside the Stone of Time, Shun Long walked for a few hours until he arrived outside of the Floating Cloud sect. Since Shun Long saw that night had almost fallen by now, he decided to wait for a few more hours before entering the sect. Finally, 2 hours later, Shun Long donned on his black robes, and arriving at the city walls of the Floating Cloud City, opening a space tier, he walked into it and returned back inside the sect. The moment that Shun Long came out of the space tier, he heard a voice shouting at him from the distance, "Hey! Who are you?" Turning his head around, he saw 2 outer disciples that were patrolling around near the city walls, now running towards him with 2 spears in their hands. Shun Long circulated his Monarch's hourglass before activating the Monarch's domain. The 2 rank 1 Earth-grade guards were instantly frozen, while Shun Long then walked in the direction of the mystifying fragrance pavilion. After he had walked far enough, the guards could finally move again. However, in their own perception, they had never stopped running. So they were stunned to see the black-robed man disappear like he never existed, as the 2 guards were busy trying to verify whether there truly was someone out there or not. Shun Long had already changed back to his outer disciple robes as he entered inside the mystifying fragrance pavilion. After having a meal on the 3rd floor, he then walked up to the 6th floor and entered his room. Instead of cultivating, this time Shun Long decided to spend the night learning how to control the power of his Monarch's eternal body better. Shun Long had already understood that if he could utilize the power of the space tiers properly during his fights, then his fighting prowess would rise even more. Night soon passed, and as the sun started to rise, Shun Long's sect jade then lit up. After taking a look at it, Shun Long saw that this wasn't an arena challenge, but a message that said 5 hours from now, all outer disciples that are still in the top 100 of the arena rankings are to gather in front of the inner city gates. Shun Long continued to practice his control over the space tiers for the next 3 hours before deciding to stop. Leaving his room, he then walked out of the mystifying fragrance pavilion as he headed towards the inner city gates. 30 minutes later, when he arrived in front of the gates, Shun Long saw a huge crowd that had already gathered here. There were already more than 2,000 disciples here, and the number was still growing. The crowd had formed a half-circle around the inner city gates, while the disciples in the top 100 that had already arrived at the scene were waiting in front of the gates. Just as Shun Long was walking through the crowd, a girl's voice sounded as she screamed loudly before she pointed at a handsome blue-haired young man that had just arrived there. "Look! It's Jin Chuanlil." When the crowd heard her, everyone turned towards the man that the girl pointed. Shun Long had also remembered this name, as this person was ranked 4th in the arena rankings. The man seemed to have noticed Shenlong among the crowd as he nodded his head at him. Shenlong was surprised when he saw that this was the same blue-haired man that he had met in the arena the day he fought with Lei Pong. The person ranked fourth in the arena, Jin Chuanli. Both Jin Chuanli and Shenlong found their own places to sit as they waited for the inner city gates to open. More and more disciples in the top 100 had started gathering in front of the inner city gates. When suddenly, the crowd exploded in an uproar. It's Senior Brother Wen. Senior Brother Wen. When Shenlong heard this name, his attention was piqued as he turned to look at the person who had just arrived. As the crowd opened the way, a huge man over 2 meters, 6.5 feet, tall with a very muscular body appeared. This man seemed to be around 20 years old, with brown hair and a plain-looking face. His eyes, however, were looking at the crowd around him, like a giant that was looking down on ants. This was the outer disciple who was ranked first in the arena rankings. Wen Zhihao. Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head as he said, "Master, this person definitely possesses a unique physique. And it even seems to be one that is suited for close combat." Shenlong nodded his head as he had already heard rumors about Wen Zhihao possessing a unique physique, and knew that people who were born with these unique physiques were much stronger than the average cultivators. After Wen Zhihao arrived, a few other people shortly followed suit. And soon, everyone from the top 100 rankings had appeared in front of the inner city gates. An incense stick of time later, the enormous gates opened, and the sect master along with many elders and inner disciples appeared from the inner city. Shenlong was surprised to see Lu Mei and a white-haired man walking behind Lu Jian. Although this man's hair was white, it was obvious that it wasn't due to aging, as he barely looked a day above 30. His handsome face that greatly resembled Lu Jian's instantly allowed Shenlong to guess his identity. Indeed, this was the #1 genius of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Changpun. The moment that people saw the sect master arriving, all the discussions died down and silence permeated the scene. There was a serious atmosphere in the air, as Lu Jian's eyes scanned the disciples in front of him. After confirming that everyone had already arrived, Lu Jian nodded his head as he said in a loud voice, "I will not waste much time speaking since you all know the reason you are here. It's because you are at the top 100 of all the outer disciples in the sect. Today, by standing here in front of me, you have earned a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for yourselves to enter the Vermilion Realm." As Lu Jian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 10 rank 3 red-winged condors appeared from the sky as they all landed in front of him. Lu Jian then turned his head to look at the inner disciples and elders behind him, as he said in a commanding voice, "Get on." The 200 inner disciples and elders behind him immediately mounted the rank 3 red-winged condors without a question. The sect master then looked at the 100 outer disciples in front of him as he continued, "Where there is fortune, danger also lies. The Vermilion Realm isn't a place for vacation. There are boundless fortuitous opportunities for you all. But death also lies in every corner. If you are not afraid to lose your life, then you can also sit on the condors." As soon as Lu Jian's words ended, Wen Zhihao was the first one to jump on a condor's back. Shenlong also didn't need to think about it as he too climbed on one of the condors. In the end, there wasn't a single outer disciple that was scared off by Lu Jian's words. Seeing that none of the disciples had hesitated, Lu Jian nodded his head as he said, "Good. Since no one of you is scared, then let's go." After he gave the command, all of the red-winged condors flew up in the sky in a straight line. As they quickly left the sect, the crowd that was still in front of the inner city gates was shocked by how brief the sect master's appearance was. Next, Lu Jian, who was sitting on the forefront condor's head, looked at the restless disciples and elders and said, "There is no reason for you all to be anxious. We still need 10 days until we arrive at the Lightning Wasteland. The Vermilion Realm will also open in half a month from now. So there is still plenty of time." An outer disciple named Yu Huan, who was ranked 98th in the arena rankings, looked at Lu Jian and asked stutteringly, "Sect Master, will you also enter the Vermilion Realm with us?" It wasn't just Yu Huan who had this question in his mind, but many other disciples as well. Lu Jian looked at everyone around him and shook his head as he said the Vermilion Realm is a very special secret realm. Only cultivators at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade and below can enter inside. If anyone above that level tries to enter, they will face punishment from the secret realm itself. An elder at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade looked at Yu Huan then mockingly as he said if everyone could enter inside without restrictions. Considering that the sect only has 300 spots, do you really think that it would be your turn to enter now? Yu Huan lowered his head in shame after getting berated by this elder. While Lu Jian's voice sounded once again, although what Elder Chu said may sound harsh, it is the truth. The treasures inside the Vermilion Realm are coveted even by experts above the spirit realm, let alone earth or heaven grade cultivators like you all. After all, there have been many experts who have managed to break through their limits and ascend to a higher realm, all thanks to a fortuitous opportunity found inside the Vermilion Realm. Just as Lu Jian was explaining how precious the treasure inside the Vermilion Realm really were, Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head as he said, Master, this Vermilion Realm may actually be an even bigger opportunity than I originally estimated. If the laws of a secret realm attack cultivators above a certain level, then that can only mean two things. Either the laws of the secret realm cannot contain an existence higher than that level of cultivation, or this is most likely a man-made secret realm created by a Tao King. A Tao King, is that the stage above the spirit realm? Little Black nodded his head as he started explaining, right. I forgot that Master doesn't have any memories regarding the cultivation stages. Above the heaven grade is the spirit realm and above that is the nascent soul stage. Then, above the nascent soul is the Tao King. Master knows that when cultivators enter the heaven grade, they then start comprehending a Tao that they has an affinity with. As the cultivators advance deeper in the heaven grade then, their affinity and control over their Tao becomes stronger and stronger. Shenlong nodded his head as he already knew about this as Little Black continued explaining. After that comes the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, a cultivator has to strengthen his spirit sense and spiritual strength, all in preparation for the nascent soul stage. When a cultivator enters the nascent soul stage, their spiritual sense then transforms into soul sense and can finally leave their body. Much like my soul sense can. Not only that, but a cultivator in the nascent soul stage can even send his soul to possess another body, if his own body has already been killed but his soul has survived. That is why the nascent soul stage is also called the nirvana stage. Because even though this isn't true rebirth, a cultivator can still regain a new chance in life. Little Black then took a moment to stop speaking as he allowed Shenlong to digest all the information about the cultivation stages. After a while, Shenlong sorted out his thoughts and asked then what happens in the Tao King realm. Little Black then answered seriously, in the Tao King realm, a cultivator has already attained control over their Tao. In other words, if a heaven-grade expert who has comprehended the Tao of water can bombard the enemy with attacks, a Tao King realm expert can summon a tsunami with a wave of his hand and drown an entire city. This is why Tao King realm experts are also considered kings among cultivators. Powerful Tao King realm experts who reach the end of their lifespans will sometimes opt to open a secret realm and leave behind some of their treasures behind some trials. Shenlong was shocked after hearing Little Black's words, when Lu Jian's voice suddenly brought him back to the present. As he pointed at the white-haired man next to him and introduced him to everyone, this is my son, as well as the young lord of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Changpun. Since you are all members of my Floating Cloud sect, I expect that all of you will listen to his orders inside the Vermilion Realm. It wasn't just Shenlong's brows who frowned as he heard this, but everyone else in the top 10 of the arena rankings as well. It was obvious that Lu Jian wanted everyone here to become lapdogs for his son inside the secret realm. Lu Changpun then took a step forward, and looking at the outer disciples in the top 100, he introduced himself in a proud voice, I am your future sect master, Lu Changpun. Although father has said that he expects you to listen to my orders, in reality, most of you will be dead weight when we enter in the Vermilion Realm. Then, pointing at 3 people he said, aside from Wen Jihao, Kang Sun and Tong Yueying, the rest of you outer disciples can move as you please when we enter inside. Most of the outer disciples had their faces painted with anger after being called dead weight. But the angriest out of everyone was Wen Zhihao and one other man who had both stood up. Wen Zhihao then looked at Lu Changpan and he asked in a loud voice, "Why do I have to listen to your orders when I enter inside? Do you think that my life belongs to you to order as you please? Just because you are the young lord of the sect?" Shenlong also saw the other man that Lu Changpan had pointed at earlier, who was now looking at Wen Zhihao and nodding his head at his words. This thin and bald young man, who seemed to be around 25 years old and was a head shorter than Wen Zhihao, was Kang Sunday, the person ranked second in the arena rankings. Then, turning his head, Shenlong also saw Tong Yueying, a somewhat pretty short-haired young woman, who was looking at Lu Changpan with infatuated eyes. Insolence. The same elder Chu that had mocked Hao Yuan before now shouted at Wen Zhihao in rage. Displeasure had also filled Lu Jian's face. But Lu Changpan simply smiled as he said, "Today, I, as the future sect master of the sect, have offered you a chance to become my followers in front of everyone here. Because I recognize your strength. If you agree, then there will certainly be bouts of good fortune waiting for you in the future. However, don't misunderstand things. It is the sect that has offered you the chance to enter the Vermilion Realm. If you don't agree to become my followers, then you can sit outside as you watch the rest of us enter." Lu Changpan saw that every outer disciple had been shocked by his words, but he didn't seem to mind. As he looked at the top 3 of the arena rankings and waited for their response. Become his followers, or lose their chance to enter the secret realm. Lu Changpan was certain that they knew what the best choice was. The first one to step forward was actually Tong Yueying, who was ranked 3rd in the arena rankings. Looking at Lu Changpan, she smiled coquettishly before she bowed and said, "I hope that the young lord can take good care of Yueying from now on." Lu Changpan laughed as he heard this, while a burning gleam flashed through his eyes as he looked at Tong Yueying's body and said, "Of course. Don't worry, as I will make sure to personally protect you." Tong Yueying had a bright smile on her face, while Lu Changpan then turned his attention to look at Wen Zhihao and Kang Sun as he waited for their answers. Shenlong was also curious to see what the two of them would choose. But he was also shocked by the brashness that Lu Changpan showed when he asked the 3 of them to follow him. It was obvious to everyone by now that in Lu Jian's eyes, everyone that wasn't Lu Changpan was expendable. Wen Zhihao and Kang Sun were now staring at each other. Before they both gave their answers at the same time, "I agree. I refuse. I agree. I refuse." These 2 different answers had shocked everyone. Lu Changpan looked pleased as he looked at Wen Zhihao. But his face turned stern as he stared at Kang Sun and asked, "Are you certain about your answer?" Kang Sun however didn't reply to him as he looked at Wen Zhihao with wide eyes and asked instead, "You, the person ranked 1st in the arena rankings, the one who was born with the fighting ape physique, are contented with becoming someone else's dog?" Wen Zhihao then looked at him expressionlessly as he answered, "Between following the next sect master and entering the Vermilion Realm, or having to watch as everyone else around me grows stronger, I obviously know which one to choose." Kang Sun looked at him mockingly as he said, "So you are willing to become anyone's dog as long as you get stronger? Is that it? I must have been blind to think of you as my rival for the past 3 years." Then, turning his head to look at Lu Changpan, Kang Sun said, "I refuse. I, Kang Sunday, am a man who would rather become stronger by myself than having to place my life under someone else's hands." Lu Changpan nodded his head as he said, "Very well. I admire that you choose to stick to your beliefs. However, since you refuse to follow the sect's orders, I now officially revoke your right to enter the Vermilion Realm." Kang Sun's eyes twitched when he heard this, but he still held his head high, showing that he didn't regret his choice in the least. Shenlong looked at him admiringly as he nodded his head. "Idiot. No cultivator ever grew stronger by saving his prideful elder." Chu's voice then sounded as he mocked Kang Sun. Kang Sun however didn't respond to him, and Elder Chu simply closed his eyes as he started cultivating. 10 days soon passed while Shenlong and the rest were flying on top of the red-winged condors, when a boundless barren land appeared in the distance. Lu Jian opened his eyes as he looked at the disciples behind him and said, "We have arrived in the lightning wasteland. Soon, we will meet with many other sects like us who are waiting for the Vermilion Realm to open." An inner disciple with short black hair looked ahead in the distance and couldn't help asking, "Sect Master, Why is it called the lightning wasteland since there is no lightning at all? Lu Jian looked at the inner disciple who had asked this question and smiled as he said, wait for a few more days and you will understand. The rank 3 condors then continued flying forward. And a few hours later, they had arrived in front of a large campsite. Looking at the campsite in front of them, Lu Jian explained, down there are the sects that are going to be entering the Vermilion realm along with you. Our sect will also set up camp as we wait for the opening of the secret realm, so make sure to follow the elders' instructions. As the condors flew closer to the campsite, Shenlong noticed the insignias of many different sects on each camp. He estimated that there were at least 400 different sects that would be entering the Vermilion realm along with the Floating Cloud sect. The rank 3 red-winged condors then landed in an empty patch of land inside the campsite. As the elders then gave a small tent with the insignia of the Floating Cloud sect to each disciple. After Shenlong set his own tent, he saw a smiling fatty walking towards him. Fatty Fu had a huge grin on his face as he gave Shenlong a bear hug and said, ha ha ha. Congratulations, brother. When I heard that you had beaten PG in the arena, I couldn't stop laughing. If my grandfather hadn't put me on house arrest, I would have come to find you much sooner. Shenlong looked at the smiling Fu Li and was astonished to find out that he had already broken through to the peak of rank 8 in Earth grade. Laughing, Shenlong patted Fu Li's shoulder as he said, congratulations Fatal, reaching the peak of rank 8 is a cause for celebration. Fu Li smiled bitterly as he said, brother, you have no idea how much I have suffered. My grandfather didn't even allow me to leave the house once in the past few months. We definitely have to drink today. Without waiting for Shenlong's answer, Fu Li then ran inside Shenlong's tent. Shenlong smiled as he saw Fu Li's antics before he too walked inside. Fatty Fu then took out a small table and a big bottle filled with wine from his spatial ring. Before he showed it to Shenlong and said, what do you think, brother? Finally my stingy grandfather gave me a spatial ring. Shenlong laughed as he said, it would have been really amusing if everyone else here had a spatial ring except for you. The young master of the Fu family. Fu Li nodded his head seriously as he agreed with Shenlong. Then his eyes turned serious as he said, brother, I didn't just come here today to drink wine with you. There is also something important that you must know about the Vermilion realm. Shenlong looked at the serious fatty who then continued, my grandfather said that in the center of the Vermilion realm, an extremely high-level senior has left his inheritance. Lu Changpun has gathered a lot of manpower, including the elders of the Lu and the Meng families, in order to get his hands on this inheritance. Shenlong's eyes widened as he had finally confirmed that Little Black's guess was correct. The Vermilion realm was most likely a secret realm created by a Dao King level expert. Just as Fu Li's words ended, a huge clamor sounded from the crowd outside as a huge flying whale over 100 meters long could be seen in the sky. The whale's shadow had completely covered the Floating Cloud sect's campsite as Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head, as he said in astonishment, Master, a nascent soul expert has arrived. Both Shenlong and Fatty Fu then quickly exited the tent, as they stared at the flying whale above their heads. On the whale's back, there were many bald monks dressed in golden robes. The whale that the monks were on kept flying forward until it stopped in an empty patch of land in front of the Floating Cloud sect's campsite. Fatty Fu looked at the golden robes of the monks and said, brother, this is one of the biggest superpowers of our desolate East. The Golden Buddha Temple. Shenlong had never heard of the Golden Buddha Temple before. But based on the fact that they had a nascent soul-level expert, as well as a rank 4 flying blue whale, he understood that this temple was far stronger when compared to the Floating Cloud sect. When Lu Jian saw the huge whale stopping a few hundred meters away from the Floating Cloud sect's camp, he immediately took a few elders, as well as Lu Changpun, and went to pay his respects to the Golden Buddha Temple experts. After seeing the bald monk who sat at the top of the flying blue whale, Lu Jian bowed his head as he clasped his hands and said greetings to the head priest. The elders behind him all followed him as they said greetings to the head priest. This bald monk was the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple, an early nascent soul-level expert, as well as the strongest expert of the temple. Looking at the bowing Lu Jian, the head priest clasped his hands as he said, Benefactor Lu, no need to be so polite. Lu Jian bowed again with clasped hands as he responded, "It's only natural for our floating cloud sect to come and pay our respects to the temple after the floating cloud sect. There were many other sects who also came to pay their respects to the Golden Buddha temple." Fu Li left Shenlong's tent as well, as he too had to pay his respects to the temple with the elders from his Fu family. Sitting cross-legged on his tent, Shenlong spent the next few days either cultivating or trying to comprehend the Tao of time. Although most people would start comprehending a Tao when they entered the heaven grade, there were still some geniuses like Fu Piji, who had a high affinity with certain Daos and could start comprehending them earlier than the rest. As Shenlong sat down inside his tent, Little Black's words echoed inside his headmaster. To start comprehending a Tao means to start feeling its existence around you. Most Daos, like the Tao of water, or the Tao of wind, are easier to sense since they exist in certain parts of nature, while others like the Tao of ice or the Tao of thunder are much harder to sense. Since Master wants to comprehend the Tao of time, then this will be even harder. Shenlong understood that it was an arduous task for an earth, or even a heaven-grade cultivator, to start sensing and comprehend the Tao of time. However, thanks to his golden eyes as well as the stone of time inside his spiritual space, Shenlong's affinity with the element of time gave him hope that he could succeed. 4 days soon passed, and Shenlong spent each day either cultivating or trying to connect with the Tao of time. Although his cultivation was slowly rising, it would still take a few more days until he reached the middle of rank 7 in Earth grade. Finally, today was the day that the Vermilion Realm was supposed to open. Lu Jian's voice sounded in everyone's ears as he shouted, "Gather here." A few minutes later, seeing that all of the disciples and elders had gathered in front of his tent, Lu Jian nodded his head as he said, "The Vermilion Realm will open in a few hours. All of you, follow me." It wasn't just the Floating Cloud sect who had gathered its disciples, but the rest of the sects as well. Shenlong and the rest of the disciples followed Lu Jian in front of a huge canyon, where the Golden Buddha temple and a few other sects had already arrived. Black clouds had already started filling the sky, when all of a sudden, an unexpected loud laughter reverberated throughout the silent canyon. Ha 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 ha! Everyone turned their heads towards the source of this laughter, and saw 2 people flying in the sky, as they quickly approached the Golden Buddha temple's group. When these 2 people arrived in front of the head priest of the Golden Buddha temple, everyone could finally make out their appearance. An old man was leading the way while a black-haired young man was following behind him, both of them wearing blue robes embroidered with snow patterns. The old man looked at the head priest in front of him, and clasped his hands as he said, "You must be the head priest of the Golden Buddha temple's branch in the desolate east. I assume that you can understand who we are." The head priest's eyes widened when he saw the 2 men's robes, and clasping his hands he replied, "Benefactors of the Snowcloud country, may this humble monk ask, what is it that you seek to find here in the desolate east?" The young man dressed in blue robes laughed as he heard this and said, "What we seek? Ha 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 ha! Aren't you all here for the same reason? The inheritance of the expert who left the secret realm." Every sect master's eyes widened as they heard this, before they turned their heads to look at the head priest of the Golden Buddha temple. Since the head priest was the strongest out of everyone else here, he could be considered the representative of all these sects. The old man dressed in blue robes looked at the young man behind him and said, "Your Highness, although the rest of the sects here are puny, the Golden Buddha temple does have some standing in our eastern continent. Please allow me to handle this." The young man thought for a bit before nodding his head. The blue-robed old man then looked at the head priest, completely disregarding every other sect master around them as he said, "Head priest, I am certain that you know the relationship between your Golden Buddha temple and my Snowcloud country. This is the 6th prince of my Snowcloud country, Yang Kongsun. If you agree to His Highness' request to enter the secret realm, then we will not forget th. Boom boom boom. Before the old man in blue robes could finish his words, huge rumbling sounds were heard from the sky as the black clouds had all gathered above the canyon. Finally, a huge bolt of thunder, followed by many smaller bolts of lightning, bombarded the canyon. Boom. As the bolt of thunder entered inside the canyon, a gigantic pillar of light came from the canyon's depths. as it pierced through the clouds in the sky. When an elder from one of the sects saw this pillar of light, he couldn't help shouting in excitement, "The Vermilion Realm has opened! The Vermilion Realm has opened!" This sentence drew everyone's attention towards that huge pillar of light inside the canyon. Before they turned their heads to look at the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple. It was a tradition for the members of the Golden Buddha Temple to always be the first to enter inside the Vermilion Realm, before the rest of the sects followed. However, since the head priest hadn't spoken yet, although the Vermilion Realm had already opened, no one dared to be the first one to enter. The blue-robed prince, Yang Kongsun, looked at the head priest as he asked, "So, what do you think? Can I enter this secret realm?" The head priest's beady eyes stared at Yang Kongsun for a while before he smiled as he nodded his head and said, "Since the benefactor of the Snow Cloud country wishes to join us, then of course you are welcome. However, there is only a limited quota of people who can enter inside the Vermilion Realm. So benefactor will first have to obtain permission from one of the sects who is willing to give up their spot." Yang Kongsun turned to look at the sect masters in front of him, waiting to see which one would take the initiative to offer him one of their spots. He didn't believe for a second that there was no one interested in forming good relations with his Snow Cloud country. Indeed, Lu Jian was the first to take a step forward. As he looked at the head priest and bowed before he said, "Then please allow me to offer a spot to this young gentleman. My Floating Cloud sect happens to have an extra spot, since one of our disciples didn't want to enter the Vermilion Realm." Yang Kongsun turned to look at Lu Jian and laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha, finally. Someone here who knows to be sensible. What is your name?" Lu Jian's eyes twitched slightly as he heard this arrogant and disrespectful address. But after remembering that a nascent soul senior was backing this kid, he swallowed it down as he clasped his hands and said, "I am the sect master of the Floating Cloud sect." Lu Jian. Nodding his head, Yang Kongsun said, "Very well, Lu Jian. I, Yang Kongsun, will not mistreat you in the future." Yang Kongsun's eyes then swept over the members of the Floating Cloud sect, only stopping for a while when saw Lu Mei. His eyes lit up as he saw her peerlessly beautiful face. And after licking his lips, he was actually the first to enter inside the giant pillar of light. The elders of the Meng family were furious when they noticed Yang Kongsun's lecherous smile as he looked at Lu Mei. But Lu Jian simply acted as if he hadn't seen anything. The head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple threw a meaningful look at Lu Jian before he said, "In that case, let us all enter the Vermilion Realm then." Finally, after the members of the temple entered inside the light pillar, all of the other sects, including the Floating Cloud sect, quickly followed suit. Before they entered the light pillar, Lu Changpeng looked at the elders and disciples behind him and said, "Remember, when we enter inside, we will all be split up. Spend the first 5 days looking around the outer region, as you search for our sect members. We only have 3 months inside the Vermilion Realm. So 5 days later, no matter what you are doing, start heading towards the central region." Lu Changpeng then was the first to head inside the light pillar as the rest of the members of the Floating Cloud sect followed after him. Shenlong didn't immediately enter as he asked Little Black, "Will there be any problems for you?" Little Black immediately understood what Shenlong meant, and after thinking for a moment he shook his head as he said, "I don't think so, Master. Although a Dao King is a relatively powerful expert, my aura is completely hidden inside the Stone of Time. Unless I intentionally expose myself, there shouldn't be any problem." Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black's words as he then took a step forward. The moment that Shenlong's foot touched the giant pillar of light, he could feel his body leaving the ground, as if he was getting pulled upwards by some kind of ethereal force. Shenlong could feel that he didn't have control over his body any longer. He felt as if he was traveling inside the light pillar until a familiar sensation suddenly coursed through his body. It was the same sensation that Shenlong felt when he traveled through his space tears. But this one was much more intense. A piercing white light forced Shenlong to close his eyes as he felt his body abruptly landing on a solid surface. A few moments later, after the piercing pain receded, Shenlong opened his eyes to see countless huge trees everywhere around him. The trees were all more than 20 meters 66 feet tall, and they spanned as far as Shenlong's eyes could see. Before Shenlong could even stand up from the ground, Little Black's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Master, Be careful. At the same time that he heard Little Black's voice, Shenlong felt a sharp pain in his right leg, as his blood spurted like a small fountain. Shenlong was surprised to see a 30 cm 12-inch arrow that had managed to pierce through his leg. Nor the moment that Little Black saw this, he jumped out of the Stone of Time without any hesitation, as he unleashed a furious roar toward one of the trees behind Shenlong. Little Black's roar was like a powerful sonic wave, whose force uprooted almost a dozen of these 20 meters 66 feet tall trees. 5 creatures dressed in leather clothes fell down from the trees behind Shenlong, as they started foaming from their mouths. These creatures that were barely above 1 meter 3.3 feet tall, had sharp horns protruding out of their heads, while their huge noses and ears made a sharp contrast with their tiny eyes. Shenlong was shocked as he saw the 5 leathered creatures writhing in pain on the ground, when Little Black's voice sounded inside his headmaster. These creatures are the half-fiend Russell Master. These creatures are the half-fiend Russell. Although Shenlong's memories included many things, the half-fiend race wasn't one of them. Little Black looked at the confused Shenlong, who was staring at the seemingly unconscious members of the half-fiend race, and said, "Master, the half-fiend race is said to be descendants of the actual fiend race. Although they aren't pure-blooded descendants, their intelligence isn't any lower than that of a human's. Moreover, as descendants of the fiend race, their bodies can naturally cultivate what humans call body-refining techniques, just by eating or sleeping." Shenlong was actually shocked by this revelation as his eyes kept examining the 5 members of the half-fiend race. Swords, shields and even a crossbow were scattered on the ground in front of them, when Shenlong suddenly noticed that the breathing of one of the 5 half-fiend members was much weaker than the rest. Little Black snorted as he looked at this half-fiend member, who was the one who had fired the arrow that had pierced Shenlong's leg earlier. Shenlong then turned his attention to his right leg. Although the arrow was still on his leg, it didn't hurt as much as before, even though his leg was already painted red with his blood. Shenlong first removed the arrow from his leg before he circulated his monarch's eternal body. Examining the arrow in his hands, Shenlong saw that it seemed to be no different than an average arrow. And yet, this simple-looking arrow had managed to pierce through the defenses of his middle second-stage monarch's eternal body. This was actually the first wound that Shenlong had gotten since he had become a body refiner. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that body refiners could heal their wounds very quickly. Thus Shenlong decided to test the regenerative abilities of his own body. Surprisingly, the wound in his leg stopped bleeding almost instantly, but at the same time, a strong feeling of hunger overcame him. Shenlong took out a few of the rations that he had stored inside the Stone of Time. But no matter how much he ate, he found out that it was like a small drop of water trying to fill a bucket. The wound on his leg had already closed by now, but the feeling of hunger didn't seem to go away. After taking out a profound earth fruit from the Stone of Time, Shenlong decided to consume the fruit directly. The medicinal essence from the fruit finally managed to satiate his hunger, as Shenlong could feel his body filled with energy once again. Shenlong then fell in deep contemplation as he thought about the use of the profound earth fruit. It seems that the energy that my body uses when it heals me can be directly replenished by consuming medicinal herbs. Just as Shenlong's thoughts were racing, the 4 members of the half-fiend race had woken up, when they saw that one of their clansmen had already stopped breathing. They didn't seem to exhibit any emotions at all. There was neither pity nor sorrow in their eyes, as if the death of their clansman was just a trivial matter. However, the moment that these 4 saw the black dragon next to Shenlong, an intense feeling of reverence overcame them. They looked at Little Black with a fanatic look in their eyes, as they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground while chanting something in a weird language. Shenlong was astonished as he saw this, while Little Black stared at the half-fiend members apathetically. Then, turning his head to look at Shenlong, he said, "Master, although the half-fiend members here can't pose a threat to us, perhaps they can actually give us some clues about this place. After all, we still don't know much about this Vermilion realm." Shenlong nodded his head, as he asked then, "Do you have a way to communicate with them?" Little Black nodded his head, as he explained, Master. It's actually very easy to communicate with the half-fiends. They share the same language as the fiend race. All dragons are proficient in the language of the fiend race from the moment they are born. Shenlong then observed as Little Black opened his mouth and uttered some incomprehensible sounds as he looked at the half-fiends. Etu tugu etaf yeet. The 4 members of the half-fiend race responded zealously to Little Black. When they saw that he was willing to communicate with them, Shenlong observed as the Black Dragon spoke with the half-fiend members for 10 minutes. Before they suddenly started jumping around in excitement. Little Black then turned his head to look at Shenlong as he said, Master. I have gained some information from these 4. Apparently, the forest that we are in is near the edge of the Vermilion Realm and is called the Forest of the Giants. The members of the half-fiend race live in a small village inside this forest. That is around 50 miles away from our current location, although these 4 don't know much about the Vermilion Realm. They said that their village chief has ventured out of the Forest of the Giants in the past. Considering how much the half-fiend race reveres the dragon race, it's unlikely that they are lying to me. Shenlong thought for a bit before nodding his head as he said, in that case, let's go to their village. They didn't have any other lead right now. And getting some information from the half-fiends was much better than trying to find their way around the Vermilion Realm blindly. Little Black could also use his soul sense to scan for any potential danger in the half-fiend village as well. So even if these 4 half-fiends were lying to them, Little Black would be able to detect it ahead of time. Seeing that Shenlong had agreed, Little Black nodded his head at the 4 half-fiend members, who then started chanting something before they eagerly led the way. Shenlong could also finally sense the cultivation of these 4 members of the half-fiend race, and found out that all of them were at the early 3rd stage in body refinement. As they were walking towards the village, Little Black, who was using his soul sense to scan the surroundings, said, Master, there are many hidden magic beasts inside this forest, and even the weakest of them is at least at the peak of rank 2. When Shenlong heard this, he felt pity for any other disciple of the Floating Cloud sect that was unlucky enough to be also sent here in this forest along with him, as they would probably end up in the belly of one of those magic beasts. Shenlong and Little Black kept following the 4 members of the half-fiend race. And finally, 20 minutes later, they arrived in front of a small village that was hidden near a small lake inside the forest. When Shenlong's eyes fell upon this small village, they immediately shone with a greedy light as one question flashed through his head: is this a rank 4 golden jade spirit tree? Is this the rank 4 golden jade spirit tree? Shenlong could barely restrain his excitement once he saw the golden tree at the entrance of the village. After taking a few moments to calm down his heartbeat, he looked at Little Black as he said, Little Black, tell them to call their village chief. The Black Dragon nodded his head as he then communicated with the 4 members of the half-fiend race. At Utitaiwafiv, the 4 half-fiends immediately responded as they hurried inside the village. A few minutes later, more than 100 members of the half-fiend race could be seen gathering at the village's entrance. Shenlong was stunned for a moment when he saw more than 100 half-fiend members dressed in leather clothes, running towards Little Black. An old, white-haired half-fiend was leading the rest of his clansmen, and when he approached 10 meters away from Little Black, he immediately knelt down on the ground as he prostrated himself. The rest of the half-fiend members quickly followed suit, as they all then chanted in a loud voice, Hf Vatuv Techu. Shenlong was stunned when he saw the entire village of half-fiends prostrating themselves. As he looked at Little Black and asked curiously, what are they saying? Little Black, who was staring at the half-fiend members without any emotion in his blue eyes, like a king who was observing his loyal subjects, then turned to look at Shenlong as he replied, they are saying, all hail the Lord Dragon. Shenlong's eyes lit up after seeing the devotion that the half-fiends had for dragons and said, in that case, tell them that we want to ask their village chief a few questions. Little Black nodded his head, as he then started speaking with the half-fiends. The white-haired village chief stared at Little Black in trepidation as he said, Otayavu Vuati. Little Black then looked at Shenlong as he asked, Master, the village chief asks how he can be of service. Shenlong smiled as he heard this, and had Little Black be the intermediary for their conversation with the half-fiends. We want to know more about this Vermilion Realm. The village chief looked at Little Black in a confused manner as he said, I don't know what the Lord Dragon means by the name of Vermilion Realm. But if you are referring to the king's world, then of course I will tell you all I know. Right now, we are at the Forest of the Giants. This is a huge forest that covers more than 3,000 miles of land. There is even a big quarry near our village where our clansmen extract a very durable iron. This iron is very special and easy to melt. And we even make our houses from it. Shenlong immediately remembered the arrow that had injured him earlier. If this iron could easily pierce through his middle second stage monarch's eternal body without any inscriptions on it, then he was certain that if he sold it to a high-grade formation master, he could fetch a hefty price for it. Shenlong had even considered to start learning the art of formation masters himself. Continuing the conversation with the half-fiend village chief, Shenlong then asked, aside from the iron quarry, is there anything else in this forest? The village chief looked at Little Black as he responded with earnestness, there is. Towards the depths of the forest, there is a huge lake that spans more than 500 miles. The ancestors' records state that when the king created this world, he had personally created the lake as well. Shenlong's eyes instantly lit up as he heard this. If the king who created this world was really a Tao King realm expert, then this lake that he had personally created was probably more than just a normal lake. At this moment, in Shenlong's mind, the decision to go and check this lake later was already set. Looking at the village chief, Shenlong had Little Black translate his words for him again as he continued then. What about the place outside of this forest? When the village chief heard this question, he shuddered for a bit. But in the end he still responded. Lord Dragon, the world outside of the forest is typically peaceful, but in the depths of the king's world there are many dangerous creatures. The king is also said to have created a palace at the center of this world. But our half-fiend race doesn't ever go near it. Some of our ancestors have tried to enter the king's palace in the past, but they never returned back to our village. Little Black then looked at Shenlong as he said in excitement, Master, if there really is a palace in the depths of this Vermilion realm, then that must be the inheritance ground of the Tao King. Any treasure that a Tao King has left behind would prove to be of great use to Master at this point. Shenlong nodded his head as he said then, tell them that we want to have a look at the iron quarry and take some iron from it. Also, ask their village chief if they are willing to trade the golden tree in their village entrance. Little Black nodded his head as he relayed Shenlong's message to the village chief. The village chief's expression stiffened, and his face looked troubled as he said, Lord Dragon, there is naturally no problem if you want to take iron from the iron quarry. After all, our village has more than enough for many generations. But the golden tree was planted by an ancestor of ours. Little Black stared at the village chief with eyes full of anger when he heard his refusal. After all, dragons were prideful creatures who would never ask anything of others. It was only because the half-fiends revered dragons like gods that Little Black would even bother asking the village chief. Instead of taking the rank 4 golden jade spirit tree directly, the village chief cowered back when he felt the dragon's anger. And he once again prostrated himself on the ground before he said, Lord Dragon, please forgive my insolence. However, if the Lord Dragon is willing to do a favor to our village, then not only can you take the golden tree away, but our half-fiend tribe will also give you iron from the quarry ourselves. It seemed that although the village chief really revered the dragon race, he was still willing to haggle with Little Black over something. When Little Black mentioned this matter to Shenlong, it also aroused his curiosity. Shenlong then looked at the village chief as he told Little Black to ask them what they wanted in exchange. The village chief turned his head to look at the half-fiend members who all prostrated themselves on the ground as well before the chief said, please mighty Lord Dragon, help us kill the monster that lives inside the lake. Please mighty Lord Dragon, help us kill the monster that lives inside the local. When Shenlong heard the village chief's request, he couldn't help asking, why do they need to take care of a monster that lives in the lake? The black dragon nodded his head as he asked this question to the village chief, who then trembled as he responded, honestly mighty Lord Dragon, actually, the water from the lake is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of our tribe members. After drinking just a little of it, a second stage warrior at the peak can advance to the third staggle. I would still be a third stage warrior if I hadn't consumed the lake's water 200 years ago. However, Every time that our tribe tries to take some water from the lake, we lose many of our warriors to that monster. Excitement filled not only Shenlong's, but Little Black's eyes as well. If the water could help with the cultivation of the half-fiend members, then it was probably another huge treasure on par with the golden jade spirit tree. However, Shenlong didn't immediately accept the village chief's request, as he had Little Black then ask him how strong is that monster that lives inside the lake. When the village chief heard this question, he couldn't help take a few steps back. Then, after taking a deep breath, he responded seriously, it has reached the 5th rank. The 5th rank. Shenlong sucked in a cold breath of air as he heard this. This was a magic beast that was just as strong, if not stronger than the average early-stage nascent soul expert. Although Little Black had already reached the middle stage of rank 4, he was still a rank 4 magic beast in the end. Although he could probably fight against an early rank 5 magic beast for a bit, he was unable to really kill one. Little Black understood what Shenlong was thinking and said, Master, if it's a rank 5 magic beast, then not just its beast core, but its entire body will be a treasure for us. I can definitely advance my strength as well if I can consume its flesh. Shenlong however looked at the greedy black dragon, and asked, how confident are you that you can kill a rank 5 magic beast then? Little Black thought seriously for a while and said, if we are talking about an early rank 5 magic beast, then about 20%. I'm also 50% certain of defeating it, and more than 80% certain of being able to run away if things look bad. Shenlong thought seriously for a while before he nodded his head and said, all right. There is also something that I want to try as well. Seeing that Shenlong had agreed, Little Black looked at the half-fiend members as he spoke in their language. The half-fiend villagers all looked elated as they kowtowed repeatedly on the ground and shouted, HF Vatudu Tatual, HF Vatudu Tatual. Little Black ignored the kowtowing villagers, as he then flew above their heads and directly arrived in front of the 30 meters 98 feet, rank 4 golden jade spirit tree, that was in front of the half-fiend village entrance. Grabbing the golden tree's trunk with his talons, the 3 meters 10 feet tall Little Black slowly uprooted the giant tree. The half-fiend villagers looked at the black dragon who was taking away the golden tree with excitement in their eyes. Since he had already agreed to fight against the rank 5 magic beast inside the lake, the villagers didn't even think that Little Black would try to trick them. After storing the golden jade spirit tree inside the stone of time, Shenlong looked at Little Black and said, since we don't have anything else to do now, then let's go to that lake. We can always come back and collect that mysterious iron from the half-fiend villagers later. Little Black nodded his head and looking at the village chief, he had him lead the way to the lake. The village chief excitedly jumped up and gave some orders to the rest of the villagers, before he personally lead the way for Little Black and Shenlong. As they traveled deeper inside the forest, Little Black noticed that the number of magic beasts in the surroundings had drastically decreased. The half-fiend village chief seemed to know exactly which path to take, so that they wouldn't encounter any magic beasts on the way as well. Finally, an hour later, their group had arrived in front of a huge lake with crystal blue waters. The surroundings of the lake were extremely peaceful and there didn't seem to be a single animal around, let alone a magic beast. The moment that they arrived in front of the lake, Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head as he warned gravely, Master, be careful, at the same time as Little Black's voice sounded in his head. Shenlong saw a huge beast head emerging from the depths of the lake. A 25 meters 82 feet long magic beast that was shaped like a giant worm slowly revealed itself. The beast had 9 eyes spread on its face, while multiple tentacles were hanging from the sides of its body. The half-fiend village chief shivered as he saw the beast once again and stepped back as he hid behind a tree, while even Shenlong was stunned for a moment after seeing the beast. The aura from this worm made it clear that this was truly an early rank 5 magic beast. Looking at Little Black, who had already flown up in the sky, ready to fight against it, Shenlong warned Little Black, be careful, this is a rank 5 9-eyed giant worm. Its tentacles have a paralyzing poison that can incapacitate even early rank 5 magic beasts. The moment that Shenlong finished explaining the 9-eyed giant worm's strengths, he immediately circulated the monarch's hourglass as well as his golden eyes. Then, turning his eyes to look at the rank 5 giant worm, He mumbled, "Let's see if this will really work. Let's see if this will really work." Shenlong watched as Little Black started fighting against the nine-eyed giant worm. The worm extended its huge tentacles as it tried to grab the black dragon in the air. Little Black, however, flew between the gaps of the tentacles as he skillfully avoided them. Opening his mouth, he spat out a black fireball at the worm's back. But the giant worm immediately dove back into the lake as it avoided the attack. The ball of black fire made a sizzling sound as it came in contact with the lake's water before it eventually dissipated. Seeing that it had successfully avoided the dragon's attack, the worm resurfaced again, as it continuously tried to grab the black dragon with its tentacles. Shenlong's eyes were focused completely on the rank 5 9-eyes giant worm. He noticed that his chi was being depleted much faster than usual, as he tried to see what the worm would do in the future. That was probably due to the huge difference in cultivation between himself and the 9-eyes giant worm. Seeing that the worm was about to attack the black dragon once more with its tentacles, Shenlong slashed the air in front of him with his hand as he opened a space tear. The space tear led directly to the giant worm's face. But this one seemed to be different than Shenlong's previous space tears. It looks like this space tear wasn't meant for Shenlong to jump inside it, but to drag the worm to him. A space tear that was barely 40 centimeters 15-inch long was trying to drag the worm towards him. Shenlong sighed as he saw this result. Before he closed the space tear and once again started to observe the 9-eyed giant worm again. The worm didn't even feel anything from Shenlong's attack, as it kept fighting back and forth with the black dragon. Every time the dragon spat out that black fireball, the worm would dive back into the lake, only to resurface a few breaths of time later and continue fighting. 5 minutes later, Shenlong once again clenched his right fist, as he opened another space tear. This time one that was even bigger than before. However, the location of the space tear was different this time, as it led directly inside the worm's mouth. This was test to Shenlong's space control, as he tried to succeed again and again. Even after fighting back and forth for more than an hour, neither Little Black nor the 9-eyed giant worm seemed to have gotten any tired. Shenlong, however, had already depleted more than 70% of his chi, just by keeping his golden eyes active for this past hour. At this moment, his focus had reached its peak, and as he clenched his right hand tightly once again he punched through the air in front of him. A space tear that was even bigger than the previous two appeared, as it connected Shenlong's location with the 9-eyed giant worm. A horrifying scream left the worm's mouth as a huge eyeball appeared in front of Shenlong's feet. The worm thrashed around in pain, as green blood was constantly flowing from where its eyeball was previously located. Little Black's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light, and without missing this opportunity, he spat out a huge black fireball straight towards the worm's face. The 9-eyes giant worm seemed to have sensed the danger in the air, as it tried to suppress the pain it felt and dove back into the water. However, although the giant fireball had missed the worm's face, it had still landed right on its neck. The giant worm screamed once again as half of its head was now almost severed from its body. Green blood was spurting through the air like a fountain, as the worm's cries slowly stopped. Less than a minute later, its giant body was floating on the water's surface, while its blood slowly dyed the water an emerald color. Shenlong hadn't even seen how the 9-eyed giant worm had died, as his eyes were staring at the huge eyeball on his feet. Although his body was feeling fatigued after having opened nearly a dozen space tears earlier, while more than 80% of his chi had been depleted already, the excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. At the moment that he had created the last space tear, Shenlong could feel that he had even managed to touch upon the Tao of space for a brief moment. The half-fiend village chief then fell down on his knees as he saw the corpse of the 9-eyed giant worm floating in the lake. Looking at Little Black in the air, the village chief shouted loudly, "Echue Tuavu Yeet." Little Black barely glanced at the village chief before he grabbed the worm's corpse from the lake, and carried it through the air, and placed it next to Shenlong, who was still deep in his thoughts. Recovering from his stupor, Shenlong then turned his eyes to look at the corpse of the giant worm next to him. After placing it inside the Stone of Time, He turned his attention to Little Black, as he said, "Let's see how special this lake water really is." Although the water seemed absolutely ordinary at first glance, Shenlong could feel that there was some kind of mysterious energy inside it. Placing his hand inside the lake, Shenlong was shocked when he felt the monarch's eternal body had started circulating by itself. As it greedily absorbed the lake water, Shenlong's body was like a starved beast that had finally found food. As it greedily absorbed the lake water without restraint, Shenlong could feel that his body was growing stronger at an incredibly rapid pace. And taking off his robes, he then dove inside the lake without any more hesitation. Little Black saw the excitement in Shenlong's eyes, as he then followed him inside the lake. The effects of the lake's water were far beyond what the two of them had imagined. Shenlong and Little Black were standing more than 1 mile apart from each other, as two small vortexes, one small and one big, had appeared on the lake's surface. There was both reverence, as well as envy, in the half-fiend village chief's face as he saw Shenlong absorbing the lake water. Shenlong could feel his body getting stronger and stronger, as it madly devoured the water of the lake like a hungry beast. This situation continued for 3 days, as the vortex around Shenlong was now twice as big as its original size. Finally, Shenlong felt as if the energy inside his body had reached the limits of the middle second stage of the monarch's eternal body, when a banging sound suddenly sounded from his body. The moment that this banging sound was heard, Shenlong felt his strength rising at an unbelievable rate. Peak of the second stage in body refinement having reached the peak of the second stage in the monarch's eternal body. The vortex around Shenlong once again doubled in size, as he started absorbing more and more of the lake's water. 10 days had passed since Shenlong and Little Black had entered inside the lake. When the water vortex around Little Black had finally exceeded 1 mile, Shenlong opened his eyes as he glanced at the black dragon, who was unaware of the commotion he had caused. In the bank of the lake, more than 20 half-fiend villagers had gathered, as they observed Little Black with shining eyes. Half a day later, a huge pillar of water shot up in the air, before the huge vortex around him vanished. Raw Little Black let out a roar of contentment, as he had now reached the peak of rank 4. Shenlong smiled as he saw this, when a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Taking out the heaven-swallowing vine from the Stone of Time, he placed it inside the lake as he then sent a mental command for it to absorb the lake's water. What shocked Shenlong was that although the vine seemed to be unable to turn the water into pure qi, since it wasn't some kind of qi in the first place, the vine itself seemed to have grown taller after absorbing the lake's water. Half a month more passed like this, and it had now been 25 days since Shenlong had entered inside the Vermilion Realm. Opening his eyes, he wasn't sure if he should be happy or frustrated. Although the energy inside his body was enough for him to break through to the 3rd stage in body refinement, he still couldn't do it as he hadn't comprehended the Tao of space. Shenlong could feel that he was just a step away from it, but this step still required a spark of inspiration. He was certain that if he could replicate that feeling from when he had opened the last space tear that had sucked in the 9-eyed giant worm's eye, then he could definitely break through to the 3rd stage of the monarch's eternal body. Turning his eyes to the heaven-swallowing vine, Shenlong was shocked to see that it had already grown to more than 40 meters 130 feet long. After returning the vine to the Stone of Time, Shenlong swam to the bank of the lake where Little Black and the half-fiend villagers were waiting for him. The village chief then approached him as he bowed and said "Tuav Tvav Tuav." The rest of the villagers then bowed as they repeated their village chief's words. Shenlong looked at Little Black, who laughed as he translated the half-fiend's words. "Master." The village chief said, "Thank you, mighty warrior, for taking care of the demon monster. Our tribe's warehouse is open for the mighty warrior to take as much iron as he wants." Shenlong smiled as he looked at Little Black and said, "It looks like they are really eager to send us off. All right. Ask for one of their villagers to escort us to their warehouse. The rest of them can stay here and cultivate, since that's what they obviously want. The lake's water doesn't have any more use to us anyway." Shenlong had already tested whether the lake's water was effective to the rest of his medicinal herbs, since it could aid in the heaven-swallowing vine's growth, but without any effect. The village chief was elated when he heard this, and gave the order to an unwilling young half-fiend warrior to escort Shenlong and Little Black back to their village. Before they left, The village chief also handed a brown beast skin to Shenlong. Unfurling the beast skin, Shenlong saw that the drawings inside had the layout of a map. With this map in hand, Shenlong knew which path to take to head towards the central region where the king's palace was located. Half an hour later, the half-fiend warrior had returned with Shenlong and Little Black back to the half-fiend village. Before he entered through a secret path to arrive in front of a huge warehouse. After opening the gates of the warehouse, Shenlong saw mountains of iron being stored inside. In just a few minutes, Shenlong had already taken half of the warehouse's iron. And yet, the expression on the half-fiend warrior's face was still that of indifference. It looks like that quarry has much more iron than what I had originally estimated. Then, turning his head to look at Little Black, Shenlong unfurled the beast skin that the village chief had handed to him, as he said, since there isn't anything else for us to do in this place, it's time to go. According to this map, it looks like we are at the extreme north of the secret realm. There should still be a little more than 2 months until the Vermilion realm closes. Sitting on the black dragon's back, Shenlong then looked forward as he said, let's go to the palace in the central region. Let's go to the palace in the central region. Little Black then soared in the sky, quickly leaving the forest of giants. Shenlong observed the 20 meters tall trees below him, as they became smaller and smaller in his eyes. Surprisingly, the region around the giant forest seemed to be just a plain desert. Although the scorching sun in the Vermilion realm could be avoided under the protection of the tall trees back in the forest, the temperature in the desert was suffocating even for Earth-grade cultivators. However, Shenlong was barely affected by it on top of Little Black's back, as they continued to fly towards the central region. Following the half-fiend village chief's map, 2 days later, Shenlong and Little Black seemed to have arrived at the end of the desert, when a huge purple fog appeared in front of them. The thick fog seemed to shoot up in the sky, as it completely surrounded the central region. According to the map in Shenlong's hands, the king's palace was just behind this fog. Little Black was stunned when he found out that even his soul sense was unable to pierce through the fog. Seeing that Little Black's soul sense was actually obstructed, Shenlong thought for a bit before he said, return back to the Stone of Time for now. Little Black looked at Shenlong worriedly, who smiled as he explained, right now, we are too close to the central region. With the number of sects that have entered the Vermilion realm, it will be too dangerous if you are exposed. Little Black nodded his head, and landed on the ground, before he returned back inside the Stone of Time. Although he knew that there were probably no dangers for Shenlong in the purple fog, he still couldn't help but be worried because of the obstruction that it posed to his soul sense. Looking at the thick purple mist in front of him, Shenlong circulated his monarch's hourglass as well as his golden eyes before he entered inside. After stepping inside the fog, he noticed that aside from impeding his vision, the fog didn't seem to have any other effects. Although Shenlong was confident that his monarch's eternal body could protect him from many different kinds of poisons, as an alchemist, he could only count on himself if he somehow still got poisoned in the end. Without Little Black's soul sense and with his own vision obstructed, he could only walk straight ahead until he reached the other side of the fog. 2 days quickly passed since Shenlong had entered the purple fog, when he could finally hear faint voices ahead of him. Speeding up his footsteps, he soon reached the end of the purple fog, where a vast plain field appeared in his eyes. Beyond the plain fields was a magnificent white palace that seemed to have been situated there for countless years. In front of the palace gates were 2 statues, one of a handsome young man, and the other of a voluptuous woman that could invoke countless desires in the eyes of the young men here. Shenlong was surprised to see more than 1,000 disciples sitting cross-legged on the plain fields, while even more of them were slowly making their way towards the White Palace. From the struggle of their movements, it was obvious that not just anyone could reach the palace gates. Seeing that no one seemed to have paid any attention to his arrival, Shenlong followed the crowd as he started walking towards the palace as well. Shenlong didn't feel anything abnormal until he was 500 miles away from the palace gates. At that moment, he felt the eyes of the 2 statues lighting up for a second as a wave of pressure crashed upon his body. This pressure could instantly bring any early-stage Earth-grade expert to his knees. And yet, in front of Shenlong's monarch's eternal body it felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze. Shenlong seemed to be walking leisurely towards the palace. But he could still feel the pressure around him increasing with every step that he took forward. It seemed that, to at least reach the palace gates, one needed to have a certain level of strength. As he approached closer to the palace, Shenlong noticed a group of inner and outer disciples of the Floating Cloud sect who had almost reached the palace gates. Shenlong noticed that although their advancing speed was extremely slow, it was still steady, as they all walked as a unit one behind the other. When he saw the people in this group, a chilling look flashed through his eyes as he hastened his speed. The last person in this group was a handsome young man dressed in outer disciples' robes. There was determined look in his eyes, as he stared at the white palace gates in front of him, completely unaware that Shenlong was also staring at him at the same time. This was the eldest son of the dead Xiao Marquis. Based on his aura, Shenlong could guess that Xiao Juyan was close to breaking through to the early rank 7 in Earth grade. After his brother had mysteriously died in the sect, Xiao Juyan had done everything he could to become stronger and take revenge. He didn't know how he would face his father when returned back to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If he didn't kill his brother's assassin, although he was certain in his heart that the person who had killed Xiao Shito was Shenlong, it was impossible to do anything against him since he hadn't left behind any clues that night. At the same time, Shenlong's mind had similar thoughts as Xiao Juyan. Having killed both his brother and his father, Shenlong didn't intend to allow Xiao Juyan to live. If he ever returned back to the Sky Fortune Kingdom and heard that his father had also died, it was very possible that he would choose to take his anger on Shenlong's family. Finally, a few minutes later, Shenlong had arrived just 100 meters away from Xiao Juyan. After making sure that there was no complete, he came to a halt. One around him. Shenlong immediately activated his monarch's domain as time around Xiao Juyan with his eyes completely focused on Xiao Juyan's back. Shenlong slashed the air in front of him with his finger, as he opened a tiny space tear. This space tear was almost impossible to notice with the naked eye, unless one stood right in front of it. Without any hesitation, Shenlong thrust his finger inside it, and a small popping sound sounded from Xiao Juyan's body at the same time. Although this sound was nearly inaudible, the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect in front of Xiao Juyan had clearly noticed it. As they all turned their heads to look at him, looking at the unmoving Xiao Juyan, a stern expression appeared in the leading disciple's face. The disciple who was leading the group was named Lu Huan and was Lu Jian's nephew, as well as Lu Changpun and Lu Mei's cousin. Seeing that Xiao Juyan was intentionally stalling their group, Lu Huan looked at him in impatience and asked, "Xiao Juyan, what do you think you are doing? Do you think that everyone here has time to wait for you?" Seeing that Xiao Juyan was still unmoving after his berating, caused the expression on Lu Huan's face to change into one of anger. At the same time, a warm liquid had stained Shenlong's finger when he had thrust it inside the space tear. After all, this space tear was leading directly to Xiao Juyan's heart. After closing the space tear, Shenlong retracted his monarch's domain, and saw Xiao Juyan taking a step forward before he fell on the ground. Incredulous looks had appeared on the faces of the members of the Floating Cloud sect, as they finally understood that something was wrong. Xiao Juyan's mouth was vomiting blood non-stop. As soon as time around him had started to flow normally again, the rest of the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect simply couldn't understand what had happened to him. While his sudden collapse even attracted the attention of other people as well, Shenlong completely ignored the commotion that Xiao Juyan's death would cause as he kept walking towards the palace gates. When he was just 100 meters away from the palace, Shenlong could sense that the pressure around him was strong enough to incapacitate a peak rank 6 Earth-grade cultivator. In other words, only those disciples whose strength had exceeded the middle stages of the Earth grade were allowed to step inside the palace. However, with his monarch's eternal body that had already reached the peak of the second stage, this pressure felt nothing more than a slightly strong gale. Arriving in front of the half-opened gigantic palace gates, Shenlong didn't hesitate as he walked inside. The interior of the palace was decorated with gold, emerald, jade, and other rare materials. Walking deeper inside, Shenlong noticed that these scenes were becoming all the more common, as gold and rare jades could be found everywhere inside this palace. Even the knights' armors that were decorating the halls were made from a mysterious type of gold. However, Shenlong also noticed that none of these decorations could actually be moved from the palace. The moment that his hand tried to touch one of the golden armors, a powerful repelling force erupted from the knight's armor that pushed him backwards. At the same time, Little Black's voice then sounded as it said, "Master. It looks like these armors were most likely created by a gold-grade formation master. Otherwise, the repelling force wouldn't be so powerful that it could effortlessly push Master away." A bright light appeared in Shenlong's eyes when he heard this, as this was the first time that he had seen an item created by a gold-grade formation master. In the floating cloud sect, even a rank 1 silver-grade formation master was considered an incredible expert, let alone a gold-grade formation master. Looking at the golden armors around Shenlong, Little Black sighed as he continued, "Unfortunately, the restrictions around these armors are too strong. Even for me right now." Since he could only see and not touch, Shenlong didn't waste any more time staring at the armors around him any longer, as he kept walking deeper inside the palace, until he eventually arrived in front of an enormous silver door. The door was more than 50 meters 160 feet tall, while its handles seemed to have been made from some kind of red ruby. Walking through this half-opened silver door, Shenlong found himself inside a huge hallway. Looking around him, Shenlong thought that everything in this palace seemed to have been created with the mindset of the bigger it is, the better. The hallway in front of him, however, seemed to lack the usual luxurious decorations that were previously present everywhere in the palace. Aside from 1,000 black doors that were located on the sides of this hall, Shenlong didn't see anything else. For a moment, he even wondered whether this hall was really created by the same person who had also created the rest of the palace. As he looked around, his eyes immediately noticed the difference in some of these doors. More than 300 of them had a character with the word seal that seemed to be enveloping the doors with a layer of white light. Shenlong's curiosity was piqued as he looked at these black doors, when Little Black's voice once again sounded in his head, "Master. I can sense people fighting behind some of these sealed doors. It's very likely that some trial will start after Master enters inside." Shenlong nodded his head as he heard this, while the excitement in his eyes was obvious. If this was the palace of a Tao king, then what sort of trials and what kind of treasures will await inside? After taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, Shenlong circulated his monarch's hourglass and his golden eyes, before he walked towards one of the unsealed black doors. The moment that he entered inside the black door, Shenlong's vision instantly turned dark, before an emotionless voice that seemed to have come from the depths of this darkness sounded in his ears. "Trial taker number 323. I officially welcome you to the King's Palace." Trial taker number 323. I officially welcome you to the King's Palace. The Great King has set a number of trials for the young people of the desolate East to test themselves. At the end of every trial, there will be a corresponding treasure that will match the trial's difficulty. This is the first of the trials that the Great King has set, and the difficulty is also the lowest. Nod your head once if you wish to participate, or shake it twice and I will teleport you out of the King's Palace. Oh ho! Interesting? Little Black's voice then sounded inside Shenlong's head, as the Black Dragon said in a somewhat panicked tone, "Master. We are in trouble. That's an early rank 4 nascent soul cultivator and he has already noticed my soul sense." At the same time that Little Black's voice ended, a powerful soul sense from the depths of the darkness had already locked on Shenlong. As it scanned him from head to toe, the voice seemed surprised that it couldn't locate Little Black's soul any longer. But it still chuckled as it said, "I am certain that I noticed a soul sense coming from your body just now. But no matter. In front of my watchful eyes, no one can cheat inside the King's trials. If you want to participate, you will have to use your own strength. Otherwise you will be disqualified and forcefully ejected from the King's realm. Weapons below the silver grade are also allowed during the trials. Now make your decision." Shenlong had felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead. When he had heard that this voice had already sensed Little Black's soul sense earlier. After all, to Shenlong, Little Black wasn't just one of his secrets or a simple magic beast, but also an important companion. Although this voice didn't seem to care about Little Black right now, Shenlong had the feeling that if he shook his head and refused to enter the trial in an attempt to escape the palace, this voice would definitely try to force Little Black out of the Stone of Time. The moment that a weak dragon revealed himself, Shenlong was certain that a bloodbath would follow. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong almost subconsciously nodded his head. The voice's tone seemed to have turned somewhat cheerful at that moment as it then said, "Very well. In that case, let me explain the rules. In this trial, you will fight against a magic beast that has reached the middle of rank 2. If you don't manage to defeat this magic beast within 24 hours, the fight will stop and you will be given 4 hours to rest. After these 4 hours are over, you will once again have to fight until you either win, or this process repeats itself. Remember that you cannot quit in the middle of the trial. If you don't win, you cannot leave the king's palace, and will have to keep fighting until you either die, or the king's realm closes." The moment that the voice in the dark faded, light once again illuminated Shenlong's surroundings, as he found himself inside a large cage. The cage was around 300 square meters, 3,000 square feet, wide, while a 2 meters 6.5 feet tall and 5 meters 16 feet long black bull with red horns was standing on the other end of the cage. Shenlong immediately recognized this magic beast as he mumbled smilingly, "A middle rank 2 crimson-horned bull." The bull's eyes were staring at Shenlong the same way a hunter would look at his prey. Before its hooves kicked the ground as it rushed towards Shenlong, watching the magic beast running towards him. Shenlong was still smiling, as he gathered his strength in his left arm, and met the crimson-horned bull's charge head-on. Without any suspense, the bull's charge was immediately halted, and the look in its eyes changed into one of fear as it stared at Shenlong. Raising his right arm, Shenlong punched the bull on the ribs, sending it flying sideways until it lost consciousness. The moment that the bull landed on the ground, 3 shining red fruits appeared out of nowhere in the air in front of Shenlong. Before the same emotionless voice once again sounded in his ears, "Congratulations. You have passed the first trial. Your reward will be 3 blood vermilion fruits. If you wish to take on the second trial, then nod your head once. If you wish to leave the king's palace, then shake your head twice." Shenlong was stunned for a bit as he observed the 3 shining red fruits in his hands, and recalled that the reward for the outer sect examination was precisely this blood vermilion fruit. It seems that this is where the 4 sects got their blood vermilion fruits from. Smiling, he placed the 3 fruits in the Stone of Time before he nodded his head, accepting the second trial. A black door then materialized in front of him, seemingly out of thin air, as the emotionless voice once again sounded in his ears, "Very well, you are the 281st person in this century's batch who is entering the second trial. However, this trial will be completely different than the first. This time, it won't just be your strength that will be tested, but your scheming ability as well as your perceptiveness." Shenlong was curious as to how the second trial was going to differ from the first. When the emotionless voice continued, "You will be sent to join the rest of the contestants that are currently undertaking the trial inside the King's Garden. Kill a rank 3 magic beast, and take its beast core. And you will have successfully passed the second trial." The voice then paused for a moment as if it had just remembered something, before it continued explaining, "You can also team up with other contestants. And you can even kill them if you want to. But only the person who gets his hands on the magic beast's core first will be considered to have passed the trial. Additionally, using any other form of external help, including talismans, weapons at the silver grade and above, or helpers that are not officially participating in the trial, will immediately cause you to get disqualified. If you are ready, step inside the black door." Shenlong felt realization dawning his mind when he heard everything regarding the second test, as he then mumbled to himself, "This must probably be the main reason why Lu Changpon wanted Wen Jihao and Kang Sun to become his followers. Then, with a serious look in his eyes. Shenlong circulated the monarch's hourglass as well as his golden eyes, before he pushed the black door open and stepped inside. The moment that Shenlong's feet passed through the black door, a blinding white light forced him to close his eyes. As a familiar feeling of spatial teleportation passed through his body, the moment that Shenlong opened his eyes again, he noticed that the scene around him had changed. As he found himself inside an unfamiliar forest, the colorful trees around him, as well as the cries of the magic beasts in the distance, made it obvious that Shenlong had arrived in the king's garden. After remembering the restrictions that the emotionless voice had set before he had entered the second trial, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time. And looking at the black dragon who was now happily munching on the flesh of the nine-eyed giant worm, he said, "Little black, make sure to avoid using your soul sense again until we leave this place." Although I didn't sense any hostile intentions from that voice, I'm not sure if things will remain the same if you end up being exposed. So unless it's absolutely necessary, you must not use your soul sense until we leave this vermilion realm. Little Black suddenly stopped eating, as he looked at Shenlong with serious eyes. And nodding his head he said, "Master, I will try to break through to the 5th rank as soon as I finish with the nine-eyed giant worm's body. After my breakthrough, even a peak rank 5 nascent soul expert won't be my match." Shenlong shook his head as he heard Little Black's words and said seriously, "Don't rush your breakthrough until you are ready. If worse comes to worst, then we can just flee from this place. I'm also not sure how strong a rank 4 nascent soul cultivator really is, but I doubt that he will be that much stronger than the nine-eyed giant worm." The black dragon felt warmth in his heart as he heard this, and nodded his head in response as he continued eating the nine-eyed giant worm. Shenlong's consciousness then returned to his body, and after taking a look around him, he climbed on top of the tallest nearby tree. As he observed the area he was in, a cloud of dust had been raised a few miles away from him. As Shenlong could sense the violent clash of auras all the way to his current location. After deliberating for a bit, he still decided to head over and check what was going on. Although Shenlong's strength had grown exponentially, especially after he had reached the peak of the 2nd stage in his monarch's eternal body, he still didn't know if he could defeat an early rank 3 magic beast. After all, even the weakest rank 3 magic beasts were as strong as peak rank 3 heaven-grade cultivators. A few minutes later, Shenlong had already arrived at the scene, only to see 6 disciples in tattered black robes lying on the ground. Shenlong recognized the emblem on these disciples' chests, and understood that they belonged to the Poison Hall. Lu Jian had already warned the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect that there were 3 main powers that they shouldn't offend inside the Vermilion Realm. The Golden Buddha Temple was the first on this list, as they were the strongest power in the desolate East. The second was the Bright Moon Academy. Lu Jian had even mentioned that this academy didn't lose out to the Golden Buddha Temple by much in terms of power, and their roots even extended beyond the desolate East. The third power on Lu Jian's list was precisely the Poison Hall. If a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect was to offend the disciples of the Poison Hall, then the sect wouldn't offer them any protection. All of a sudden, less than a mile away from Shenlong, the sounds of fighting once again resumed. Shenlong followed the sounds until he arrived at the foot of a small mountain. The scene unfolding in front of his eyes had left him tongue-tied. 3 black-robed disciples of the Poison Hall. 2 of them at the early rank 1 heaven grade, and the other one in the middle of rank 1, had surrounded a gorgeous girl in green clothes. The girl was holding a thin but long white sword, and seemed to be at the middle of rank 1 in heaven grade as well. The moment that Shenlong's eyes landed on this girl's face, his mind almost blanked out for a moment. Shenlong didn't even immediately move as a series of questions flashed through his head. Do these coincidences really exist? Or is this what people refer to as fate? Shenlong had never believed that one day he would have to play the hero for a damsel in distress. Although he had believed himself to be a cold person, one who only cared about his close ones, the moment that his eyes saw Lu Mei with blood all over her robes, he felt like someone was tugging the strings in his heart. Is it because she stood up for me when I first entered the sect? Or is it because I felt pity for her after hearing about her life from Fu Li? Shenlong didn't know when or why. But he just found out that at some point, he had already developed a soft spot for this peerlessly beautiful girl in front of him. The young man at the middle of rank 1 in heaven grade finally woke up Shenlong, who had fallen into a stupor with his loud laughter. As he looked at the injured Lu Mei in front of him and said, "Ha ha ha ha, bitch. Did you think that you could escape after injuring so many of my brothers? This young master simply asked you to accompany me for a drink. And yet you dare to not give face to my poison hall." Then, with a lewd smile on his face, the young man from the poison hall looked at Lu Mei, who was still on the ground as she struggled to get up with the help of her sword, and said, "Don't worry. I, Su Hongwei, am known for being benevolent after all. Come here and beg this young master, and I can still forgive you." Shenlong quickly understood what had happened, while the look in his eyes had turned a bone-chilling cold. Since Lu Mei had refused to accompany Su Hongwei for a drink, the situation had probably ended with her injuring the disciples of the poison hall and fleeing, until it led to the current scene that Shenlong was watching right now. Seeing the frosty look on Lu Mei's face, Su Hongwei snickered angrily as he pointed at the saber in his hands and said, "Bitch. How many poisons do you think my blade has been laced with over? Do you think that you can stay alive without my help? Senior brother Su. There is no need to get anxious. Did you forget about junior brother Pei's dagger?" Junior brother Pei also looked at Su Hongwei with a lewd smile on his face as he winked at him. After seeing the looks on his junior brothers' faces, Su Hongwei's eyes brightened, as he once again burst in a loud laughter. Looking at Lu Mei, he no longer suppressed the lust in his eyes as he said, "It's okay even if you don't want to beg this young master. With my junior brother's special poison, let's see for how long you will be able to even move your own body. Seeing the look on your helpless face, will bring M. Fit." Before he could finish his words, Su Hongwei clutched his chest and fell on his knees, as blood started spurting from his mouth non-stop. "Senior brother! Senior brother!" The two other disciples of the poison hall quickly rushed to Su Hongwei's side as they couldn't understand what had suddenly happened to their senior brother. Su Hongwei, who was now clutching his chest, had clearly felt that his heart had suddenly ruptured, as a wave of pain assaulted his body. Trying to suppress the excruciating pain, Su Hongwei quickly took out a few pills from his spatial ring and consumed without a second thought, knowing that these pills could only suppress the pain he was feeling but couldn't actually heal him. Su Hongwei took a deep breath, as a sinister dark green color had appeared in his palm. After a moment of hesitation, he placed his palm on the left side of his chest, and using his Dao of poison, he attempted to temporarily mend the hole in his heart. Shenlong retracted his bloodied finger from the space tear that he had just opened, and was actually surprised to see that Su Hongwei hadn't died yet. It looks like this guy is using poison to stop the blood loss from his heart. Although he hadn't managed to kill Su Hongwei immediately, Shenlong was still satisfied with the result, since at least one of the three disciples from the poison hall was practically incapacitated. Lu Mei looked at the kneeling Su Hongwei in shock, while a burning feeling had already started to spread through her body. At the same time, the 3 cuts on her arms had started to slowly turn black, as a heavy poison was spreading through her body. "Watch out! There is someone else here." After sealing the hole in his heart, Su Hongwei spoke in a low voice to his 2 junior brothers, afraid that if he pushed himself to speak louder, his injury would worsen. The sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from behind Su Hongwei and the other 2 disciples of the poison hall. As they turned their heads to see Shenlong slowly walking towards them, Su Hongwei and his junior brothers retreated a few steps backwards after seeing Shenlong's unfamiliar face appear behind the trees. While Lu Mei's eyes couldn't conceal the shock she was feeling, Shenlong's face wasn't unfamiliar to her after all. And from his yellow robes, the 2 disciples of the poison hall understood that this must be another disciple of the floating cloud sect. Junior brother Pei wasn't sure if this was the person who had injured his senior brother, but taking a step forward he unleashed his early rank 1 heaven grade aura as he asked threateningly, "Brat, who are you? Are you the one who sneakily attacked my senior brother? Do you even know who we are?" Junior Brother Pei was certain that even Lu Changpun would back off after seeing the members of the Poison Hall. Let alone a normal disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Lu Mei looked at Shen Long's eyes. As the shock in her heart gradually intensified. She had never expected for him to appear here. Especially when she was at the weakest point of her life. The look in her eyes however revealed her struggle. As she knew that Shen Long hadn't even joined the Floating Cloud sect for a year. And it was clearly impossible for him to fight against the disciples of the Poison Hall. Finally, with a determined look in her eyes, she looked at him and said in a determined tone, "Don't meddle in other people's business. Quickly leave." The cold look on Shen Long's face had started to warm. As he looked at Lu Mei, who was trying to give him a way out. When he asked with a smile on his face, "Didn't you also choose to meddle in my business in the past? Don't worry. Since I have already attacked one of them, I can also take care of the other two as well." The look in Su Hongwei's face had turned both cold, well as somewhat fearful when Shen Long had confirmed that he was indeed the one who had attacked him. After all, the mysterious method that he had used to attack his heart had left Su Hongwei completely terrified. Junior Brother Pei, however, didn't seem afraid in the least. As he stared at Shen Long and said in a confident tone that left no room for discussion, "Very good, brat. Since you have dared to attack the disciples of our Poison Hall, then don't expect to escape alive today." After taking out a second dagger from his waist, Junior Brother Pei turned to look at the other black-robed disciple next to him, and said, "Senior Brother Bo, let's take care of this brat together." Senior Brother Bo nodded his head, as he and Junior Brother Pei both flanked Shen Long from the sides. Senior Brother Bo nodded his head, as he and his Junior Brother Pei both flanked Shen Long from the sides. Shen Long first activated his Monarch's hourglass, before his eyes turned golden, and looking at the two disciples of the Poison Hall on his left and right sides, he still decided to activate the Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass extended from Shen Long's body, as it covered both Senior Brother Bo and Junior Brother Pei inside it. Although the Monarch's domain seemed to not be as effective when Shen Long fought with people whose cultivation was far above his, it could still slow down the two early rank 1 heaven grade experts by 20%. Junior Brother Pei almost laughed when he noticed Shen Long's cultivation that was at the early rank 7 in Earth grade, while he hadn't even realized that his own actions had slowed down considerably. Shen Long didn't wait for the two of them to flank him, as he kicked the ground in front of him and rushed at Senior Brother Bo. Looking at Shen Long, who was running towards him, Senior Brother Bo's eyes narrowed, as a purple glow covered the saber in his hands, before he slashed it horizontally towards Shen Long's neck. Shen Long's right fist met with the glowing saber directly, as the powerful collision created a small shockwave that pushed both Shen Long and Senior Brother Bo a few steps back. Now that his Monarch's eternal body had reached the peak of the second stage, Shen Long was confident that even a peak bronze grade saber couldn't bring any harm to him. The moment that Shen Long's punch collided with the saber, Senior Brother Bo felt a sharp pain in his hand as the skin between his thumb and his index finger was violently torn apart. Feeling the force from Shen Long's punch, Senior Brother Bo stared at him in horror as he felt his saber leaving his hand. Shen Long was also surprised as he felt a stinging pain in his fist. But looking at the unprotected Senior Brother Bo, who was trying to open up the distance between them, Shen Long didn't hesitate as he quickly caught up to him and sent a full-powered punch towards Senior Brother Bo's stomach. It was only after seeing the saber that was sent flying in the air that the disciples of the Poison Hall had realized that Shen Long was a dual cultivator of both chi and body refining. "Quickly! Fly away!" Su Hongwei's urgent voice sounded in everyone's ears, as he saw the terrified Senior Brother Bo about to get hit by Shen Long once again. Senior Brother Bo had just remembered that his opponent couldn't fly, as he was still an Earth-grade cultivator. But before his feet could actually leave the ground, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Shen Long's left hand, that was now filled with blood, had already pierced a hole through Senior Brother Bo's body. Under everyone's astounded eyes, Senior Brother Bo looked at the hole in his abdomen with disbelief, as his internal organs were destroyed, while his blood painted the ground beneath him red. Feeling the strength getting sapped from his body, Senior Brother Bo crashed on the ground with his face facing the sky. As he inched closer and closer to death, Lu Mei looked at Shenlong agape. As she couldn't believe that this man who had just defeated a heaven-grade expert in a few breaths of time was the same disciple whom she had met in the Alchemist's Guild a few months ago. Junior Brother Pei let out an ear-piercing scream as he threw the dagger in his left hand towards Shenlong without a second thought. Whoosh! The dagger flew through the air with a lot of momentum. But as it neared closer to Shenlong, its speed instantly diminished, until it was finally frozen in midair. 3 meters away from Shenlong, the Monarch's domain that was still active had easily neutralized the danger of the flying dagger. As Shenlong then turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Junior Brother Pei, anger, fear, terror, and disbelief were written all over his and Su Hongwei's face as they watched Shenlong walking towards them. Run! This was the first thought that came to Junior Brother Pei's mind as he took flight and turned to leave the scene. Wait! Su Hongwei shouted at his junior brother in horror, seeing that he had forgotten about him. But to his surprise, he received no response as the black-robed Junior Brother Pei kept flying away. The look in Shenlong's eyes turned serious as he chased him through the woods. Although heaven-grade cultivators could fly in the air, as an early rank 1 heaven-grade cultivator, Junior Brother Pei's speed wasn't considered fast, since he had only broken through to the heaven grade very recently. Junior Brother Pei watched Shenlong, who had easily caught up with him, but laughed sinisterly after feeling assured of the distance separating them. Ha ha ha, brat! Just wait. Once my senior brothers and sisters learn of what you did, your entire floating cloud sect will have to pay the price for your actions. Since he was flying at an altitude of more than 30 meters 100 feet in the air, Junior Brother Pei was sure that even if Shenlong was a body-refining cultivator who could jump that high, he would still be able to move away in time and avoid him. Shenlong smiled mockingly as he heard this, before he suddenly stopped his chase. Junior Brother Pei, who saw this, sighed in relief as he kept flying away, certain that he had managed to properly intimidate Shenlong. However, in his heart he still vowed to take revenge for his senior brother today. Shenlong's eyes were focused on Junior Brother Pei's back, before he slashed the space in front of him open with his left hand. Without missing a beat, his right hand immediately followed suit, as Shenlong sent a full-powered punch inside the space tier. Crack! Junior Brother Pei suddenly felt as if a huge hammer had just connected with his spine, before his body was sent crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust in the process. After the cloud of dust receded, Junior Brother Pei, who opened his eyes, felt an indescribable terror gripping his heart as he saw Shenlong standing above his head. Although he wanted to beg for his life, Junior Brother Pei's mouth only made some indiscernible sounds as he saw Shenlong's foot descending on his chest. Crack, crack! The sound of bones getting crushed reverberated throughout the surroundings, before the black-robed disciple of the Poison Hall finally stopped breathing. Without the slightest shred of guilt, Shenlong took the spatial ring from his hand, before he returned back to the foot of the mountain where Lu Mei and Su Hongwei were. Shenlong wasn't afraid that Su Hongwei, or even Senior Brother Bo, would manage to run away in the short time that he had chased Junior Brother Pei, let alone that Su Hongwei couldn't even stand up. It was also unknown whether Senior Brother Bo was still alive or not. Shenlong's conjecture was right, as after arriving at the foot of the mountain he saw Senior Brother Bo, who was unmoving on the ground, the earth beneath him painted red with his blood, while Su Hongwei was struggling to crawl away. When they saw Shenlong returning, Lu Mei's face was painted with joy, while Su Hongwei felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even ask anything about his junior brother who had abandoned him earlier, while deep inside him, Su Hongwei even hoped that Shenlong had managed to kill that traitor who had dared to abandon him and run away alone. Looking at Shenlong, who was walking towards him, Su Hongwei didn't even know what he should say to beg for his life. Shenlong didn't plan to let Su Hongwei live in the first place, as he effortlessly crushed his neck without another word, and took his spatial ring before he threw his body to the side. After making sure that Senior Brother Bo was also dead, Shenlong took his spatial ring as well, and after putting it inside the Stone of Time, he walked up to Lu Mei. Lu Mei looked at the bloodied Shenlong who had just killed 3 disciples of the poison hall to save her, and gave him a dazzling smile that took his breath away for a moment. Shenlong felt his surroundings dimming after seeing this peerlessly beautiful girl's smile, before his eyes suddenly fell on her injured arms that had started to turn a blackish-green color. It looked like the poison had already started to seep into Lu Mei's body. As Shenlong looked at her and said with serious look, the poison is quickly spreading throughout your body. If you don't expel it soon, then once it enters your meridians, it will be a miracle if you are still alive. Lu Mei looked at her slender, jade-like arms, and saw that there were indeed 3 dark green spots that were slowly expanding in her body. Using her long white sword, she tried to stand up, but her body simply didn't listen to her. Shenlong's eyes widened as he remembered Su Hongwei's words, and understood that there must have been some kind of paralyzing poison in junior brother Pei's dagger. Roar at the same time. Both Lu Mei and Shenlong were startled as magic beast roars sounded from the forest behind them. Lu Mei lowered her head embarrassed, while a tinge of red had painted her face, as she said, Ju junior brother, can you help me? Shenlong was stunned when he heard Lu Mei's request, but after noticing that she couldn't move her own body, while magic beasts seemed to be quickly approaching them from behind, he nodded his head, as he said, all right. Make sure to hang tight. Lu Mei seemed a bit confused after hearing Shenlong's words, until she saw him placing one hand on her back and the other one on her feet, lifting her up in a princess hug. Shenlong completely ignored Lu Mei's tomato-red face as he ran towards the mountain in front of him, although he tried not to think about the peerlessly beautiful girl in his arms. After feeling the supple body in his hands, Shenlong couldn't stop his heart rate from speeding up, especially since Lu Mei was the first girl that he was in such a close contact with. Similar thoughts were also flooding Lu Mei's head as she turned her head to look at this man who was carrying her in his arms. A warm feeling filled her heart when she felt Shenlong's loud heartbeat that betrayed his nervousness, despite his calm facade. A few minutes later, Shenlong had already climbed halfway up the mountain, until he finally found a natural-made cave nearby. After making sure that there was no magic beast inside the cave, he exhaled a sigh of relief before he gently placed Lu Mei on the ground. A feeling of loss suddenly filled Lu Mei's heart after she was separated from Shenlong's warm embrace. Shenlong also felt a similar feeling, but he quickly suppressed it as he looked at Lu Mei's wounds and said, Senior sister, it looks like the poison is still expanding on your arm. You should circulate your chi around it to stop it from seeping deeper inside your body. I will look at their spatial rings and see if they have the antidotes on them. Lu Mei nodded her head and smiled lightly, before she closed her eyes and circulated her chi around her wounds. Shards of ice appeared on top of her skin, as the dark green spots seemed to have stopped expanding any further. Then, opening her eyes to look at Shenlong, who was now searching through the spatial rings in search of an antidote, her eyes formed 2 crescent moons as a smile that could dazzle anyone who could see her at this moment had unknowingly appeared on her face. Searching through all 3 of the Poison Hall disciples' spatial rings, Shenlong found more than 70,000 spirit stones in total, along with various poisonous herbs, as well as 2 small boxes. The boxes were filled with black and green ointment respectively, but the scent they emitted was anything but pleasant. Usually, poison masters would always carry the antidote for their poisons with them, in case they accidentally affected themselves while fighting, so Shenlong didn't find this unexpected. Opening his eyes, Shenlong was captivated by Lu Mei's bewitching smile. A moment later, he recomposed himself, and taking out the 2 black boxes with the antidotes, he said, Senior sister, these ointments need to be applied externally on your injuries. Lu Mei looked at the black boxes in front of her and embarrassedly nodded her head once again. She was surprised to find out that her heart was actually looking forward to Shenlong's hands touching hers once again. Nodding his head, Shenlong smiled as he first dipped his fingers inside the black ointment. His hand then stroked Lu Mei's slender hand, like a brush painting on a canvas. The feeling of his hand touching Lu Mei's milky smooth skin as he applied the ointment was something unique to Shenlong. While the atmosphere around the 2 of them was slowly changing, it felt like the distance between them was shortening with each stroke of his hand. After Shanlong finished applying the black ointment on Lu Mei's hand, he looked at her and said, "Senior sister, you should be able to move your body very soon. The paralyzing poison will quickly go away and you should be able to apply the green ointment on yourself." Looking at Lu Mei's face, who seemed somewhat sad when she heard this, Shanlong smiled as he continued, "However, if you happen to feel any discomfort and don't want to move just yet, I can certainly help you apply the rest of it." Feeling that her thoughts had been seen through, Lu Mei felt embarrassment. But she still happily nodded her head with an enchanting smile on her face. As she then whispered, "You don't have to call me senior sister anymore. Just call me Lu Mei." Shanlong nodded his head. And with the same smile as before, he said then, "You should also call me Shanlong." Feeling her cheeks heating up, Lu Mei lowered her head, but she still felt happy in her heart. After Shanlong had finished applying the green ointment on her hands, he said, "You should start feeling the effects of the green ointment in less than 10 minutes. Lu Mei then stared at Shanlong's eyes intently. And after taking a deep breath, she said in a serious voice, "Shanlong, you should leave the floating cloud sect." The moment that he heard Lu Mei's words, Shanlong was dumbfounded, as he stared at her with eyes full of surprise. He hadn't expected to hear something like that, especially from the sect master's daughter. Lu Mei, however, didn't seem to mind Shanlong's reaction as she continued, "Unless you plan to stay an outer disciple forever, you should leave the sect while you still can. Because once you become an inner disciple, you may no longer have that chance. After all, the inner city isn't as simple as it actually seems. Don't you find it weird that I'm all alone inside this second trial?" Since Lu Changpon had ordered all the inner disciples and elders to rush to the central region 5 days after entering the Vermilion Realm. Indeed, this thought had passed through Shanlong's mind. But he had simply assumed that Lu Mei hadn't managed to meet with anyone else up until now. However, Lu Mei had also called Lu Changpon by his actual name instead of calling him elder brother. And based on the hatred and disgust that she displayed, it seemed that there was more to this than what meets the eye. Seeing that Shanlong was pondering over what she had said, Lu Mei then continued, "The reason I am not together with the rest of them is because I don't plan to ever return back to the floating cloud sect." It seemed that after she had finally said these words that she had been keeping in her heart, all of Lu Mei's suppressed emotions burst out along with them, as she then continued explaining everything, without any intent to actually conceal the inner matters of the sect. "Do you know why none of the disciples or elders of the inner city protested when Lu Changpon said that everyone must gather in the central region 5 days later no matter what? It's because once you become an inner disciple, you will be forced to choose one of the 5 families that you want to follow. The family that you choose to follow will then offer you enticing rewards depending on your strength and potential. But once you join them, you will have to follow their every order. Everyone that entered the Vermilion Realm from the inner city has to listen to the words of the future sect master. While as for the top 100 in the arena rankings, it is because they are all the strongest outer disciples as well as the future of the sect. As long as they don't die in here, everyone in the top 100 will enter the inner city sooner or later and become inner disciples. Therefore, allowing them to enter the Vermilion Realm is still in the best benefits of the sect in the end." Shanlong had trouble believing what he had just heard. But deep in his heart, he felt that what Lu Mei had told him was the truth. Unknowingly, Shanlong couldn't help but blurt out a question that had suddenly appeared in his mind then. Did Fu Li know about all of this? If Fatty Fu really knew about this and didn't tell him, then things would be completely different. Lu Mei shook her head as she said, "I don't know. As the heir of the Fu family, Fu Li should have known. But because of his character, it is quite possible that his family hasn't told him anything yet." Lu Mei's answer, however, didn't reassure Shanlong, as many different scenarios had now formed in his mind. Did Fu Li and Lu Wen approach me because they wanted to draw me in their families? It's actually possible for Lu Wen, who claimed that he was forced to return back to the sect. But Fu Li didn't know anything about me when he had met me in the Alchemist's Guild. Coming to this conclusion, Shanlong's furrowed brows slightly relaxed. But he had still decided to obtain a clear answer from Fatty Fu in the future. "So, will you still stay in the floating cloud sect?" As Lu Mei voiced her question, She hadn't realized that she was eagerly staring at Shenlong with sparkling eyes. As she waited to hear his answer, Shenlong fell in contemplation for a while. After hearing Lu Mei's question, before he finally answered, I wasn't planning to stay in the floating cloud sect forever. So, leaving the sect after exiting the Vermilion Realm isn't such a bad choice then. What Shenlong had said was the truth. After all, he was still planning to find out more things about the Stone of Time, visit the ruins of the universe, and become strong enough to protect himself and his parents. He also had to learn more about Little Black's origins. So he wasn't planning to stay in the floating cloud sect for the rest of his life. Lu Mei felt happy when she heard Shenlong's answer. As she then continued, then, why don't you also come to the Silver Sword City? Shenlong's eyes betrayed his puzzlement as he looked at Lu Mei. Since he had never heard of the name Silver Sword City before, Lu Mei understood that Shenlong must not know about the internal secrets of the king's realm. As she then said, let me explain what I know first. There are actually two ways to leave the Vermilion Realm. The first is the normal way, where you just have to wait for 3 months to pass. 3 months after everyone has entered the Vermilion Realm, a teleportation array will force us to return back to the Lightning Wasteland. The second way, however, requires one to have passed the second trial. After pass the second trial, the overseer of the king's palace will allow us to choose if we want to stay in the desolate east, or if we wish to go to the Silver Sword City of the Night Star continent. Both the Golden Buddha Temple, as well as the Snow Cloud country where Yang Kongsun is from, are actually located in the Night Star continent as well. While the Golden Buddha Temple here is said to be just a branch of the actual temple, the Night Star continent is actually located very close to our desolate east. And even experts at the nascent soul realm are not rare there. But as for why the overseer would choose to send us in the Silver Sword City, I don't know that. After listing everything that she knew about the king's palace, Lu Mei looked at Shenlong, who was still digesting all this information. A few breaths of time later, Shenlong smiled at Lu Mei while his eyes were staring at her deep, black eyes. Before he said thank you, I still have to consider the matter about that Silver Sword City for some more. But before that, we still need to kill 2 rank 3 magic beasts to pass the second trial. Lu Mei felt her cheeks reddening after seeing Shenlong's smile when she nodded her head. Indeed, Shenlong couldn't just decide to leave the desolate east on the spot. Then, with a serious look on her face, she said, that's why Lu Changpun had ordered everyone to gather in the central region. I believe that he has already passed the second trial long ago. After all, his aim is to get the legacy inside the king's palace. So, passing the second trial earlier gives him more time to fully focus on the third trial. Just as Lu Mei finished her words, tremors sounded from the top of the mountain, while the cave that the two of them were in seemed as if it was on the verge of collapse. Shenlong and Lu Mei quickly rushed out of the cave. As they turned their heads to look at the top of the mountain, 2 magic beasts seemed to be fighting. And based on the destructive power that they were exhibiting, it was clear that they weren't simple early rank 3 magic beasts. Shenlong and Lu Mei turned to look at each other before they slowly ascended the mountain. After they reached closer to the mountain's peak, Shenlong immediately understood what was happening. In the world of magic beasts, there were certain beasts that were natural enemies. One example of which was the iron-winged eagle and the earth bear that Shenlong had seen in the demonic mountain region. Once they started fighting, these magic beasts usually wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. The scene in front of him now was another such example. As a middle rank 3 ice hawk was fighting with a middle rank 3 demonic spider, looking at the 2 magic beasts that were fighting with reckless abandon, unwilling to rest until the other one was down. Shenlong's eyes shone as he gestured at Lu Mei to be silent. Lu Mei's eyes widened as she understood what Shenlong wanted to do and whispered, is it really possible to act as the fisherman on 2 middle rank 3 magic beasts? It wasn't that Lu Mei didn't believe in Shenlong, as she had already seen his strength when he had killed the 3 disciples of the Poison Hall. But even an early rank 3 magic beast could also kill Su Hongwei and his 2 brothers, let alone a middle stage one. Shenlong smiled as he heard Lu Mei's question and said, before entering the second trial, that ethereal voice had said, that this trial wouldn't only test one's power, but also their scheming ability as well as their perceptiveness. If there was no other way to pass the second trial aside from banding together, then wouldn't those like Lu Changpun who got help from their sect members be the only ones who passed through it? Lu Mei looked as if she had just understood a critical point that she had previously missed regarding this trial. Right. The second trial also tests one's perceptiveness. After all, it was common knowledge that average magic beasts could usually dominate cultivators, who were at the same level as them. So how could those disciples who were still at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade or lower kill magic beasts at the early rank 3 or even higher? Looking at Lu Mei, who was staring at him with bright eyes as she waited to hear his explanation, Shenlong turned his head to observe the fight of the two magic beasts at the mountain peak. As he said, actually, one of the ways to pass the second trial is to band together and hunt for early rank 3 magic beasts. But the question is, how many early rank 3 magic beasts are inside this king's garden in the first place? Seeing that Lu Mei seemed to have just come to another realization once again, Shenlong continued, however, aside from teaming up, there is another way to pass this test. That is to ambush and kill a magic beast. This method, however, is far more dangerous than the first one, since you need to have perfect grasp of what's happening around you before you actually attack the beast. Normally, I may not have chosen to attack two strong middle stage rank 3 magic beasts, like the Ice Hawk and the demonic spider. The current situation, however, is different. The reason that these two beasts are enemies lies with the Ice Hawk after all. Both the demonic spider, as well as the Ice Hawk, are magic beasts who cultivate yin qi inside them. And although their attribute isn't the same, as one of them focuses on ice while the other one focuses more on poison, the yin qi inside the Ice Hawk isn't that much different than the yin qi of the demonic spider in the end. Usually, since their strength is about the same, the Ice Hawk wouldn't attack the demonic spider's lair for no reason. However, once a demonic spider has given birth to its eggs, then, just before the eggs hatch, at the end of their incubation period, the yin qi inside them is at their purest and most dense form. The Ice Hawk can sense the rich yin qi from far away, and will then start a life and death battle with the spider. Lu Mei's mouth was agape after hearing Shenlong's explanation. She finally understood that Shenlong didn't decide to attack these two magic beasts out of recklessness, but because he had prior knowledge about their characteristics and their nature. Looking at the young man beside her, who didn't seem to be any older than herself, Lu Mei felt an inexplicable attraction to the mysterious aura that he was emitting. As time passed, more and more wounds had appeared on the Ice Hawk's and the demonic spider's body. After flapping its wings, the 5 meters, 16 feet, large Ice Hawk summoned a small hailstorm that pierced the black spider's body. Green blood was flowing from its wounds, but the spider didn't seem to feel any pain. As it opened its mouth and spat many small balls of purple liquid, the liquid let out a sizzling sound as it touched the hawk's body, almost as if it was burning through its blue and white skin. Finally, 3 hours later, the Ice Hawk had fallen on the ground, while more than half of its body had been corroded by the spider's poison. But the demonic spider was also filled with terrible wounds. More than half of its back had been pierced with ice shards, while 3 of its 8 legs had already been severed from its body. Looking at the terribly injured spider, as well as the Ice Hawk that had finally stopped breathing, Lu Mei couldn't help turning her gaze at Shenlong as she asked, "Should we attack now?" Shenlong shook his head as he said, "Wait until the spider has confirmed that the hawk is dead. Once it has let down its guard, use your strongest move, and aim at its back. You only need to attack once, and then quickly retreat. Even if you don't hit it, you can leave the rest to me." Lu Mei nodded her head as her eyes stared at the black spider, who was unsteadily walking towards the dead Ice Hawk. Only after stabbing one of its feet on the hawk's head and confirming that it was dead, did it finally relax slightly. At that moment, Lu Mei circulated her cultivation technique. Before numerous shards of ice appeared in the air around her, more than 1,000 ice shards instantly merged together, as they formed a huge ice pillar more than 20 meters 65 feet long. Shenlong was amazed as he saw the huge ice pillar flying towards the demonic spider. as he also activated his monarch's domain along with his golden eyes. Although the spider was a middle rank 3 magic beast, its body had already weakened so much by its battle with the Ice Hawk, that the huge ice pillar would pose a lethal threat to it. The moment that it sensed the gigantic ice pillar flying towards it, the demonic spider hastily dodged to the side. When out of nowhere, one of its eyes suddenly exploded. The pain from having its eye exploding immediately sent the spider into a frenzy, as it thrashed around madly while it screeched in pain. And yet, thanks to its erratic movements, it still managed to luckily dodge Lu Mei's ice pillar. Without missing a beat, Shenlong's body quickly slid under the spider that was still flailing around. And gathering the strength of his monarch's eternal body, he used his full strength as he punched repeatedly on the same spot. Screek! A terrifying cry escaped the spider's mouth, as Shenlong's punches had finally pierced a hole through its body. A few breaths of time later, the spider seemed to have finally lost its strength, as its body crashed on the ground. When Shenlong and Lu Mei had both dug out the beast cause of the demonic spider and the Ice Hawk, they suddenly felt their vision turning black at the same time. Shenlong's surroundings instantly darkened, as a powerful spatial force surrounded his body. Shenlong once again felt the familiar sensation of spatial teleportation, when a deep voice sounded in his ears that said, "Congratulations for passing the second of the king's trials. Congratulations for passing the second of the king's trials. You are the 14th person in this century's batch who has successfully managed to pass through the king's garden." As this voice sounded in his ears, Shenlong's surroundings brightened, before he found himself inside a jade-white room. This room was completely empty, without any decorations, except for what seemed to be a red meditative pillow that was placed on the floor. Right in the center of the room, a black door seemed to have materialized in front of Shenlong, seemingly out of thin air. As a black-haired, middle-aged man then appeared in front of him. Although this man seemed to be smiling, the look in his eyes gave off a dangerous feeling, akin to that of a viper that was staring at a helpless lamb. After sizing Shenlong up, the man had that same smile on his face as he said, "Very good, kid. I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to scheme against the demonic spider. That was really impressive. Congratulations." The reward for passing the second trial, however, is not something tangible, but rather an opportunity that the king himself had personally set. You can choose whether you want to stay in the desolate East, or go to the Silver Sword City of the Night Star continent. There are still 2 months of time until the king's realm closes, so you have until then before you give me your answer. You can also decide whether or not you want to challenge the last of the king's trials. But I suggest that you don't. Although you are not weak, for an Earth-grade cultivator at least, I can guarantee you that you have 0% chance of passing the last trial. The middle-aged man listed everything in one go, before he turned to look at Shenlong as he waited for his answer. Shenlong in turn had been thinking about the Night Star continent ever since he had heard about it from Lu Mei. If the strongest sect in the desolate East is only a branch from the actual Golden Buddha Temple, then going to the Night Star continent might really be the best choice for me to advance faster. I still need to expand my field of vision and learn more about the outside world after all. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong looked at the middle-aged man in front of him before he asked, "Senior, can you tell me anything else about the Night Star continent?" The middle-aged man looked at Shenlong in amusement, as he shook his head and replied, "In the world of cultivation, knowledge is never given away for free. The king has decreed that only the person who passes through the final trial can ask the overseers any questions. All I can tell you is, the Night Star continent is a heaven-sent opportunity if your aim is to become stronger and leave the desolate East." Shenlong nodded his head as he clearly understood this fact. Knowledge was indeed priceless in the cultivation world, and one such example was precisely the knowledge that he had received from the Golden Book. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Shenlong then asked, "In that case, Senior, can you tell me how do I enter the third trial?" The middle-aged man smiled when he heard this, before his hand pointed at a golden door on the right side of the room as he said, "If you wish to challenge the final trial, All you have to do is step through that door and you will understand. Shenlong turned his head to look at the golden door that had just appeared at the side of the wall, and noticed a white-colored seal character on top of it. The black-haired man's eyes were also staring at the seal character as he said, "It seems that someone is already challenging the final trial. So you will have to wait for your turn. Remember? You can only challenge the third trial only once every day. As for whether you live or die, that will be up to you." Without another word, the black-haired man waved his hand, as he then entered inside the black door behind him and disappeared from the room. After the middle-aged man disappeared, Shenlong turned his head to look at the golden door with the white seal character on it, before he sat on the red cushion at the center of the room. After sending his spiritual strength inside the stone of time and noticing that Little Black was sleeping, he started feeding the spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine, before starting another cultivation session. After breaking through to the early rank 7 in Earth grade, Shenlong noticed that his refining speed had increased dramatically. Looking at the 55 balls of chi above him inside the Monarch's hourglass, Shenlong began absorbing the chi from the heaven-swallowing vine, as he started condensing the 56th ball of chi. A day later, there were already 58 balls of chi hovering above his head, as he had now reached the middle rank 7 in Earth grade. Opening his eyes, Shenlong then noticed that the seal character had disappeared from the golden door. After taking a deep breath and activating his golden eyes, Shenlong pushed the door open with his right hand as he entered inside. Surprisingly, after entering the golden door, Shenlong found himself inside a majestic hall. Rows of golden knight armor seemed to be greeting the guests that were entering the hall for the first time, while luxurious chandeliers made from silver and emerald jade decorated the ceiling. Shenlong's eyes traveled at the end of the hall, where he saw a golden throne, adorned with countless rare jades. A handsome, golden-haired young man in his late 20s could be seen sitting on the throne, and while his deep green eyes were staring at Shenlong, a single word came from his mouth: "Welcome." "Welcome," the golden-haired young man said, as he slowly stood up from the throne. Although this man was dressed in plain white robes that were in sharp contrast with the rest of the luxurious hall around him, his plain robes didn't make him feel out of place. Instead, they seemed to have accentuated his presence even more, giving off the feeling of a king who didn't care about material wealth. Shenlong was stunned after seeing the golden-haired man's face. His face was the same as the statue in front of the king's palace. All of a sudden, the sleeping Little Black opened his eyes inside the stone of time, as he said in a warning tone, "Master, be careful, this is a soul incantation." A soul incantation. Shenlong had never heard of this term before. As Little Black started explaining, a soul incantation is created when an expert at the late stages of the nascent soul or above splits a small part of their soul and injects it into another body. However, the body that houses the split soul has to be specially created from a formation master who has reached at least the gold grade, while every single detail of it must be identical to the original bodies. Staring at the white-robed young man in front of Shenlong, Little Black then continued, "Master, after seeing this soul incantation, one thing is now clear. If the person in front of Master is actually the Tao King who created this realm, then he certainly hasn't reached the end of his lifespan yet. Otherwise, his incantation would have also died along with his original soul. He is either still alive somewhere, or his original body was killed, but his soul incantation remains intact in here." The golden-haired young man's eyes were staring at Shenlong with an impassive look, as he then said in a resounding voice, "Welcome to the third and final trial of my palace. I, Kui Guoliang, officially welcome you to my world." The golden-haired man's voice resonated throughout the entire hall, making Shenlong's ears buzz in the process. Waving his sleeve, Kui Guoliang immediately unleashed his aura at the pinnacle of rank 3 in heaven grade. As he continued, "The test for the last trial is simple. I will limit my strength to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade. All you have to do is simply defeat me. Of course, weapons above the silver grade or special talismans are not allowed. Prepare yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, The white-robed Kui Guoliang spread open his left palm. As a small ball of water appeared in his hand, the water ball quickly enlarged, while its shape also started to change. Half a breath later, a 2 meters 6.6 feet long crystal blue, lifelike water python had appeared around the golden-haired young man. Waving his hand, Kui Guoliang immediately sent the water python flying towards Shenlong's head. Shenlong's golden eyes flashed with a faint blue light, as he immediately activated his monarch's domain. The python, however, was barely slowed down after entering the monarch's domain, as it quickly arrived in front of Shenlong. Opening its giant mouth, the python showed his lifelike water teeth that were aiming to devour Shenlong's head. Shenlong had no time to dodge the python's attack, as he gathered his strength in his right hand before it collided with the python's face. Boom! The impact of the collision had surprisingly sent Shenlong flying backwards, until he crashed on the wall behind him. The python was actually much stronger than Shenlong had estimated. Although its power wasn't enough to match a middle rank 3 magic beast, it was still strong enough to dominate most early rank 3 beasts. Although Shenlong was sent flying from the impact, the python seemed to be barely affected from it, as its slightly deformed face quickly returned back to its original shape. Staring at Shenlong with emotionless eyes, Kui Guoliang immediately ordered the python to attack him again, before he conjured another ball of water on his left palm. The second ball of water quickly enlarged itself, and half a breath of time later, another water python had coiled itself around the golden-haired man. This python, however, didn't attack Shenlong, as it continued to hover in the air around Kui Guoliang instead, fighting against the first water python. Shenlong seemed to have already found himself in a tough spot, although he knew exactly when and where the python was going to attack him from. The difference in their speed was too great. Even when Shenlong managed to dodge the first attack, he was unable to dodge the one that followed right after, as he was sent crashing on the walls of the hall again and again. Although his monarch's eternal body was sturdy, numerous wounds had already appeared on his body. Looking at the white-robed Kui Guoliang, who was leisurely looking at him from the distance, Shenlong felt extremely frustrated. The power of the Tao is much stronger than I had originally estimated. Although Fu Piji had already comprehended a fragment of the Tao of Wind, in front of this man's Tao of Water he would have died from a single attack. Master, this is only natural. Although this is probably just a fragment of the Tao of Water that this man has comprehended. In the end, you are still fighting against a Tao King who has suppressed his power. Seeing that Shenlong was still hanging on against the first python, Kui Guoliang turned his head to look at the newly created python that was hovering in the air around him. The second python immediately followed the first, as they relentlessly attacked Shenlong. Half an incense stick of time later, the two water pythons dispersed themselves, as Shenlong's badly damaged body appeared on the ground. Kui Guoliang was about to return to his throne, when his eyes twitched, as he saw Shenlong's half-destroyed body slowly standing up. Interesting? Kui Guoliang's voice sounded as he slowly walked back to his throne. With his back still turned at Shenlong, he said, among the 6 of you that are participating in the third trial, you are probably the weakest. The strongest is that brat with the red armor, along with the little bald monk. The little poison brat as well, the beggar kid, are next, followed by the monkey man and then you. Nevertheless, I have to admit that you are only weak because you haven't entered the third stage in body refinement yet. Otherwise, you would probably be as strong as that poison brat. You can go back and rest. Remember? You are only allowed to come here once per day. As he finished speaking, Kui Guoliang waved his sleeve, before he sat back on his throne. Shenlong then cupped his hands, before he entered inside the golden door, and returned to the jade white room. After returning back to the room, Shenlong sat on the red cushion, and took out a few profound earth fruits from the stone of time to replenish the energy of his monarch's eternal body. The wounds that he had suffered weren't just deep, but they were also too many to count. After all, the power of Kui Guoliang's water pythons was far above that of average early rank 3 magic beasts. After eating the profound earth fruits, Shenlong noticed that the wounds on his body had started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. And half an hour later, there were only a few scars left. An hour after that, even the scars were completely gone. As Shenlong finally opened his eyes, after taking a look at the now sealed golden door in front of him, he mumbled to himself, what does it mean to comprehend a Tao? Kui Guoliang has comprehended the Tao of water and can summon powerful water pythons, while Fu Piji seemed to have comprehended the Tao of wind and could amplify his dagger's flying speed, or even manipulate in the air. Then, what about the Tao of time and the Tao of space? Is the Tao of time just used to freeze my enemies like the Monarch's domain? Just as Shenlong was pondering over the meaning of the Tao of time, inside the final trial, in front of the throne, Kui Guoliang was leisurely watching a young man in blue robes fighting against his water pythons. If Shenlong was here, he would probably recognize this man as the arrogant sixth prince of the Snowcloud country. A crimson battle armor was protecting Yang Kongsun's upper body, as he was fighting against more than 50 water pythons. The pythons constantly attacked Yang Kongsun, but his red armor seemed to be sturdy enough to receive their attacks without fail. It seemed that the entrapment of the 50 pythons, however, was impossible to escape her, as Yang Kongsun was slowly pushed towards the end of the hall. The moment that his back touched the wall, an endless barrage of attacks followed from the water pythons. As his crimson battle armor started to dim, an incense stick of time later, his red armor had completely disappeared. As the blue-robed prince's body was filled with numerous wounds, the moment that the water pythons disappeared, Yang Kongsun's condition wasn't any better than Shenlong's when he had left the hall. The blue-robed prince stared at Kui Guoliang with eyes filled with determination, before he finally lost consciousness. Kui Guoliang laughed after seeing Yang Kongsun falling unconscious, as he then grabbed his body and unceremoniously threw it inside the golden door. Half an hour passed by, when a golden-robed, bald young man entered inside the throne room. Anyone in the desolate east could guess from his sect robes and his shaved head that this young man was a member of the Golden Buddha Temple. The moment that he saw Kui Guoliang, the young monk bowed his head, as he clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Benefactor Kui. I hope that you can teach this young monk once again today." Kui Guoliang laughed as he heard this and said, "Little bald monk. Not bad. Not bad. Out of everyone else participating in this trial, you are the only one who pays his respects every time you see me." The young monk bowed his head once again, before he took a defensive stance, as he then stared at Kui Guoliang expectantly. Kui Guoliang smiled lightly, as he raised his left hand and once again created a water python. The moment that the python appeared, he rushed at the young monk at lightning speed. The monk's hands, however, shone with a golden light, as he sent a palm strike at the python. The palm strike instantly connected with the python's head, as it tore it in half. After getting hit by this golden palm, the python immediately collapsed, as it turned into a ball of water that crashed on the floor. Kui Guoliang was stunned when he saw this, when a big smile covered his face as he said, "Little bald monk. Well done. It seems that your Tao of the Buddha has advanced another step forward. However, it's far too early for you to celebrate." Waving his hand, Kui Guoliang created more than 100 water pythons, who immediately drowned the young monk in their attacks. This time, the monk had turned on the defensive as he endured the python's violent assault, but he barely managed to last for a few minutes, before he was sent flying on the wall of the hall. Looking at the still smiling Kui Guoliang, the young monk stood up from the ground, and cupping his hands, he said, "Thank you, Benefactor Kui. This monk hopes to learn from you again tomorrow." After giving another bow, the golden-robed young monk then entered the door and disappeared from the hall. As the rest of the contestants were fighting in the final trial one after the other, Shenlong had spent the next few days meditating in his room. Finally, 7 days later, he opened his eyes, and looking at his right hand that was glowing with a faint blue light, he couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Is this the Tao of time? Is this the Tao of time?" Looking at the bright glow in his right hand, Shenlong had fallen into deep contemplation. The look in Little Black's eyes, however, was unable to hide his shock and excitement. With his experience, how could the dragon not understand that Shenlong had already touched upon the Tao of Time? It only took Master, as a mere rank 7 Earth-grade cultivator, a week to start comprehending the Tao. This, even with Shenlong's extraordinary affinity with the element of space, he still hadn't managed to touch upon the space Tao, despite having already reached the pinnacle of the second stage in the monarch's eternal body. And yet, comprehension in the Tao of Time seemed to have come extremely naturally. As the black dragon was absorbed in his thoughts, Shenlong released his monarch's domain as the invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body. At the same time, looking at the blue glow in his hand, his golden eyes shone as if he had just come to a realization. That's right. If my monarch's domain can be used to halt or slow down the flow of time inside it, then why can't it also amplify it? The blue glow around his hand then expanded in the air. As it merged with the invisible figure of the hourglass around him, Shenlong could feel an imperceptible change happening in the monarch's domain, while his control over it had suddenly increased. With a simple thought, the flow of time around Shenlong then started to change. The time inside the monarch's domain was now flowing twice as fast compared to the outside world. This is not yet my limit. After injecting even more of his chi in the monarch's domain, the flow of time around him was now 6 times faster than normal. When Shenlong finally realized a problem, sitting cross-legged on the red cushion, his eyes fell on the blue glow in his hand as he said using the monarch's domain this way would not only cause it to lose its original properties, but it would also amplify the speed of anyone else who enters inside it as well. More than an hour passed while Shenlong was pondering over this problem, when his eyes suddenly lit up, as another thought came on his mind. What if, activating the monarch's domain once again, Shenlong didn't change anything in it this time? Instead, the bright blue glow in his hand changed. At the same time as Shenlong was still experimenting with his monarch's domain and the Tao of Time. Inside the third trial, Lu Changpun was fighting with more than 20 water pythons. The pythons seemed to have surrounded him, as they attacked relentlessly from all fronts. Countless ice shards floated around Lu Changpun, forming a huge ice shield that covered him from the attacks of the pythons. Kui Guoliang looked at him, as he clapped his hands and said, "Come on, little beggar kid. If you don't even try to attack the pythons, then how do you expect to beat them?" Crack, crack. Under the unceasing attacks of the pythons, Lu Changpun's ice shield barely managed to last for a few minutes, before it finally broke into pieces. Lu Changpun fell back, as he waved his hands, creating a huge ice wall in a desperate attempt to stall the pythons, as he tried to open up the distance between them. Kui Guoliang, however, just smiled, as the pythons crashed on the wall head-on, destroying it in an instant as their attacks then continued on Lu Changpun's body. Less than 10 breaths of time later, Lu Changpun's body was covered in injuries, while he even lacked the strength to stand up on his own. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Kui Guoliang looking at him. Before he shouted, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Kui Guoliang slowly walked up to Lu Changpun's body, and looking at him he said, "Little beggar kid, you are not fit to become my disciple. How many times are you still going to ask? You should know that I am not looking for a disciple to begin with. I know what you really want. But if you think that you can get your hands on the Dragon Lord's medallion by begging, then you must really be an idiot." Lu Changpun's face immediately turned red when he heard this. But he actually didn't refute any of Kui Guoliang's words. Instead, he shouted loudly once again, "Senior, just give me a chance." Finally, the look in Kui Guoliang's face changed, as his left foot angrily kicked Lu Changpun's body, sending him flying to the golden door behind him. Then, without another word, he returned back to his throne. As he stared at the golden door with eyes full of anger, back in his room, Shenlong noticed that the seal character had just disappeared from the golden door. But he didn't pay any attention to it, as he started walking around the room. At first glance, there was nothing odd about his movement, aside from a blue layer of light that was coming from his body. However, barely 5 minutes later, Shenlong's breathing had turned uneven as he sat back on the red cushion and started recovering his chi. 3 hours later he stood up. As he slowly walked towards the golden door, once again, the scene in his eyes changed. As he found himself inside the throne room, with the same golden-haired young man sitting on the throne. Kui Guoliang's eyes lit up as he saw Shenlong entering the hall. Annoyed from Lu Changpun's earlier behavior, he decided to punish Shenlong a bit and vent his residual anger. Waving his hand, 5 water pythons appeared in front of him. As they instantly flew towards Shenlong. Shenlong was shocked to see 5 pythons this time instead of 2. But with a slight smile on his face, he activated his golden eyes as well as the Monarch's domain. This time, a faint blue light was also coming from Shenlong's body. As he watched the 5 pythons that were flying at him, Kui Guoliang waited expectantly for the pythons to hit Shenlong's body. But the moment that they arrived in front of him, Shenlong suddenly vanished. Kui Guoliang immediately stood up from his throne. As he stared at the scene in front of him with wide-open eyes. Kui Guoliang immediately stood up from his throne. As he stared at the scene in front of him with wide-open eyes. The 5 pythons hadn't even touched Shenlong's body. He had actually moved so fast that he had left behind an after-image at the place he was standing on. The golden-haired young man looked at Shenlong with an incredulous look in his eyes, before his body started trembling with excitement as he asked, "Kid, what was that move just now? Was that a martial skill?" "No. It didn't feel like a martial skill. I actually felt the power of the Tao coming from you. But you are just a brat at the peak of the 2nd stage in body refinement. How could you possibly have started comprehending a high-level Tao? In addition, there are very few Daos that can actually give you such an enhancement in speed. The Tao of Wind can also enhance your speed but not at this level. It's also obvious that you have not comprehended the Tao of Thunder. Don't tell me, kid. You actually managed to get enlightened in the Tao of Light. Judging by the faint light coming off from your body. This old man must be right, huh? Ha ha ha. Kui Guoliang laughed excitedly, as he could barely contain his elation. He looked so certain about the conclusion that he had arrived in, that he didn't even need to hear Shenlong's answer. Shenlong instead looked at the excited Kui Guoliang in front of him, as he answered with a sly smile on his face, "Senior, you overpraise me. I have only just started my Tao comprehension after all." Of course, Shenlong would never admit that he had comprehended the Tao of Time instead of the Tao of Light, as he clearly understood how many follow-up questions that could bring him. In a sense, he considered himself very lucky that Kui Guoliang had come to the wrong conclusion by himself. So all he had to do was play along with him. Kui Guoliang shook his head as he stared at Shenlong with shining eyes and said, "Brat, you don't know how rare the Tao of Light actually is. Even in the Night Star continent, only some incredible geniuses can comprehend this Tao. For a brat of the desolate East to have such good fortune, even this old man envies you." As he finished speaking, Kui Guoliang waved his hand, as he created more than 20 water pythons in an instant. Shenlong's eyes bulged when he saw this. But Kui Guoliang smiled as he said, "Even if you have comprehended a rare Tao like the Tao of Light, your cultivation base is still insufficient to win against me." The 20 water pythons quickly surrounded Shenlong, as they attacked him one by one. Shenlong, however, wasn't going to stick in the same passive position as he did the last time. After taking one step forward, he immediately disappeared from where he stood, as he avoided all the water pythons and rushed at the golden-haired young man in front of the throne. Shenlong's speed was extremely fast, as he quickly covered half of the distance between himself and Kui Guoliang. Kui Guoliang then raised his right hand, as he created a whip made of water. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of the water whip cracking through the air resounded in the throne room as Kui Guoliang attacked Shenlong again and again. Shenlong's golden eyes, however, flashed repeatedly, as he easily avoided the water whip's attacks. A few breaths of time later, he had already closed the distance, and clenching his right fist, he sent a full-powered punch towards Kui Guoliang's chest. A water python appeared from Kui Guoliang's body. As it met Shenlong's punch head-on, Shenlong smirked as he saw the python meeting his full-powered punch with its face as he continued forward without stopping. If it was me from a week ago, I would probably be unable to defeat this python. But now, with my new Monarch's domain, it's impossible to lose again. Boom! The result of the clash was completely different than the first time. Amplified by his speed, Shenlong's fist immediately pierced through the water python's head, as it completely destroyed it before colliding with Kui Guoliang's body. The golden-haired Tao King stumbled back a few steps before he stared at Shenlong in shock. It only took him a moment to understand how Shenlong had managed to defeat the water python so easily. Amplified by his Tao of Light, it was natural for Shenlong's punch to be this strong. Although he was hit by Shenlong's punch, Kui Guoliang shrugged as he stared at the young man in front of him and said, "Ha ha ha. I told you, kid. You are still too weak. Do you think that you are the only one who cultivates in both chi and body refinement?" Shenlong noticed that the place that he had punched in Kui Guoliang's chest had turned in a bright grey color. Kui Guoliang smirked as he said, "Of course. Aside from the Tao of Water, I have also comprehended the Tao of Metal. Unless you manage to break through to the third stage in body refining, you won't be able to have a chance against me." It was obvious that Kui Guoliang was thinking that Shenlong had started comprehending the Tao thanks to his peak second stage body refinement level. After all, whether it was breaking through from the earth grade to the heaven grade, or from the second stage of body refinement to the third, every cultivator needed to comprehend at least one Tao that they would use for their breakthrough. But since Shenlong was planning to use the Tao of Time as his basis for his breakthrough in Qi cultivation, he couldn't use it to break through to the third stage of body refinement. After a brief moment of silence, the golden-haired young man stared thoughtfully at Shenlong as he then continued, "If you manage to break through to the third stage of body refinement and pass the final trial, I can tell you that not only will you get the Dragon Lord's medallion, but all of my secret arts, martial skills and secret techniques will be yours to browse. Now go. The next time we fight, it will be a real fight. I will not hold back at all." Shenlong didn't understand what the Dragon Lord's medallion was, but he still nodded his head as he cupped his hands and entered the golden door. He clearly understood that since he hadn't managed to break Kui Guoliang's defenses with his full-powered punch, then it was impossible to win this time. Unless, of course, he used a lethal move. But even then, thanks to Kui Guoliang's high perception, even that wasn't certain to defeat him. After all, this was still a Tao King who had suppressed his cultivation. Looking at Shenlong, who was leaving the hall, Kui Guoliang's eyes were fixed on his back, as he then mumbled inaudibly, "I will be waiting for you, kid. Don't let me down." Shenlong was completely oblivious to Kui Guoliang's mutterings, as he returned back to the jade-white room, and sat cross-legged on top of the red cushion as he thought to himself, "It looks like having two different Monarch's domains active at the same time is really hard. It looks like having two different Monarch's domains active at the same time is really hard. Indeed. Since Shenlong couldn't change the flow of time in the Monarch's domain without having it lose its original effects, he had used the Tao of Time to create a second Monarch's domain, using the original as a guideline. The second domain was actually much smaller than the first, as it barely encompassed his body, which was where that blue glow was coming from when the domain was active around him. Thanks to the second domain that was created by the Tao of Time, Shenlong's speed was more than 5 times faster than normal. However, the chi inside his chi balls was also being used at an alarming rate when both of his Monarch's domains were active at the same time. Thinking back to his fight with Kui Guoliang, Shenlong understood that the difference between their chi cultivation, as well as their Tao comprehension, was too big. After all, even if he had restrained himself to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade, Kui Guoliang was still a Tao King, while Shenlong was just a rank 7 earth grade cultivator. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, and after feeding the heaven-swallowing vine with spirit stones, He looked at the black dragon who seemed to be eating the nine-eyed giant worm's body. As he asked Little Black, "Do you know anything about the Dragon Lord's medallion?" Little Black thought seriously for a moment. But in the end he shook his head and replied, "Master, if this was regarding the Dragon King's medallion of the Dragon Dimension, then that would be a different story. But I have never heard anything regarding a Dragon Lord." Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black's words. And as the black dragon started gorging himself in the giant worm's body, Shenlong also started to absorb the energy of the heaven-swallowing vine. Kui Guoliang's words had really managed to spark his interest, as Shenlong clearly understood that the one thing he lacked the most right now was martial skills or other similar techniques. Time passed by quickly when Shenlong was in seclusion. And while the black dragon seemed to have fallen into slumber, Shenlong's cultivation was rising at an incredible rate. Peak of rank 7 in Earth grade. Early rank 8. Middle rank 8. Peak of rank 8. A month later, Shenlong's cultivation had stabilized at the early rank 9 in Earth grade, while his body was actually brimming with energy. Above his head, there were 75 balls of qi, some of which seemed much brighter than the rest. While Shenlong was in seclusion, Lu Changpon and the rest of the contestants were constantly fighting with Kui Guoliang. Although Kui Guoliang had high hopes for Shenlong, in reality, during their fight a month ago, he hadn't even released a third of his true strength against him. Although he hoped that a genius who had comprehended an extraordinary Tao would be able to pass his trial, he also understood that the young monk from the Golden Buddha Temple, as well as the sixth prince from the Snowcloud country, weren't really inferior to Shenlong. Especially the young monk, Mao Yi, whose comprehension in the Tao of the Buddha seemed to be growing day by day after sparring with Kui Guoliang. Half a month more passed like this, as Shenlong's cultivation took another step forward, reaching the middle of rank 9 in Earth grade. However, at the same time, his spirit stones had been sorely depleted, as he had less than 30.000 of them left by now. If he hadn't received the kind donation of 70.000 spirit stones from Su Hongyi and his junior brothers, Shenlong would have long since ran out of them by now. As for the blood vermilion fruits that he had gotten from the first trial, he was planning to refine them into pills before he attempted his breakthrough to heaven grade. Finally, a week before the Vermilion Realm was about to close, Shenlong opened his eyes as he stared at the sealed golden door in front of him. A few hours later, the character seal disappeared from the door, as he then stood up and walked inside it. In front of the throne, Kui Guoliang seemed to be fiddling with a brown small badge in his hands. But his eyes immediately lit up as he saw Shenlong entering the hall. With an excited voice he said, "Kid, it's about time you showed yourself." However, disbelief quickly colored his face, as he then asked with an incredulous look in his eyes, "Brat, you have already broken through to the middle of rank 9 in Earth grade?" Since Shenlong wasn't hiding his cultivation, it was child's play for Kui Guoliang to ascertain his level. Without waiting for an answer, the golden-haired Tao King immediately waved his hands, as more than 50 water pythons appeared around him. Looking at Shenlong, who was staring at him speechlessly, he then said without any shame, "Brat, don't look at me like that. This king has already warned you that, the next time we met, there would be no holding back. Whoever strikes first is always the winner." The moment that he finished his words, the water pythons charged at Shenlong like a flock of hungry beasts, activating his golden eyes, as well as the two monarchs' domains. A blue light appeared around Shenlong's body, as he walked around the attacking pythons looking like he was taking a stroll in his own garden. This time, the pythons' speed had noticeably dropped as they entered the monarch's domain, and in merely a few breaths of time, Shenlong had already left them far behind him. Kui Guoliang in turn had already expected the scene in front of him, as he smiled, while his body turned into a shiny metal hue. Looking at the golden-haired young man in front of him, Shenlong didn't hold back in the slightest, as he gathered all of his strength in his right hand and sent a full-powered blow at Kui Guoliang's chest. Kui Guoliang didn't shy away from this challenge. As his own fist met with Shenlong's, boom, a powerful collision resounded throughout the hall and a burst of blood spurted in the air. As both Shenlong and Kui Guoliang were sent flying backwards. Both Shenlong and Kui Guoliang were sent flying backwards from the impact of their collision. Shenlong felt a sharp pain in his hand, as blood had already covered his entire fist. This was the first time that Shenlong had bled after fighting someone, ever since he had started his body cultivation. Turning his head to look at Kui Guoliang, he saw him staring at his own fist in disbelief. A crack had appeared on his metal-like fist, as his blood was slowly dripping on the floor of the hall. Looking at Shenlong, Kui Guoliang smiled, as he actually took the initiative to attack this time. The crack in his left hand had quickly reformed itself, while a large halberd made of water had appeared in his hands, raising the 2 meters, 6.6 feet, long halberd in the air. The golden-haired Tao King swung it down, aiming at Shenlong's head. Shenlong's golden eyes flashed, as he clearly saw the trajectory of the halberd, and stepped to the side, easily dodging the attack. Kui Guoliang smirked as he saw this, while the bright blue halberd's attack met with the floor. Boom! It was almost as if a powerful earthquake had just shaken the entire hall. As Shenlong's feet lost their contact with the ground, Kui Guoliang's eyes flashed as he immediately swept the halberd sideways towards the airborne Shenlong. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the halberd, Shenlong crossed both of his arms in an X shape in front of his chest as he attempted to block Kui Guoliang's strike. The moment that the ice blue halberd connected with his arms, Shenlong felt an overpowering force that sent him flying backwards. As his back finally crashed on the wall behind him, Shenlong felt pain coursing all over his body, while even the ribs on his left side were actually fractured. Withstanding the pain, he slowly stood up as he once again faced the golden-haired young man opposite to him. Kui Guoliang was stunned when he saw Shenlong standing up. He was certain that his last strike was powerful enough to even kill some peak rank 3 heaven-grade cultivators. And yet Shenlong could somehow still stand up after taking a hit by his halberd head-on. Laughing, he then said, "Brat. Not bad. You can actually still stand after taking a direct hit from my water halberd. Let's see how many more hits you can take then." Holding his halberd with his right hand, Kui Guoliang kicked the ground as he rushed at Shenlong. Shenlong's golden eyes once again lit up, as he immediately understood what Kui Guoliang wanted to do. Once again, swinging his halberd down the same way as before, Kui Guoliang seemed as if he was going to hit the ground next to Shenlong once again. Shenlong quickly dodged to the side, making the golden-haired Tao King smirk, as he mumbled to himself, "Really a newbie?" Just as the halberd was about to hit the ground, Kui Guoliang changed its trajectory, as he sent a strike towards Shenlong's right ribs. However, Shenlong smiled as he took advantage of the moment that the halberd changed its trajectory, to immediately move behind Kui Guoliang. Clenching his right hand, Shenlong sent a powerful punch at Kui Guoliang's ribs. Kui Guoliang's eyes widened as he saw this, but since he didn't have enough time to dodge, he could only cover his left ribs with the Tao of metal as he took Shenlong's blow directly. Crack! The moment that Shenlong's fist connected with his ribs, cracking sounds resounded throughout the hall, as a contorted expression appeared on the golden-haired Tao King's face. The force from Shenlong's punch had sent him flying sideways, causing his body to tumble on the ground for a few dozen meters until it came to a stop. Kui Guoliang grimaced in pain as he struggled to stand up before he allowed his halberd to fall on the ground, as it then turned into a small puddle of water. The look on Kui Guoliang's face had now turned completely serious, as he faced Shenlong with a grim look in his eyes. Suddenly, his feet started moving erratically, while his body left behind many afterimages. Shenlong swiftly tilted his head to the side, as Kui Guoliang's fist grazed his cheek. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, the golden-haired young man was about to retreat when Shenlong sent a sweeping kick at his feet. A small shield of water blocked Shenlong's kick, when Kui Guoliang once again vanished. Shenlong's golden eyes scanned the area around him, as countless water droplets appeared in front of him. Slowly, they converged together, creating a gigantic water python. More than 10 meters 33 feet tall and 50 meters 160 feet long. At the heart of the python, Kui Guoliang was staring at Shenlong with a solemn look on his face. This was the strongest move he could use while his chi cultivation was restricted at the peak of rank 3 in the heaven grade. The python opened his gigantic jaws as he quickly moved to bite Shenlong's waist. Shenlong, however, didn't retreat, but instead, he dove head-on inside the python's mouth, completely avoiding the terrifying bite. Shenlong had thought that once he had entered inside, he would be able to get to Kui Guoliang without any hindrance. However, once he was actually inside the python's mouth, he understood how wrong he was. The water that the python was created from was Kui Guoliang's Tao of water. The pressure inside the python was so intense that Shenlong could feel the water around him trying to crush him to death. Kui Guoliang's eyes were glued on Shenlong's body. As he used his chi to make the water pressure even stronger, Shenlong could feel the water around him churning. As his body had finally started to break down, blood had started flowing from the previous wound in his hand, while his already fractured ribs on his left side actually broke. As one question flashed through his mind: am I going to die here? His rapidly beating heart then started to slow down, as more and more wounds appeared on his body. Crack, crack, his bones had started to crack under the immense water pressure. As death approached closer and closer, while the look in his eyes had started to turn somewhat lethargic, looking as if they were about to close at any moment. The expression in Kui Guoliang's face, however, was extremely serious, without any intention to hold back or stop. Just as Shenlong felt his thoughts getting muddled, he abruptly widened his eyes as he shouted inwardly, "No! I will not die, Herald, I can still stop this. Stop! Stop! I said stop, I said stop." Shenlong's golden eyes were now emitting a bright blue light from their corners, while the angry water inside the monarch's domain had suddenly turned into a docile child. Kui Guoliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, since he couldn't believe what he had just felt. A powerful Tao fluctuation was coming from Shenlong's body, as the water around him was being suppressed by his own Tao of water. Even stronger power. Kui Guoliang stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief, as he then mumbled, "Is this Tao suppression? But I have never heard of the Tao of light being able to suppress my Tao of water like this. Could it actually be that this kid has comprehended another Tao as well?" Of course, this didn't mean that Shenlong's comprehension in the Tao of time was at the same level as Kui Guoliang's Tao of water, but rather, since Kui Guoliang had suppressed his cultivation, his insights to the Tao of water are currently equivalent to his own. When he was still at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade, Kui Guoliang's breathing had started getting rugged, while at the same time, countless thoughts were running through Shenlong's mind, as he seemed to have entered a state of sudden enlightenment time. Is it really just an untouchable, ethereal feeling? No. I can feel that it is more than that. Time exists everywhere. So how can one not be affected by time? Shenlong felt as if he had suddenly come a step closer to the Tao of time. As he then opened his eyes, Kui Guoliang's fervent eyes stared at Shenlong as if he was looking at a treasure, while his body quickly floated towards the mouth of the python. Clenching his metal-colored fists, he shouted, "Come, kid. Show me your true strength." Shenlong saw the golden-haired man in front of him gathering his strength in his two arms, as he sent a violent flurry of punches at him. Shenlong's body didn't have the same agility inside the water as he had in the land. But as his gaze landed on Kui Guoliang, Shenlong felt a sudden headache, as more than half of his remaining chi was sapped in an instant. At the same time, unknowingly to Kui Guoliang, his own movements had turned extremely slow. Seeing that the white-robed man in front of him had suddenly slowed down, Shenlong gathered the power of his monarch's eternal body in his right hand, and amplified by the speed of the second monarch's domain, he sent a full-powered blow at Kui Guoliang's left ribs. Boom! The sound of Shenlong's punch hitting Kui Guoliang's body exploded in the throne room. as the golden-haired Tao King was immediately sent flying through the air like a cannonball. His body crashed on the ground but didn't stop at all, as he left a long chasm on the luxurious floor of the throne room for a few hundred meters. As the dust started to settle down, Kui Guoliang's tattered robes and injured body came into view. Staring at Shenlong, the last scene replayed through the golden-haired young man's eyes again, as he simply mumbled so fast. His lips then curved upwards into a smile, as he said, "Congratulations, kid. You win." As Kui Guoliang's words sounded in Shenlong's ears, the water python dispersed on the floor, while Shenlong secretly heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He only had less than 10% of his chi left after the fight, and aside from the space tears, he had used every other move he had. Surprisingly, his golden eyes had sapped more than half of his chi in an instant. At the final moment that Kui Guoliang was slowed down, Kui Guoliang slowly stood up, and despite his tattered robes and injured body, his eyes were shining brightly as he started laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I can see hope. Walking up to Shenlong, the Tao King then patted his shoulders as he continued with a huge smile on his face. "Kid, you have no idea how long I have been waiting for this." Then, with a wave of his hand, Kui Guoliang produced a small table along with 2 chairs and a big jar of wine. As he gestured for Shenlong to sit, Shenlong didn't understand why Kui Guoliang was so excited. If this was really just a trial to help the disciples of the desolate East like the overseer had said. But in the end, he still sat down on a chair as he faced the white-robed man in front of him. Kui Guoliang looked at Shenlong, who was sitting opposite to him, and taking a deep breath he said, "First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Kui Guoliang, an elder of the Kui clan in the Night Star continent. Since you have passed the final trial of my palace, I will of course give you everything that I have promised, and even more." As he finished speaking, Kui Guoliang waved his hand, as the floor around them was filled with countless different scrolls. Some of the scrolls were golden while others seemed old and on the verge of destruction. But in the end, Shenlong counted more than 200 scrolls around him. Kui Guoliang looked at the young man in front of him who was staring at the scrolls on the floor and continued, "These are almost all of the cultivation techniques, martial skills, and secret techniques that I have accumulated in the past 10,000 years. As promised, these can all become yours. But I also need you to help me with something." When Shenlong heard Kui Guoliang's last sentence, he immediately understood that his previous conjecture was correct. As he thought, certainly, there is no such thing as a free meal. Everything requires a corresponding price to pay. However, knowing that he needed martial skills above everything else right now, Shenlong turned to look at the man in front of him as he said, "Senior, please speak." Kui Guoliang shook his head, as he opened the big jar of wine in front of him, and taking out 2 big jade green bowls from his spatial ring, he personally filled them up. When the wine touched the green bowls, its aromatic fragrance slowly diffused in the air around them. Kui Guoliang was the first who took a sip from his wine, as Shenlong followed right after him. As the crimson-red wine's taste spread in his mouth, Shenlong understood that this wasn't an ordinary wine. If he were to compare this wine with the mystifying fragrance pavilions, that would be like comparing seawater with a 200-year-old nectar. Although the taste wasn't as good as his own wine, the medicinal essence in this wine was actually superior to his own. After he emptied his own bowl, Kui Guoliang looked at Shenlong as he then continued with a solemn tone, "I need you to go to the Dragon Lord Villa of the Night Star continent. I need you to go to the Dragon Lord Villa of the Night Star continent. I will give you the Dragon Lord's medallion, as well as anything else you need. So, what do you think, kid?" Shenlong had a look of confusion on his face, as he looked at the expectant Kui Guoliang, who was staring at him, and asked, "Senior, can you tell me more about this Dragon Lord's villa?" Kui Guoliang was stunned for a second, before he nodded his head and said, "Right. I almost forgot that you must be a native of the desolate East. Let me explain everything first before you give me your answer. It was approximately 15,000 years ago, when I sent my soul incantation from the Night Star continent, all the way to the desolate east, and created this secret realm, in hopes of finding a genius that had the potential to enter the Tao King realm. Kui Guoliang had a solemn look on his face, as he stared at Shenlong, and continued. Entering the Tao King realm, however, is more difficult than you can imagine. 30,000 years ago, I almost died during my breakthrough. I can still feel the shivers as I remember the pain I went through, only to barely survive in the end. So I decided to set 3 main trials to test the young people of the desolate East. After all, someone can't even defeat my soul incantation. Then, how can I believe that they will have any chance to become a Tao King in the future? However, even managing to defeat my soul incantation doesn't necessarily mean that you will become a Tao King. It just shows that you have more potential than the rest. After all, there are countless geniuses in the Night Star continent who could pass this final trial that I have set, while in the desolate East, you are actually the only one after so many years. Kui Guoliang sighed with disappointment, but at the same time with a hint of relief. In that case, Senior, wouldn't it make more sense for you to create this secret realm in the Night Star continent instead of the desolate East? Kui Guoliang nodded his head at Shenlong's words as he said, "Of course. Do you think I would come to this backward place if I had a choice? The Night Star continent is more than 40 times larger than your desolate East after all, while the geniuses there are even more than the stars in the sky. Finding people who have the same level of talent as you, and probably even higher, wouldn't have been impossible within 1,000 years. And yet, more than 15,000 years have passed here. What ass?" After taking in deep breath, the look in Kui Guoliang's eyes suddenly turned serious as he then said, "There is a reason for everything. And it all started the day that I sent my soul incantation here. Since I need your help, there is no point in hiding things from you. 15,000 years ago, the day that I sent my soul incantation in the desolate East, both my original body along with my wife entered inside the Dragon Lord's villa. Although it is called a villa, it is actually an extremely dangerous place, filled with both danger and fortune. However, even Tao King realm experts can't resist the allure of the treasures inside. Since I knew that we would be heading into danger, I decided to create this secret realm beforehand. The reason, of course, wasn't to help the poor people of desolate East, but to help myself and my wife, in case we ended up trapped and unable to escape on our own. And in the end, that seemed to be case. As Shenlong heard Kui Guoliang's explanation, the pieces of the puzzle had started to naturally fall into place. So, Kui Guoliang created this secret realm to find someone who could help him and his wife, who are trapped inside the Dragon Lord's villa. Since he didn't, he ask someone else, like the overseers who are at the middle stages of the nascent soul, means that he needs someone with strength close to the Tao King realm, if not an actual Tao King. However, this still doesn't answer why he has created this vermilion realm in the desolate East instead of the Night Star continent. Kui Guoliang seemed to have understood what Shenlong was thinking, and continued with the final part of his explanation as for why I didn't create this secret realm in the Night Star continent but chose the desolate East instead. It's because of one simple reason. Your desolate East simply has no Tao Kings. In the Night Star continent, there is more than 90% chance that any genius strong enough to pass the last trial would be connected to a Tao King in one way or another. Can you guess what would happen to me in that case? Shenlong immediately understood what Kui Guoliang was hinting at. Indeed, if a Tao King with malicious intentions were to find out that Kui Guoliang was trapped and probably without any means to resist in the cultivation world, that would mean almost certain death. Kui Guoliang nodded his head, seeing that Shenlong had understood, and taking out a small bronze medallion from his spatial ring, he continued, "However, although I originally intended to keep everything regarding my secret realm hidden from the Night Star continent, I had forgotten that certain powers had already created branches of their own sects in the desolate East. Thus, to cover the real reason behind my realm's existence, I intentionally spread the rumor in these top sects that I am looking to take on as a personal disciple anyone who manages to pass the final trial. While this small medallion will also be given as a reward. After all, even Tao Kings cannot enter the Dragon Lord's villa without a Dragon Lord's medallion. Of course, there are many more medallions aside from the one that I have. But each one of them is closely guarded by other Tao Kings, or at the very least by peak nascent soul cultivators. This was the first time that Kui Guoliang had spoken so much to anyone in the last 15,000 years. Looking expectantly at the young man in front of him, he took a deep breath before he finally decided to ask the question that he had been keeping at the tip of his tongue all this time. So, kid, will you help me? So, kid, will you help me? Hearing Kui Guoliang's question, Shenlong thought seriously for a moment before deciding on his response. If I really choose to help Kui Guoliang, not only would the journey be extremely dangerous, but I would have to enter a place that I know nearly nothing about. However, I can learn more regarding the Dragon Lord's villa when I'm in the Night Star continent. If I find that things aren't as Kui Guoliang has said, I can always back off then. After all, if I choose to refuse helping him since he has already told me everything about his life, it's unlikely that he will happily let me go. Looking at the white-robed young man who was sitting opposite to him, Shenlong finally nodded his head as he said, "All right. If I become a Tao King in the future, I will do my best to help Senior get out from the Dragon Lord's villa." "Great. It's good that you decided to help me, kid. But to be certain, I still need you to take a Tao oath that you will come and help me immediately after you become a Tao King. Otherwise, what will I do if you decide to change your mind after leaving my palace?" It seemed that Kui Guoliang was already prepared for every scenario, and wasn't going to let Shenlong go without swearing an oath. Shenlong frowned as he already knew what a Tao oath was. This was an oath that only someone who had comprehended a Tao would usually take. And if one went against the contents of the oath, they would never be able to progress in that Tao again. This was practically Kui Guoliang looking to change Shenlong's fate to himself. Even if Shenlong found that things weren't as he was told, as long as he wanted to progress in his Tao again, he would have to go to the Dragon Lord's villa and help him. Nodding his head, Shenlong stared at the golden-haired young man in front of him as he said, "I swear that once I become a Tao King, I will do my best to head to the Dragon Lord's villa and help you. I shall never advance in the Tao of Light ever again, until I help Senior get out from the villa." An imperceptible glint flashed through Kui Guoliang's eyes as he heard Shenlong's oath. But he still nodded his head and smiled as he said, "Ha ha. Well done, brat. As promised, you can take all of my cultivation techniques, secret arts, and martial skills. In a week from now, I will also activate the teleportation formation and send you along with the rest of them to the Night Star continent." Looking at the Tao King in front of him, Shenlong had a sly smile on his face as he said, "Senior, you also said that I can take anything else I need as well, right?" Kui Guoliang's eyes twitched as he heard this. But nodding his head he replied, "Of course. If you need anything else just tell me. If it's not too hard, then of course I will do my best to help you." Shenlong flashed his white teeth with a smile, as he continued, "Don't worry, Senior. I am certain that this is something very simple for someone as powerful as you. Since I am just a small disciple of a very small sect in the desolate East, I would need some cultivation resources. And of course, a few spirit stones. A few million spirit stones will do, I think." Kui Guoliang's eyes twitched as he understood what was happening in front of him. This brat is clearly extorting me. Shenlong didn't seem to pay any attention to the Tao King in front of him, however. And after pondering for a few moments he continued, "Senior, the Night Star continent is probably going to be extremely dangerous as well. For someone like me. Right? I think that Senior should also give me a few dozen rank 5 magic beasts so I can protect myself. After all, if I die before I become a Tao King, wouldn't Senior's hard work for the past 15,000 years all be in vain?" Kui Guoliang couldn't take it anymore as he shouted in disbelief, "Brat. Do you think that rank 5 magic beasts are cabbages that you can buy on the streets? Forget about taking a few dozen. I don't even have a dozen of them. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Shenlong, however, didn't seem to have gotten offended. As he continued, Senior, your words are wrong. After all, if I die, how long will it take for you to find someone who can help you? I also think that Senior should give me a few weapons of the gold grade to choose from. After all, I lack a suitable weapon as well. Pit Kui Guoliang couldn't take it anymore, as he spat a mouthful of blood on the floor before he exploded. Enough. Cough cough, brat. Don't be too unreasonable. We can discuss things. I'm already giving you so many martial skill and cultivation techniques. I can give you a few spirit stones. But a few million are out of the question. At most I can give you 1,000,000. I can also let you choose an early rank 5 magic beast. As well. As for gold grade weapons, you can also choose one of them. But that's it. Don't push your luck any further. Shenlong felt surprised when he saw that Kui Guoliang could part with 1,000,000 spirit stones so easily. It seemed that Dao Kings were much richer than he had originally estimated. Seeing that Shenlong wasn't asking him for more things, Kui Guoliang secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he waved his hand, and instantly collected all of the scrolls around him inside a green spatial ring. After handing the ring to Shenlong, he said inside the ring, aside from the scrolls, there is also a map of the Dragon King's villa that you will need to find me once you enter inside, as well as a Dragon Lord's medallion and 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Sending his spiritual strength inside the ring, Shenlong indeed found a mountain of spirit stones lying inside. At the same time, Kui Guoliang's hands formed many different seals, as a black door materialized in front of him. Turning his head to look at Shenlong, the white-robed Dao King gritted his teeth, and after taking a deep breath, he said in an unwilling tone, "Kid, if you want to get a magic beast, then come with me." Shenlong followed Kui Guoliang as he entered inside the black door, and his surroundings once again changed. After the familiar feeling of spatial teleportation, he found himself standing inside another large hall. Looking around him, he saw an elderly man, with almost no hair left on his head, kneeling in front of Kui Guoliang as he called out, "My king." Kui Guoliang nodded his head in response, and looking at the old man in front him, he asked Old Tao, "Which magic beasts at the early rank 5 are in good condition right now?" Old Tao. Which magic beasts at the early rank 5 are in good condition right now? The old man looked a bit confused at Kui Guoliang's sudden question, but he still answered respectfully, "My king. The magic beasts at the early rank 5 that are in a good condition. Number only 4. They are the 9-eyed giant worm on the north, the 1,000-eyed spider on the west, the twin-headed wolf on the northeast, and..." The old man had a look on his face that couldn't conceal his difficulty, as he stopped speaking. "And what?" Kui Guoliang didn't hide his displeasure, seeing that Old Tao was hesitating to speak. As the caretaker who was responsible for the rank 5 magic beasts inside the Vermilion realm, Old Tao would never hesitate to speak, unless there was a serious issue. Indeed. The old man took a deep breath as he knelt on the ground and said, "My king, please forgive me. I have done everything that I can. But the silver-winged Panther King still hasn't advanced to the middle stages." The moment that the old man finished his words, displeasure had already covered Kui Guoliang's face, while Shenlong's eyes were actually filled with shock. He almost couldn't stop himself from asking, how is a silver-winger Panther King only at the early stage of rank 5? Turning his head to look at Shenlong, Kui Guoliang suppressed his frustration as he said, "Brat, I suggest that you choose the 9-eyed giant worm. I have been raising it for many years inside a very special lake. And although its combat strength isn't as big as the 1,000-eyed spider or the twin-headed wolf, its defense is much better than the other two. It can definitely protect you well enough." Shenlong's eyes twitched as he heard Kui Guoliang mentioning the 9-eyed giant worm, and immediately shook his head, as he responded with a determined tone, "Senior, thank you for your suggestion, but I would rather choose the silver-winged Panther King." Was this a joke? How was he supposed to choose the nine-eyed giant worm? Hasn't Little Black already eaten it? Should he force the black dragon to spit it back out for him? Kui Guoliang looked at Shenlong like he was looking at an idiot as he said, "Brat. Are you dumb? Didn't you hear old Tao saying that the silver-winged panther king hasn't broken through to the middle stages? It's obvious that there is a serious problem with it. You should choose the nine-eyed giant worm instead." Shenlong, however, shook his head as he said resolutely, "Senior, I still wish to choose the silver-winged panther. I hope that Senior will agree." Kui Guoliang couldn't understand why Shenlong was so adamant on taking the silver-winged panther king. But in the end, he still nodded his head as he looked at the kneeling old man in front of him and said, "Old Tao, go and bring the silver-winged panther king here then." Old Tao got up from the ground and bowed to Kui Guoliang before he hurriedly left the room. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. What was so special about this kid that the king was going to give him one of his rank 5 beasts? However, he didn't dare to question Kui Guoliang's order as he quickly left to bring the silver-winged panther king. Less than an hour later, a 2 meters 6.6 feet tall and 6 meters 19.8 feet long black panther with shining yellow eyes and a pair of beautiful silver wings on its back appeared in front of Shenlong and Kui Guoliang. Shenlong's eyes shone as he saw the panther in front of him, while his eyes carefully examined its body. Although Kui Guoliang felt unwilling to part with the magic beasts that he had painstakingly raised, he understood that if Shenlong didn't have a suitable protector, then he could very likely die before he reached the Tao King realm. With these thoughts in mind, the reluctance in his heart slowly disappeared. And looking at Shenlong he said, "Kid, this panther is still soul-bound by me. Gather your spiritual strength in a drop of your blood and feed it in the panther's mouth. I will sever my connection with the panther at the same time, so it can accept you as its new master." Shenlong nodded his head and knew that this was the most common way that beast tamers usually followed when they wanted to sell the powerful magic beasts that they had tamed. There was almost no danger following this process, except if the magic beast received a strong mental stimulation. In that case, it was possible for the link between master and servant to be severed, if the beast's spiritual strength far exceeded its master. However, these situations weren't common in the cultivation world. At the same time that Shenlong fed his blood to the Black Panther, Kui Guoliang immediately severed their connection. Shenlong could now feel a mental connection with the panther, but it was completely different from the one he had with Little Black. He couldn't mentally communicate with the panther, but he could feel its emotions. Kui Guoliang nodded his head as he saw that everything went smoothly, while Old Tao had an envious and resentful look in his eyes as he stared at Shenlong. Kui Guoliang didn't pay any attention to the old man, as he looked at Shenlong and said, "There is only a week left until the teleportation array for the Night Star continent is activated. Take a look at the martial skills inside the spatial ring before you decide what type of weapon you want. I'm certain that the techniques that you have practiced in the Desolate East are simply incomparable to those of my collection. When you are ready, you can simply come back to the throne room." As he finished speaking, Kui Guoliang turned around and entered inside the black door. As he then disappeared from the room, Shenlong told the panther to follow him, as he too entered the black door, which returned him back to his room. Returning back to the Jade White room, Shenlong didn't choose to put the panther inside the Stone of Time. Instead, he seriously examined its body for a couple of minutes, before a big smile covered his face as he thought that Old Tao really isn't qualified to take care of magic beasts. After patting the panther's back, Shenlong let it roam freely around the room, while his eyes were staring at the spatial ring on his hand. As he then mumbled to himself, "Let's take a look at the techniques and martial skills of a Tao King. Let's take a look at the techniques and martial skills of a Tao King." Sending his spiritual strength inside the green spatial ring, Shenlong saw the nearly 200 scrolls scattered around the mountain of spirit stones. His heartbeat once again started to rise. After seeing the mountain of 1,000,000 spirit stones inside the spatial ring, as he imagined how much his strength would rise, after the heaven-swallowing vine had refined them all into pure chi. Without any hesitation, he then transferred everything inside the Stone of Time, before he turned his attention to the 200 scrolls. After separating everything into 3 categories, Shenlong noticed that more than 137 of these scrolls were cultivation techniques. 50 of them were martial skills, while the rest were some kind of secret techniques. After splitting the cultivation techniques according to their levels, Shenlong found out that more than 70 of them were at the yellow high grade. The other 60 were ranging from the mystic low grade to mystic high grade, while only one of them seemed to be at even higher rank. His eyes then fell upon this golden scroll. As he started reading its contents, Saint low-grade cultivation technique. Moonlight sigil. This cultivation technique can only be practiced at night, absorbing the moonlight to purify the chi inside the dantian. A person cultivating in this technique can reach the Tao King realm within 3,000 years. Although he was stunned for a moment, Shenlong wasn't planning on changing his monarch's hourglass for another cultivation technique. And after putting aside the cultivation technique scrolls, he then turned his focus on the martial skills. Of the 50 martial skill scrolls, 13 of them were at the mystic grade, while 3 of them were even at the mystic high grade. Shenlong's attention was immediately captured by one of these 3 scrolls. Mystic high grade martial skill. Gale steps. After practicing this martial skill, one can move like the wind, fast and unpredictable. Cultivators who have comprehended the Tao of Wind will be nearly untouchable when using the Gale steps. Shenlong remembered that near the end of their fight, Kui Guoliang had turned almost invisible. So this must be the martial skill he had used back then. After putting the Gale steps to the side, his eyes then looked at the other 2 martial skills. Mystic high-grade Thunderbolt Finger. Condensing the chi in one finger. A cultivator can create a powerful thunderbolt that destroys everything in its path. Experts who have comprehended the Tao of Thunder are especially suitable to cultivate this martial skill. Mystic high-grade martial skill. Staff of Obliteration. With a single staff in hand, 32 moves can sunder the heavens. This martial skill cannot be practiced without a weapon at the silver grade or above. Cultivators who train in both chi and body refinement are exceptionally suitable to train in this martial skill. Shenlong's eyes immediately lit up. After reading the descriptions of the Thunderbolt Finger and the Staff of Obliteration, as he then mumbled to himself, the collection of a Tao King is really amazing. After placing the 3 mystic high-grade martial skills to the side, Shenlong's eyes turned to look at the scrolls with the secret techniques. However, most of them seemed to only include methods on how to cultivate poison inside the body, or how to rear poison beasts. Just as Shenlong had started to get disappointed in these techniques, his eyes noticed a silver-colored scroll that he hadn't checked yet. Yin-Yang Conjoined Technique. A dual cultivation secret technique that shares the yin and yang. This technique can only be used when a man and a woman share their yin and yang essence. A man can fill the woman with his yang essence, while at the same time he can absorb her yin essence. This technique allows both the male and the female to join their yin and yang together and advance in their cultivation. Shenlong kept reading this secret technique until he got a basic idea of how it worked. In the end, he could only imagine it as a man and a woman, each having one bowl. Each bowl was filled with yin and yang respectively. And during the cultivation of this art, the yin and yang were joined together, complementing each other, allowing both the man and the woman to advance in their cultivation together. However, Shenlong also understood that this yin-yang conjoined technique wasn't a main type cultivation technique like his monarch's hourglass or the moonlight sigil, but rather a supportive one. Excessive use of this technique in a short amount of time could also bring negative results instead. Standing up from the red cushion, Shenlong entered the golden door, and once again found himself inside the throne room. Kui Guoliang seemed to have been expecting him to come, as he smiled and asked lightheartedly, "Kid, have you already decided on what weapon you want?" Shenlong nodded his head in response, as he saw Kui Guoliang removing a spatial ring from his hand and throwing it at him. Shenlong's hand caught the spatial ring. When he heard Kui Guoliang's voice saying you can choose one of these weapons, sending his spiritual strength inside the spatial ring, the scene that Shenlong saw had completely dazzled him. There were more than 600 weapons, and almost all of them were emitting powerful fluctuations. Swords, sabers, shields, halberds, spears, daggers, bows, and even arrows. All of them had countless runes on them, clearly showing that they were rank 1 gold-grade weapons. Shenlong's spiritual strength searched through the spatial ring, when he found a staff that immediately caught his eye. It was a wooden staff, 1.5 meters 5 feet long, neither too thick nor too thin, with countless runes engraved on it. Unlike most other weapons inside the ring, this staff didn't emit any powerful fluctuations despite the countless runes on its surface. Shenlong instantly recognized that this staff was made from a very rare wood, called the purple blossom tree. The wood from this tree was the best choice if one chose to create rank 1, or even ranked 2 wooden, gold-grade weapons. He immediately chose the wooden staff. Before he returned the spatial ring to Kui Guoliang, the Tao King's eyes twitched as he stared at the staff in Shenlong's hands, and said, "Brat, I don't know if you are knowledgeable or just lucky, but I'm starting to think that you would happily take away my entire palace if you could." Shenlong smiled at Kui Guoliang, and ignoring his burning gaze, he put away the staff. As he then said, "Senior, thank you for your gift." Kui Guoliang's eyes twitched once more, but in the end, he put on a generous front as he replied, "Of course, brat. Do you think that this king lacks weapons made from purple blossom tree? If that's going to save my main body, I wouldn't even hesitate giving you the rest of the weapons as well." Then, with a deep breath, the white-robed Tao King continued, "Remember, you only have 1 week until the teleportation formation is activated. No matter whether you are cultivating or not. A week later, make sure to come here." Shenlong nodded his head, indicating that he understood, as he entered the golden door and returned back to his room. Sitting cross-legged on top of the red cushion, he started another cultivation session. A week passed by in the blink of an eye, and the day that Shenlong and the rest were about to leave the Vermilion Realm had finally arrived. As Shenlong opened his eyes, a popping sound was heard from his body, while 81 balls of chi were now hovering above his head. He had finally reached the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade. Standing up from the red cushion, Shenlong took a look at the room around him, before he then changed his robes. He had no need for the yellow robes of the floating cloud sect anymore. After putting on a clean set of blue robes, he sat on the silver-winged Panther King's back. As he then entered inside the golden door, Kui Guoliang nodded his head when he saw Shenlong entering the hall. And with a smile on his face he said, "Brat, it's about time that I send you to the Night Star continent. In a while, everyone else who has passed the second trial and wishes to go to the Night Star continent as well will also come here. Make sure that you keep everything about you passing the final trial a secret." Shenlong nodded his head when he heard Kui Guoliang's words. Of course, he wasn't planning on telling people that he had passed through the last trial and paint a giant target on his back for no reason. Otherwise, if other people caught wind of it, and thought that he had obtained a lot of treasures, that would certainly bring needless troubles. Kui Guoliang smiled after seeing that Shenlong had understood his intentions, while his hands then formed a set of complicated seals. The golden doors inside the rooms of the disciples who had passed through the second trial were now unsealed, allowing these disciples to enter the throne room, one after the other. Everyone was shocked to see a blue-robed young man sitting on top of a black panther. But in the presence of the Tao King, no one dared to utter a word. Among the people entering the room, Shenlong soon spotted Lu Mei, who was staring at him with astonishment in her eyes. A moment later, she flashed him a dazzling smile, before she followed the rest of the crowd, standing in a horizontal line in front of Kui Guoliang. The disciples from the various sects were entering the throne room one after the other. And a few minutes later, including Shenlong, 10 people had already gathered inside. As they all looked at Kui Guoliang sitting on the throne. Among those disciples, Shenlong saw a bald young monk from the Golden Buddha Temple, as well as a black-robed disciple from the Poison Hall, who both stared at him with unconcealed shock in their eyes. How could someone sit on a magic beast in the presence of the Tao King after all? Also, where did this person get a rank 5 magic beast in the first place? A few minutes later, Shenlong was also surprised that he didn't see Lu Changpun, or the 6th prince of the Snow Cloud country, Yang Kongsun, among the disciples around him. Remembering that Yang Kongsun had come to the desolate east with an elder of the Snow Cloud country, it wasn't actually that shocking, since he may have intended to return back along with him. Lu Changpun's absence, however, was truly baffling. Just as everyone thought that there was no one else coming along with them, the golden door once again lit up, as another person appeared in the throne room. Both Shenlong and Lu Mei were stunned when they recognized this person. It was a 2 meters 6.5 feet tall young man in yellow robes, with brown hair, and a plain-looking face. When Wen Zhihao entered the room, he exhaled a sigh of relief after seeing that everyone was still there, just like the rest of the disciples when they had entered the hall. He was also shocked after seeing the young man sitting on top of the silver-winged Panther King's back, staring at Shenlong. Wen Zhihao felt certain that he had seen this man before, but he couldn't remember where. Of course, as the #1 disciple of the outer city in the Floating Cloud sect, Wen Zhihao hadn't really cared about Shenlong in the past, although he had glanced at him once when they left the Floating Cloud city. Thanks to Shenlong changing his yellow robes, as well as Wen Zhihao's own arrogance, he was unable to recognize the person in front of him just yet. Kui Guoliang suddenly coughed, and seeing that he had gotten everyone's attention, he finally spoke. "I'm sure that all of you understand the reason that you are here. I am offering you a chance to leave this tiny place called the Desolate East, and go to a much bigger world. You will all be teleported a few hundred miles away from the Silver Sword City of the Night Star continent. You have all been used to having your sects as your backings for many years. But this time, you will be on your own. You can start your lives over again and enter new sects if you want. Or you can even become mercenaries and hunt for magic beasts or take on other dangerous missions. From today onwards, you are going to start a new life. And I hope that all of you can reach even higher heights." As he said the last line, Kui Guoliang stared at Shenlong for a second, before he formed another complicated set of seals with his hands. The disciples of the sects bowed as their thanks to Kui Guoliang, when suddenly, a huge inscription lit up from beneath their feet. The feeling of traveling through the void once again enveloped Shenlong's body. And surprisingly, this time it lasted for quite a while. A few moments later, the scene around Shenlong changed, and from the luxurious throne room, he now found himself on top of a tall mountain. Seeing the scene around him, Shenlong remembered that it was exactly 1 year ago that he had arrived in the Floating Cloud sect for the first time. So many things had happened since then. And now, a full year later, he has finally left the Desolate East, and arrived in the Night Star continent. Arriving on top of the tall mountain, everyone, including Shenlong, was now curiously staring at their surroundings. In the far-off distance, a few hundred miles away from their location, the disciples of the Desolate East could see a huge city standing tall. There was only a forest separating them from the city. When they finally turned their attention to Shenlong next to them, who was sitting on top of the Black Panther, everyone hastily opened up the distance between them, afraid that the Black Panther would attack them. When all of a sudden, Lu Mei started walking towards him. "Senior Sister Lu, that's dangerous," Wen Zhihao shouted hurriedly, when he saw Lu Mei approaching the panther. Lu Mei, however, didn't seem to hear him. As she quickly arrived in front of the Black Panther, Shenlong smiled at her, and without a single word, he took her right hand. as he then placed her behind him on top of the panther's back. Shenlong then sent a mental command to the silver-winged Panther King, who immediately jumped from the mountain's peak. As he entered the forest below them, the disciples of the desolate East were left speechless. But none of them dared to say anything as they watched the young man along with the beautiful woman behind him quickly disappear in the forest below them. After all, despite the fact that none of them knew Shenlong's identity, they were still certain that one way or another, he must be related to the Tao King from the Vermilion Realm. When Zhihao too didn't say a word, but simply stared at Lu Mei's back with a venomous look in his eyes. At the same time, on the Black Panther's back, Lu Mei stared at Shenlong, who was sitting in front of her, and whispered, "I'm happy that you came." Shenlong turned around his head and smiled, before he held Lu Mei's hand with his own. A sweet feeling filled Lu Mei's heart, as that warm sensation from the second trial resurfaced once again. As they were traveling through the forest, with the early rank 5 silver-winged Panther King unleashing its aura, there wasn't a single magic beast that interrupted them on the way. However, Shenlong didn't head directly to the Silver Sword City, but instead took a detour, as they headed toward a small mountain in the distance. Looking at Lu Mei, he then said, "Let's rest here for a few hours before we head to the Silver Sword City." Lu Mei didn't ask the reason why Shenlong wanted to stop, but instead nodded her head, as she followed him inside a small cave in the mountain. Seeing that Shenlong was inspecting the silver-winged Panther King, Lu Mei couldn't resist asking Shenlong, was this panther the reward for passing the third trial? Although the rest of the disciples of the Desolate East may not have known Shenlong's identity, Lu Mei was very clear that Shenlong was an outer disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, and he surely didn't have a rank 5 magic beast during the second trial. Shenlong looked at Lu Mei's beautiful eyes, and with a smile on his face he replied he was one of the rewards for passing the trial. Shock immediately filled the young woman's face after hearing the confirmation from Shenlong, but she didn't ask anything else. As she watched him from the side, Shenlong seemed to have examined the panther's tail numerous times, before he took out a few rank 2 and rank 3 medicinal herbs from the Stone of Time. Surprisingly, he even took out one of the rank 3 blood vermilion fruits that he had obtained from the first trial. After extracting the medicinal essence of the herbs inside his alchemy cauldron, Shenlong then started refining the pill. 20 minutes later, the fragrance of the medicinal essence had already filled the cave, as a bright green pill had appeared inside Shenlong's cauldron. Lu Mei wasn't an expert in alchemy, but she instantly realized that this was a pill that only a silver-grade alchemist could concoct. This meant that Shenlong's level was at least on par with a rank 1 silver-grade alchemist's. After feeding the pill to the panther, Shenlong noticed that the silver-winged Panther King started convulsing incessantly, before foam came from its mouth and it passed out. Did it die? Shenlong couldn't help laughing lightly after hearing Lu Mei's question, as he shook his head and said, "Just wait for a while." Since Little Black was still sleeping after he had eaten the 9-eyed giant worm, in preparation for his breakthrough to the rank 5, Shenlong had decided to heal the silver-winged Panther King before they entered the Silver Sword City. 2 hours later, the Black Panther's body emitted a powerful aura, like a beast waking up from a long sleep. Its aura climbed higher and higher, and soon, it had broken through from the early to the middle rank 5. However, this wasn't the end, as its aura continued to rise without stopping. And a few minutes later, the Black Panther broke through once again, reaching the peak of rank 5. A peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King was strong enough to destroy average late-stage nascent soul experts almost instantly. Forget about a peak rank 9 Earth-grade rookie like Shenlong. Even some Tao Kings didn't have such amount. If Kui Guoliang knew that Shenlong had healed the panther's problem in just a few hours, it was unknown what his reaction would be. The silver-winged Panther King finally opened its eyes and stared at Shenlong with endless gratitude, as it nudged its head on his foot. Normally, silver-winged Panther Kings would always reach the peak of rank 5 once they become adults. However, there were some rare cases for the male Black Panthers, where their bodies wouldn't naturally go through that process of evolution, and would need external stimulation instead. This could be usually detected by how developed the muscles near the panther's tail were. Shenlong had immediately understood the problem, and concocted a pill that was potent enough to wake up the silver-winged Black Panther's sleeping body. Shenlong laughed as he patted the Black Panther's head, before he turned his head to look at Lu Mei. As he said with a smile on his face, "Let's go and see this Silver Sword City then. Let's go and see this Silver Sword City then." Lu Mei's beautiful black eyes stared at Shenlong, as she then smiled brightly and nodded her head as she said then, "Give me one moment first." Lu Mei took out a white veil from her spatial ring, and placed it on her face, covering it completely, before she turned to look at Shenlong. Shenlong smiled when he saw Lu Mei's actions, but he understood that since they were going to enter a completely new city that they knew nothing about, it was possible that Lu Mei's beautiful face would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Nodding his head, Shenlong took her hand as he mounted on the silver-winged Panther King. As they then left the cave, Lu Mei had planned to wear this veil on her face, ever since she had seen Yang Kongsun's look on his face, when he stared at her outside the entrance of the Vermilion Realm. With the Black Panther's speed, it took less than 20 minutes for Shenlong and Lu Mei to reach the end of the forest, and they were now just a few miles away from the Silver Sword City. As soon as they got out of the forest, Shenlong had the panther lower his speed, as they approached closer and closer to the giant city in front of them. When they were just 1 mile away from the enormous city gates, Shenlong and Lu Mei noticed 2 long queues for the people who wanted to enter the city. One of the queues seemed to be for the pedestrians, while the other one was for carriages or people riding on their magic beasts. Many luxurious carriages were lined up, all the way from the city gates to Shenlong's and Lu Mei's current location. Most of them had rank 2 or rank 3 magic beasts pulling them, when suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the 2 people sitting on the silver-winged Panther King that approached them from the distance. A handsome young man, along with the young woman who was wearing a white veil on her face, had painted a picturesque scene. The nearby magic beasts, however, instantly started to shiver as they felt the aura of a peak rank 5 magic beast approaching them. The people sitting inside the carriages immediately got out, looking to calm down their agitated magic beasts, while the pedestrians had started to silently discuss between themselves. "That's a rank 5 magic beast. Heavens! How can these people ride on a rank 5 magic beast? I wonder if they are members from one of the powerful clans. That's not just a rank 5 beast, but a peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King. These beasts aren't just extremely rare, but their combat power is also above average magic beasts at the same level as them. I wonder which clans these 2 people belong to. But look at their clothes. They are so plain. I'm not so sure that they come from a big clan." Shenlong and Lu Mei completely ignored the discussions around them, and a little more than an hour later, they had already arrived in front of the enormous city gates. 2 guards dressed in black robes, with swords strapped on their waists, approached the Black Panther. As one of them then looked at Shenlong and clasped his hands as he said, "Welcome to the Silver Sword City. If you are new to the city, then you will have to pay 100 spirit stones for each person on your magic beast. Of course, if you are a member of one of the sects, or part of the mercenary association, then you can enter free of charge." Shenlong nodded his head, as he had indeed saw everyone else before him pay 100 spirit stones. And waving his hand, he handed 200 stones to the guard in front of him. The black-robed guard then moved aside, as Shenlong and Lu Mei finally entered the Silver Sword City. Passing through the gates, Shenlong noticed that the city was much more prosperous than he had imagined, as countless carriages could be seen on its wide streets. The tall buildings around them would also immediately attract the attention of whoever visited the city for the first time. Walking through the streets of the Silver Sword City, Shenlong and Lu Mei saw countless street vendors haggling with their customers, as well as innumerable shop signs. From street food to alchemy pills and weapons made from formation masters, the street vendors of the Silver Sword City had everything. Turning his head to look at Lu Mei, Shenlong's lips curved up as he said, "Let's find a good place to eat." and get some information about this city. Then we can decide what we want to do. Lu Mei nodded her head. And a smile was formed beneath her white veil. As Shenlong held her hand while they searched for a good place to eat. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of a luxurious restaurant. That was more than 5 times bigger than the mystifying fragrance pavilion. Shenlong then patted the Black Panther's head, as he told him to wait for them outside, before he and Lu Mei walked inside. As soon as Shenlong and Lu Mei had walked through the silver-colored gates of the restaurant and entered inside it, a seductive woman in a red dress, that seemed to be in her early 30s, approached them. And with a bright smile on her face she said, "Welcome to the Red Rose Pavilion. Young master. Young lady. How may I be of service?" Looking at the bustling first floor of this pavilion, Shenlong then turned his attention to the woman in front of him as he asked, "Are there any empty tables on this floor?" The woman nodded her head with that same professional smile on her face, as she replied, "Of course. Please follow me." The woman in the red dress soon led Shenlong and Lu Mei to an empty table near a window. Since this was the first time that he and Lu Mei were visiting the Silver Sword City, Shenlong was curious about the food here. As he looked at the woman in the red dress and said, "Bring us 2 dishes of each of your pavilion's specialties, as well as 2 jars of your best wine." The woman nodded her head, as she took the order and left, while Shenlong and Lu Mei quietly listened to the discussions around them, while they waited for their order to arrive. 20 minutes later, when their order arrived, Shenlong and Lu Mei had already learned quite a bit of valuable information from the people in their surroundings. It looked like the Silver Sword City had many strong powers inside it. There were even some sects who had set their headquarters inside the city. However, the most interesting piece of information that Shenlong and Lu Mei had heard was regarding the Mercenaries Association. It seemed to be some kind of superpower that was even stronger than the various sects inside the Silver Sword City. After they finished tasting their dishes, Shenlong and Lu Mei both marveled at the quality of the food. Even the best inn of the Floating Cloud sect couldn't compare in the slightest with this random restaurant in the Silver Sword City. Just as they had finished their food, the quiet Lu Mei's voice sounded inside Shenlong's ears as she asked Shenlong, "Do you plan to enter one of these sects? Or maybe you are interested in joining this Mercenaries Association?" Shenlong smiled at the beautiful young woman in front of him, and after tapping the fingers of his right hand on the table for a while, he answered, "From what these people said, this Mercenaries Association is probably one of the strongest powers inside the Silver Sword City. I plan to go and take a look, but I'm not sure about joining them yet. After all, I don't know what I would get by joining them, or what limitations they would set on their members in the first place." Lu Mei nodded her head, and after taking a deep breath, she asked then, "Should I come with you?" Thankfully, she had already put on her white veil back on her face, or Shenlong would have noticed that she had turned red from embarrassment. Shenlong nodded his head as he looked at her, and with a serious look on his face, he said, "Lu Mei, I want you to come with me. MHM?" Lu Mei nodded her head, as a warm feeling spread through her heart. At the same time, Shenlong could also feel a tug in his heartstrings as his eyes stared at the beautiful young woman in front of him. A few minutes later, when Shenlong asked to pay the bill, the same woman in the red dress from before arrived. After paying a little more than 200 low-grade spirit stones, Shenlong also asked her for directions regarding the Mercenaries Association. He and Lu Mei then both left the Red Rose Pavilion, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd around them, they sat on top of the silver-winged Panther King's back, as they headed towards the south of the city. An hour later, Shenlong and Lu Mei had arrived in front of a gigantic black castle. The castle's walls were made from some kind of black steel, while countless formations seemed to be active at all times around it. The huge gates of the castle were wide open, as countless people and even carriages were coming and going at all times. 2 simple words were engraved above the castle's gates. But no one in the entire Silver Sword City dared to take them lightly. Mercenaries Association. Shenlong and Lu Mei followed the rest of the carriages as they walked through the castle's gates. Of course, with the peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King It was impossible to not attract attention from the people around them. The moment that Shenlong and Lu Mei stepped through the castle's gates, it was like a whole new world had unfolded itself in front of their eyes. The castle's interior was much bigger than Shenlong had imagined. While countless people could be seen around chatting, laughing, or even fighting with each other. Looking around him, Shenlong also saw many different counters, with a sign above each of them, while a huge bulletin board could be seen, with countless people gathering around it. After dismounting from the silver-winged Panther King, Lu Mei looked at the handsome young man next to her and asked softly, Shenlong, "Should we go over to the information counter then?" Shenlong nodded his head, as he and Lu Mei both stood in the long line behind the large sign information counter. Less than half an hour later, a pretty young girl with red hair, dressed in violet robes, welcomed them. As she said with a smile on her face, "My name is Huan Lo. How can I help you? Would you perhaps like to set up a mission?" Shenlong shook his head as he then responded, "I want to know what are the requirements to enter the Mercenaries Association, as well as what are the limitations or benefits that a member would have." Huan Lo hadn't expected such an elementary-level question. And after scrutinizing Shenlong and Lu Mei with her eyes for a bit, she nodded her head as she replied, "Of course. Everyone is welcome to become a mercenary of our Mercenaries Association, as long as they have at least reached the 7th rank in Earth grade. As for any limitations or benefits, there aren't actually that many. Every mercenary of our association is only allowed to take on missions at the same level or lower than their mercenary rank. Of course, if it's a group mission, then only the rank of each team's captain will be taken in accordance. This means that a high-ranked captain is allowed to take on low-level mercenaries with him in high-level missions. But that is something very rare. Our association provides its mercenaries with an abundant amount of missions that each customer has to pay a fee for before registering. The customers also have to hand over the reward for the missions to our association in advance, so that they won't try to avoid payment once the mission is successfully completed. Of course, higher-level missions will also have better rewards as well. Since Shenlong and Lu Mei seemed to be interested in joining the Mercenaries Association, Huan Lo guided them to the registration counter behind her, where an elderly man in violet robes without a single hair on his head welcomed them this time. Shenlong noticed that in this elder's chest there was a small silver badge with the word B on it. The elderly man slightly opened his eyes when he saw new people approaching, before he turned his head to Huan Lo and said, "Little girl, did you bring more work for me again?" Huan Lo smiled sweetly when she saw the elderly man in front of her, before she looked at Shenlong and Lu Mei and said, "Grandpa Wo, these people would like to join our association." The elderly man called Grandpa Wo opened his eyes wide after seeing the silver-winged black panther following behind Shenlong. He could immediately sense the panther's terrifying aura, as he then stood up from his chair, and looking at Shenlong and Lu Mei in front of him, he cupped his hands, as he spoke with a big smile on his face, "Welcome all, my name is Wo Wei-er, and I am in charge of this registration counter. Can I ask if you have already entered one of the guilds?" "Welcome all, can I ask if you have already entered one of the guilds?" Huan Lo's mouth was wide open, as she didn't understand why the usually proud and aloof Grandpa Wo was suddenly so polite towards the two strangers. Of course, with her cultivation at the middle of rank 7 in Earth grade, she couldn't understand the terror of the peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King that was following behind them. Shenlong, however, shook his head at Grandpa Wo's question as he replied, "We are still new to this city and don't know anything regarding the guilds here yet." Wo Wei-er nodded his head when he heard this, and with that same smile on his face he said, "Ah, that makes sense. In that case, please allow me to explain. The Silver Sword City has many powerful merchant guilds residing inside it. These guilds will often try to recruit strong mercenaries by offering them spirit stones or other treasures in exchange for their help during important missions. However, a guild will only ask for the help of its private members only when there are some sensitive or important missions, and will not interfere with their daily lives otherwise. The rest of the time, the guild will post its missions in the Mercenaries Association. That is also the reason why the association hasn't interfered with the guilds. Poaching the mercenaries. After all, mercenaries can also accept helping the guild when needed. But they don't want to become slaves. Being a mercenary can earn far more money by taking on various missions, rather than becoming a slave in one of the guilds. Shenlong nodded his head as he then thought to himself, in other words, the Mercenary Association allows the guilds to form their private teams, simply because it's impossible for its position to be challenged. Based on what I learned today from Wu Weiye, the Mercenary Association seemed to be a win-win situation for both the mercenaries, as well as the association itself. The mercenaries get to take on various missions, while the association makes money by being the official middleman and listing the missions. Just as Shenlong's train of thought had come here, Wu Weiye's words sounded in his ears once again. Allow me to introduce myself once again. I am Wu Weiye, from the Blue Orchid Merchant Guild. Our Blue Orchid Merchant Guild is quite a strong guild in the Silver Sword City. And if you are willing to join us, the guild would be more than happy to accept you. As he finished speaking, Wu Weiye stole a furtive glance at the silver-winged Panther King, thinking of what his reward from the higher-ups would be if he could bring someone with such a strong mount to join the guild. Shenlong, however, shook his head, and looking at Wu Weiye he said, for now, we won't be joining any guilds. After all, we haven't even become official mercenaries yet. Then, turning his head to look at Lu Mei, he said, let's get registered first. Lu Mei nodded her head, while Wu Weiye clapped his hands as he said, of course. Of course, all while inwardly, the old man grumbled, thinking that he had been too anxious to recruit them to the guild. Looking at Shenlong and Lu Mei, he then said, in that case, please fill in these papers, so you can officially become members of our association. Joining the Mercenaries Association was actually a very simple process. And right after filling the papers, Wu Weiye took out 2 small white boxes from the counter, and handed them to Shenlong and Lu Mei respectively. As he said, considering that this young master is still at the peak rank 9 of the Earth grade, and the young lady is at the middle of rank 1 in Heaven grade, these are your official badges as mercenaries. Of course, if you advance in your cultivation, you can simply apply for a new badge that same day. Since Shenlong wasn't hiding his cultivation, it wasn't hard for Wu Weiye to understand that he was still at the 9th rank of the Earth grade. Shenlong and Lu Mei both opened their boxes, where Shenlong saw a small silver badge with the letter on it. Lu Mei too opened her white box, but her badge had the letter C instead. Both Lu Mei and Shenlong looked at the old man in front of them, who chuckled as he continued, It looked like this old man forgot to talk about the ranks. A mercenary's rank is directly related to their chi or body cultivation. Cultivators at the late stages of the Earth grade are D rank mercenaries. Cultivators at the early and middle stages of the Heaven grade are C rank cultivators. Above them is the B rank, which is reserved for cultivators at the late stages of the Heaven grade, or the early stages in the spirit realm. Above the B rank are the A rank mercenaries, who had a cultivation at the middle or late stages of the spirit realm. A rank cultivators are among the top of our Mercenaries Association. After a brief pause, Wu Weiye's eyes involuntarily fell upon the silver-winged Panther King, as he then continued, above the A rank is the S rank. Only cultivators at the early and the middle of the nascent soul stage can become S rank mercenaries. And above even that is the legendary SS rank, which is reserved for late-stage nascent soul experts. I have only seen an SS rank mercenary once in my life. Seeing that Wu Weiye had stopped speaking, the pretty red-haired girl, who had only heard about the S rank cultivators for the first time, couldn't help asking out of curiosity then, Grandpa Wu, are the SS rank cultivators the strongest? Wu Weiye involuntarily nodded his head, but after thinking for a while, he took a deep breath as he said in a very uncertain voice, actually, I have also heard some rumors, but these are just rumors, that there are mercenaries even above the SS rank. They are called SSS rank mercenaries, and they are all said to be at the Tao King realm. It wasn't just Huan Lo who was shocked when she heard this, but Shenlong and Lu Mei as well. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Warrior shook his head as he continued, like I said, this is just a rumor. At least I don't think that anyone has ever seen an SSS rank mercenary in our Silver Sword City. Nodding his head, Shenlong clasped his hands after thanking the old man. Before he and Lu Mei walked towards the huge bulletin board in the back. After taking a look at the D rank and the C rank missions, Shenlong noticed that most of them required the mercenaries to act as bodyguards, or help the merchant guilds to safely escort their carriages outside the Silver Sword City. While the rewards ranged from 100 to 300 spirit stones for D-rank mercenaries, while the C-rank missions mostly ranged from 500 to 800 spirit stones. Of course, there were also missions that asked the mercenaries to kill magic beasts, or find rank 3 medicinal herbs as well. But these were usually more time-consuming. Looking at the young man next to her, Lu Mei asked curiously, do you want to take on a mission? Shenlong shook his head as he smiled at her. And holding her hand he replied, let's find a place to stay for now. I still need to enter seclusion, and advance my strength. After that, we can see if there are any good missions. MHM? Lu Mei nodded as the two of them then left the Mercenaries Association. A few hours later, Shenlong and Lu Mei were still touring around the southern part of the city, when they saw a big inn in the distance. A large signboard with the words King's Courtyard was hung above the inn's gates. After walking through the inn's gates, Shenlong and Lu Mei saw a tall middle-aged man in white robes walking towards them. The man had brown hair and dark green eyes that were accentuated by his sword-like eyebrows. His hawk-shaped nose along with his 1.9 meters (6.2 feet) tall body gave an intimidating feeling to the people around him. Standing in front of the Black Panther, the man only flinched once, before he turned his head to look at Shenlong and said with an emotionless look on his face, welcome to the King's Courtyard. I am the innkeeper Deng Zixin. If you are looking to rent a single room, magic beasts are not allowed in our inn. If you want to rent a courtyard however, then you are allowed to come inside. Shenlong stared at the middle-aged man in front of him before he said, we will rent a courtyard then. The brown-haired middle-aged man seemed to have heaved out a sigh of relief as he then said, very well. A small courtyard costs 200 spirit stones a month. A medium-sized one costs 300 spirit stones, while a large one costs 400 spirit stones a month. Shenlong nodded his head, as he took out nearly 2,000 spirit stones from the Stone of Time and said, we will rent a medium-sized one. For the next 6 months. The middle-aged innkeeper happily accepted the spirit stones, before he led Shenlong and Lu Mei towards a relatively large courtyard. After cupping his hands, the man then left, allowing Shenlong and Lu Mei to have a look at the courtyard. There was a large main room, over 200 square meters wide, and 2 guest rooms 100 square meters each. Every room was furnished luxuriously, with a king-sized bed, couches, tables, and many other decorations. Looking at Shenlong, who had paid nearly 2,000 spirit stones for the courtyard, as well as 200 more earlier for their meal, a warm feeling spread through Lu Mei's heart. Before she took out 2,000 spirit stones from her spatial ring and shoved them in Shenlong's hands as she said in a soft voice, Shenlong, actually, I also have around 20,000 spirit stones as well. You don't have to pay for everything by yourself. Shenlong laughed lightly, while he felt a contented feeling inside him after seeing Lu Mei's actions. As he then said with a smile on his face, don't worry. The Tao King in the Vermilion Realm seemed to like me very much, as he gave me a lot of spirit stones before I left. He then pushed open the door of the main room, and after entering inside, he sat on one of the meditative cushions on the floor, taking a look at the green-robed young woman in front of him who had turned her eyes to the white meditative cushion opposite to him. Shenlong then said with a smile on his face but a serious look in his eyes, Lu Mei. Seeing that the peerlessly beautiful girl in front of him had just taken her white veil off as she turned her attention to him, Shenlong continued, I will not stay in the Silver Sword City forever. I don't know how long I will stay here yet. Perhaps 6 months. A year? 2. Or maybe even more. But the day will come that I have to leave. Lu Mei's beautiful black eyes were staring at Shenlong in shock. She didn't understand why he would have to leave in the future. Nor why he would bring this matter up all of a sudden. Her voice had turned weak, sounding almost like a whisper, as she asked, "Is it because of the Tao King from the Vermilion Realm?" Her black eyes seemed to have lost part of their luster, as she weakly stared at the young man in front of her. Shenlong shook his head as he then said, "A small part of it is about him. But there are also other things that are related to me." Looking at the dejected look in Lu Mei's eyes, Shenlong took a deep breath. Before he uttered two simple sentences, "Come with me. I want you to be my woman." Lu Mei's body immediately trembled when she heard Shenlong's words, while her mind felt as if it was suddenly struck by a thunderbolt. Looking at the young man who was sitting on the black cushion in front of her, scenes from the past year flashed through her mind one by one. The scene at the Alchemist's Guild where she had seen him for the first time, as well as the day that she saw him in the Treasure Pavilion with Fatty Fu a few months later, had both ended up leaving a deep impression of Shenlong in her mind. Finally, a few months later, they met again during the second trial of the Vermilion Realm, where he had saved her when she was at the lowest point of her life, fighting against the disciples of the Poison Hall. At that moment, Lu Mei's heart had felt a connection with the young man in front of her. As her beautiful eyes stared at Shenlong, she finally understood that feeling inside her. That warm feeling when Shenlong had carried her in his embrace before he had removed the poison from her body. The warm feeling that she felt every time he held her hand. And the security she felt staring at his back when they were sitting on top of the Black Panther's back. This was the feeling of first love. Her bright black eyes slowly turned moist, as she stared at Shenlong before she nodded her head. It seemed like the formless barrier between them was suddenly shattered, as Shenlong walked up and took her in his embrace. The only sound inside the room was the sound of their two hearts beating against each other. Shenlong lowered his head to look at the gorgeous girl in his arms, before he slowly inched closer towards her lips. His heart started beating even faster, while Lu Mei saw that and closed her eyes in return. She could feel the beating in Shenlong's chest, when suddenly, she felt a warm sensation in her rosy red lips. Shenlong tasted her cherry-like lips for more than a minute, before his hands started moving around Lu Mei's body. Lu Mei felt a jolting sensation coursing through her body, as she reflexively took a step back. Her face had already turned red with embarrassment, but she didn't lift it to see Shenlong's reaction. Instead, she tried to catch her breath for a moment, before her alluring eyes met with Shenlong's. Shenlong was about to say something, but his eyes widened as he saw that this time, Lu Mei took the initiative to seal his mouth with her lips. This time, their kiss was lasting even longer than earlier, when Shenlong slowly stepped back, until he fell on his back on top of the king-sized bed behind him. Lu Mei's petite body had fallen on top of him, while Shenlong's hands were still on her small waist. Shenlong moved his body to the side, positioning himself above Lu Mei. As he stared at her beautiful eyes, his hands then removed his blue robes, revealing his well-shaped body. Lu Mei's face had turned bright red as her eyes looked at Shenlong, before they involuntarily moved down towards his erect dragon. Her heart had started beating wildly, almost as if it was about to jump out from her chest, as Shenlong's hands slowly opened up her green robes, revealing her pure, jade-like body. Shenlong's eyes feasted on the scene in front of him, as his eyes traced all the way from her delicate neck to her collarbone, until they stopped at the two full mounds on her chest. The two pink jewels in their middle made the scene in front of him one of irresistible temptation as he felt his dragon involuntarily growing even harder. He then placed his mouth on Lu Mei's chest, as he sucked and nibbled her beautiful pink nipples. An accidental moan couldn't help escaping Lu Mei's mouth, as Shenlong's hands slowly moved down to her undergarments. Lu Mei's fingers suddenly twitched, but she still allowed Shenlong to take it off, as a stunning scene then appeared in his eyes. Lu Mei's pink private place now showed itself in front of Shenlong, who could now barely hold himself back anymore. As he moved his right hand downwards, his hand touched and rubbed Lu Mei's sensitive spots. making a muffled moan to leave her mouth. Shenlong then spread Lu Mei's legs open, his eyes taking in the full view of her secret place, before he rubbed his already erect dragon on it. As he positioned his hard dragon on Lu Mei's entrance, he could feel a liquid-like substance from it. Finally, he pushed his waist forward and a feeling of bliss overcame him, as a warm and smooth sensation enveloped his lower body. Shenlong then turned his head to look at Lu Mei, who had a pained expression on her face. Just as Shenlong wanted to speak, the peerlessly beautiful girl in front of him hugged him instead, as she passionately kissed his lips. The more the two of them kissed, the more proficient they became at it, while Lu Mei slowly felt the pain disappearing. Soon, there was no longer any pain left, and looking at Shenlong, she cupped his face with her soft hands as she said, "Thank you. I'm all right now." Shenlong smiled at her as his hands traced her beautiful face, before he started moving his lower body back and forth. Soon, the two of them could match each other's movements, as moans of pleasure and ecstasy filled the room. Shenlong soon changed their positions, as he had Lu Mei stand on the bed in all fours, before they once again continued from where they had left off, when he suddenly remembered the contents of the yin-yang conjoined technique. The technique itself was actually very simple to use. Its only requirement was for Shenlong to circulate his qi according to its method during intercourse, and his yang essence would be automatically absorbed by Lu Mei's yin essence, while he would also absorb her yin essence at the same time. The sound of Shenlong's hips meeting Lu Mei's butt resounded throughout the room, mixed with the moans of pleasure and excitement that they were experiencing for the first time. Suddenly, Shenlong felt his body and mind reaching the peak of their pleasure limits, before he felt a kind of warm energy leaving his body, as it slowly filled Lu Mei. At the same time, Lu Mei felt the energy inside her body growing, as it fused with Shenlong's warm energy, growing stronger and stronger, before a similar kind of energy left Lu Mei's body, heading towards Shenlong's. Shenlong felt his body getting rejuvenated, as Lu Mei's yin energy was fusing with his yang. Not only was he feeling more energetic, but he could even feel his cultivation growing, when suddenly, the energy inside Lu Mei's body had started to rapidly rise. Less than a minute later her aura burst out of her body, before it was retracted almost immediately. Shenlong looked at Lu Mei in disbelief, understanding that she had just broken through to the peak of rank 1 in heaven grade almost instantly. Shenlong could also feel himself ready to break through to the heaven grade, as a blue vortex had started to expand from his head. Shenlong was still connected physically with Lu Mei and his mind was still relishing in the pleasure of dual cultivation. The yin-yang conjoined technique also amplified this sensation greatly. He tried hard to clear his head, before he suppressed the vortex above his head, as he then used the energy from their dual cultivation to purify his qi balls instead. Obviously, Shenlong didn't intend to break through to the heaven grade before he had purified all of his balls of qi, bringing them to the same level as the 81st. The instant that he directed his energy to his balls of qi, the monarch's hourglass had started to circulate by itself. As the purification progress then started, Lu Mei turned her head to look at Shenlong, who seemed to be in a daze, as she asked worriedly, "Long Ji, are you okay?" Author's note: in this case, the Ji at the end of Shenlong's name is another way to call someone you are close with. Calling him Shenlong isn't okay anymore as their relationship has grown, while calling someone by their full name in the Chinese culture is the same as in the Western culture, where people do it if they are going to speak formally. Shenlong snapped out of his reverie, and looking at the naked body of the beautiful young woman in front of him, he smiled as he nodded his head, before he once again continued with their cultivation session. 2 hours later, Shenlong was lying face up on the bed, while Lu Mei was now gently leaning on his side, as they had just finished another round of their arduous cultivation. Looking at the peerlessly beautiful young woman who was lying with her head on his chest, Shenlong smiled as he gently caressed her cheek and thought to himself, from today onwards, I will protect you no matter what happens. Then, seeing that the sky outside had already darkened, Shenlong suddenly remembered the contents of a golden scroll inside the Stone of Time. as he took it out. And looking at Lu Mei he said, Maya. This is a cultivation technique that the Tao King from the Vermilion Realm gave to me before we left. Although I am already cultivating in another technique. This is probably better than any technique from the Floating Cloud sect. Author's notes, although the veterans amongst you probably know it. For those that happen to not know this. Putting an less than at the end of someone's name is another way of endearment. While it also indicates a close relationship. Usually one between confidants, lovers, couples, or family members. Lu Mei happily accepted Shanlong's gift. But the moment that she read the first few words, her mouth was agape as she incredulously stared at the golden scroll in her hands. Ain't. Shanlong looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman next to him, whose mind had almost blacked out, as he nodded his head and said, right. It is a Saint low-grade cultivation technique called the Moonlight Sigil. Don't waste any time and start training in it right away. Shanlong saw that Lu Mei's first reaction was to involuntarily refuse. And smiling, his hand gently touched her beautiful face as he said, what are you hesitating for? After all, you are already my woman. Lu Mei nodded her head a bit embarrassed but at the same time happy by Shanlong's blunt words. Before she then started to read through the golden scroll in her hands. The more she read, the more astonished she became by this technique. Although the Moonlight Sigil could only be practiced during the night, as a Saint low-grade cultivation technique, it was still countless times better than the Floating Cloud sect's mystic low-grade white cloud art that her father and brother were cultivating. As for herself, Lu Mei was only given a yellow high-grade cultivation technique to train in. It was obvious that her actual talent in cultivation was actually much higher than Lu Changpun's, who was much older than her. But still, at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade. Shanlong smiled as he saw that Lu Mei had quickly found herself engrossed in reading the golden scroll in her hands, while he slowly stood up from the bed and moved towards the black meditative cushion on the floor. After sending his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, Shanlong spent the next 2 days hastening the growth of the medicinal herbs in his herb garden. In the meantime, although Little Black still hadn't woken up from his slumber, Shanlong noticed that the dragon's body had grown noticeably bigger. Almost double of its original size by now. 2 days later, as he opened his eyes, he saw that Lu Mei was now sitting on the white cushion next to him, while she was still cultivating in the Moonlight Sigil. More than 400 spirit stones were scattered on the floor around them, filling the entire room with their pure energy. Shanlong smiled as he saw this, before he started feeding spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine. Almost a week quickly passed like this, and along with the energy that he had obtained from his dual cultivation with Lu Mei, it actually took less than 7 days for Shanlong to completely purify the 80 balls of qi above his head, finally bringing them on par with his 81st. Seeing the 81 bright balls of qi above his head inside the monarch's hourglass, Shanlong knew that he was now ready to try and break through to the heaven grade. After sending his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, however, he noticed a severe issue that he had neglected so far. It was almost impossible to refine the blood vermilion fruits into rank 3 blood combustion pills without a rank 1 silver grade cauldron. Shanlong sighed inwardly as he opened his eyes, only to see a gorgeous young woman sitting next to him, staring at him with a smile on her face. Looking at the stunning young woman in front of him, Shanlong smiled as he asked, how about we go and purchase some things? Coincidentally, we also need a few new clothes. Lowering her head to look at her green inner disciple robes of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Mei nodded her head with that same mesmerizing smile on her face, as she and Shanlong exited their room. The peak rank 5 silver-winged black panther who seemed to be sleeping in the courtyard opened his eyes as he saw his new master and mistress leaving their room together. The Black Panther had originally followed Shanlong only because of the magic beast contract that had changed hands from Kui Guoliang to him. But after Shanlong had solved his problem, the panther was truly happy and willing to follow his new master, even if there wasn't a contract anymore. Seeing the peak rank 5 magic beast that was looking at him eagerly, Shanlong patted its head, as he and Lu Mei sat on its back and left the inn. After touring around the southern part of the city, Shenlong and Lu Mei soon arrived in front of a large building, where many people were entering and leaving at the same time. Pale Moon Merchant Guild. The four blue-colored words on top of the building were particularly eye-catching, while four guards dressed in silver armor could be seen guarding its entrance. Of course, the guards were only guarding the entrance in case something unexpected happened, and wouldn't block the people who wanted to enter inside. Shenlong and Lu Mei weren't obstructed as they walked inside the building with the Black Panther following behind them. The shocking thing that Shenlong noticed, however, was that the cultivation levels of the four guards were all at the early stages of the heaven grade. These people could have become elders in most sects of the Desolate East, like the Floating Cloud sect. And yet, they were just guards in a merchant guild on the Night Star continent. After entering inside the Pale Moon Merchant Guild, Shenlong noticed that it was a place very similar to the first and second floors of the Treasure Pavilion. There were countless counters spread around the floor that sold everything, from alchemy pills and formation master weapons, to even magic beasts inside their cages. Shenlong and Lu Mei first walked to a counter close to the guild's entrance, and spent a bit more than 500 spirit stones on new clothes. After all, it wasn't suitable for Lu Mei to wear the green robes of the Floating Cloud sect anymore, while Shenlong's robes that he had carried with him from the Sky Fortune Kingdom would easily get destroyed during a fight just by the Chi aftershocks. After they finished their purchase, Shenlong purchased a few rank 2 medicinal herbs from another counter, before he asked the clerk whether they sold even better alchemy ingredients, as well as alchemy cauldrons in their merchant guild. The clerk nodded his head and called a servant girl, who guided Shenlong and Lu Mei even deeper inside the guild. After entering through a large door, Shenlong and Lu Mei soon found themselves inside a vast room filled with the scent of medicinal herbs. Shenlong's eyes lit up as he looked around him, seeing that there were plenty of rank 3 herbs for sale. Rank 3 Earth Withered Root, Black Centipede's Powder, Crystal Ice Lotus. All of a sudden, Shenlong's eyes were focused on a half-opened case made from black jade, where a yellow-colored medicinal herb was priced for 20,000 spirit stones. Rank 4 Sunskirt Grass. The rank 4 Sunskirt Grass could be considered a healing panacea after it was successfully refined into a pill from a silver-grade alchemist. Walking up to the counter, Shenlong looked at the white-robed clerk behind it, and under the astounded gazes of the people around him, he instantly took out 20,000 spirit stones as he purchased the rank 4 medicinal herb. Seeing that Shenlong had taken out 20,000 spirit stones without any hesitation, greedy eyes stared at him hungrily from all directions. But inside the Pale Moon Merchant Guild, no one dared to make any trouble. Shenlong didn't even bother with the greedy looks of the people around him, as he walked around the room, purchasing medicinal herb after herb. An hour later, he had already spent more than 30,000 spirit stones, filling the herb garden inside the Stone of Time with many new medicinal herbs. Seeing that there were no more herbs that he wanted to buy, Shenlong took Lu Mei at the back of the room, where he had seen the alchemy cauldrons that were up for sale. Shenlong immediately skipped through the bronze-grade cauldrons, as he went for the silver-grade ones. However, the prices for even the rank 1 silver-grade cauldrons were much higher than he had imagined. An average rank 1 silver-grade cauldron costed anywhere from 3,000 to 7,000 spirit stones, while a pinnacle rank 1 silver-grade cauldron was priced at 10,000 spirit stones. Just as Shenlong turned his attention from the rank 1 silver-grade cauldrons to the ranked 2 ones, hushed discussions had started taking place in the crowd around him, as everyone opened the way for a purple-robed middle-aged man, who approached Shenlong and Lu Mei with a smile on his face. Shenlong turned his attention towards the source of the noise, as he too saw a purple-robed middle-aged man approaching them through the crowd. It was a bald, chubby man with gentle facial features, who was seemingly around his late 40s with a big bump on his forehead. A big smile adorned the man's face, as he seemed to have been staring at Shenlong and Lu Mei. Shenlong also noticed 2 badges on this man's chest. One of them had the shape of a crescent moon, while the other one was surprisingly a silver badge with the word A on it. This meant that this middle-aged man was actually an A-rank mercenary. Isn't that Elder Jang? What is he doing here? Right. I have heard that Elder Jang is already at the 6th stage of the spirit realm and is one of the strongest experts of the Pale Moon Merchant Guild. Perhaps he is here because he needs a new alchemy cauldron. I have heard that Elder Jang is already a rank 2 silver grade alchemist. The middle-aged man stopped in front of Shun Long and Lu Mei. And under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he cupped his hands as he looked at them, and said smilingly, "This young master and young lady. My name is Jang Dingshong and I am an elder from the Pale Moon Merchant Guild. May I ask for your names?" Shun Long frowned slightly when he saw an elder of the Pale Moon Merchant Guild approaching them for seemingly no reason. But when he saw the furtive glance that Jang Dingshong stole at the silver-winged Panther King behind him, Shun Long had a guess of what was going on. As he then replied with a slight smile on his face, "I am Shun Long. And this is my wife, Lu Mei." Shun Long, of course, didn't have any reason to hide his real name in the Night Star continent. He didn't believe that, even if he made any enemies here, that there was anyone who could trace him back to the desolate east all the way from the Night Star continent, and even managed to find the island that the floating cloud sect has control over in the mortal world. Besides, he was probably not the only person in the entire continent named Shun Long. And the same went for Lu Mei as well. Lu Mei felt her face behind her white veil turning red when she heard Shun Long calling her wife in public, while at the same time, a sweet smile also appeared on her face. Jang Dingshong nodded his head. As he then continued, "I heard that around 10 days ago, a handsome young man and a white-veiled young woman with an enchanting figure had appeared on the Mercenaries Association, on top of a black panther. Now that I see the two of you, I must definitely admit that the rumors were true. Only a handsome gentleman such as yourself could have such a woman by your side." Shun Long didn't feel flattered by Jang Dingshong's bootlicking, since he clearly understood that this man had a certain goal in mind before coming here. Indeed. Barely a moment later, the chubby middle-aged man continued, "Actually, I wonder if you would agree to have a private chat with me, young Master Shun. There are certain things that I would like to discuss with you." Seeing that Shun Long seemed to be interested in their silver-grade cauldrons, Jang Dingshong also added coincidentally, "We have even better alchemy cauldrons in the private room in the back." Shun Long's eyes glinted for a moment, before he smiled and cupped his hands as he said, "In that case, I will have to trouble you?" Jang Dingshong smiled widely as he shook his hands repeatedly and said, "No trouble. No trouble at all. If you agree, then don't view me as an outsider, young Master Shun." Lu Mei smiled lightly beneath her white veil, as the chubby middle-aged man led them towards a private room in the back. After entering inside the room, Shun Long saw a relatively small black table that seemed to have been made from a material that was similar to marble. Around the table there was a couch and 3 chairs, all of them made from the hide of a rank 3 golden-eyed crimson fox. Shun Long knew that the fur of a rank 3 golden-eyed crimson fox was always warm no matter what environment it was placed in. At the wall at the end of the room, there were many shelves on the wall, with more than 100 silver-grade cauldrons on top of them. Shun Long wasn't afraid that he would be walking into a trap before he stepped foot in the room, unless they had a few peak rank 9 nascent soul stage, or a Dao King. It practically impossible that anyone could stop the silver-winged Panther King if he went on a rampage. It was unknown if Jang Dingshong had guessed what Shun Long was thinking, as he then pointed at the silver-grade cauldrons on the wall and said with a smile on his face, "As you can see, young Master Shun, my intentions towards you are completely sincere." Shun Long didn't go to inspect the silver-grade cauldrons on the wall, but instead, he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who gestured at him to sit on the couch as he said, "Young Master Shun. Young Lady Mei. Please have a seat." "Thank you." Shun Long smiled after seeing that the man in front of him seemed to be sincere, as he and Lu Mei then sat on the couch opposite to Jang Dingshong. Jang Dingshong looked at Shun Long and asked, "Young Master Shun, I won't mince my words. I would like to offer you to join our Pale Moon Merchant Guild as a mercenary. I assume that you already know that. As mercenary, You will only need to help our guild during the very important missions. And we will not ask for your help otherwise. After a brief moment of pause, the bald middle-aged man looked at Shenlong in the eyes as he continued, although our guild isn't the strongest in the Silver Sword City, we can still be considered among the 10 strongest. Additionally, if young Master Shen agrees to join us, our Pale Moon Guild is also willing to take out 10,000 spirit stones every month as payment for young Master Shen's help. Both Shenlong and Lu Mei were stunned for a moment, hearing that the Pale Moon Guild was willing to take out so many spirit stones every month in exchange for Shenlong joining their guild. Lu Mei turned to look at Shenlong next to her, who had clearly understood that the Pale Moon Merchant Guild didn't really value his abilities as a D-rank mercenary all of a sudden. Instead, they were enticed by the strength of the Silver-Winged Panther King next to him. As a peak rank 5 magic beast, the Black Panther is definitely as strong. No. It is even stronger than the average SS rank mercenary. Looking at the bald man in front of him, Shenlong pondered seriously over his offer. 10,000 spirit stones a month would mean 120,000 spirit stones in a year. Although it wasn't a huge amount to the current Shenlong, who still had nearly 1 million spirit stones inside the Stone of Time, it was still quite a big sum. After glancing at the Black Panther who was sitting near the door, Shenlong turned his head to look at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, "What you really value is just the Silver-Winged Panther King's strength, right?" Zhang Dingshong suddenly fell speechless for a second, seeing how bluntly Shenlong had exposed his thoughts. Before he scratched his head as he answered with a smile that, "Hee. Although it's true, I'm sure that young master can see that our guild is still willing to pay you as much as the other guilds pay for their SS rank mercenaries." Shenlong, however, shook his head as he asked with a serious look in his eyes, "Elder Zhang, do you think that an SS rank mercenary is as strong as a peak rank 5 Silver-Winged Panther King?" That Zhang Dingshong didn't know how to respond to this. After all, it was true that average peak rank 5 magic beasts could probably fight off against 3 of their human counterparts at the same time, and still escape alive if needed. The bald middle-aged man was also very clear that he had tried to take advantage of Shenlong, since it wasn't him who had the cultivation of a late-stage nascent soul expert, but his magic beast instead. Zhang Dingshong took a deep breath as he then said matter-of-factly, "Young Master Shen, I admit that you are right. However, no matter how strong an SS rank mercenary may be, in the end they are still just one person." After thinking for a moment, a glint flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes as he continued, "How about this? Young Master Shen will only have to help our guild once in the next 3 months. And in return, I will gift the young master a pinnacle rank 1 silver grade cauldron, along with the payment of 30,000 spirit stones. After that, perhaps the young master will like our guild and won't want to leave." A light flashed by Shenlong's eyes when he heard Zhang Dingshong's words, when Lu Mei's soft voice suddenly sounded in his ears, as she looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and asked with a smile beneath her veil, "Elder Zhang, can you please give us a moment to discuss this?" A bright smile covered Zhang Dingshong's face as he looked at the white-veiled Lu Mei, who had been quiet all this time, before he replied amiably, "Of course. You should discuss this between yourselves. I will be waiting outside the room, so call me when you are ready." "Thank you," Lu Mei said in her gentle voice, as she waited for Zhang Dingshong to leave the room. Then, with a worried look on her face, she looked at the young man next to her as she said, "Long Ji, there is definitely something fishy with this Elder Zhang. Although he tried to hide it, I am certain that he had been expecting your question." Shenlong nodded his head, and holding Lu Mei's hand he said, "Don't worry. I noticed it as well. It seems like his main goal for asking us to join the Pale Moon Merchant Guild has something to do with whatever is going to happen 3 months from now." Lu Mei nodded her head without saying anything else. Since Shenlong understood what she had wanted to convey, there wasn't much else to add to it. Shenlong then fell into contemplation for a while. He didn't ask Zhang Dingshong what the Pale Moon Merchant Guild was planning to do 3 months from now, since he clearly understood that this was something pointless to do. From Zhang Dingshong's tone, this had to be something really important for their guild. While he as an outsider couldn't be given much information or that would risk their plans getting exposed. Of course, Shenlong could choose to refuse joining the Pale Moon Merchant Guild as well. But if he chose to join, he could also use the guild in the future to buy or sell anything that he may need, including medicinal herbs, or even information regarding the Dragon Lord's villa. A few minutes later, Zhang Dingshong heard Shenlong's voice that called him. And with a smile on his face he asked young Master Shen, "Have you made your decision?" Shenlong nodded his head and looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, he too smiled as he replied, "I accept your conditions. But I want a pinnacle rank 2 silver grade cauldron." Zhang Dingshong was elated when he had heard the first part of the sentence. But when he heard that Shenlong wanted a pinnacle rank 2 silver grade cauldron, his left eye involuntarily twitched. The price of a pinnacle rank 2 silver grade cauldron ranged anywhere from 30.000 to 50.000 spirit stones. With an ugly smile on his face, the middle-aged man looked at Shenlong and said, "Young Master Shen, your request is a bit too excessive. In that case, just for helping our guild once, we would have to pay you from 60.000 80.000 spirit stones in the end." Shenlong however shook his head at the bald man in front of him, as he replied with a deep look in his eyes, "Senior Zhang, your words aren't correct. Even if your pavilion sells something for 50.000 spirit stones to outsiders, that doesn't necessarily signify the true value of the item. Additionally, as a large merchant guild, I do not believe that you also do not offer discounts to your members." Shenlong then pretended to think for a moment, as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and with the same sly tone that Zhang Dingshong had spoken to him earlier before, he said smilingly, "How about this? Senior Zhang only has to tell me what you need my help with 3 months from now. And in return, I won't even take the pinnacle rank 1 silver grade cauldron from you. After all, it is also a big risk for me to agree to help you, without even knowing what's going on." Zhang Dingshong now regretted trying to trick Shenlong, as he sighed and said, "Very well. Young Master Shen, it was my mistake earlier. Our guild is of course very accommodating with our mercenaries' wishes. You can choose a cauldron from the ones on the wall. But please remember that no matter what, you have to help our guild 3 months from now." Shenlong looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said with a serious tone, "As long as your request isn't too excessive, I will of course help you." The middle-aged man nodded his head, allowing Shenlong to choose a cauldron from the ones on the wall, as he thought to himself, "Even if I let you take all of these cauldrons, our guild would still profit from you in the end." Of course, his request wasn't going to be too excessive as well. After all, this was going to be something that involved more than one SS rank mercenary. After choosing a cauldron, Shenlong gave Zhang Dingshong his address, before he and Lu Mei left the Pale Moon Merchant Guild and returned to the king's courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Lu Mei watched Shenlong as he took out his new medicinal cauldron, as well as the blood vermilion fruits from the Stone of Time. After warming up the new medicinal cauldron in front of him, Shenlong brought his spiritual strength to its peak, before he finally started refining the rank 3 blood combustion pills, one after the other. The rank 2 medicinal herbs were quickly turned into a puddle of purple liquid while their essence was extracted inside the cauldron. After he was done with the supportive medicinal herbs, Shenlong turned his attention to the crimson rank 3 fruit in front of him. Now that he had already advanced to the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, his spiritual strength had long since reached the standard of a rank 1 silver grade alchemist, giving him absolute confidence in this pill refinement. Shenlong grabbed the blood vermilion fruit with both hands and tore it wide open, causing a red-colored liquid that was darker than blood to merge with the rest of the medicinal essence inside the cauldron. A sizzling sound was suddenly heard the moment that this red liquid touched the purple puddle of medicinal essence, as bright red flames instantly engulfed the cauldron. Shenlong completely ignored the flames that were burning his hands, as he used his spiritual strength to merge the 2 medicinal essences into one. It seemed that the essence of the blood vermilion fruit innately rejected the purple liquid. But under Shenlong's constant refinement, the two liquids had started to slowly merge into one. An hour later, the scent of medicinal essence exploded from the cauldron. As a fragrant aroma quickly filled the room, Lu Mei's eyes widened as this intoxicating scent assaulted her senses. After opening the lid of the cauldron, Shenlong saw 5 sparkling red pills lying inside, all of them emitting a blinding red luster. Seeing the 5 top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills inside the cauldron, Shenlong's lips curved up in satisfaction. He placed the pills in 2 different bottles before he stood up and walked up to Lu Mei, who was sitting on a white cushion opposite to him. Lu Mei gave him a dazzling smile when she saw the satisfied expression on his face after the successful pill refinement. When Shenlong smiled at her, before he handed her a bottle with 2 pills inside it, as he said, "Maya, when you cultivate tonight, consume one of these pills and try to break through to the rank 2 in heaven grade. With these top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills, along with your moonlight sigil, I don't think that you will have any difficulty in breaking through." Lu Mei didn't try to decline, and instead gently nodded her head at Shenlong, who then sat down on the black cushion as he circulated the monarch's hourglass. As the indistinct figure of an hourglass expanded from his body, Shenlong took a deep breath to calm his mind. As he saw the 81 balls of qi floating above him, without any hesitation, he immediately consumed a top-grade blood combustion pill. As a blue-colored whirlpool appeared above his head, absorbing the qi of heaven and earth around the courtyard. At the same time, the heaven-swallowing vine was consuming spirit stones non-stop, filling the space inside the stone of time with its pure qi. Just like his breakthrough from the qi condensation to the earth grade, Shenlong needed to compress the 81 balls of qi into one, before he could successfully enter the heaven grade. The 81 balls of qi inside the monarch's hourglass were compressed again and again. And half an hour later, they were down to just 27 of them. Shenlong could feel the difficulty increasing every time he tried to compress the balls of qi further. But at the same time, the blue-colored vortex above his head was growing bigger in size. Shenlong had already started to feel the qi in the air around him, while his heart had also started to feel a connection with the laws of heaven and earth. Every time that a cultivator advanced to the heaven grade, they would be able to sense the laws of heaven and earth around them, helping them comprehend a Tao that they had an affinity with. The moment that Shenlong's mind made contact with the laws of heaven and earth around him, the stone of time vibrated lightly. As the blue-colored vortex immediately doubled in size, Shenlong could feel his understanding of the Tao of time becoming deeper, while at the same time, the balls of qi above his head were being compressed at an even faster rate. An hour later, there were only 3 qi balls left inside the monarch's hourglass, each of them emitting astonishing power. As Shenlong was comprehending the Tao of time, and was compressing his qi balls, the swirling blue vortex above his head had already engulfed the entire king's courtyard. Everyone inside the inn had already turned their heads to look at the gigantic vortex in the sky. As shocked discussions quickly filled the inn. Could it be that someone is breaking through to the heaven grade? Impossible. Not with such a huge vortex. If I had to guess, then this is probably a senior who is training in some secret technique. Right? This makes sense. After all, even when the young lady of the Silver Sword clan had broken through to the heaven grade, her qi vortex had already reached 50 meters in size, while this one seemed to have already exceeded 900 meters. Inside a luxurious private room, the innkeeper Deng Zixin had a deep look in his eyes as he stared towards Shenlong's and Lu Mei's courtyard, while he mumbled something inaudibly. Shenlong, however, was completely oblivious to the attention that his breakthrough had attracted, as his mind was fully focused on merging together the rest of his qi balls. 4 hours later, there were only 2 balls of qi left inside the monarch's hourglass. Each of these 2 balls of qi had far more energy inside them, compared to all the previous 81 balls combined. An hour later, the swirling blue vortex in the sky quickly shrunk, before it disappeared inside Shenlong's body a few moments later. Boom! The moment that the vortex entered Shenlong's body, A terrifying sound was heard from the inside of the monarch's hourglass. As a single white ball of chi could be seen floating inside. Suddenly, the stone of time that hadn't reacted for so many months vibrated intensely. And under Lu Mei's horrified eyes, Shenlong's body abruptly disappeared into thin air. In the courtyard outside of the room, the silver-winged Panther King opened its eyes. And without any moment to lose, it quickly arrived outside the room. Although it could feel that its connection with Shenlong was still intact. But even with its soul sense, the peak rank 5 magic beast was unable to locate its master. Rory the Black Panther let out a violent roar towards the sky, sending shivers to everyone else who was staying in the inn. Lu Mei opened the door of the room, only to see the Black Panther searching for Shenlong in confusion. The young woman understood why the panther had come outside the room, as she then patted its head with her soft hands. But she still couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. After all, it wasn't normal for someone to disappear into thin air, especially under the nose of a peak rank 5 magic beast who was guarding the room. At the same time that Lu Mei was placating the Black Panther, Shenlong opened his eyes, as he then found himself within an unknown space that he had never seen before. It was a small place of a little more than 40 square meters, surrounded by thick white fog from all sides. Shenlong took a look around him. But aside from a patch of vibrant grass on the ground, as well as the white fog in the surroundings, there didn't seem to be anything else in this place. Soon, a look of disbelief had covered Shenlong's face, as he immediately closed his eyes and started to sense his surroundings. If it was the Shenlong from a few hours ago, he probably wouldn't have been unable to notice this. But after breaking through to the heaven grade, his comprehension of the Tao of Time was simply incomparable to before. He could now clearly feel that the flow of time in this place was very similar to his herb garden. In other words, time in this place was flowing faster than the outside world. Speechless, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength inside his spiritual space, only to see the stone of time that was rotating slowly in a clockwise motion. As it emitted a bright purple light, the purple light quickly assaulted Shenlong's spiritual strength, as countless images flashed through his mind one after the other. Shenlong felt a ripple around his body, as he suddenly found himself in front of the gates of a majestic red palace. This palace was thousands of meters tall, while sculptures of countless creatures decorated its surroundings. Some of these statues were barely a meter tall, 3 feet, while others were as tall as a few thousand meters. All of them seemed as if they had been made by the best sculptor under the heavens. Among these statues, Shenlong saw dragons, tigers, vermilion birds, phoenixes, killins, and even goblins, elves and dwarfs, 9-tailed foxes as well as giants that were holding huge clubs, were also amidst the ranks of these statues. The lifelike expressions on the statues' faces made it hard for Shenlong to believe that these were just inanimate objects. If Shenlong had to compare this palace with Kui Guoliang's, then the Tao King would seem like a beggar, flaunting his wealth in front of a tycoon. All of a sudden, a creaking sound was heard, as the gigantic gates of the Red Palace had started to open. Shenlong took a step back as he saw the gigantic gates slowly opening in front of him. But to his surprise, there didn't seem to be anyone inside the palace. Just as Shenlong was hesitating over whether he should enter inside or not, the stone of time that was still rotating inside his spiritual space abruptly emitted a mix of purple and blue lights, before it sent a colorful beam inside the palace. The palace itself started rumbling, looking like it was just hit by an earthquake, as a purple beam of light shot up from the depths of the palace high into the sky. The sky immediately darkened as multiple thunderclaps sounded from the direction behind Shenlong, all of them heading towards the palace. Shenlong was about to turn his head around and have a look at the scene behind him, when suddenly, his vision turned blurry as he found himself back in that place surrounded by fog. For a moment, he was completely stunned, as his mind could barely comprehend what had happened. The stone of time seemed to have teleported him outside of a huge palace, before it sent a colorful beam of light inside it. Before Shenlong could get a clear grasp of the situation, He quickly found himself back inside this space, where time was flowing much faster than the outside world, sending his spiritual strength inside his spiritual space. Shenlong saw that the stone of time had already stopped rotating. As his spiritual strength touched the stone of time, Shenlong soon found himself back inside his room. Long Shenlong heard Lu Mei's concerned voice behind him, as he then felt her soft hands hugging his waist. Turning around, Shenlong saw the beautiful young woman in front of him, with hints of tears still in her eyes. Shaking his head, he sighed as his hands took her in his embrace as he said, "I'm sorry that I worried you." "It's okay." Lu Mei shook her head as she replied with a beautiful smile on her face. She didn't ask Shenlong what had happened to him or where he went. Instead, she could finally put down her worries when she saw him returning back in one piece. At the same time, outside the palace that Shenlong was standing on a few moments ago, two old men with blurry facial features were staring at the sky in front of them. The old men didn't speak to each other, even though a scene of utter pandemonium was taking place in front of their own eyes. Finally, a few minutes later, the old man on the right couldn't stay silent anymore. As he looked at the old man next to him and asked in a fearful tone, "Brother, who do you think that the fifth lord has returned?" The old man who was named Brother Who fell silent for a second after hearing this question. Although his facial features were still blurry and one couldn't see the look in his eyes, he still couldn't hide his hand that had suddenly started trembling, as various thoughts flashed through his mind. Looking at the old man next to him, Brother Who replied in an uncertain voice, "I don't think so. After all, the fourth palace lord would never allow it." The two old men immediately fell silent, as their eyes stared at the sky in front of them that had already started to turn red. Cries of pain, ecstasy, fervor, unwillingness, along with many more mixed feelings filled the two old men's ears, who they watched the horrifying scene that unfolded in front of them with perfectly calm eyes. It seemed that the massacre before their eyes was unable to move the two old men in the slightest. At the same time, back in the king's courtyard inside his room, Shenlong explained to Lu Mei that his disappearance just now was connected to his cultivation technique. Lu Mei nodded her head without saying anything else, as she sat down on the white meditative cushion and circulated the moonlight sigil, absorbing the moonlight inside her body. Opening her eyes lightly, she glanced at Shenlong, who was still inside the room, with a smile, before she swallowed a top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pill. Seeing that everything was all right with Lu Mei's cultivation, Shenlong sat cross-legged on top of the black cushion, as he once again sent his spiritual strength inside the stone of time. It seemed that his mind could still enter inside the space where Little Black was currently sleeping, before his consciousness returned back to his body. After taking in deep breath, Shenlong imagined being in that small space surrounded by fog, when his body suddenly disappeared from the room. Looking at the patch of grass that he was now sitting on, as well as the white fog in his surroundings, Shenlong mumbled to himself, "It really is related to the stone of time." With a single thought, he then imagined leaving this space, as his body returned back to his room, where Lu Mei was still absorbing the blood combustion pill. After making sure that he could come and go to that space surrounded by fog at will, Shenlong's nerves slightly relaxed, when the image of that gigantic palace once again appeared in his mind. Shenlong didn't know what that palace was, or how it was connected to the stone of time. But even after trying for a while, he was unable to return back to it. It seems like the stone of time holds even more secrets inside. After thinking seriously for a while, Shenlong decided to enter inside that place surrounded by fog once again, and see if he could really use the enhanced flow of time to advance his cultivation. Indeed, as soon as he entered this space once again, Shenlong verified that the flow of time was approximately 10 times faster here than the outside world. Closing his eyes, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength in his spiritual space, inside the stone of time, as he dragged out the heaven-swallowing vine from the herb garden, and brought it to this place. The vine absorbed the spirit stones like crazy, as it produced more and more chi for Shenlong, absorbing the pure chi around him. Shenlong started creating another ball of qi in his right hand. 3 hours later, a pure white qi ball that was almost identical to the one inside the monarch's hourglass had appeared in Shenlong's hand. Grabbing the ball of qi with both hands, Shenlong pushed it upwards, towards the small hole above his head. A few minutes later, a popping sound was heard, as 2 white balls of qi were now floating inside the monarch's hourglass. Shenlong didn't rest after seeing that he had successfully created another ball of qi. Instead, he continued absorbing the qi from the heaven-swallowing vine at an even faster rate than before. 10 days had soon passed like this, until Shenlong stopped his cultivation. He had already spent more than 40,000 spirit stones. But his cultivation had already advanced to the peak of rank 1 in heaven grade. The moment that Shenlong imagined leaving this space surrounded by fog, his body instantly returned back to his room. Although 10 days had passed for Shenlong while he was cultivating, it was just 1 day for Lu Mei inside the room. There were only a few hours left until the sun had set in the Silver Sword City. Seeing Shenlong appearing inside the room, a sweet smile suffused Lu Mei's face. Shenlong's eyes widened slightly, as he saw that Lu Mei had already reached the early rank 2 in heaven grade. In just 1 night, it seemed like the results of the Saint low-grade Moonlight Sigil, combined with the top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pill, were even better than what he had originally thought. Maya. Good job. Lu Mei, however, was even more surprised than Shenlong when she saw that he had already reached the peak of rank 1 in heaven grade in just 1 day. Long Ji. Shenlong smiled brightly at Lu Mei, before he lifted her up in his arms and took her straight to the bed. As they engaged in another round of arduous cultivation, half a month quickly passed like this for Lu Mei. But nearly half a year had already passed for Shenlong. During the day he would either cultivate inside the special place that was surrounded by fog, or he would try to get a deeper comprehension in the Tao of Time or the Tao of Space. Of course, he would also spend some time refining pills for himself and Lu Mei as well. Finally, a small purple vortex had appeared above Shenlong's and Lu Mei's room. As Shenlong's body that was still inside the foggy place had now started to glow with a powerful purple-colored light. At the same time that the purple vortex had appeared above the room, Shenlong's eyes abruptly opened inside the foggy place. Looking at the purple-colored light that his body was emitting, Shenlong's lips slightly curved up. It was finally time for him to break through to the 3rd stage of body refinement. The energy inside his body had long since accumulated enough for his breakthrough. That the only thing that Shenlong had been lacking all this time was comprehension in the Tao of Space. Thankfully, he had already experienced the feeling of touching upon the Tao of Space once. Back when he and Little Black had killed the 9-eyed giant worm inside the Forest of Giants. Crack, crack, crack. Shenlong's bones began to emit cracking sounds. As the monarch's eternal body had started circulating by itself, the familiar pain of having his bones crushed once again filled his body, followed by his nerves and tendons. The slow but painful restructuring process seemed to be taking place every time that Shenlong advanced in the next stage of his body cultivation. Although he had already experienced this feeling twice, the pain didn't seem to diminish at all. But instead, it was becoming even stronger. 4 hours quickly passed like this, and the small purple vortex above Shenlong's and Lu Mei's room had now expanded beyond their own courtyard. The residents of the inn were shocked, seeing the purple whirlpool in the air. But with the precedence from half a month ago, they were now even more sure that this was a senior who is cultivating in some kind of secret technique. Ha ha ha, hey. Ja Wenel, didn't I tell you that this vortex was created by some kind of mysterious technique? What do you have to say now? Shut up, old Ting. I admit that I was wrong, but don't tell me that you didn't think even for a second that this was the Tao vortex of someone who was breaking through to the heaven grade. Old Ting looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a disdainful look in his eyes, as he replied, tisk tisk, tisk. I already told you that it was impossible for that to have been a Tao vortex. Brat. Then? Do you believe that this is some kind of Tao vortex as well? The man named Ja Wen merely shook his head in response, indicating that he was agreeing with his friend. Even the innkeeper, Deng Zixin, was now staring at the sky above him in confusion. If the blue vortex from half a month ago could be attributed to that young man on the Black Panther having comprehended an extraordinary Tao when he broke through to the heaven grade, then how could this purple vortex be explained? After all, the white-veiled young woman next to him when they entered the inn was already a heaven-grade cultivator. Could it be that there really is some powerful senior who is following these two pups? But how strong does he have to be for me to have actually failed to notice him yet? Deng Zixin's eyes suddenly widened, while a terrifying thought flashed through his mind, as he subconsciously stared towards Shenlong's and Lu Mei's courtyard with eyes filled with dread. 2 more hours passed, as the purple-colored whirlpool above Shenlong's room had now expanded throughout the entire inn. Finally, the massive whirlpool started to shrink, until it condensed itself into a tiny vortex above Shenlong's and Lu Mei's room. Inside the foggy space, Shenlong's body was lying on the ground, as he repeatedly gasped for breath. Perspiration had already drenched his forehead, as he did his best to slowly stand up from the ground. He clearly understood that his advancement to the 3rd stage in body refinement wouldn't be complete until the purple-colored vortex entered inside his body. Shenlong visualized himself leaving the foggy place. As his body returned back to his room, the purple-colored whirlpool seemed as if it had suddenly found its target. As it rushed to enter inside Shenlong's body, his aura was now rising at an incredible rate, while the monarch's eternal body had finally started to digest all of the mysterious water that he had absorbed along with Little Black from the lake that the 9-eyed giant worm was living in. Shenlong could clearly feel his body growing stronger with every drop of water that he absorbed. And barely 10 minutes later, a powerful booming sound was heard from his body, as it reverberated inside the room. It seemed like the last barrier that was holding Shenlong to the 2nd stage of the monarch's eternal body was suddenly destroyed, as he instantly entered the early 3rd stage of body refinement. Lu Mei, who was sitting on the white cushion next to Shenlong's, opened her eyes, and a look of joy soon covered her face. She clearly understood that Shenlong had succeeded in his breakthrough. And yet, the remaining energy inside Shenlong's body was still churning, as the monarch's eternal body made him seem like a starved beast that was simply unwilling to stop eating, now that it had finally woken up. Half an hour later, under Lu Mei's astounded gaze, his body once again exploded with a burst of powerful aura that swept through everything inside the room. It seemed as if the monarch's eternal body had finished absorbing the water down to its last drop, when Shenlong's aura finally stabilized at the middle of the 3rd stage as he slowly opened his eyes. Half a month ago, when his body had been forcefully transferred in front of that huge red palace, Shenlong's heart had been overcome with a feeling of urgency. It was a feeling that stemmed from the depths of his heart, telling him that if he didn't become stronger, then one day he would end up dying. Shenlong didn't know how many secrets the Stone of Time held, but he had clearly decided that he would do his utmost to become stronger and discover them all. After all, although it was fortunate that there were no people with malicious intentions near the Red Palace back then, if a similar situation happened in the future, where Shenlong ended up being teleported somewhere without being able to resist, then it was unknown if he would be able to stay alive or not. Since the Stone of Time has already merged with my soul, it's not something that I can simply ignore and take my time to investigate in the future. Taking a deep breath, Shenlong first sorted out his thoughts, before he turned his head to look at the beautiful young woman next to him. Lu Mei's small mouth was still agape as she stared at him, nearly unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Shenlong smiled at the stunned Lu Mei, who soon put on a bewitching smile on her face as well. Seeing that it was still morning, Shenlong stretched his limbs, before he looked at Lu Mei and said with that same smile on his face, "Maya, let's go to the Pale Moon Guild." A confused expression filled Lu Mei's face, who nodded her head nonetheless. The silver-winged Black Panther opened his eyes as he saw Shenlong and Lu Mei exiting their room, before he got up and happily walked towards them. Shenlong patted the Black Panther's head, as he and Lu Mei sat on its back and left the king's courtyard. On the panther's back, Lu Mei couldn't restrain her curiosity any longer as she asked Long Ji, "How did you break through? From the peak of the second stage in body refinement, all the way to the middle of the third stage in one day." Although Lu Mei wasn't a body cultivator, she clearly knew that body refinement was a far more arduous path than chi refining. However, the results were that if a body refiner could close the distance between himself and a chi refiner during a fight, then 90% of the time, the body refining cultivator would easily win. A moment after the words had left her mouth, Lu Mei shook her head as she stared at Shenlong's back and said, "I'm sorry. If it's something that you don't want to talk about." Shenlong smiled lightly, and turning his head to the side he said, "There isn't anything to hide anyway." Back in the Vermilion Realm, there was a large lake inside a forest that was called the Forest of Giants. The water from that lake had amazing effects on any body refining cultivators or magic beasts who consumed it. Back then, I absorbed as much water as I could, and stored its energy inside my body. Unfortunately, since I hadn't comprehended a Tao just yet, I couldn't break through to the third stage of body refinement. Keeping that energy stayed inside my body until today. Even I hadn't expected that I would be able to break through to the middle of the third stage in one go. Lu Mei hugged Shenlong's chest with her arms, as she placed her head on his back and whispered, "Thank you." She had felt a warm feeling in her heart when she heard Shenlong's answer. After all, it wasn't uncommon for Tao partners to have a few secrets that they wouldn't reveal, even if their partner asked about them. This was also the reason why Lu Mei hadn't asked about the warm energy that had entered her body. Every time that she and Shenlong had intercourse, she was afraid that Shenlong wouldn't answer, since that may involve some kind of secret that he wasn't willing to disclose. But it seemed that her worries were unfounded, as she didn't sense any hesitation from Shenlong just now, when he answered her question. Author's notes: the term Tao partners refers to a man and a woman who are practically married. They embark on the path of cultivation together. From the start to the end, Shenlong chuckled, as he felt Lu Mei's warm body on his back. Before he said in an almost inaudible voice, "Silly girl." Lu Mei didn't choose to ask for the reason that they were heading towards the Pale Moon Guild. And 10 minutes later, the Black Panther had already arrived in front of the guild's entrance. Once again, there were 4 guards in silver armor, stationed in front of the guild's entrance. Just like last time, however, Shenlong and Lu Mei entered inside without any obstruction. As they headed towards the guild's depths, Shenlong took out a black-colored token that Zhang Dingshong had given to him the last time before they left. As he and Lu Mei walked all the way to the back of the guild, until they arrived in front of a small private room, a young maidservant was standing outside the room. As she eyed Shenlong and the white-veiled Lu Mei curiously, seeing they approached closer, Shenlong smiled casually at the maid, as he showed her the black token in his hands and asked, "Is Zhang Dingshong inside?" The maid's eyes widened when she saw the elder's personal token, as she hurriedly bowed and replied politely, "The elder isn't here yet. If you would like to, I can call him right away." This was the room that Zhang Dingshong had told Shenlong to go to, if he needed to find him in the future. As for the black-colored token, anyone who was holding such a token would represent an elder of the Pale Moon Merchant Guild. Shenlong nodded his head at the maid, who then ran away, deeper inside the guild. A quarter of an hour later, the young maid trailed behind a purple-robed middle-aged man. This bald and chubby man, with his gentle facial features, could be no one else other than Zhang Dingshong. Spotting Shenlong and the white-veiled Lu Mei from the distance, Zhang Dingshong was stunned for a moment, before a wide smile filled his face, as he greeted enthusiastically young Master Shen. "Young lady, welcome back to our guild. Please enter inside." Zhang Dingshong quickly walked up to the door of the private room and pushed it open, revealing a luxurious room around 50 square meters big. Shenlong and Lu Mei sat on the couch opposite to Zhang Dingshong. Before the middle-aged man asked in a friendly tone, "Young Master Shen, is there any way I can help you with?" Seeing that Shenlong had come to him directly, Zhang Dingshong assumed that he must have a private matter that he needed his help with. Shenlong nodded his head as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and taking out 2 small bottles that were filled with top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills. as well as 10 white scrolls from the Stone of Time. He placed them all on the table in front of him. His eyes were still looking at Jiang Dingshong as he asked in a nonchalant tone, "Elder Jiang, I wonder if your Pale Moon Guild has any large auctions in this month?" Jiang Dingshong casually grabbed the bottle of pills on the table and opened it. As a refreshing herbal scent immediately filled the room. The words that the middle-aged elder from the Pale Moon Guild had wanted to say were now stuck in his throat. As he stared at the pills in front of him with mad fervor in his eyes, as a rank 2 silver-grade alchemist who was close to the rank 3. Jiang Dingshong immediately understood that these were top-grade rank 3 pills. Although Jiang Dingshong could refine even rank 4 pills, he couldn't necessarily refine top-grade rank 3 pills at will. The refinement of the pills had to be perfect. From the condition and maturity of the medicinal herbs and the extraction of their essence, all the way to the pill-forming stage. But the most important reason that made the chubby bald elder of the Pale Moon Guild so excited was that he had never seen this kind of pill before. It looked like the man had completely forgotten proper etiquette, as he took a pill in his hand and started sniffing it, while at the same time he mumbled, "It smells similar to a rank 4 blood-sucking fruit, but the feeling it gives off is closer to that of a rank 4 or a chi pill." Shenlong was a bit surprised, seeing a dignified silver-grade alchemist sniffing the pill without stop. As for the reason why he decided to put the top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills for auction, there were 2 main reasons. The first was that he had plenty of time to refine pills inside the foggy space that the Stone of Time had provided him with. Shenlong had even guessed that the place surrounded by fog was a separate space inside the Stone of Time. As for the second reason, in the past half a year that he had spent cultivating inside the Stone of Time, his spirit stones supply had already started to run low. The more that his cultivation increased, the more chi he had to absorb to advance to the next level, which made the amount of spirit stones that he required reach a terrifying number. Right now, although he had already advanced to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade, he had just a little more than 400,000 spirit stones left. Additionally, Shenlong had also noticed that as his cultivation advanced further and further in the heaven grade, the effects of the blood combustion pills were becoming increasingly weaker. He estimated that by the time that he reached the peak of rank 6 in heaven grade, the top-grade blood combustion pills would be completely useless to him. Looking at the middle-aged man who was sitting in front of him, Shenlong didn't get anxious as he waited for him to finish examining the pills. Cough cough ahem. "Young Master Shen, may I ask for the name of this pill? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but even as a rank 2 silver-grade alchemist, I have never heard of this pill before." Shenlong nodded his head at Jiang Dingshong's words. Of course he hadn't heard of this pill before, since there wasn't any set recipe for it as far as Shenlong knew. Shenlong had created this recipe himself. So, even though it was possible that other alchemists would have also done the same and create a similar recipe, it wasn't surprising for Jiang Dingshong to have no idea about it. Additionally, the blood vermilion fruit wasn't a common rank 3 medicinal herb, which made the bald middle-aged alchemist of the Pale Moon Guild unable to figure out what the main herb for the creation of these pills was. These pills are called the blood combustion pills. As for their effects, just one of them has more than a 70% chance of helping a peak rank 1 heaven grade cultivator to advance to the early rank 2. Jiang Dingshong's eyes widened for a bit before he nodded his head, and with a large smile on his face he said, "Young Master Shen, there is indeed an auction that our Pale Moon Guild is hosting near the end of this month, 5 days from now. However, since I cannot verify the effects of these pills, and our guild doesn't have a rank 3 silver-grade alchemist, I will have to ask young Master Shen to allow us to privately test one of them. After all, we cannot auction unknown pills that we cannot verify their effects." Shenlong's eyes narrowed as he understood what Jiang Dingshong was trying to do. After all, as an alchemist himself, Shenlong clearly knew that every alchemist above the bronze grade was able to ascertain the effects of a pill just by shaving off a tiny part of the pill. That wouldn't affect its overall potency. Shaking his head, Shanlong stared at the middle-aged man in front of him, before he retrieved the 2 bottles of pills from the table. As he then said in a cold tone, Elder Jang, I think that you have misunderstood me. I didn't ask you to verify my pills' effects. I told you to auction them. Since you are incapable of understanding their effects, then our partnership ends here. Jiang Dingshong's mouth was wide open, as he saw Shanlong returning the pill bottles, as well as the scrolls that he hadn't checked yet, back in his spatial ring. Then, he turned his head to look at Lu Mei, as they both stood up and prepared to leave the private room. This was the second time that the bald, middle-aged elder of the Pale Moon Guild tried to take advantage of Shanlong and failed. He also hadn't expected for the young man in front of him to be so decisive as to pack everything and leave. For a moment, he also wondered whether Shanlong knew about the technique of shaving off a part of the pill, and if that was the reason that he had turned so angry. Standing up from his seat, Jiang Dingshong put an ingratiating smile on his face, as he looked at Shanlong and Lu Mei and hurriedly said, Young Master Shan. Young lady, please wait. It was my fault just now, as I seemed to have forgotten another way to verify the effects of the pills. Please, if you are willing to sit down and discuss this, then I would be very happy to be of assistance. Shanlong however shook his head, as he said, Elder Jiang, this seems to be the second time that you are at fault. I already forgave you the first time. So tell me, why shouldn't I just go to another guild now? After all, I am certain that with the Silver-Winged Panther King, other guilds will be more than happy to welcome us, and offer me the same benefits as your Pale Moon Merchant Guild. Jiang Dingshong's eyes bulged out as he heard this, and with a pained look on his face he asked, you young Master Shan, would you really do that? But you have already joined our Pale Moon Merchant Guild. I even gave you a peak rank 2 silver grade cauldron. Shanlong scoffed at the pretentious behavior of the bald elder in front of him, and with the same cold look, he narrowed his eyes as he replied, you can only blame yourself for being greedier than you should be. I accepted your offer to join your guild, but you were still dishonest, and tried to take advantage of me for 1 extra pill. Who knows if you will be dishonest again tomorrow, or the day after. The bald middle-aged elder felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Hook, line and sinker. However, with the way that things had developed so far, he clearly understood that he was in the wrong and that his greed had gotten the better of him. Hence, although he knew that he was in a passive position, he couldn't help but take a deep breath as he asked then, Young Master Shan, what must I do for you to forgive me? A big smile covered Shanlong's face, as he finally heard the words that he had been waiting to hear since the first time that they had met with Jiang Dingshong. Then, Young Master Shan, what must I do for you to forgive me? A big smile covered Shanlong's face, as he finally heard the words that he had been waiting to hear since the first time that they had met with Jiang Dingshong. All of his actions until today, since he had arrived in the Night Star continent, including having the Silver-Winged Panther King out in the open and strolling around the Silver Sword City on its back, were planned to lead to this moment. Shanlong was certain that since he had entered a seemingly big guild from the outside, there would definitely be a high-rank elder who would try to recruit them as soon as he and Lu Mei stepped inside. And indeed, as soon as he and Lu Mei entered inside, everything went according to his expectations, as an elder from the Pale Moon Guild had come to meet them. Of course, Shanlong hadn't been certain that Jiang Dingshong would be tricked with just a few top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills, which was why he was prepared to refine the rank 4 Golden Jade Spirit Tree into a rank 4 Spirit-enhancing pill before he came here again. Who would expect after all, for the elder of the Pale Moon Guild to be so greedy, that Shanlong didn't even need to put in motion his second plan. Shanlong smiled as he looked at Jiang Dingshong in front of him, but the tone of his voice was still cold as he said, I have a few questions. If elder answers truthfully, then I will think of staying to the Pale Moon Guild until the 3 months period is over. However, if you lie to me again, Elder Jiang, then you can forget about me helping your guild. Jiang Dingshong's heart constricted, as he clearly understood that he had fallen into a trap. And with a painful look in his eyes, he nodded his head as he said, "Please ask your questions, young Master Shun. If I can answer, then I will definitely do so. But you should also understand that some things are impossible to reveal." Shunlong didn't seem to mind the bald elder's words. And nodding his head he asked then, "Here is my first question. Who is the strongest person in your Pale Moon Guild?" Zhang Dingshong exhaled a sigh of relief when he heard the question before he replied, "This isn't really a secret within the Silver Sword City. At least, all of the strong guilds know that our guild leader is Madame Shay. Madame Shay is an S-ranked mercenary, as well as an early-stage nascent soul expert." Shunlong nodded his head without asking any more questions regarding this matter. After all, he hadn't really cared that much about the guild leader. But it was good to have a general idea of how strong the upper echelons were. With a nonchalant look on his face, he then continued, "Then, what about the rest of the guilds who are ranked in the top 10? Zhang Dingshong replied truthfully, without hiding anything aside from the Turtle Tycoon Merchant Guild, as well as the Dark Blade Guild. There are no other guilds inside the Silver Sword City that have any SS rank mercenaries. Of course, the Mercenaries Association, as well as the rulers of the Silver Sword City, the Silver Sword Clan, also have SS-ranked mercenaries." Shunlong nodded without any expression on his face. But inwardly, he was actually surprised. Thankfully, what Zhang Dingshong considered common knowledge, while he thought that Shunlong was still testing him, was actually valuable information to Shunlong, who had just arrived here with Lu Mei just half a month ago. After all, Shunlong didn't know anything about the Silver Sword Clan so far. But according to Zhang Dingshong's words, both they and the Mercenaries Association had at least an SS-ranked mercenary each, if not even more. At this point, Shunlong only had 2 more questions to ask the bald elder in front of him. An invisible glint flashed through his eyes, but the tone in his voice was still the same uncaring tone as before. As he asked the chubby elder then, "What do you know about the Heaven's Dome City?" Shunlong saw the look in Zhang Dingshong's face change into one of fear, astonishment, and awe. The middle-aged elder of the Pale Moon Guild observed Lu Mei and Shunlong seriously for a few moments before he asked a question on his own. "Young Master Shun, are you referring to the Heaven's Dome City where the Mercenaries Association's main headquarters is?" Even Lu Mei was astonished, as she didn't know how Shunlong knew a city named Heaven's Dome City. The only logical conjecture would be that the Tao King inside the Vermilion Realm had told Shunlong about this. Lu Mei saw Shunlong nodding his head at Zhang Dingshong without any change in his expression, confirming that they were talking about the same city. Shunlong, however, had only seen the name of this city inside the map that Kui Guoliang had given to him, so he wasn't entirely certain if this was truly the same city. After all, with how vast the Night Star continent is, it was possible that there was more than one city with the same name. Zhang Dingshong nodded his head somewhat absent-mindedly, looking like he was recalling some memories. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Shunlong and said, "Young Master Shun, I really wonder about your origins. However, I must warn you that even with a peak rank 5 magic beast to protect you, you will still be weak inside the Heaven's Dome City." Shunlong's eyes flashed with a bright light, as he looked seriously at the bald elder in front of him. After a brief pause, Zhang Dingshong continued with a serious look in his eyes. "Actually, I have only been to the Heaven's Dome City a few times, mostly while I accompanied Madame Shay. However, young Master Shun, I can tell you the same thing that Madame Shay told me before we entered the city. The Heaven's Dome City is a city filled with luxury, where you can find everything inside as long as you have enough money. But it is also a city filled with terrifying monsters." Shunlong and Lu Mei were stunned when they heard Zhang Dingshong's words. But the bald elder didn't seem to notice as he continued, "Although I haven't personally seen any of them, I have heard rumors of some very powerful underground sects hidden inside. So, if you really intend to go to the Heaven's Dome City, I suggest that you seriously rethink about it." Shunlong nodded his head, but a myriad of thoughts were flashing through his mind. Obviously, He couldn't avoid going to the Heaven's Dome city, since it was the city closest to the Dragon Lord's villa, at least according to Kui Guoliang's map. Additionally, Shenlong had his own plans as well. So knowing more information about the city, no matter how trivial, could prove to be of enormous help in the future. Lu Mei stole a glance at Shenlong, but she didn't notice any change in his facial expression, as he was staring at the elder in front of him, and asked in a leisurely tone, "I only have one last question for you, Elder Zhang." Zhang Dingshong nodded his head, while inwardly he exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems that each and every one of Shenlong's questions was either common knowledge inside the Silver Sword City, or of no use whatsoever, although he was a bit curious as to why the young man who was sitting in front of him was interested in the Heaven's Dome city. Zhang Dingshong wouldn't meddle if Shenlong and Lu Mei wanted to court death. Then, Elder, do you mind telling me, what is it that you need my help with? In 2 months from now. Even Lu Mei turned to look at the chubby middle-aged elder in front of them curiously. Zhang Dingshong, however, cursed his bad luck inwardly. This was the one question that he didn't want to answer the most, since he was afraid that Shenlong would back out once he learned about it. However, knowing that it would be even more suspicious if he didn't answer, Zhang Dingshong took a deep breath as he said with a crafty glimmer in his eyes, "Young Master Shen. Well, this is quite a sensitive topic, so I can't reveal too much information for now. However, what I can tell you is that this concerns a personal matter of our guild master, Madame Shay." Seeing that Shenlong was still looking at him with that same smile on his face, Zhang Dingshong knew that he had to reveal a few more things. Otherwise the young man in front of him would plainly refuse him, based on what he had said earlier. However, all of this was still within the expectations of the middle-aged elder of the Pale Moon Guild, who suddenly smiled as he looked at the peak rank 5 silver-winged panther king that was lying next to Shenlong before he continued, "Well, since young Master Shen seems to be interested in this topic, I suppose that I can tell you one more thing. The only thing that young Master Shen will have to do will be to take care of an early rank 7 nascent soul cultivator. Everything else will be handled by our guild." A light seemed to have flashed inside Shenlong's eyes, as he didn't speak but simply stared at the bald elder in front of him. Although Zhang Dingshong had tried to put it in such a way that it wouldn't attract his attention, Shenlong still understood the hidden meaning of his words. An early rank 7 nascent soul stage cultivator was also an SS-ranked mercenary. Lu Mei's eyes behind her veil looked at the bald elder in front of them in astonishment. But Zhang Dingshong didn't seem to mind too much. After all, although he had preferred to keep everything a secret until the time came 2 months later, he still wouldn't be able to hide this matter from Shenlong in the end. The only problem would be Shenlong's reaction. Zhang Dingshong clearly noticed a sneer in Shenlong's face as he looked at him. But the middle-aged elder still thickened his skin and asked smilingly, "So, what do you think, young Master Shen? I answered all of your questions honestly after all." Contrary to Lu Mei's and Zhang Dingshong's expectations, Shenlong nodded his head as he replied, "I can indeed agree to help your Pale Moon Guild. But do you really think that I will fight against an SS-ranked mercenary for your guild? Just for a rank 2 silver-grade cauldron and 30.000 spirit stones?" Zhang Dingshong was stunned for a moment, but his shock receded almost immediately as he had been prepared for Shenlong's renegotiations from the start. After all, he hadn't really expected for Shenlong and Lu Mei to agree dealing with an SS-ranked mercenary just for the original 30.000 spirit stones. Zhang Dingshong had intentionally kept the price at this range, however, so that when they would try to renegotiate with him again 2 months later, he would be the one in control by then. Nodding his head, the bald elder of the Pale Moon Guild seemed to have an understanding expression on his face as he said, "Indeed. Young Master Shen, I admit that your words aren't unreasonable. After all, you are not a native of the Silver Sword City, so this matter may cause some inconveniences to you." Zhang Dingshong seemed as if he had fallen deep in thought for a couple of minutes before he raised his head, and looking at the young man and young woman in front of him, he said in a sincere tone, "How about this, young Master Shen? Our guild can officially offer you up to 150,000 spirit stones. In exchange for your assistance this time. If you want. I can even agree to pay you right now. Lu Mei felt surprised. That the usually cunning Elder Jiang was willing to raise the price 5 times compared to his original offer. Shenlong looked as if he was pondering seriously over Elder Jiang's offer. However, a minute later, he shook his head at the middle-aged elder. Before he said in an amiable tone, Elder Jiang is truly generous. However, I have a different offer for you. If you really want my help this time, then I want half of the earnings. Shenlong smiled as he said these words, since inwardly he was completely certain by now that there was no way for the Pale Moon Merchant Guild to offer him 150,000 spirit stones if there wasn't going to be tremendous earnings for them as well. When Zhang Dingshong heard these words, his smiling expression immediately turned ugly as he involuntarily shrieked, "Impossible! Do you even know how many millions of spirit stones this concerns?" Shenlong frowned when he saw Zhang Dingshong's reaction, who shook his head vehemently as he continued, "Half the earnings is absolutely impossible." As he heard these words, Shenlong stood up and took Lu Mei's hand. Before he walked towards the door of the private room, the Black Panther opened his eyes and threw a cold look at the bald elder of the Pale Moon Guild, before it followed its master. Zhang Dingshong, however, was completely flabbergasted. He had originally expected for Shenlong and Lu Mei to be immediately swayed by his generous offer of 150,000 spirit stones. But instead, they demanded half the share that their guild would earn. The elder had originally felt happy to be praised by the guild master for finding an SS rank level magic beast to help them with their mission. However, it seemed that their deal wouldn't be going through now. After all, Zhang Dingshong was certain that even the guild master wouldn't agree to give up millions of spirit stones in exchange for Shenlong's help. Just as Shenlong and Lu Mei reached the door of the private room, the chubby elder couldn't help raising his voice. 200,000 spirit stones. Just to help our Pale Moon Guild once. Shenlong and Lu Mei, however, didn't even flinch at his offer as they opened the door. Zhang Dingshong gritted his teeth as he then spat out another offer, 400,000 spirit stones. This is my final offer. Just as he opened the door of the room, Shenlong turned his head around and stared at the purple-robed middle-aged man before he said, "You should probably talk with your guild master if this is really your final offer." Without waiting for an answer, Shenlong took Lu Mei and got on the silver-winged Panther King as they then left the Pale Moon Merchant Guild. Shenlong was confident that this wouldn't be Zhang Dingshong's final offer. From the frenzied offers that he had received before he left the room, Shenlong understood that the earnings for the Pale Moon Guild would simply be astronomical. A stunned Zhang Dingshong was still staring at the door of the private room, unable to believe what had just happened. He thought that he had managed to secure the assistance of the peak rank 5 Black Panther for their guild's mission. But everything seemed to have changed in just 1 hour. Unable to hold it inside him anymore, Elder Jiang's amiable image finally crumbled as he roared madly, "Fuck. 1-1. I'm fucked. Madam Shay will kill me." While Zhang Dingshong was just a few moments away from a mental breakdown, Shenlong and Lu Mei were now touring around the Silver Sword City. Lu Mei, who was still staring at Shenlong's back, couldn't resist asking Long Ji, was it a good decision to refuse helping them? Lu Mei was certain that Shenlong had asked for such an exorbitant reward because he knew that the Pale Moon Guild wouldn't agree. Shenlong smiled as he told the Black Panther to head towards the king's courtyard. Before he turned his head to the side, look at the beautiful young woman behind him as he said, "Maya, you don't seem to understand. I have already gotten all the information that I needed from the Pale Moon Guild. When we entered inside the first time, I hadn't even expected that there would be such a bountiful mission for us." Lu Mei felt a bit confused by Shenlong's words, who then continued explaining, "The main reason that I agreed for us to enter the Pale Moon Guild in the first place was to get information regarding the Heaven's Dome City. Even if it wasn't the Pale Moon Guild, any other guild in the top 10 of the Silver Sword City would work just the same for us." However, Zhang Dingshong seems to not have understood their situation properly, since he said that the strongest person in their guild is their S-ranked mercenary guild master. How are they going to fight an SS-ranked mercenary without us? Even if we hadn't entered their guild. Considering that we were walking around the city on top of the Black Panther, they would have reached out to us by themselves. It was simply a pure coincidence that we found them first. Seeing the shocked look on Lu Mei's face, Shenlong smiled as he continued now. Think about the second clue that Zhang Dingshong gave us. He said that he wants to fight against an SS-ranked mercenary. But he also admitted that there are only 4 forces in the Silver Sword City that have SS-ranked mercenaries. What does this mean? Lu Mei's eyes suddenly widened, as she seemed to have suddenly understood what Shenlong was trying to say. When she asked then, Long Ji, do you mean that they are trying to attack one of the 2 top-ranked guilds? Shenlong nodded his head as he explained no matter how strong or bold the Pale Moon Guild may be, they shouldn't have the guts to scheme against the Mercenaries Association, whose headquarters isn't even in the Silver Sword City. As for that so-called Silver Sword clan, since they are the official rulers of the city, it's likely impossible for a single guild to be able to challenge them. Zhang Dingshong also said that, since we aren't natives of the Silver Sword City, this is a matter that can bring trouble to us in the future. Which means that there are only 2 powers left inside the city that could potentially bring any trouble to us. It would be that Turtle Tycoon Merchant Guild, as well as the Dark Blade Guild. After a brief moment of pause, Shenlong continued, of course, I could have also agreed to help them for 400,000 spirit stones, since fighting against an early rank 7 nascent soul cultivator wouldn't prove to be of any danger to the silver-winged Black Panther. But their guild wasn't honest from the start. Besides, we don't have any reason to take any risks for the Pale Moon Guild to get most of the profits. Lu Mei was left speechless. It looked like every single word that Zhang Dingshong had said was actually a clue that had shaped their current situation. It wasn't just her who hadn't noticed these details during their conversation inside the room, however. But the elder of the Pale Moon Guild had missed them as well. Shenlong didn't decide to look for another guild to auction his blood combustion pills or the cultivation techniques that he had received from Kui Guoliang. And 10 minutes later, they had already arrived back to the king's courtyard. At the same time that Shenlong and Lu Mei entered their room. Inside a private room in the depths of the Pale Moon Guild, Zhang Dingshong was kneeling on the floor, with whip marks all over his body. His back was filled with blood. But the elder didn't say a single word, as he kept kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, the angry voice of a woman resounded throughout the room, sending chills down Zhang Dingshong's spine. You trash! Do you have anything else to say for yourself? Zhang Dingshong's body started to tremble when he heard this voice. But he didn't dare to raise his head from the ground. In front of him was a beautiful woman in her early 30s, dressed in a light green dress. She had long blonde hair and light green eyes. But the expression on her face was anything but amiable as she stared at the elder of the Pale Moon Guild in front of her. Zhang Dingshong felt aggrieved in his heart, since he was the one who had discovered Shenlong in the first place. But in front of the tyrannical blonde woman in front of him, he didn't dare to give any excuses. Seeing that Zhang Dingshong wasn't trying to defend himself, Madame Shay's rage started to slowly die down. She then proceeded to seat herself on a large white couch. Before she took a deep breath to calm herself. The rage in her eyes, however, hadn't disappeared just yet. As she looked at the still kneeling elder in front of her, and with a cold but hopeful tone she asked, "Do you think that there is any hope for us to mend our relationship with this kid?" Zhang Dingshong shook his head as he replied with certainty, "Guildmaster, that kid is just too greedy. He made it absolutely clear that he wasn't willing to help our guild unless we gave him 50% of the earnings. How can we give him this much? We should just proceed with our original plan anyway." Shay Rong didn't speak when she heard Zhang Dingshong's answer. Instead, she gritted her teeth, seemingly as if she was trying to come to an agreement with herself. She knew that right now she had 2 options. The first was to proceed with their plan without Shenlong, while the second was to pay Shenlong an exorbitant price in exchange for his help. Deep in her heart, she wasn't willing to follow any of these 2 plans, since both of them would cause her tremendous losses, which caused her to fall into a state of deep thought. 10 minutes later, She finally opened her eyes as she looked at Jiang Dingshong with a determined look. At the same time, back inside Shenlong's courtyard, heavy panting filled the room. As Shenlong and Lu Mei had just finished another round of dual cultivation together, Lu Mei looked at Shenlong with gleaming eyes, before she planted a deep kiss on his lips as she said, "Long Ji, every time we sleep together, I can feel a powerful energy filling my body." Shenlong nodded his head at Lu Mei, who was now just a few steps away from entering the early rank 3 in heaven grade, as he said, "This is a secret technique that I got from the Tao King inside the Vermilion realm that connects my yang with your yin essence, and slowly strengthens them both at the same time. You can think of this secret technique as a rope that ties the two of us. The higher one of us advances in cultivation, the higher the benefits will be. The only drawback of this technique is that it can only be used once a day at most." Lu Mei nodded her head, as she too had felt this in the past days. Now that Shenlong's cultivation had advanced to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade, he was filling her own body with even more yang essence. At the same time, this was dragging Lu Mei's cultivation even higher. And the higher she advanced, the more yin essence she held inside her as well. A day soon passed in the outside world, while Shenlong had spent 10 more days inside the foggy place in the Stone of Time. Although he hadn't managed to break through to the early rank 4 in heaven grade just yet, he wasn't that far away from successfully condensing his 28th ball of qi. He estimated that it would take around 15 days to a month at most, until he managed to enter the middle stages of the heaven grade. He then visualized himself leaving the Stone of Time. As he returned back to the room and saw Lu Mei looking at him with a strange gaze, Shenlong looked at Lu Mei curiously, who opened her small mouth as she said, "Long Ji, there are 2 guests outside." "Guests?" Shenlong asked questioningly. "Isn't it just Jiang Dingshong?" He had already expected Jiang Dingshong to visit them within the next 3 days, since Shenlong had already told him where they lived. But he didn't expect him to bring company as well. Lu Mei nodded her head as she continued, "They arrived early this morning. But since Long Ji wasn't inside the room, I had them wait in the courtyard." Shenlong smiled at Lu Mei and grabbed her hand, before he opened the door of the room. In the courtyard, the peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King was staring at the 2 guests, who were standing a few dozen meters away from it. When Shenlong opened the door, aside from Jiang Dingshong, he also saw a stunning blonde woman dressed in green. The blonde woman had a sweet smile on her face when she saw Shenlong and Lu Mei, an expression completely different than when she was facing Jiang Dingshong in the Pale Moon Guild. In comparison, Jiang Dingshong had his head lowered all this time, evident that he hadn't been having the best of times. The beautiful blonde woman curtsied at Shenlong and Lu Mei as she held her green dress, before she introduced herself. "Greetings, young Master Shen. Young lady, I am Shay Rong, and I am the Guild Master of the Pale Moon Guild. I have heard everything from Jiang Dingshong, and I am here to personally offer you an apology on behalf of our guild. I can assure you that Elder Jiang has been personally punished by me for his behavior." At the same time, Jiang Dingshong also stepped forward with a lowered head, as he said, "Please forgive me, young Master Shen. Young Lady Lu." Shenlong hadn't expected the guild master to personally visit them in the inn, let alone to also have Jiang Dingshong apologize. However, this couldn't possibly mean that everything was now fine, just because of an apology. Shay Rong looked at Shenlong with her beautiful green eyes, and with a charming smile on her face she said, "Young Master Shen, I hope that you can forgive Jiang Dingshong's behavior and assist our guild this time. Of course, this is a very important matter for me, so I can't reveal too many things unless you agree. But everything can be negotiated." Shenlong looked at Shay Rong, who seemed willing to step back and negotiate their terms, with a smile on his face, as he then asked her, "In that case, Miss Shay, tell me what you are willing to offer." Shay Rong smiled brightly when she heard Shenlong's question, and taking out a small yellow-colored spatial ring from one of her pockets, she said, "Young Master Shen, our guild is willing to offer you 300,000 spirit stones as advance payment, as well as 15% of the earnings from the mission. After all, We will put the manpower of our entire guild. While all young Master Shun will have to do is keep an SS ranked level mercenary busy. I believe that this is a good and reasonable offer. Shunlong, however, shook his head as he looked at the alluring woman in front of him, immediately rejecting her offer. If repelling an SS rank mercenary was that easy, then why don't you do it by yourselves? Even if you could successfully do it, I wonder if would you really be willing to take this risk? No matter what, it is certain that if I agree to help your guild, I will end up becoming enemies with such a person. Now tell me, is it worth it for me to create such a powerful enemy, only for your guild to take most of the profits in the end? The blonde-haired Shay Rong nodded her head at Shunlong's question, before her eyes turned to look at the Black Panther next to him. As she replied with a pleasant smile on her face, indeed, your words are reasonable, young Master Shun. However, would you really be afraid of making enemies with an SS-ranked mercenary, with a peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King as your mount? Shunlong smiled calmly when he heard this, while the look in his eyes had turned into one of amusement, as he looked at Shay Rong and said, you are right. I wouldn't be afraid of a single SS rank mercenary. However, what about an entire guild? Shay Rong's pupils constricted, while she involuntarily took a step back. She immediately turned to look at Jiang Dingshong, who was next to her, only to see that the look in his eyes was just as shocked as hers. Jiang Dingshong hurriedly shook his head as he looked at Madame Shay, indicating that he hadn't leaked anything. Shunlong looked at the shocked Madame Shay, and shaking his head he continued, aside from the Turtle Tycoon Merchant Guild or the Dark Blade Guild, which other power in the Silver Sword City can employ SS rank level mercenaries? Madame Shay nodded her head hesitantly, understanding her blunder. If she hadn't mentioned that there was an SS ranked mercenary, then Shunlong wouldn't have been able to narrow down their target. Jiang Dingshong's eyes immediately widened, but he kept his mouth tightly sealed. He clearly remembered that he had been the one who gave this information to Shunlong yesterday. But Madame Shay didn't know of this. Shay Rong took a deep breath, as she looked at the young man in front of her in shock. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she clearly found herself in a passive position right now. She then closed her eyes for a few moments, seemingly pondering over what she should do. Finally, a few breaths of time later, she opened her eyes, and looking at Shunlong, she nodded her head as she agreed with him. Very well, young Master Shun. We can split everything equally between our guild and you. But I also want to pick one item first. If you don't agree with this term, then I will be forced to do this without you. Shunlong had no idea what it was that Shay Rong wanted to take, but he instantly understood that it must be something really important to her, if she was willing to compromise about giving him half of everything else, except for just one item. Nodding his head, his eyes stared at the beautiful blonde woman in front of him before he replied, all right. As long as the spirit stones from this mission are enough, I can agree to your terms. Shay Rong finally exhaled a sigh of relief, although she could feel a pinch in her heart for sharing half the profits from this mission. The risk would be much lower for her, with Shunlong's peak rank 5 magic beast handling the SS rank enemy mercenary. Besides, as long as she could get that item, everything else was worth it. Turning her head to look at Shunlong's eyes, Shay Rong then said in an excited tone, you don't have to worry about this, young Master Shun. If we can really succeed, our total earnings will exceed 100.000 middle grade spirit stones. Shunlong and Lu Mei were both shocked when they heard this amount. Shunlong had already heard about middle grade spirit stones and their value, while Lu Mei, as the daughter of the sect master of the Floating Cloud sect, had obviously seen middle grade spirit stones in the past. One middle grade spirit stone was worth as much as 100 low grade ones. Then, 100.000 middle grade spirit stones were worth as much as 10.00.000 low grade ones. 10 million spirit stones. Shunlong's eyes lit up when he imagined half of this amount entering his stone of time. At the same time, seeing that his guild master had come to an agreement with Shunlong, Jiang Dingshong smiled brightly as he looked at the young man in front of him and asked then, Young Master Shun. Will you still put your pills up for auction? I can assure you that I will personally make sure that they fetch a high price. Shunlong nodded his head and waved his hand, as 2 small bottles of pills along with a dozen scrolls appeared in front of him. Zhang Dingshong excitedly took the pill bottles in his hands and stared at them as if he was looking at some priceless treasures. As a ranked 2 silver-grade alchemist, the bald middle-aged elder hadn't paid any attention to the scrolls. Shay Rong took a look at the white scrolls before she said in a slightly surprised voice, all of them are mystic low-grade cultivation techniques. Although she was cultivating in a mystic high-grade cultivation technique as well, Shay Rong knew that these cultivation techniques weren't cabbages found in the streets. If Shunlong had 1 or 2 of them, she wouldn't have been surprised. But a dozen of them, even her Pale Moon Guild, only had around 30 mystic growth cultivation techniques. Looking at the scrolls in front of her, Shay Rong thought seriously for a moment before she said in a rough estimation, these techniques will probably fetch around 200.000 low-grade spirit stones. Young Master Shun. Shunlong nodded his head, but he didn't really care about the price. After all, having the scrolls taking up dust inside the Stone of Time didn't bring any immediate benefits to him, which made it a much better option to sell them for spirit stones. However, he wasn't willing to sell everything he had to the Pale Moon Guild's auction. After all, he had other plans for the rest of his cultivation techniques and martial skills. Shay Rong stored the scrolls inside her spatial ring before she continued with her light voice. Young Master Shun, you can come to the guild 4 days from now for the auction. Although my Pale Moon Guild isn't the strongest in the Silver Sword City, with my connections, you will not regret auctioning your items. She then curtsied once again as she held the hems of her dress, and bade farewell to Shunlong and Lu Mei. Lu Mei looked at Shay Rong and Zhang Dingshong, who had finally left their courtyard, before she turned her head to look at Shunlong, when she said in a serious tone, Long Ji, I could feel that. That woman didn't care about the 10 million spirit stones that much. Although she had put on an excited facade, I could feel that this wasn't her real aim. Instead, I think that the item that she wants to choose is going to be even more valuable for her than the spirit stones. Shunlong nodded his head at Lu Mei, as he had also noticed this matter. After all, Shay Rong had been willing to compromise on anything else other than her choosing one item first. Just from that, the value of this item was obvious. Shunlong didn't keep dwelling on this matter, as everything about this mysterious item would be revealed in 2 months from now. Both he and Lu Mei entered their room to cultivate, while 4 days quickly passed. What Shunlong didn't know was that thanks to Shay Rong's connections, word over his mysterious top-grade rank 3 pills had spread throughout the entirety of Silver Sword City. Even some high-ranking people from the Silver Sword clan had informed the Pale Moon Guild that they were going to attend the auction this time, sending waves throughout the entire city. Inside the majestic manor of the Silver Sword clan at the center of the city, there were 2 handsome young men and a gorgeous silver-haired young woman sitting in front of a table, drinking and talking with each other. One of these young men had narrow eyes and short spiky hair, giving his face a sinister expression. His seemingly plain black robes had a large venom character on its back that very few people in the Silver Sword City would be able to recognize. Looking at the white-haired young man in front of him, the man with narrow eyes put down his cup of wine, and after stealing a glance at the quiet silver-haired young woman, he then asked Yin Qiufan, I heard that you are intending to participate in a small auction of your city today. The young man who was sitting opposite to him had his long white hair in a ponytail, while his luxurious white robes had the character silver on them. This was the young master of the Silver Sword clan, Yin Qiufan. Yin Qiufan immediately understood what the man in front of him was trying to say as he replied smilingly, Indeed, Brother Changpu. Word has already spread throughout the city that a small guild is going to auction some mysterious top-grade rank 3 pills that are extremely beneficial to heaven-grade cultivators. After a brief moment of pause, the white-haired young master of the Silver Sword clan turned his head to look at the silver-haired young woman next to him, before he continued with a smile on his face, and of course, Since my beautiful sister is just a step away from entering the peak of rank 9 in heaven grade, I have decided to accompany her as we take a look at this auction. The spiky-haired young man turned his head to look at the beautiful silver-haired young woman as well, as he smiled politely and said, "Young Lady Rawolan, I am certain that your Silver Sword clan definitely doesn't lack top-grade rank 3 pills. Is it worth it for you to make a personal appearance then? If you simply nod your head, my Gu family can provide you with countless top-grade rank 3 pills for your use." The beautiful silver-haired Yin Rawolan looked at the spiky-haired young man in front of her, and nodding her head she replied, "Thank you for your concern, fourth young Master Gu. Although it is true that I aim to advance to the peak of rank 9 in heaven grade, a new type of pill appearing in our Silver Sword City can be considered an important matter on its own as well. If the pills are worth it, we can even find the alchemist who produced them and have him work for our Silver Sword clan." A bright light flashed through the spiky-haired Gu Changpu's eyes, when he nodded and smiled as he looked at Yin Rawolan. Before he replied, "Of course. Young Lady Rawolan's words make sense. In that case, please allow me to accompany you to this auction today. I am also curious to see these top-grade rank 3 pills." The white-haired Yin Qiufan looked at his sister and interjected before she could speak, "Sister, Brother Changpu is also a renowned rank 2 silver-grade alchemist. If he comes with us, he will definitely be able to give us his opinion on the pills as well." Gu Changpu had that same smile on his face as he looked at Yin Rawolan, who nodded her head slightly as she stood up and said, "In that case, let's get going. Brother, young Master Gu, the auction will start in less than an hour." Yin Qiufan stood up and winked at Gu Changpu, before he followed Yin Rawolan outside of the room. At the same time, Shenlong was still cultivating inside the foggy place in the Stone of Time. He had already spent more than a month cultivating in this place, when suddenly, a popping sound was heard from his body. Shenlong could feel his strength rising, as the 28th ball of heaven Qi finally entered the monarch's hourglass. A smile quickly formed on his face, before Shenlong visualized himself returning to his room. Lu Mei was still practicing her sword moves in the courtyard, when Shenlong's body suddenly appeared on the black cushion inside the room. After changing his clothes, he opened the door, and saw the beautiful young woman dressed in purple, who had now turned her eyes on him. Lu Mei's bright black eyes stared at Shenlong with both shock and joy, seeing that he had broken through once again. With a sweet smile on her face, her beautiful black eyes turned into 2 crescent moons, as she walked up to Shenlong and hugged him, before she said, "Long Ji, congratulations." Shenlong smiled at the excited Lu Mei, before he said, "Maya, let us go to the Pale Moon Guild's auction then." Shenlong wasn't certain if he would have completed his breakthrough in time. Before the auction had started, Lu Mei nodded her head, and walked back inside the room to change from her training clothes. At the same time that Shenlong and Lu Mei were leaving their courtyard, in the auction venue of the Pale Moon Guild, the young master of the Silver Sword clan, Yin Qiufan, along with his sister and the 4th young master of the Gu family, were all sitting inside a private room as they stared at 2 bottles of pills on a small table in front of them. If Shenlong was here, he would immediately recognize these pills, since they were his own top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills. A few meters away from them was a middle-aged man dressed in purple robes, who smiled flatteringly at the 2 siblings of the Silver Sword clan as he said, "Young Master Yin, young lady, these are the newest pills that our guild has received." This middle-aged man was no one else than Zhang Dingshong. Since Yin Qiufan had asked the Pale Moon Guild to have a look at their pills before they were auctioned, even Shay Rong couldn't decline his request, let alone the elder himself. After all, this was the young master of the strongest power in the Silver Sword City, the Silver Sword clan. The Pale Moon Guild couldn't choose to offend the Silver Sword clan for something so minor. As for the 4th young master of the Gu family, since Zhang Dingshong didn't know him, he eventually chose not to greet him. Gu Changpu didn't pay any attention to Zhang Dingshong anyway, since his eyes were glued to the pill bottle in his hands. Without even asking for permission, he opened the bottle and took one of the top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills in his hand. just like how Jiang Dingshong had reacted the first time. Under the astonished gazes of Yin Qiufan and his sister, Gu Changpu started sniffing the pill in front of them. Of course, everyone inside the room knew that this was how an alchemist would try to identify some of the medicinal ingredients that a pill was made of. As the overpowering scent of some powerful medicinal herbs could still be discerned even after the successful refinement of the pills. A few minutes later, Gu Changpu raised his head and stared at the chubby, bald elder of the Pale Moon Guild. Before he asked in shock, "Pig, who is the alchemist who created this?" Jiang Dingshong's eyes widened like saucers when he heard these insulting words that held no regard for his identity, while his face had started to turn red. Unknown if it was due to embarrassment or anger, he wanted to walk up to Gu Changpu and slap him in the face. But considering that this brat had come with the young master and young lady of the Silver Sword clan, Jiang Dingshong took a deep breath to calm himself down. Before he said in a sarcastic tone, "I have no idea." Gu Changpu's expression warped when he saw that this fat elder was refusing to answer his question. As the fourth young master of the Gu family, Gu Changpu felt that he had already lowered his status by speaking to him directly. Jiang Dingshong smirked after seeing that Gu Changpu had finally gotten angry, before he turned to look at Yin Qiufan with a flattering smile on his face. As he then cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Yin, I am certain that you are also aware that I cannot reveal such information. This is a rule that every guild must adhere to. Otherwise it could hurt our own reputation. Of course, if you really force me, using the power of the Silver Sword clan, then I will have no other choice but to tell you everything." Yin Qiufan nodded his head without any expression on his face, as he waved his hand dismissingly and said, "You can leave." Under the dumbfounded expression of Gu Changpu, Jiang Dingshong smiled as he retrieved the 2 pill bottles and put them in his robes, before he cupped his hands at the 2 Yin siblings and left without another word. The moment that the middle-aged elder left the room, Gu Changpu stared mockingly at Yin Qiufan, as he said, "Yin Qiufan, I didn't think that you are actually a coward. Are you sure that your Silver Sword clan is the ruler of the Silver Sword City, and not the pig that just left? Otherwise, why would you have to give face to such a small guild? If we were at my place, anyone who dared to refuse a request of my Gu family would have already died countless times, no matter which guild they belonged to." Yin Ruolan's expression turned into one of disgust. But Gu Changpu didn't notice it, as he was still staring at the nonchalant Yin Qiufan. The young master of the Silver Sword clan didn't seem to have gotten offended, as he replied with a profound look in his eyes, "Gu Changpu, do you think that every place is like your Thousand Venoms Valley? There is more than just one power in my Silver Sword City, including the Mercenaries Association. Do you think that your Gu family would have been able to be so arrogant? If there was also a branch of the Mercenaries Association inside your Thousand Venoms City?" Gu Changpu's expression changed when he heard this. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't totally stupid. He simply hadn't left the Thousand Venoms City enough times in the past, so he didn't understand how the outside world worked. But from Yin Qiufan's words, he understood the hidden implications inside them. It seemed that in the Silver Sword City, the Mercenaries Association was keeping their Silver Sword clan in check. Even if the Silver Sword clan was actually stronger than the association branch, it probably wouldn't be by much. At the same time, Shunlong and Lu Mei had already arrived outside the entrance of the Pale Moon Guild. After showing the token that he had previously received from Jiang Dingshong to one of the young girls in the entrance, Shunlong and Lu Mei were immediately led to a private room on the 2nd floor of the auction venue that Shay Rong had personally reserved for them. The private room was almost identical with the one that Shunlong had entered the first time that he and Lu Mei had met with Jiang Dingshong. There was a large couch that was facing the main stage of the auction hall, while a small table made of black marble was placed on each side of the couch. A few minutes after Shunlong and Lu Mei had entered their private room, the lighting of the auction hall was suddenly focused on the main stage. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, a young man seemingly in his early 30s slowly walked on the main stage. The man had a round face and a slightly fat nose, as well as a small mole under his left eye. His red robes fluttered as he walked towards the main stage, before he revealed his cultivation that immediately silenced the buzzing crowd on the outer seats. Even Shenlong was slightly stunned when he saw that this man had already reached the middle of rank 9 in the spirit realm. His cultivation was even higher than Zhang Dingshong's. The man looked at the crowd in front of him with an amiable smile on his face, as he introduced himself. Honorable guests of our Pale Moon Merchant Guild, welcome to our guild's auction. My name is Yuan Ling, and I will be your auctioneer for today. Today's auction will be a bit special, as there will only be 10 batches of items. Of course, the quality of each and every one of them is guaranteed by our Pale Moon Guild. Now, without further ado, let the auction begin. The crowd below Yuan Ling was astonished when they heard that there will only be 10 items for this auction. In the normal auctions of the Pale Moon Guild, there were always more than 100 items every time. Yuan Ling clapped his hands twice, and 2 young women appeared behind him, carrying a large crimson saber on the main stage. Yuan Ling personally placed the red saber on the black table at the center of the main stage, before he turned his eyes to look at the crowd in front of him. The people in the outer seats of the auction hall stared at the blood-colored saber with bright eyes, when Yuan Ling's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Honorable guests, our first item for today's auction is a peak rank 2 silver grade weapon, called the Bloodslayer. This saber belonged to a rank 3 silver grade formation master of our Night Star Continent's Hongmeng Empire. After the formation master passed away, this saber was handed to our Pale Moon Guild to be auctioned by his descendants. Looking at the excited crowd below him, Yuan Ling knew that he didn't have to say much else. After all, a peak rank 2 silver grade saber was already a hard-to-find commodity in the Silver Sword City. Of course, the largest powers would definitely possess even rank 3 silver grade weapons, but these weapons would never appear in the city's auctions. Seeing that the crowd was ready to start bidding, Yuan Ling smiled as he raised his right hand and said the starting price for this Bloodslayer will be 40.000 low-grade spirit stones, while every subsequent increase must be at least 1,000 spirit stones. Although the private rooms were quiet, the people in the outer seats couldn't hold themselves back any longer as they started shouting their bids. 41.000. 43.000, 45.000 in Shenlong's and Lu Mei's private room. Shenlong watched the bidding below him without any change in his expression. After all, neither he nor Lu Mei used a saber, so he held no interest in the bidding. A few minutes later, an old man in the outer seats had successfully won the bid. After spending 83.000 low-grade spirit stones for the Bloodslayer, the red-robed Yuan Ling smiled as he clapped his hands once again, drawing the crowd's attention back to him. The 2 young women from before carried the saber off the stage, when a slightly plump, tall woman with black hair appeared on the stage, carrying a thick stack of scrolls in her hands. Shenlong's lips curved up when he saw these white scrolls. When Yuan Ling's voice sounded in everyone's ears at the same time, honorable guests, I am sure that many of you will be interested in our auction's next items. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ling took one of the scrolls from the woman's hands and unfurled it halfway, before he turned his head to look at the people inside the private rooms, as he said with that same amiable smile on his face, I am sure that there are plenty of esteemed seniors in the private rooms here today, and you can all understand what the scroll that I am holding in my hand is. Then, pointing at the plump woman next to him, the red-robed auctioneer continued, all of the scrolls here today are mystic low-grade cultivation techniques. They were entrusted to our Pale Moon Guild to be auctioned today, and our guild has decided to sell them all in a batch sale. Surprisingly, the people in the outer seats started shouting at Yuan Ling, with eyes full of indignation and fury. Shameless. Your Pale Moon Guild is so shameless. Right? Right? Why are you selling them in a batch? Doesn't that mean that we will have no chance to compete with the people inside the private rooms? All the strong guilds have mystic grade cultivation techniques, but the rest of us barely have a yellow high grade technique to train in. Sell them separately. Don't be shameless. Yuan Ling smiled at the raging crowd. But although there was still an amiable smile on his face, his body suddenly exploded with the aura of a middle-rank 9 spirit realm experts. The crowd was immediately silenced, like cicadas on the winter. Before Yuan Ling turned his eyes back to the people in the outer seats as he said, "Our guild has already decided to auction the scrolls separately, as that would yield the biggest profit for the senior who entrusted them to us. Of course, although mystic-grade cultivation techniques aren't common, they aren't that rare either. I am sure that all of you are aware that the price of a mystic low-grade cultivation technique will usually not exceed the 25,000 spirit stones. So, even if you don't manage to successfully bid for these scrolls today, there will certainly be more chances in the future." Without giving any more explanations to the people who were previously complaining, Yuan Ling continued. The starting price for these 12 scrolls is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, while every additional increment must be at least 2,000 spirit stones. The people inside the private rooms that belonged to the strong powers of the Silver Sword City had their eyes lit up. After all, every power needed more mystic-grade cultivation techniques, since that could strengthen their members even more. 100,000, 102,000, 108,000 voices sounded in rapid succession from the private rooms, as the price of Shenlong's scrolls quickly rose. In the end, they were purchased by a middle-aged man in a private room for 264,000 spirit stones. As the auction continued, however, Shenlong was disappointed that there weren't any high-rank medicinal herbs or anything else that caught his interest. Like this. An hour quickly passed. When the red-robed auctioneers, Yuan Ling's excited voice resounded throughout the auction hall. Looking at the people in the outer seats in front of him, Yuan Ling smiled brightly as he clapped his hands twice. And a beautiful woman in red robes similar to his walked on the main stage. Seeing that the crowd's eyes were attracted to the beautiful woman on the stage, and that their excitement was once again fully invigorated, Yuan Ling's lips curved up even further as he spoke. "Honorable guests of our guild, our auction has come down to the final 3 items. I am certain that many of you have come here today after you heard the rumors of a new pill that has never before appeared in our Silver Sword City." Seeing that the crowd had completely focused its attention on him, Yuan Ling turned to look at the red-robed woman who had just appeared on the stage. The woman flashed a charming smile to the crowd before she waved her hand, and a bottle filled with 10 red pills appeared out of thin air. Seeing the pills that were emitting a powerful red luster, the crowd stared at Yuan Ling with eyes full of fervor, who in turn started to explain, "I can confidently tell you that the rumors are true. These are all top-grade rank 3 pills, and their effects are extremely beneficial to heaven-grade cultivators. It is estimated that an average peak rank 1 heaven-grade cultivator will be able to advance to the early rank 2 within 3 days, after consuming one of these pills. However, the most important part is that no other major power near the Silver Sword City can produce these pills right now. This is something that our Pale Moon Guild has already verified, and I believe that all of you understand what this means. If any major family in the city can obtain the formula for the pills, everyone, be it within the private rooms or the people sitting in the outer seats, were staring at the red pills with eyes full of excitement. If what Yuan Ling had said was true, then this was probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, in Yin Qiufan's private room, Gu Changpu stared at the gorgeous, silver-haired young woman who was sitting next to him, as he said smilingly, "Young lady Ruolan, don't worry. I will make sure to win these pills for you." Yin Ruolan, however, didn't seem to be paying any attention to Gu Changpu's words, as her eyes were focused on the main stage in front of her. Although her Silver Sword clan was the strongest power in the Silver Sword City, in reality they weren't much stronger than a single branch of the Mercenaries Association. But if they could obtain the recipe of this new pill, then with her clan's power, they could expand even beyond the Silver Sword City. By then, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the Mercenaries Association. On the main stage, Yuan Ling understood that the crowd couldn't wait any longer. Pointing at the pill bottle in his hand, he then said, "Our guild has obtained 2 bottles filled with these top-grade rank 3 pills, and has decided to auction them separately." The crowd exploded with even more fervor when they heard that there were 2 bottles filled with these pills. This meant that even if they lost the first pill bottle, they still had a chance to acquire the second one. Yuan Ling smiled as he pointed at the bottle in his hand and continued, "Our guild has decided for the starting price of these 10 pills to be set at 160.000 low-grade spirit stones. Every additional increment must also be at least 2,000 spirit stones higher than the last." The crowd in the outer seats immediately went silent when they heard this terrifying price. Every pill's starting price would then be at 16.000 spirit stones. This was almost the same as a rank 4 medicinal herb. And this was just the starting price. However, although the people sitting in the outer seats were daunted by the huge price, those sitting in the private rooms didn't hesitate at all, as they started shouting bids one after the other. 164.000, 169.000, 172.000. The price quickly rose. And even after it had reached the 200.000 mark, it didn't seem to slow down at all. 204.000, 208.000. Barely 2 minutes later, the bids had already reached the 250.000 mark, until they started to slowly slow down for the first time. But even then, the fervor in the air of the auction hall couldn't be suppressed. 251.000, 253.000. At the same time, inside Yin Qiufan's private room, Gu Changpu slowly stood up from the couch. His eyes were also glued at the pill bottle in Yuan Ling's hands before he said confidently, "It's finally time for me to join the party." Just when the price had reached the 260.000, Gu Changpu's powerful voice sounded from the private room as he called out his bid: 300.000 low-grade spirit stones. The crowd was immediately silenced, as everyone turned their heads to look at the private room, where the voice had come from. Who is this person? He immediately raised the price by 40.000 spirit stones. That voice sounded so young. I wonder if that's a scion from one of the powerful families. Wait. That is the room where the members of the Silver Sword clan entered earlier. When everyone heard this, the discussions immediately died down. No matter how powerful a family may be, inside the Silver Sword city, no one dared to antagonize the Silver Sword clan. Gu Changpu turned his head to look at the silver-haired Yin Ruolan before he said, "Ha ha ha. Young lady Ruolan. Didn't I tell you that I would definitely win this bid for you?" A small smile was finally formed on the ice-cold face of Yin Ruolan. Although 300.000 spirit stones weren't a big amount to her Silver Sword clan, if she could avoid spending them, then that would be for the best. Yuan Ling sighed inwardly as he looked at the silent crowd. He clearly understood that if the Silver Sword clan was willing to join the bidding war, there was no one else in the Silver Sword clan who could actually fight with them. Aside of course from the Mercenaries Association. Just when Yuan Ling was about to declare Gu Changpu as the winner of this bid, the calm voice of a young man sounded from the outer seats, attracting everyone's attention. 302.000. What? Everyone, including Shen Long and Gu Changpu, as well as the Yin siblings, had now turned their heads at the outer seats. The crowd immediately parted, to reveal a young man dressed in azure robes. This man had a large forehead, as well as distinctively large nose and earlobes. However, he could still be regarded as somewhat handsome. His eyes were a deep blue color that revealed a calmness and tranquility inside them. Yin Qiufan's eyes constricted as he looked at this man. And just when Gu Changpu was about to rage and curse, Yin Qiufan hurriedly said, "Brother Xian." Everyone, including Yin Ruolan, were stunned when they heard Yin Qiufan addressing this young man as brother. Then again, no normal person who is sitting in the outer seats would be able to take out 300.000 low-grade spirit stones so easily. As Yin Ruolan thought of this, her curiosity for the blue-robed young man who was sitting in the outer seats was piqued. Although the formations inside the private rooms allowed the people to look at the outer seats and the main stage. Those sitting in the outer seats couldn't recognize the people who were inside the private rooms. Brother Xian looked at the private room where Yin Qiufan had called him from and smiled gently as he asked Yin Qiufan, "Do you want to bid against me?" Everyone in the outer seats as well as the private rooms stared at this Brother Xian in astonishment. Not only had he recognized the voice from the private room that seemed to have belonged to the young master of the Silver Sword clan. He even asked him if he wanted to bid against him. However, Yin Qiufan's answer was even more shocking. As he shook his head inside the private room, and under the astonished gaze of Yin Ruolan and Gu Changpu, he said, "How could I bid against Brother Xian? If you are free after this auction, you must definitely visit my Silver Sword clan." While the people in the outer seats were stunned, Brother Xian smiled as he looked at the private room and said, "Very well. Since we both know the young White Lord, we can be considered acquaintances after all." Gu Changpu, who was about to scold Yin Qiufan for being spineless, immediately paled when he heard the title Young White Lord. Turning his head to look at the young lord of the Silver Sword clan, Gu Changpu saw a relieved expression on his face. As Yin Qiufan nodded his head and said, "Of course. Brother Xian?" Aside from Yin Qiufan and Gu Changpu, the rest of the people in the auction hall didn't seem to have any reaction when they heard the title Young White Lord, since no one else was willing to bid against Brother Xian. In the end, he won the first bottle of pills for 300,000 spirit stones. The second bottle of pills was instead won by Yin Qiufan for 300,000 spirit stones. Although the big families in the private rooms were interested in the pills, 300,000 spirit stones wasn't a small amount to them. But the main reason was that they weren't willing to offend the Silver Sword clan as well. Surprisingly, the finale of the auction was a bottle of pills again. They were 30 high-grade rank 4 spirit-enhancing pills that could help cultivators at the spirit realm to enhance their spirit sense and spiritual strength in preparation for the nascent soul stage. However, Shenlong estimated that these pills wouldn't be as good as his own rank 4 spirit-nourishing pills that he could concoct after refining the rank 4 golden jade spirit tree. In the end, the spirit-enhancing pills were purchased by the patriarch of one of the big families for 400,000 spirit stones. As the auction came to an end, although Shenlong was disappointed that he didn't actually find anything of interest in this auction, he had still managed to refill his supply of spirit stones. After he received the spirit stones from Jiang Dingshong, Shenlong and Lu Mei didn't stay in the Pale Moon Guild any longer. As they returned back to the king's courtyard, there were only 2 months left until Shay Rong's plan started, and Shenlong planned to advance his and Lu Mei's strength as much as possible in these months. Night had already fallen by the time that Shenlong and Lu Mei returned back to the inn. Since it was already night, Lu Mei sat down on the white meditative cushion as she started circulating the moonlight sigil. At the same time, Shenlong once again entered the foggy place inside the Stone of Time as he circulated his monarch's hourglass. More than half a year passed like this for Shenlong, while a little more than half a month had gone by in the outside world. After consuming countless top-grade blood combustion pills, as well as more than 900,000 spirit stones, he had already reached the peak of rank 6 in heaven grade. However, although time was flowing 10 times faster inside this place, Shenlong also noticed a glaring issue. Without using spirit stones, there was no other way to obtain chi to cultivate inside this place. This meant that now that he was almost out of spirit stones, Shenlong couldn't advance his cultivation inside this place any further. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Selling mystic-grade cultivation techniques isn't actually a good way to earn spirit stones. After all, I don't have that many of them left to begin with. As for auctioning more blood combustion pills, since the Silver Sword clan has already obtained the first batch, the other families wouldn't be willing to spend more spirit stones anymore. After thinking about it for a while, Shenlong decided to cultivate in the outside world during the day, and practice the martial skills as well as get a deeper comprehension in his Tao of Time and the Tao of Space during the night. 2 months quickly passed like this. when the time for Shay Rong to execute her plan had finally arrived. In these 2 months, Shenlong's cultivation had already broken through to the middle of rank 7 in heaven grade. Thanks to their dual cultivation during these 2 months as well. Lu Mei was extremely surprised to find out that her cultivation had also been pushed upwards, reaching the early rank 5 in heaven grade. During these 2 months, Shenlong had also refined countless pills, including the rank 4 sunskirt grass into many top-grade rank 4 sun healing pills, along with many other pills, like antitoxin pills and so on. He had also reached a certain degree of proficiency in each of the mystic high-grade martial skills that he had gotten from Kui Guoliang during this time. Surprisingly, the Gale Steps was the easiest of these 3 techniques to train in. Shenlong understood that there were 7 different ranks for the Gale Steps. Having spent more than a year in the foggy place inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong had already mastered the 3rd rank of this movement technique. Although he couldn't become invisible like Kui Guoliang when he used it, Shenlong could move extremely fast inside the Monarch's domain when he used this martial skill. However, both the Thunderbolt Finger, as well as the Staff of Obliteration, proved to be much harder to master. The Thunderbolt Finger was only split in 3 different ranks. Shenlong had already mastered the 1st rank, which allowed him to gather his chi in his finger and turn it into lightning, before he fired a powerful lightning bolt towards the enemy. Additionally, although this martial skill required a lot more of his chi compared to the Gale Steps, Shenlong could still use it while he had his Monarch's domain active. However, from the 3 martial skills, Shenlong had spent the most time training in the Staff of Obliteration. This martial skill was split into 6 different ranks, and each rank was followed by a single hit of the staff. After training in this martial skill the most out of all 3 of them, Shenlong had already reached the 2nd of its 6 ranks. He was certain, however, that paired with the Purple Blossom Staff as well as his middle 3rd stage Monarch's eternal body, the might of the Staff of Obliteration would be even stronger than the Thunderbolt Finger. Standing up from the meditative cushions, Shenlong and Lu Mei knew that it was time for them to go to the Pale Moon Guild today. The Silver-Winged Panther King was still lying on the ground in the courtyard outside of the room. Shenlong walked up to it and patted the Black Panther's head, before he and Lu Mei got on its back and left towards the Pale Moon Guild. Inside an empty private room in the depths of the guild, Shay Rong was standing in front of 30 men and women dressed in purple and red robes. These were the strongest members of the Pale Moon Guild, as well as Shay Rong's most trusted aides. Looking at the people in front of her, a sharp glint flashed through Shay Rong's eyes, as she took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "You all know why you are gathered here today. Some of you have followed me from the start, while some others joined me on the way. But all of you are equally important to me. After today, however, our Pale Moon Guild will officially disband, no matter whether we succeed or fail." The people in front of Shay Rong nodded their heads solemnly, when suddenly, a red-robed elder came inside the private room. He bowed hurriedly at Shay Rong before he said, "Guildmaster, the people whom you have been waiting for have arrived at the guild's entrance." Shay Rong nodded her head as she looked at the red-robed elder, and said, "Very well. Guide them here." The red-robed elder nodded his head, as he personally led the way for Shenlong and Lu Mei to the private room where Shay Rong and the rest were in. Shenlong was slightly shocked by the solemn atmosphere in the room when Shay Rong looked at him, before she said in a slightly warmed voice than before, "Young Master Shen. Young Lady Lu. Welcome." Shenlong's eyes stared at the beautiful blonde woman in front of him, who then continued speaking, "I believe that you also want to know why I needed your help. Since you have come here today, I don't have a reason to keep anything a secret any longer." Shenlong stared at Shay Rong, who looked as if a myriad of different emotions had suddenly flashed through her eyes, the moment that she was about to speak. After taking a deep breath, she then turned her head to look at Shenlong and Lu Mei, before she said, "I could avoid telling you all this, but I am certain that word will spread either way after today. So there is no point in hiding anything. Actually, I come from the Shay family of the Silver Mountain. and my father is the younger brother of the current patriarch. Although Shenlong had never heard of the She family, judging from She Rong's tone, it must be a relatively powerful family. She Rong's eyes seemed as if they had fallen into reminiscence. As she continued speaking without stop, my father's relationship with my uncle has always been very good. Until one day, my mother and father were on a secret mission for the family. When my mother was inflicted with an extremely lethal poison. When my father brought mother back to the Silver Mountain, no one from the She family was able to help. In the end, even when my father's own father, the previous patriarch of the family, exited his seclusion for this matter, there was nothing he could do. My mother's symptoms were worsening, day after day, and my grandfather finally concluded that if my mother wasn't cured within 3 months, her body would succumb to the poison and die. Seeing that my father was devastated, grandfather left the Silver Mountain for a few days, and invited a powerful Dao King to the She family. This Dao King was a well-known rank 1 gold-grade alchemist, and after verifying what poison my mother had been inflicted with, he claimed that he could definitely help her. But the price that he asked for was too high. It was so high that even my own grandfather, as well as my own uncle, refused to pay. Tears had unknowingly welled up in She Rong's eyes. As she continued, my father begged my grandfather and uncle on his knees for 3 consecutive days. But they both refused to change their minds no matter what. In the end, under my grandfather's and uncle's noses, my father used all of his connections, as he sneaked the item that the Dao King had required as payment outside from the She family. After handing the item to the Dao King, my father indeed received a pill that helped my mother recover. But when my grandfather learned everything, he kicked my father out of the family without hesitation. Shenlong and Lu Mei didn't know what to say when they heard this story. It seemed that She Rong's father had done everything as a Dao partner, but at the same time he had taken something important from his family. She Rong's emotions seemed to have calmed down. As she continued speaking, actually, even I can't say that my grandfather's decision was entirely unfair. After all, the item that this Dao King had asked for was something that was simply too precious for the She family. Do you know, young Master Shun, that in the Night Star continent, there is a very dangerous and mysterious place called the Dragon Lord's Villa. The villa has countless treasures inside, but the dangers are also innumerable. And to enter the villa, you need to possess a certain token called the Dragon Lord's Medallion. It was this exact same item that my father traded with that Dao King in order to save my mother. Both Shenlong's and Lu Mei's eyes widened when they heard this. Although she didn't know much about it, as the daughter of the sect master of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Mei had at least heard of the Dragon Lord's Medallion. As for Shenlong, he had this medallion stored inside the Stone of Time. She Rong was certain that Shenlong and Lu Mei must have heard of the Dragon Lord's Villa. After all, how could someone who was riding on a peak rank 5 magic beast not have heard of this place in the Night Star continent? She Rong's eyes had now turned completely serious, while her voice was filled with determination as she said in the end, I left my home and founded the Pale Moon Guild by myself, in order to help my father clear his grudge and return back to the family. Finally, I paid more than 3 million low-grade spirit stones to learn that the Guild Master of the Dark Blade Guild has a similar Dragon Lord's Medallion in his possession. He seemed to have found it during a large mission of his guild, around 10 months ago. Thanks to my good relations with one of his elders, I managed to purchase this information from her. The day that they found the medallion, Shenlong finally understood why She Rong wanted his help. What she wanted to obtain was Dragon Lord's Medallion. Completely oblivious to what Shenlong was thinking, now that she had revealed everything about her past, the Guild Master of the Pale Moon Guild finally smiled as she said, actually, Tan Du Yi and the rest of his guild are supposed to return to the Silver Sword City by tomorrow. My plan is to ambush them and obtain the Dragon Lord's Medallion. I believe that since you have already promised to help me, young Master Shun, You won't back down now that you know everything. Actually, I don't even need the spirit stones that Tanduyi has. You can keep everything else. I only need the Dragon Lord's medallion. Finally, Shay Rong didn't have anything else to say. She had already revealed everything to Shenlong. From her past, all the way to her creation of her guild and her plan. Everyone inside the room stared at Shenlong with bated breaths. As they waited for his answer, Shenlong looked at the anxious blonde woman in front of him, and thought seriously for a moment, before he eventually nodded his head. After all, although the value of a Dragon Lord's medallion would probably exceed the 10 million low-grade spirit stones, this was Shay Rong's plan to begin with. Besides, in his own future plans, the only thing that Shenlong currently needed was spirit stones. The fact that Shay Rong was willing to give up all the spirit stones to him was enough for Shenlong to agree to help her. Shay Rong was elated when she saw the young man in front of her nodding his head, as Shenlong's voice then sounded in her ears. Madam Shay, I can agree to your request. But I will also need your assistance with something. I plan to leave the Silver Sword City soon, and have a look at the Heaven's Dome City. But I am currently lacking a map. What Shenlong had said was the truth. Although Kui Guoliang had given him a map regarding the Dragon Lord's villa and its immediate surroundings, the map didn't show the Silver Sword City inside it, making Shenlong unable to confirm their current distance, as well as route that he was supposed to follow to get there. Shay Rong was stunned for a second, before she hurriedly nodded her head as she answered, "This won't be an issue. Young Master Shall consider this as a gift from me." Waving her hand, she then took out a big piece of beast skin from her spatial ring, before she handed it to Shenlong. Shenlong took a look at the map that Shay Rong gave to him, and saw that it was indeed much better than the small, hand-drawn map that Kui Guoliang had handed to him. Shay Rong's map wasn't only more detailed, but the area that it covered was hundreds of times bigger than Kui Guoliang's map. On the map, Shenlong saw both the Silver Sword City, as well as the Heaven's Dome City. He also noticed a place with the words Silver Mountain on it. But there was nothing regarding the Dragon Lord's villa. After thinking about it for a while, Shenlong understood that the villa's location wasn't known to most people, so it would obviously be unlikely for its existence to be casually marked down on a map. After placing the map inside his spatial ring, Shenlong turned to look at Shay Rong as he asked then, "Madam Shay, when do you want to leave?" Shay Rong's eyes lit up when she heard this question, and after turning her head to look at the 30 people behind her, she said, "Right now. We don't have much time to lose. Otherwise, if Tanduyi manages to return to the Silver Sword City, then even with a peak rank 5 magic beast, it would be impossible for our plan to succeed. After all, both the Mercenaries Association, as well as the Silver Sword Clan, would prevent any fights from taking place inside the city." Shenlong nodded his head, as he and Lu Mei, along with the 30 people from the Pale Moon Guild, all followed Shay Rong through a secret passage beneath the guild. 20 minutes later, they had already arrived a few tens of miles outside from the Silver Sword City. Shay Rong, however, didn't stop walking, as she headed further towards the south. While they were walking, Shay Rong turned her head to look at Shenlong and Lu Mei as she explained, "Young Master Shen, according to my information, Tanduyi and his Dark Blade Guild will set camp tonight, before they head towards the Silver Sword City in the morning. That will be the best time for us to strike. If things go according to plan, Tanduyi will have already been poisoned by the time that we get there. I don't care if he is dead or not, but I will do my best to assist you in taking off his spatial ring." Turning her head to look at the elders of the Pale Moon Guild behind her, Shay Rong then said seriously, "You all must do your best to fight the members of the Dark Blade Guild, until I and young Master Shun have taken care of Tanduyi. After today, the Pale Moon Guild will officially disband." The elders solemnly nodded their heads when they heard Shay Rong's words, while determination could clearly be seen in their eyes. Like this, the day soon passed, as the starry night once again filled the sky. Under the glowing light of the moon, The Pale Moon Guild's group stopped in front of a large canyon. Shenlong noticed a group of scouts dressed in brown robes, as they were patrolling near the canyon's entrance. Although these 4 scouts' cultivation was only at the early rank 2 in heaven grade, they all had a vigilant look in their eyes as they were patrolling the area. Shenlong turned her head to look at everyone behind her as she whispered, "They are members of the Dark Blade Guild. Which means that the rest of their group must definitely be inside the canyon. I hope that you are all prepared." Shenlong then circulated her cultivation technique, before she clutched her 2 hands together. Suddenly, the ground beneath the 4 members of the Dark Blade Guild split apart, before it swallowed them whole. There wasn't even a single cry that escaped their mouths. Before the 4 Dark Blade Guilds, scouts immediately disappeared. Shenlong and Lu Mei both circulated their cultivation techniques, along with the 30 elders of the Pale Moon Guild, as they walked inside the canyon in front of them. Inside a tent that was surrounded by more than 100 other tents, a man in his late 30s was sitting cross-legged, while wisps of visible black aura seemed to have been floating around his body. The man had a plain face, without any distinctive facial features, aside from a large scar that went downwards from his forehead and his right eye, all the way to his chin. Next to him was a large black sword, over 1.8 meters 71 inches long, that seemed to release the dark aura that this man was absorbing. The moment that Shenlong and the rest had stepped inside the canyon, the man's eyes abruptly opened, and they emitted a chilling, terrifying light, as he turned his head to look towards the entrance of the canyon. If Shenlong was here, she would immediately recognize this man as the guild master of the Dark Blade Guild. Tan Di stood up, as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and strapped it on his back. He then walked outside of his tent, and after taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Wake up!" His loud voice that was meant to wake his guild members resounded throughout the entire canyon, as it reached Shenlong's and the rest ears. Shenlong's face paled slightly when she heard this voice, as her ambushing advantage seemed to have suddenly been lost. She hadn't expected for Tan Dui to be scanning the valley entrance with his soul sense right when they arrived. Clenching her teeth, however, Shenlong continued forward. Her eyes then turned to look at Shenlong and Lu Mei, who were riding on the Black Panther, and the worry in her heart slightly eased. Less than a minute later, the Pale Moon Guild's group had appeared in front of the Dark Blade Guild's campsite. When the expression in Shenlong's face finally changed, more than 400 members of the Dark Blade Guild were waiting for them in their campsite's entrance, while the severed head of a red-haired woman was impaled on top of a spear, still dripping with fresh blood. Shenlong immediately recognized the red-haired woman who had her head cut off. It was this same woman who was supposed to poison Tan Dui today, as well as the one who had sold her the information of the Dragon Lord's medallion. The 1.9 meters 6.2 feet tall Tan Dui was staring at the people from the Pale Moon Guild with a frosty look on his face. Originally, his expression was a relaxed one, but the moment that he sensed the Silver-Winged Panther King's strength, his easygoing appearance immediately vanished from his face. Shenlong saw the 1.9 meters tall guild master, who was carrying a large sword on his back. But his attention was soon focused on someone else. It was a 2 meters tall man, who was staring at Shenlong and Lu Mei with eyes filled with disbelief, jealousy and hate. Shenlong and Lu Mei both recognized this man. He was the strongest outer disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, Wen Zhihao. It seemed that in the past 3 months, he had managed to join the Dark Blade Guild. Tan Di didn't notice Wen Zhihao's strange gaze, as he first looked at the young man and young woman on the Black Panther's back, before he turned his eyes on Shenlong. The look in his eyes was like he was looking at a dead person. As Tan Di said in a cold voice, "Shenlong, so you were the one whom the bitch Tseng Chantao betrayed me for, huh? Don't try to deny it. I already found several million low-grade spirit stones in her spatial ring. Speak. What do you want?" Tan Di wasn't a person who would usually negotiate with his enemies, especially with those who were weaker than him. However, because of the presence of the peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King. If he could peacefully solve this issue, he didn't mind taking revenge on Shay Rong in the future. Shay Rong was stunned for a second, before she nodded her head and said in a sincere tone, "All right. As long as you are willing to sell to me the Dragon Lord's medallion, then you can tell me your price and I will do shut up." The moment that Shay Rong raised her head, she saw that Tan Duyi's eyes had turned red. The Dark Blade Guild's guildmaster looked at her, as he said in a furious voice, "That bitch Seng Shuntao seems to have told you everything. Forget about the Dragon Lord's medallion, bitch. Just fuck off and I will consider sparing your life in the future." Shay Rong understood that Tan Duyi was ready to kill her. The killing intent oozing off from his body brought shivers down her spine. As a middle rank 5 nascent soul cultivator, Shay Rong could be considered an expert of her own right in the Silver Sword City. However, in front of the bloodhound Tan Duyi, who had already reached the early rank 7 in the nascent soul stage, she still couldn't stop herself from shivering. Even the people behind Tan Duyi seemed to have gotten angry when they heard Shay Rong's words, as they started shouting, "Guildmaster, let's kill her. How dare the Pale Moon Guild be so arrogant in front of us? In front of Guildmaster. What is a single Pale Moon Guild after all? Kill them." Although this wasn't the full force of the Dark Blade Guild, the people that Tan Duyi had brought with him were still powerful experts. Even the weakest of them was at the early rank 2 in Heaven grade. While aside from Tan Duyi, there was even an S-ranked mercenary, whose strength had already reached the peak of rank 4 in the nascent soul stage. The look in Shay Rong's eyes immediately turned cold. Although she knew that she was unreasonable by asking Tan Duyi to sell the Dragon Lord's medallion to her, she wasn't willing to back down. After all, the reason that she had founded her Pale Moon Merchant Guild in the first place was to obtain connections and strength in order to get her hands on a Dragon Lord's medallion for her father. Although Tan Duyi had more people with him, in front of a peak rank 5 magic beast, as well as all of the elites from the Pale Moon Guild, even he would have a hard time. Tan Duyi seemed to have understood what Shay Rong was thinking, as he suddenly raised his black sword in the air, staring at Shay Rong with eyes full of bloodlust. His aura of an early rank 7 nascent soul expert exploded from his body. Surprisingly, under the horrified eyes of Shay Rong, Tan Duyi's aura started rising even higher. Middle rank 7. Peak rank 7. Early rank and nascent soul staggle. Shay Rong finally understood that she had made a blunder. Tan Duyi was actually hiding his cultivation, as he had already reached the early rank end of the nascent soul stage. He then looked at Shay Rong with bloodshot eyes, as he gathered his chi in his black sword. The guild master of the Dark Blade Guild grabbed the hilt of his black sword with both hands, as he shouted madly, "In that case, you can all die." Tan Duyi swept his black sword sideways using all of his strength as he aimed to kill Shay Rong and her guild elders in one sweep. His sword glowed with a black light, before it released a huge wave of chi that brought out the full terror of the early rank and nascent soul expert. Shay Rong and the 30 elders behind her felt boundless terror when they watched the scene in front of them. They couldn't even muster the slightest ability to resist. In front of Tan Duyi's horrifying power, the Black Panther suddenly shot up in the sky, as its silver wings started glowing with a bright light. Under the shocked gazes of everyone below them, the Black Panther's wings met directly with Tan Duyi's powerful blast. The black wave of chi collided with the silver-winged Panther King's wings. But Tan Duyi felt like his sword slash had met with an immovable steel wall. The peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King stood steadily in front of the black chi wave, while the light coming from its silver wings seemed to have completely blocked its power. A horrified expression flashed through Tan Duyi's eyes when he saw that his attack was completely blocked. But soon, the look in his face turned serious. Without any hesitation, he looked at Shay Rong with eyes filled with rage as he shouted "Killy," seeing their guild master going into battle. The rest of the Dark Blade Guild members also followed behind him, as they rushed at the elders of the Pale Moon Guild. Shunlong and Lu Mei both jumped from the silver-winged Panther King's back, as the panther flew at Tan Duyi, immediately intercepting him and stopping his charge. The rest of the Dark Blade Guild members however didn't stop, as they surrounded the elders of the Pale Moon Guild. Although the cultivation of the elders from the Pale Moon Guild was higher than the normal members of the Dark Blade Guild, each of the elders had to fight almost 10 members from the Dark Blade Guild. Shenlong and Lu Mei were also surrounded along with the elders from the Pale Moon Guild. Shenlong's lips curved up when he saw the scene in front of him, as a bout of excitement filled his body. This was the first time that he could get to test out his strength, ever since he had advanced to the Heaven Grade. Shenlong then circulated his Monarch's hourglass, as his eyes immediately turned golden. A bright blue light instantly covered his body, as he activated his second Monarch's domain. At the same time, Lu Mei also drew her white sword, as her body started glowing with strands of silver light. As a chaotic fight suddenly ensued, Shenlong found himself surrounded by more than 10 people, all of them carrying either swords or sabers. The weakest among them was the same as him, at the middle of rank 7 in Heaven Grade, while the strongest was at the peak of rank 2 in the Spirit Realm. One person at the middle of rank 9 in Heaven Grade attacked Shenlong from the front, while 2 others at the peak of rank 9 in Heaven Grade pincer attacked him from the sides. Shenlong's feet kicked the ground, as he moved towards the brown-robed cultivator in front of him. The man smirked as he saw Shenlong coming towards him. He had clearly seen him and Lu Mei sitting on the Black Panther earlier, which was the only reason that his boss was now in an unfavorable situation. Indeed, the peak rank 5 Silver-Winged Panther King had completely suppressed Tan Duyi, who was already having a hard time, even though the fight had just started. The brown-robed man brandished his saber at Shenlong's head the moment that Shenlong closed the distance between them. But to his astonishment, the speed of his saber couldn't even match up to Shenlong's speed. Under the effects of his second Monarch's domain, Shenlong moved extremely fast as he dodged the saber attack, and clenched his right fist tightly, before he sent a terrifying punch at this young man's left ribs. Cracking sounds resounded in the air, as the man was sent flying sideways. He tumbled on the ground for tens of meters, before his body came to a stop as it collided on the wall. The people around Shenlong were stunned for a moment, and even the 2 peak rank 9 Heaven Grade cultivators were stopped in place. When they saw the outcome of their teammate, their eyes turned red as they looked at Shenlong, before they continued with their pincer attack. While even the other 7 members of the Dark Blade Guild who were previously watching from the sidelines, now decided to join the fight. At the same time, Lu Mei was also surrounded by more than 6 members of the Dark Blade Guild. Surprisingly, among these members was also the 2 meters, 6.6 feet, tall Wen Zhihao. Wen Zhihao's cultivation had already reached the middle of rank 2 in Heaven Grade. While his eyes stared at Lu Mei like a hungry wolf, he still hadn't forgotten how Lu Mei had ignored his words when he had told her to not get close to Shenlong. The moment that they had all arrived at the Night Star continent, all of a sudden, the brown robes on his torso exploded, as his body started growing strands of red fur. Lu Mei had already heard of Wen Zhihao's fighting ape physique, but this was the first time that she had witnessed it herself. With his cultivation at the middle of rank 2 in Heaven Grade, after he had activated his fighting ape physique, Wen Zhihao could even fight against a cultivator at the peak of rank 2 in Heaven Grade. Muscles bulged from his arms and legs, as he jumped high in the air, before he sent his fist at Lu Mei's head. It was obvious that he hadn't held back at all, and he aimed to kill Lu Mei with a single punch. Lu Mei, who was already entangled with a middle rank 5 Heaven Grade cultivator from the Dark Blade Guild, saw Wen Zhihao's powerful punch that was aimed at her head and felt a feeling of lethal danger. After all, the head and the heart were still the vital spots for every cultivator. The brown-robed cultivator in front of Lu Mei suddenly felt the hair on his neck standing up, as he subconsciously stepped backwards. Lu Mei's white sword had started emitting a bone-freezing cold while strands of white ice were now floating in the air around her body. Wen Zhihao's eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him, while the countless shards of ice around Lu Mei started to merge with each other, creating 2 thick ice pillars more than 3 meters 10 feet long, and 3 feet thick. Lu Mei had already expended more than 20% of her chi to create the 2 ice pillars. But even the middle rank 5 heaven grade cultivator didn't dare to take them head on. After all, this was a mystic middle grade martial skill that Shenlong had given to Lu Mei 2 months ago. Thanks to Lu Mei's Tao of Ice, her affinity with ice-related martial skills had skyrocketed, allowing her to grasp the basic principles of this mystic middle grade martial skill in just 2 months. The name of this martial skill was the Hexagon Seal. And at full mastery, a cultivator could create 6 giant pillars of ice that could destroy everything in their path. When Jihao roared when he saw the 2 ice pillars flying towards him, while his fists started glowing with a red light as he punched at the first pillar with all of his strength. The moment that his fist collided with the ice pillar, when Jihao felt the bones on his arm ready to crack, pain filled his hand as the terrifying cold from the pillar invaded his body, immediately destroying any feeling that he still had in his arm. The look in his eyes finally changed, as he tried to retreat. But at that moment, Lu Mei's second pillar collided with his stomach. Even Shenlong turned his attention at Lu Mei's battlefield, only to see a pale blue Wen Jihao falling from the sky as he crashed on the ground. Boom! Wen Jihao's body raised a cloud of dust as it violently crashed on the ground, leaving completely unknown whether he was dead or alive. Everyone around Lu Mei stared at the 2 disappearing pillars of ice above her head with trepidation in their eyes, before they turned their heads to look at where Wen Jihao had landed. The cloud of dust slowly subsided, revealing Wen Jihao's body. The fingers in his hand were actually still twitching, but there was a huge hole in his stomach, in the place where he was previously struck by the ice pillar. It was unknown how he was still alive, but it was obvious that his injuries were too heavy this time. The middle rank 5 heaven grade cultivator who had retreated earlier wasn't sure if he should continue to fight. Although Lu Mei's cultivation was the lowest among the people of the Pale Moon Guild, the strength that she showed when she used this martial skill could probably injure even a ranked 6 heaven grade expert. At the same time that Shenlong's and Lu Mei's fights were taking place, Xie Rong was fighting against 4 of the elites from the Dark Blade Guild. A man less than 1.6 meters 5.2 feet tall, with a big nose, was her main opponent, while the other 3 provided support. This man was the only S-ranked mercenary of the Dark Blade Guild, a peak rank 4 nascent soul expert who had also comprehended the Tao of Wind. Although Xie Rong's cultivation was higher than this big-nosed man's, along with the help of the 3 other elites, who were at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, the S-ranked mercenary of the Dark Blade Guild had managed to reach a stalemate. Xie Rong desperately tried to take the upper hand, but with the help of his Tao of Wind, the S-ranked mercenary from the Dark Blade Guild could easily avoid her earth-based attacks. Surprisingly, the biggest advantage in this fight was held by the peak rank 5 Silver-Winged Panther King who was fighting against Tan Duyi. The Guild Master of the Dark Blade Guild had expected to be able to hold his own against the Black Panther until his guild members completely crushed the Pale Moon Guild. But the results were different from his expectations. Even with his peak rank 3 silver grade sword, he was still sent in a miserable state while fighting against the Black Panther. The only thing he could do was dodge its attacks, while every time that the panther attacked him with its silver wings, Tan Duyi would feel like his internal organs were getting displaced. He barely hanged on, however, as he waited for his guild members to support him. Of course, the reason that he didn't try to run after seeing the difference in strength between himself and the Silver-Winged Panther King was because he knew that the chances of outrunning it were practically 0. As for the elders of the Pale Moon Guild, although they were surrounded by more members of the Dark Blade Guild, their overall strength was still higher. Of course, Tan Duyi was an experienced fighter, who could easily understand the situation of the battle. However, deep inside him, he still hoped that the tables would turn and he could somehow win. After all, no matter what, he would never surrender and give up his Dragon Lord's medallion to Xie Rong. Being blackmailed and giving up his most important possession would have been an insult to his honor. At the same time, Shenlong found himself in a tough spot as he was surrounded by the members of the Dark Blade Guild. The peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert who was leading the group had already joined the fight, bringing a lot of pressure to Shenlong. And even after using both of his Monarch's domains, Shenlong was still a bit slower than this man. The peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert was holding a curved saber in his hands, and each of his attacks was aimed at Shenlong's vital spots. Shenlong pointed at this man with his left hand, as his finger suddenly lit up. A quick bolt of lightning left his finger, as it aimed to hit the brown-robed man's head. Raising his saber, the man hurriedly blocked Shenlong's thunderbolt finger. When he felt the danger that this lightning contained, the peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert felt pain in his hands as he blocked Shenlong's attack, while his feet slid backwards for more than 2 meters. However, even with his hurried defense, he still managed to retreat unharmed from Shenlong's attack. After all, even with a mystic high-grade martial skill, the difference between Shenlong's and this man's cultivation couldn't be bridged. At the same time that he pushed the peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert back, Shenlong's golden eyes lit up, as he immediately stepped to his right. 2 blades of wind traveled through the air, as they hit the ground in the place where he was just standing on. Finally, a wooden staff around 1.5 meters 5 feet long appeared in Shenlong's hands. This was the rank 1 gold-grade purple blossom staff that he had gotten from Kui Guoliang. At that same moment, the peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert had also closed the distance between them. When Shenlong infused his chi in the staff as he swung it sideways, Shenlong's attack seemed simple and ordinary at first glance, but the power hidden inside the purple blossom staff was shocking. This was the first move from the Staff of Obliteration. The peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert attacked Shenlong with his saber, but surprisingly, Shenlong barely took a step back to stabilize himself. The brown-robed man was completely shocked when he saw this, even though it was true that he hadn't used his full strength this time. But even then, it shouldn't have been possible for Shenlong to take his attack head-on. Shenlong understood from this man's expression that he was finally angry. Just as this peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert was about to use his full strength in his next attack, Shenlong's golden eyes lit up with a blue light. While the expression on his face changed, Tan Dui understood that the situation was only growing more unfavorable for him. Even if his guild somehow managed to win, he would have already lost and probably even died to the Silver-Winged Panther King by then. Clenching his teeth, he then expended more than 30% of his remaining chi, as he used his strongest martial skill, and managed to hit the unprepared Silver-Winged Panther King. Although the Black Panther wasn't injured, Tan Dui's attack had still managed to stall him for a single moment. And yet, that single moment was all that he needed. As the Dark Blade Guild's Guildmaster flew towards Shenlong at full speed, the Black Panther was furious when he saw Tan Dui rushing towards his master. As it then flapped the silver wings on its back and moved forward like a streak of black lightning. However, the distance between Shenlong and Tan Dui had been covered in the blink of an eye, giving Shenlong no room to dodge or escape against the rank and nascent soul expert. Seeing this scene with his golden eyes, Shenlong sighed inwardly, as he thought to himself, I didn't plan to reveal this move just yet. Excitement filled Tan Dui's eyes, as his hand reached closer and closer to Shenlong's neck. At that moment, one word appeared in Shenlong's mind, and in front of the eyes of the rank 8 nascent soul expert, he immediately vanished. Blink. Space was distorted around Shenlong, as he instantly vanished in front Tan Dui's disbelieving eyes. Both Tan Dui, as well as the peak rank 2 Spirit Realm expert who was fighting with Shenlong, stared at the place that Shenlong was standing just now with wide-open eyes. Suddenly, a furious roar sounded from behind Tan Dui, as the Guildmaster of the Dark Blade Guild turned around and saw a black claw enlarging itself in front of his eyes. Tan Dui raised his sword, as he tried to defend against the furious Silver-Winged Panther King's claw. But the result was a lot worse than he had expected. The Black Panther had been furious when he saw his opponent attacking its weak master. As its full-powered claw met with Tan Dui's black sword, the overpowering force of the peak rank 5 Black Panther's claw sent the Dark Blade Guild's Guildmaster flying for more than 200 meters, until his body crashed on the canyon's wall. Boom! Everyone's attention was suddenly attracted to the loud crashing sound. that Tanduyi's body made upon impact with the canyon's wall. However, the Black Panther didn't seem to have been satisfied, as he once again pounced on the Dark Blade Guild's guildmaster. At the same time, Shenlong had felt space around him distorting, as he appeared 50 meters away from his original location in an instant. This was the move that he had comprehended by himself once he broke through to the third stage of the Monarch's eternal body. Blink? Blink was slightly different compared to opening a space tier and entering inside. Compared to the lengthy process of opening a space tier before walking inside it, Blink could be used to bend space itself and envelop it around Shenlong's body, teleporting him in an instant. Of course, blinking consumed much more chi than opening a space tier, and the range was much lower than when Shenlong entered a space tier to teleport himself. However, even with all these disadvantages, it was still a life-saving technique. Boom boom, the furious Black Panther was constantly bombarding Tanduyi with its attacks, sending shivers down to everyone who heard this. Some of the members of the Dark Blade Guild even were under the impression that the entire valley was shaking from the Black Panther's attacks. Surprisingly, when everyone's attention was focused on the Silver-Winged Panther King, Shenlong took advantage of the situation. As she rushed towards Tanduyi, her intention was obvious to everyone. She wanted to kill Tanduyi in the shortest amount of time possible. The first one to react was actually the big-nosed, peak rank 4 nascent soul expert, as he looked at Shenlong and shouted angrily, "You bitch! Come here!" He knew that if Tanduyi were to die at Shenlong's hands, there was no way that he would be able to escape alive. Without a second thought, he immediately chased behind Shenlong. Tanduyi's eyes shone with a murderous gleam as he saw Shenlong approaching him, while one thought flashed through his mind. "Bitchel, everything happened today because of you." Determination filled his eyes as he saw Shenlong approaching closer and closer to him. And despite the attacks of the Silver-Winged Panther King, there was only one target in Tanduyi's eyes. At that moment, Shenlong's golden eyes lit up as another scene played through his mind. This scene wasn't just shocking, but it was the one that Shenlong had actually expected the least to happen. Since the Silver-Winged Panther King was also Shenlong's contracted beast, just like Little Black, it immediately sensed the change in Shenlong's emotions, as it turned its head to look at its master. At the same time, Tanduyi put on a devilish smile on his face, as he compressed all of his chi inside his dantian. Although the dantian was the place where the chi was supposed to be stored, if Tanduyi chose to forcefully compress all of his chi together, there could only be one outcome: dantian explosion. This was a suicidal move, where one sacrificed all of their accumulated cultivation to compress their chi, before it erupted into a violent explosion. This was a move that one usually wouldn't use, even when they had reached the end of their lives. After all, not only would this move bring immeasurable pain once it was used, but Tanduyi's soul would have almost no chance of surviving after this. Although the Black Panther was stronger than the Guild Master of the Dark Blade Guild, it would also suffer heavy injuries if it was caught in the center of the explosion. Both Shenlong, as well as the peak rank 4 nascent soul expert from the Dark Blade Guild, saw the panther flying towards them at extreme speed. When horror immediately filled their eyes, everyone on the battlefield turned to look at Tanduyi. When a massive explosion erupted from his body, be it the elders from the Pale Moon Guild, or the members of the Dark Blade Guild, everyone felt their faces paling with fear. A gigantic wave of black chi had erupted from Tanduyi's body, as it swept the area around him like a powerful tsunami. Shenlong and the S-rank mercenary from the Dark Blade Guild had also turned to run when they saw the silver-winged Black Panther flying towards them. But in the end, they couldn't get out of the explosion radius in time. Although Shenlong was more than 200 meters away from Tanduyi, he still felt a lethal danger as the wave of black chi approached him. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his right hand and slashed the air in front of him, opening a space tier. The moment that he entered inside the space tier, Shenlong appeared next to Lu Mei, almost 300 meters away from his original location. Lu Mei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Shenlong was alright, but her eyes couldn't hide her worry. when she remembered that the Black Panther had been caught inside this terrifying explosion. Similarly, Shenlong was also staring at the gigantic wave of black chi that still hadn't started to disperse. The fight between the Pale Moon Guild and the Dark Blade Guild had completely stopped. As everyone stared at the wave of black chi that swirled around in the air, the terrifying explosion had enveloped everything within 300 meters around Tanduyi, while the power inside the chi wave made everyone unable to enter inside it. Finally, a few minutes later, the black wave of chi in the air had started to thin, before it slowly started to disperse. 3 figures could be seen in the distance. That made everyone's eyes bulge from their sockets. Shenlong's eyes widened when he arrived in front of the Black Panther, as he saw the panther's silver wings covered with blood. But he eventually heaved a sigh of relief when he understood that it was just a superficial injury. However, Shenlong still fed the panther with the top-grade rank 4 sun healing pills that he had refined from the rank 4 sunskirt grass. The effects of the top-grade rank 4 pills immediately healed the wounds on the panther's back. When crying was suddenly heard next to Shenlong and Lu Mei, Guildmaster elder brother, 2 groups of people had gathered around Shay Rong and the big-nosed, peak rank 4 nascent soul expert from the Dark Blade Guild, whose injuries were extremely severe. Shenlong turned his eyes to look at Shay Rong, who was lying on the ground, with her body facing the sky, as wounds covered her arms and legs. During the explosion, she had used all of her chi to create a 10 meters 32 feet tall earth wall. But in front of the terrifying explosion from Tanduyi, when he detonated his dantian, Shay Rong's earth wall ended up as nothing more than a piece of mud. Her breathing had grown much weaker by now, while her closed eyes showed no signs of movement. An elderly old man from the Pale Moon Guild dressed in red robes then walked in front of Shenlong, before he immediately fell on his knees. Without any hesitation, the old man started kowtowing, as he said in a pleading voice, "Young Master Shen, I beg you, please save the guild master." Shenlong looked at the old man in front of him, who wasn't even willing to raise his head, when he felt a tug on his arm. Turning his head to the side, Shenlong saw Lu Mei, who had a pitying look on her face. As she looked at the kneeling old man in front of Shenlong, Shenlong nodded his head lightly, before he walked towards the unconscious Shay Rong. Seeing the situation that she was in, Shenlong took out a rank 4 sun healing pill and placed it directly in Shay Rong's mouth. No one from the elders of the Pale Moon Guild questioned Shenlong's actions, as they stared at their guildmaster with anxious eyes. Less than 5 minutes later, Shay Rong's eyes twitched before they slowly opened. The blonde-haired Shay Rong felt pain assaulting her senses. As soon as she regained her consciousness, her eyes looked around her with a confused gaze, while the last thing she remembered was her earth wall breaking down under Tanduyi's explosion. At the same time, many of the members from the Dark Blade Guild had started to stealthily leave the scene. As for the peak rank 4 nascent soul expert from their guild, it was obvious that he was on his last breaths. He was the one with the lowest cultivation among himself, Shay Rong, and the Black Panther, as well as the only one who didn't have any way to defend himself when he was swept in Tanduyi's explosion. By now, there were less than 10 members of the Dark Blade Guild left around him, while the rest had already started to flee from the canyon. As for Tanduyi, who was at the source of the explosion, no one even dared to go near him. The big-nosed man's body twitched one final time, before it stopped moving entirely. The members of the Dark Blade Guild who were around him pounced on his body like hungry hyenas, all of them aiming for the same thing, the peak rank 4 nascent soul expert's spatial ring. The 30 elders from the Pale Moon Guild looked at each other and nodded their heads, before they surrounded the members from the Dark Blade Guild. Suddenly, a green-colored but ethereal wisp of smoke appeared from the big-nosed man's body. This was the peak rank 4 nascent soul expert's soul. The big-nosed man's soul watched the people below him fighting over his spatial ring with a smirk on his face. No matter who won, he would definitely possess that person's body and start to cultivate all over again. Most of the elders from the Pale Moon Guild couldn't see this green wisp of smoke, But some of them who were at the middle or at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm felt their faces suddenly paling when they saw the green soul above their heads. The silver-winged Panther King looked at Shenlong with a hungry look in his eyes, as he sent a mental message to him. Although the panther's soul wasn't at a high enough level to communicate with Shenlong the way that Little Black did, the panther could still express its feelings properly. Shenlong understood that there was something near the big-nosed peak rank 4 nascent soul expert that the Black Panther really wanted, and nodded his head without hesitation. The silver-winged Panther King instantly soared into the air, and under the terrified gazes of the Pale Moon Guild's elders, it rushed directly at the green soul. The members of the Dark Blade Guild were originally excited to compete with each other for the spatial ring. But the moment that they saw the Black Panther flying towards them, they immediately scattered around in fear. After all, everyone remembered how the Black Panther had sent their guild master in a sorry state during their fight. However, the most horrified out of everyone else was the soul of the peak rank 4 nascent soul expert. He had never expected that the Black Panther would suddenly attack him. A soul couldn't stay without a body for too long, but the big-nosed man clearly understood that if the Black Panther caught him, he would even lose his soul. The silver-winged Panther King, however, didn't give the peak rank 4 nascent soul expert a single chance, as it instantly swallowed the green soul. The elders of the Pale Moon Guild heaved out in relief when they saw the green soul being swallowed by the Black Panther. The panther then removed the big-nosed man's spatial ring before it returned back to Shenlong. Some of the elders were very dissatisfied with Shenlong obtaining the spatial ring from the peak rank 4 nascent soul expert. But with the deterrent of the Black Panther, no one said anything, completely ignoring the gazes of the elders from the Pale Moon Guild. Shenlong placed the spatial ring inside the Stone of Time before he walked towards the place where Tandui had detonated himself. The closer that Shenlong walked towards the center of the explosion, the denser the remnant black chi in the air around him would become. However, the remaining black chi in the air wasn't a threat to Shenlong, who quickly arrived in front of Tandui. Tandui's Dantian explosion had completely destroyed his body. On the ground, there was only a damaged spatial ring, along with a half-broken black sword, without a single sign of Tandui's soul around. The elders of the Pale Moon Guild felt their hearts turning green with envy when they saw the spatial ring on the ground. They wanted to walk up and snatch it right away, but none of them dared to take the first step. Shenlong completely ignored the fervent gazes of the Pale Moon Guild's elders behind him, as his attention was completely focused on the spatial ring that was now in his hands. After taking a deep breath, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength in Tandui's spatial ring. The moment that Shenlong's spiritual strength entered inside the spatial ring, an astonishing scene greeted his eyes. Millions of low-grade spirit stones were stacked on top of each other, forming small mountains inside Tandui's spatial ring. With a rough estimation, Shenlong calculated that the low-grade spirit stones in front of his eyes numbered more than 4 million. However, after looking at the millions of low-grade spirit stones, Shenlong's eyes were soon glued to a small shining mound next to them. This mound was made from spirit stones that were much brighter than the usual low-grade ones, while the chi inside them was obviously many times purer. Shenlong immediately understood that these were all middle-grade spirit stones. There were less than 100,000 of them, which equaled to nearly 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Combined with the 4 million low-grade ones from earlier, Tandui's spatial ring had more than 14 million low-grade spirit stones in total. Shenlong's eyes shone with a bright light when he saw the stunning amount of wealth in front of him, before he then turned his attention to the rest of the things inside the spatial ring. Aside from the spirit stones, there were also 2 black-colored scrolls, some bottles of pills, along with a small bronze badge. Shenlong's eyes instantly fell on the familiar-looking bronze badge. It was actually identical to the one that he had received from Kui Guoliang in the Vermilion Realm, the Dragon Lord's Medallion. This was the reason that Shay Rong had brought the elders from her guild to fight against Tandui. After placing the Dragon Lord's Medallion to the side, Shenlong turned his attention to the 5 bottles of pills. 4 of these bottles seems to contain low-grade rank 5 healing pills, with occasionally a middle-grade one mixed inside them, while the last bottle was actually filled with some middle-grade rank 4 antitoxin pills. As a mercenary who often ventured outside of the Silver Sword City, Tan Duyi would always carry healing or antidote pills along with him, in case he fell in a dangerous situation. Shenlong sighed in disappointment when he saw the pills in front of him. Both his top-grade rank 4 sun healing pills, as well as his rank 3 antitoxin pills, were of a higher quality than Tan Duyi's, making these pills essentially useless in Shenlong's eyes. Shenlong then turned his attention to the 2 black scrolls that were left inside the spatial ring. The first scroll was actually a mystic high-grade cultivation technique, called the Dark Aura Gathering. This cultivation technique absorbed the qi in the air and turned it into dark qi, before it stored it inside the dantian. However, the most terrifying part of this technique was that it allowed a cultivator who trained in it to have a chance to comprehend the Tao of Darkness. The Tao of Darkness was a high-level Tao, similar to the Tao of Light, which very few people in the entirety of the Night Star continent had managed to comprehend. Shenlong estimated that this technique wasn't much worse than Lu Mei's Moonlight Sigil. As for the second black scroll, it was a mystic middle-grade martial skill, called the Darkness Slash. A cultivator had to use a sword or a saber in order to train in this martial skill, creating a horizontal qi wave that could cut everything in half. Shenlong smiled inwardly, before his consciousness returned back to his body. Just the 14 million low-grade spirit stones that he had obtained were more than what he had expected to earn this time. The moment that he opened his eyes, Shenlong saw the elders from the Pale Moon Guild opening the way, as Shay Rong slowly walked towards him. When she was just 2 meters in front of Shenlong and Lu Mei, Shay Rong bowed as she said, "Young Master Shen, thank you for your help. Without your pill, I don't know when I would have woken up." Shenlong waved his hand, as a small bronze token suddenly appeared in his hand. Not just Shay Rong's, but the 30 elders' eyes widened as well when they saw this bronze token. With a slight smile on his face, Shenlong handed the token to Shay Rong as he said, "This is what you have been searching for." Shay Rong was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected for Shenlong to hand her the Dragon Lord's medallion like that. Her hands trembled as she inched them forward, until they touched the Dragon Lord's medallion's smooth surface. The bronze token in her hands weighed even more than a mountain to her. Her breathing had started to become even rougher, as she immediately placed the bronze badge inside her spatial ring. Her green eyes had started to mist as she once again bowed deeply and said thank you. Her voice this time was even more sincere than before. It was an emotion that had come from the depths of her heart. Only Shay Rong knew how much she had to endure for so many years in order to get her hands on this medallion. Shenlong nodded his head, while Lu Mei smiled at the beautiful woman in front of her. Shenlong's eyes then fell on the half-destroyed black sword on the ground. Although Tan Duyi's black sword was heavily damaged, it was definitely a pinnacle rank 2 silver-grade weapon, if not a rank 3. After storing the black sword inside the Stone of Time, he turned to look at Shay Rong, only to see that she was staring at him with her shining green eyes. After taking a deep breath, the gorgeous blonde-haired woman then said in a voice full of hope, "Young Master Shen, do you want to come with me to the Silver Mountain?" Both Shenlong and Lu Mei were stunned by this sudden question. Neither of them had actually expected for Shay Rong to invite them to the place where her family lived. Shenlong however shook his head, as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Before he replied, "I am thankful for your offer, Guild Master Shay, but I will have to decline. After all, there is already a place that we have to go to after today." Shay Rong's expression quickly turned disappointed, as she then looked at Shenlong and asked, in a tone that was filled with anxiousness as well as fear, "Young Master Shen, is the place that you have to go to the Heaven's Dome City?" Shenlong nodded his head at Shay Rong, who now had a difficult expression on her face. Looking at Shenlong, she then steeled her heart as she said, "Young Master Shen, the Heaven's Dome City is a really terrifying place. I have already been there a few times. And I have even seen peak rank 9 nascent soul stage experts dying in front of Mel. I suggest that you don't go to that city just yet. Although your peak rank 5 silver-winged panther king is extremely strong. The truth is that there are even Dao King realm experts in the Heaven's Dome city. Shenlong was stunned when he heard Shay Rong's words. Although he had already expected for Dao King realm experts to exist within the Heaven's Dome city, it was one thing to speculate about it, and another one to have it confirmed. Cupping his hands at Shay Rong, Shenlong then said, "Thank you for your warning, Guild Master Shay." Shay Rong shook her head, understanding that she couldn't change Shenlong's mind. She then waved her left hand and took a small white token from her spatial ring. Before handing it to Shenlong, Shenlong received the white token and noticed a silver-colored Shay character engraved on it. When Shay Rong spoke with a dazzling smile on her face, "Young Master Shen, if you want to, you can just call me Shay Rong. Also, if someone has to say thank you, then that would be me. Not only did you save my life, but you also helped me obtain the Dragon Lord's medallion. Although I cannot help you with the Heaven's Dome city, if you ever require assistance, you can bring this token to the Shay family of the Silver Mountain." Shenlong accepted Shay Rong's token, and saw a bright smile blossoming on her face. Shay Rong then turned to look at the 30 elders of the Pale Moon Guild as she said, "It is time for me to return back to the Silver Mountain. Thank you for being with me for all these years. Those of you who want to follow me, you are welcome to come along. If you want to follow your own path, however, I will not stop you." Surprisingly, less than 10 elders from the guild chose to follow Shay Rong to the Silver Mountain. The rest bowed before they went on their own ways. Since Shenlong had gotten the Tandui's and the big-nosed man's spatial ring, there was nothing left for them to do here. These elders had followed Shay Rong for many years, which was why they had chosen to put their lives on the line in this battle against the Dark Blade Guild. But since the battle was over, they wouldn't owe anything to each other anymore, and each of them would follow their own paths. Shay Rong wasn't angry when she saw the elders leaving. She understood that each of them had their own ambitions. And after bowing to Shenlong one last time, she also left towards the south. Shenlong patted the Black Panther's head, while Lu Mei watched Shay Rong and the elders of the Pale Moon Guild leave. Since Lu Mei knew that the Heaven's Dome city had something to do with the Dao King from the Vermilion Realm, she didn't ask Shenlong why he wanted to go to this city. Shenlong and Lu Mei both sat on the Black Panther's back, as Shenlong unfurled the map that Shay Rong had given to him. On the map, he noticed that the Silver Sword City was at the east of the Night Star continent, while the Heaven's Dome city was closer to the center. Since there was nothing left for them to do in the Silver Sword City, the Black Panther flew towards the center of the Night Star continent. The panther was like a bolt of black lightning in the air, as it crossed through many mountains and forests. 3 days soon passed like this, when Shenlong and Lu Mei arrived outside a big town. Although the panther wasn't tired, after flying for 3 days straight, Shenlong decided to stop for today. After all, they had already covered almost half of the distance between the Silver Sword City and the Heaven's Dome City in just these 3 days. After finding a small inn to stay for the night, Shenlong and Lu Mei started to cultivate. Meanwhile, during the last 3 days of travel, Shenlong had already taken a look at the big-nosed man's spatial ring. However, for a peak rank 4 nascent soul expert, only 2 words could describe the big-nosed man: dirt poor. Inside his spatial ring, Shenlong found just a few bottles of pills, a mystic middle-grade cultivation technique, as well as 8,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If they were converted into low-grade spirit stones, they would just amount to 800,000 of them. Shenlong also estimated that Lu Mei must be running out of spirit stones by now. After all, she only had 20,000 low-grade ones with her when she had left the floating cloud sect. After making sure that Lu Mei had enough spirit stones as well, Shenlong then entered the foggy place inside the Stone of Time. It was finally time to test the effects of the middle-grade spirit stones. After feeding the spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine, Shenlong felt an unprecedented amount of pure chi filling the air around him. This chi was more than 10 times purer than that coming from the normal low-grade spirit stones. Shenlong could feel his 61st ball of chi being condensed much faster than before. By the time that the sun had started to rise in the outside world, less than 4 days had passed in the foggy place inside the Stone of Time. In just these 3 to 4 days, Shenlong had advanced from the middle of rank 7 in heaven grade to the peak of rank 7. He estimated that he would just need 6 to 7 more days of cultivating inside the foggy space, until he advanced to the early rank 8 in heaven grade. Leaving the inn, Shenlong and Lu Mei left this town. As they headed deeper towards the center of the Night Star continent, it was unknown whether it was because of luck, or thanks to the powerful aura of the peak rank 5 Black Panther. But on the way, they didn't meet with any magic beasts or any other cultivators even once. Finally, on the 7th day, Shenlong and Lu Mei could see a gigantic city in the distance ahead of them. The city spanned for countless miles, while 3 majestic words seemed to have been carved on the more than 100 meters, 330 feet, tall city walls. Heaven's Dome City. Shenlong could feel an indescribable, powerful intent coming from these words. As the Black Panther was flying closer to the city, Shenlong noticed many carriages on the ground, all of them heading in the same direction as them. All of these carriages were being dragged by powerful magic beasts, and even the weakest among them was at the early rank 3. When they were just a few miles away from the city gates, Shenlong had the Black Panther slow down its speed. Similar to the Silver Sword City, there were city guards that collected a fee from every cultivator who wanted to enter the Heaven's Dome City for the first time. A few minutes later, it was already Shenlong and Lu Mei's turn to enter the city. The 5 city guards who were at the late stages of the heaven grade were astonished when they saw the Black Panther who had appeared in front of them. Although they existed, it was still rare for people to ride on peak rank 5 magic beasts even in the Heaven's Dome City. The black-robed city guards approached the panther carefully, and with a rare, respectful expression on their faces. They looked at Shenlong as the head guard among them said, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. If it is your first time entering the city, I will have to ask you to pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for each person on your magic beast. As per the city rules, if you are members of the Mercenaries Association, however, you only have to pay 500 low-grade spirit stones for each person." Although the price was extraordinarily high just to enter the city, Shenlong already had seen the people earlier paying the same fee. After taking out his Mercenary D rank badge, he paid 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for himself and Lu Mei before they walked through the city gates. The moment that he entered the city, Shenlong felt as if he had passed through an invisible layer of formations when he felt the chi in the air around him. The chi inside the city was actually many times purer than the outside world. As for the Heaven's Dome City, the city itself was actually even more bustling than what Shenlong had originally expected. Countless people along with luxurious carriages filled the vast roads of the Heaven's Dome City, while the street stalls were even more than those of the Silver Sword cities. Alchemy shops where one could request the services of high and low-level alchemists. Blacksmithies where formation masters worked at. Luxurious restaurants and inns. They all filled the Heaven's Dome City along with the houses of the residents, as far as the eyes could see. However, for someone to own a residence in the city, they would have to pay an exorbitant amount of spirit stones. Lu Mei looked at Shenlong's back as she asked in a curious tone, "Long Ji, where should we go now?" Lu Mei had already understood that Shenlong had certain plans, long before they came to the Heaven's Dome City. Smilingly, Shenlong looked forward as he said, "Let's have a look around the city first." Lu Mei nodded her head as the Silver-Winged Panther King walked around the busy streets of the Heaven's Dome City. Although people were astonished to see a peak rank 5 magic beast used as a mount, this sight wasn't unprecedented in the city. Half an hour later, Shenlong and Lu Mei had arrived outside of a building called Heavenly Intoxication Restaurant. From the people walking close to this restaurant, Shenlong had already heard that this could be considered as one of the 5 best restaurants in the entire city, with the Black Panther waiting outside. Shenlong and Lu Mei entered inside the restaurant. A handsome young waiter dressed in striped blue robes approached them as soon as they entered inside. And with a large smile on his face he said, "Greetings. Young noble. Young lady. Welcome to the Heavenly Intoxication Restaurant." The waiter guided Shenlong and Lu Mei to a table near a window. As Shenlong then ordered 2 dishes of each of the specialties in this restaurant. An incense's stick of time later. The waiter arrived with more than 6 dishes in his hands, as well as 2 jars of wine. Shenlong was surprised when he noticed that most of the dishes were made from rank 3 magic beasts, while one of them was even made from an early rank 4 magic beast called the sharp-toothed carp. The dishes, as well as the wine from this restaurant, were all rich in qi, and someone who consumed these dishes daily could even advance in their cultivation. At the same time, Shenlong remembered that he had been too engrossed with his cultivation, that he had actually neglected making a new wine. After paying more than 2,000 spirit stones for the meal, Shenlong and Lu Mei then both exited the restaurant. As they got on the Black Panther's back, although Shenlong hadn't heard anything interesting from the people eating in the restaurant, this didn't really matter to him as he already had his own plans. Shenlong and Lu Mei continued exploring the southern part of the Heaven's Dome city. And 2 hours later, they arrived in front of a huge white building. Lu Mei's eyes widened when she saw the building in front of them, while Shenlong smiled brightly before he led the Black Panther to enter inside it. This building was important to Shenlong's plans in the Heaven's Dome city after all. 2 enormous doors were wide open, both for carriages or for magic beasts to enter inside, while a pair of golden-colored cauldrons adorned the building's entrance. On top of the building, there were 2 eye-catching words plated in a color between gold and silver that everyone in the Heaven's Dome city looked with respect: Alchemist's Guild. Lu Mei hadn't expected for Shenlong to go to the Alchemist's Guild. After all, Shenlong didn't really have a need to become a certified alchemist. Nor did he need to ask for a high-level alchemist's help. Although Lu Mei wasn't an alchemist herself, she clearly understood that the top-grade rank 3 blood combustion pills that Shenlong had refined were probably enough to set him on par with other rank 2 silver-grade alchemists. Entering inside the guild, the peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King immediately attracted the crowd's attention. Shenlong, however, ignored the gazes of the people around him, as he directly headed towards the registration counter. Looking at the young receptionist behind the counter, Shenlong smiled lightly as he said, "I would like to take the test for a silver-grade alchemist." The receptionist looked at Shenlong in puzzlement, since she couldn't detect the slightest bit of aura coming from his body. As she then asked, "May I ask if you are already a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist?" Shenlong was slightly stunned. Before he shook his head, he didn't know the rules of the Alchemist's Guild, and hence he wasn't aware that he had to be a bronze-grade alchemist before taking the test for the silver grade. The receptionist looked at Shenlong in a daze, before she shook her head and replied, "If you are not an official alchemist registered in the Alchemist's Guild, then you must start with the test for rank 1 bronze-grade alchemists." Afraid that Shenlong wouldn't understand, the receptionist explained this is done in order to avoid any cheating. After all, if an alchemist can refine a low-grade rank 3 pill, but they can't refine a rank 1 pill, then they can't be considered a proper alchemist. Shenlong nodded his head, as he also agreed with this. Looking at the woman in front of him, he then asked curiously, "Then, can I take the test for a rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist now?" The receptionist nodded her head, as she pointed towards a large door with the word bronze on it before she said, "If you enter through that door, you will find yourself in a large room, where our Alchemists Guild conducts the tests for the bronze-grade alchemists. The rules are very simple. For the rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist test, you only have to pay 1 low-grade spirit stone before taking the test. Once you enter inside the room, you will have to refine a low-grade rank 1 pill in front of the overseeing alchemists. Of course, you can refine any rank 1 pill you want, as our guild doesn't place any restrictions on this. Additionally, if you don't have the medicinal herbs needed for your pill, you can purchase them directly from our Alchemists Guild. As long as the alchemists who oversee your test can verify that you have successfully completed your pill refinement, then you will officially become a rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist. Shenlong nodded his head at the young receptionist, before he turned to look at Lu Mei. As he then smiled lightly and said, "I won't take long." Lu Mei nodded her head, as she and the Black Panther watched Shen Long entering inside the bronze door. As soon as Shen Long entered the door, he found himself in a large room with many bronze-grade cauldrons spread around. In front of each cauldron, there was a black meditative pillow for the alchemists to sit on while they were refining their pills. A young man who seemed to be in his early 20s walked towards Shen Long. The moment that he entered the room, this man was dressed in white robes, and had a small white badge on his chest with a single star on it. Shen Long knew that this was the badge of a rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist. Aside from this young man, there were more than 20 other people in the room, who were currently using the bronze-grade cauldrons on the floor. There were also 3 middle-aged men dressed in white robes, with the badge of a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist on their chests. The rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist walked in front of Shen Long, and stretched out his right hand, as he said in an emotionless tone, "If you want to take the test for a rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist, you must pay 1 low-grade spirit stone. If you want to take the test for a rank 2 bronze-grade alchemist, you must pay 20 low-grade spirit stones. In case you want to take the test for a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, then you have to pay 100 low-grade spirit stones." Nodding his head, Shen Long handed a low-grade spirit stone to the man in front of him, who then pointed at the cauldrons on the floor and said, "You can choose any of the cauldrons here to use for your pill refinement. But you only have 2 hours to refine a low-grade rank 1 pill. If you wish to pass the test, the esteemed overseers will also judge your pill in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the man immediately left without waiting for an answer. Shen Long didn't seem to have paid any attention to this young man, however, as he walked in front of a random cauldron in the front row. With a smile on his face, he took out 4 rank 1 medicinal herbs from the Stone of Time: a stalk of blue-striped grass, a 5-leafed flower, a grizzly growing root, as well as a honey fruit. The rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists weren't paying any special attention to Shen Long. When they saw the medicinal herbs that he took out, they could immediately guess which pill he was going to refine. Although the chi barrier-breaking pill was a comparatively harder rank 1 pill to refine, it was still a rank 1 pill in the end. With a light smile on his face, Shen Long reminisced how this was the first pill that he had refined in the Floating Cloud sect. His movements were extremely practiced, as he first added the blue-striped grass inside the cauldron. As the grass had started to wither, he then added in a leaf from the 5-leaf flower, and watched as the half-withered grass coiled itself around the flower leaf as they were being refined at the same time. If the rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists were paying attention to Shen Long's cauldron, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. Not only was the sequence in which he placed the medicinal herbs inside the cauldron wrong, but the result was something unbelievable. 5 breaths of time later, Shen Long put the rest of the 5-leaf flower inside the cauldron, when a sizzling sound was suddenly heard. One of the rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists turned to look at Shen Long and frowned when he heard this sizzling sound. Certain that Shen Long had already failed in his refinement, Shen Long didn't pay attention to anyone else while he was refining the medicinal herbs. As he slowly lowered the flames of the cauldron, before he placed the grizzly growing root inside, Shen Long then used his spiritual strength to guide the medicinal essence from the blue-striped grass, the 5-leaf flower and the grizzly growing root in a circular motion inside the cauldron. Nobody inside the room, including the 3 bronze-grade alchemists, had noticed that time had gone completely still for a moment. After activating the Monarch's domain for less than a breath of time, Shen Long extracted the honey fruit's juice. As he mixed the 4 essences into one, less than 5 minutes had passed since he had started his pill refinement, when his alchemy cauldron exploded with a sudden burst of medicinal fragrance. The 3 rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists immediately turned to look at him with eyes filled with disbelief. As Shen Long slowly opened the lid of his cauldron, a shocking scene unfolded in front of the rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist's eyes. 4 cyan-colored pills could be seen inside Shen Long's alchemy cauldron, and all of them were actually top-grade rank 1 chi barrier-breaking pills, based on the medicinal herbs that were used in the pill refinement. The most that one could actually get. out of a single alchemy cauldron, was 4 chi barrier-breaking pills in one batch. However, the most surprising thing out of all was that these were all top-grade pills. The trio of the rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists seemed to have forgotten that they were the overseers of the test. As they hurriedly walked towards Shenlong's cauldron, their eyes twitched when they smelled the fragrance coming from the alchemy cauldron. And without even asking for permission, each of them grabbed a chi barrier-breaking pill in their hands. The more they observed the pills in their hands, the more astonished the rank 3 alchemists became. As all 3 of them simultaneously looked at Shenlong with an excited gaze. After inspecting the pills, they had instantly understood that these weren't the normal chi barrier-breaking pills. One of the 3 bronze-grade alchemists took a deep breath as he looked at Shenlong. And with a bright smile on his face, he returned the pill back to Shenlong with some embarrassment as he asked, "Young man, no. I mean, fellow alchemist, are these really chi barrier-breaking pills?" The other 2 alchemists looked at Shenlong expectantly as they also waited for his answer. As rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists, they could clearly understand that these were certainly chi barrier-breaking pills. However, it was obvious that they weren't normal pills. As for the person who had refined these pills, he also couldn't be just an average young man. Even if they couldn't sense Shenlong's cultivation, they would still give him due respect. As an alchemist, who was at least at the same level as them. Nodding his head, Shenlong casually stored the pills in an alchemy bottle as he looked at the 3 alchemists in front of him and said, "They are of course chi barrier-breaking pills. However, they were created through a special recipe, so their effects are much better than the average pills. A normal chi barrier-breaking pill could increase the chance that a peak rank 6 chi condensation stage cultivator advanced to the early rank 7 by 50%. However, these top-grade chi condensation pills can give that same cultivator a 90% chance to advance directly to the middle of rank 7. The trio of overseers stared at Shenlong with wide-open eyes. Although this sounded unbelievable, as pinnacle rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists they knew that even if Shenlong's words were a bit exaggerated, based on the pills that they had inspected just now, the truth couldn't be too far from that. One of the 3 overseers then smiled, as he took out a small white badge from his spatial ring, and handed it to Shenlong as he said, "Congratulations, fellow alchemist. You are officially a rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist of our Alchemists Guild." Shenlong turned to look at the white badge on his hands. That was shaped like a tiny cauldron with a single star on it. Shenlong could also sense a small formation engraved inside it, and he assumed that it was used to prove the authenticity of the badge. At the same time, the rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist who had welcomed Shenlong earlier stared at him with envy from the distance. After seeing that he was surrounded by the 3 overseers, he is just a rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist. I don't know why the esteemed overseers pay so much attention to him. The young man mumbled as he consoled himself that Shenlong wasn't a better alchemist than him. At the same time, Shenlong looked at the 3 rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists in front of him, as he then took out 20 low-grade spirit stones from the Stone of Time and asked, "Can I also take the test for rank 2 and rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists here?" The overseer who had handed back the chi barrier-breaking pill to Shenlong excitedly nodded his head as he heard Shenlong's question, before he immediately replied, "Of course. The tests for bronze-grade alchemists are all done in this room." The 3 overseers exchanged furtive glances with each other, as they made up their minds to carefully observe Shenlong's movements and learn his pill recipes no matter what. The overseer then pointed at the pill bottle in Shenlong's hands and said, "Actually, for the test to become a rank 2 bronze-grade alchemist, you would have to refine at least a low-grade rank 2 pill. While to become a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, you would have to refine a low-grade rank 3 pill." Shenlong then nodded his head with a slight smile on his face. Seeing the 3 overseers who were staring at him expectantly, he had immediately understood their intentions. However, this was exactly what Shenlong was aiming for. Without another word, Shenlong took out 6 rank 2 medicinal herbs from his spatial ring, and under the astonished gazes of the 3 alchemists in front of him, He placed them all inside the cauldron at the same time. "What are you doing?" One of the three overseers couldn't help asking. But the other two immediately shot him a threatening glance. Observing an alchemist and asking them for their secrets were two completely different things. Shenlong didn't pay any attention to the middle-aged man, as he continued with his pill refinement. At the same time, the other alchemists in the room had also turned their gazes towards him, curious why the three overseers would pay so much attention to a new rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist. Just like the last time, however, less than 5 minutes had passed when a strong medicinal aroma had started to fill the room. This time, it wasn't just the three overseers, but every single alchemist in the room stared at Shenlong in shock. He took less than 5 minutes to complete the pill refinement. Nol, he must have certainly failed. I have never heard of a bronze-grade alchemist who can do something like this. Although the other alchemists were also curious and wanted to crowd around Shenlong, nobody dared to approach the three overseers, who were staring at the young man in front of them like he was some kind of treasure. Even though they hadn't managed to understand anything about Shenlong's pill refinement, since he had placed all the medicinal ingredients together, they could understand that the method he had used wasn't something that they had met with before. Under their astonished gazes, Shenlong opened the lid of the cauldron, revealing 3 bright green pills. One of the overseers couldn't stand still anymore, and looking at the other two, he took a deep breath as he said, "I'm calling Senior Yao." Then, without waiting for a response from the other two overseers, the peak rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist stormed out of the room in a hurry, his face a mixture of shock and crazy excitement. Next to the room where the tests for the bronze-grade alchemists were being conducted was also a large door with the word silver on it. This was where the tests for the silver-grade alchemists were taking place. Contrary to the busy room, where the bronze-grade alchemists were being tested, there were only 4 people in this room. A rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, along with a rank 1 silver-grade alchemist, were both sitting in front of 2 cauldrons, refining their pills. In front of them were 2 men, both wearing badges of rank 2 silver-grade alchemists. One man seemed to be in his middle 40s with a long ponytail and a stern expression on his face. The other one had a unique wide jaw, short spiky black hair and a pair of cold eyes. The door of the room abruptly opened, and both men turned their heads to look at the newcomer. The middle-aged rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, Lei Rong, entered the room in a hurry, and looking at the man with the short black hair, he quickly bowed as he said, "Senior Yale." The man with the cold eyes looked at Lei Rong without any change of emotions on his face, as he waited to hear the reason that he had come to meet him. At the same time, the man with the long ponytail frowned slightly, before he continued watching the tests of the 2 alchemists in front of him, completely ignoring Lei Rong. Lei Rong took a deep breath as he stared at the man with the short hair in front of him, before he said, "Senior Yale, there is a very unusual alchemist who came to take the bronze-grade examination." Understanding that his words weren't enough to garner Senior Yao's interest, Lei Rong hurriedly explained he just took 5 minutes to refine 4 top-grade rank 1 chi barrier-breaking pills. But that's not everything. His chi barrier-breaking pills are completely different from the normal ones. He even claimed that those pills can allow someone who is at the peak of rank 6 in chi condensation to have a 90% chance of advancing directly to the middle of rank 7. Brother Jie, Brother Rui and me all examined the pills, and we can estimate that even if he exaggerated his words, the pills should still have a somewhat similar effect as what he described. Aside from that, he also passed the test to become a rank 2 bronze-grade alchemist in less than 5 minutes as well. Again refining some top-grade rank 2 pills. Lei Rong had his head lowered staring at the ground, as he recounted everything with great detail. As he raised his head, he saw a dumbfounded Senior Yao staring at him in shock. Even he, who was a rank 2 silver-grade alchemist, couldn't say for sure that he could refine top-grade rank 2 pills in less than 5 minutes. Could it be that this person is actually a pinnacle rank 2 silver-grade alchemist? As Senior Yao gathered his thoughts, he didn't even spare a look at Lei Rong in front of him. as he quickly walked towards the examination room for the bronze-grade alchemists. Back inside the room, Shenlong was still extracting the essence of the rank 3 crystal ice lotus, as he prepared to refine his antitoxin pills. As soon as Senior Yao entered the room, the overseers and the alchemists who were observing Shenlong stared at him in shock. A rank 2 silver-grade alchemist had actually come to watch the test of a rank 2 bronze-grade newbie. Brother Jie and Brother Rui. The two overseers immediately walked up to him, and with falling smiles they greeted him. Senior Yao, however, stared at them with an ice-cold look in his eyes, as he pointed at the rest of the alchemists and said, "You idiots. If you aren't supervising the tests of everyone, then what are you doing here?" The two overseers immediately lowered their heads, but an aggrieved feeling overcame their hearts as they thought to themselves, "Aren't you also here because you are interested in this person? Why can't we observe him as well?" However, the two rank 3 bronze-grade alchemists didn't dare to argue with Senior Yao, as they continued observing everyone in the room. The spiky-haired Senior Yao walked towards Shenlong, while at the same time, he was seriously observing the movements of his hands. Shenlong seemed to have been deconstructing the petals of the rank 3 crystal ice lotus in front of him, one by one, before he placed them inside his alchemy cauldron. Senior Yao had never seen something like this before. It was known that the crystal ice lotus could only be refined properly if it was intact and under low temperatures. The person in front of him, however, was doing the exact opposite. Not only did he destroy the ice lotus, but the flames of his cauldron were scorchingly high. After placing the crystal ice lotus inside the cauldron, Shenlong also added the rank 3 black centipede's powder. Before he put back the lid of the cauldron, Senior Yao could no longer see what was going on inside the cauldron. Additionally, since even the bronze-grade cauldrons of the Alchemists Guild were equipped with special formations, he couldn't have a look inside it even with his soul sense. The rank 2 silver-grade alchemist didn't speak, as his eyes were staring at Shenlong's cauldron, curious if he was going to succeed in his pill refinement, after he had practically ruined the crystal ice lotus. Less than 10 minutes passed, as Shenlong then opened the lid of his cauldron, revealing the contents inside. Senior Yao's mouth was agape when he saw the 5 completed pills, all of them being top-grade rank 3 pills. Senior Yao's mind was now in a mess. As a ranked 2 silver-grade alchemist, he had even received pointers from a rank 1 gold-grade alchemist in the past. And yet, he had no way to explain the scene in front of his eyes. That was completely different to what he knew. Taking a deep breath, the spiky-haired Senior Yao approached Shenlong and cupped his hands as he said, "Greetings. My name is Yao Huang, an overseer for the tests of the silver-grade alchemists in the Alchemists Guild." Shenlong looked at the man in front of him, and noticed the silver-colored badge with 2 stars on his chest, showing that he was a rank 2 silver-grade alchemist. Nodding his head, he then cupped his hands in response. As he said, "My name is Shenlong." Yao Huang's mind immediately tried to remember if he had ever heard of this name before. But to his surprise, no such young alchemist seems to have appeared in the Heaven's Dome city. With a smile on his face, the rank 2 silver-grade alchemist then said, "Younger brother Shen, did you just come to the Heaven's Dome city? Otherwise, such a talented young alchemist couldn't have stayed nameless." Shenlong understood that Yao Huang was probing him for his origins, as he smiled and said calmly, "Indeed. I have only just come to the city and I don't know many people here." Yao Huang started laughing when he heard that, and patting Shenlong's shoulder he continued, "Ha ha. Then coming to the Alchemists Guild was the best choice. Almost all of the alchemists in the Heaven's Dome city are members of our guild. The Heaven's Dome city is a dangerous place, and being a member of the Alchemists Guild offers you a certain degree of protection as well as status. Actually, I also wonder if younger brother Shen intends to join any of the strong powers of the Heaven's Dome city as well." Shenlong looked at Yao Huang curiously, who then started explaining, "Aside from the Alchemists Guild, there are also many other strong powers in the Heaven's Dome city who want to have their own private alchemists, and not have to rely on the guild at all times. These powers would usually offer far more benefits to promising alchemists like brother Shen. than the guild usually does. Shenlong smiled lightly when he heard Yao Huang's words, as he then asked in a seemingly interested tone, in that case, I wonder if you are also a member of one of these strong powers. Brother Yale. Yao Huang nodded his head seriously indeed. Although I am working for the guild, I have also joined another strong power. The Alchemists Guild doesn't have any restrictions to its alchemists joining other powers after all. You can think of the guild as a large place, where all of the alchemists are part of a big family. The guild can provide you with alchemy recipes if you are willing to pay the corresponding price. Or you can also sell a unique recipe of your own, and request what you want from the guild. The same thing works for medicinal ingredients as well. Additionally, you can also choose to work for the guild, and either become an overseer like me, or an exclusive alchemist. After all, the guild also sells pills, so it needs its own alchemists to concoct them. While usually, the strong powers of the Heaven's Dome City will be the biggest customers who purchase these pills. Shenlong's eyes widened slightly, as he seemed to have just understood even more things regarding the Heaven's Dome City. While countless thoughts were now flashing through his mind, it seems that the Alchemists Guild has even more power than I imagined. According to Yao Huang's words, the guild practically controls the mass flow of pills in the Heaven's Dome City, making these strong powers reliant to it. These powers also want promising or strong alchemists that they can exclusively work for them, in order to escape the Alchemists Guild's shackles. However, no matter what benefits these strong powers are willing to offer, in the end, I would have to be a personal alchemy slave once I joined them. Whereas, if I use the Alchemists Guild's network and connections, I can spread my name and sell my personal pills through the guild. Although my profits wouldn't be as high as if I had opened my own alchemy shop. With the Alchemists Guild's backing, I will probably not have to worry about any of the underlying threats of the Heaven's Dome City as well. Seeing that Shenlong had fallen deep into thought, Yao Huang guessed that he was probably trying to gauge the benefits that each power would be willing to offer him upon joining. After all, for a talented young alchemist who was at the same level as him, many of the strong powers in the Heaven's Dome City would be interested in recruiting him. With a smile on his face, the spiky-haired Yao Huang looked at Shenlong and said, Younger brother Shen, actually, I'm also a member of the Blood Moon sect. Our sect is one of the more powerful ones in the Heaven's Dome City, and I am certain that younger brother Shen will be greatly valued by the higher-ups once you join. Shenlong recovered himself from his thoughts, as he had already made his decision. Shaking his head, he looked at the spiky-haired man next to him and said, For now, I don't plan to join any power aside from the Alchemists Guild. Seeing that his offer was rejected, Yao Huang then guessed that Shenlong wanted to fish for better offers. But since he was the first to found him, the spiky-haired Yao Huang was planning to return to the Blood Moon sect and report everything. If the higher-ups from the sect decided to contact Shenlong and managed to successfully recruit him, then by bringing a young and promising alchemist to the sect, he would also obtain bountiful rewards. Nodding his head, the rank 2 silver grade alchemist then smiled as he asked with a friendly look on his face, In that case, younger brother Shen, do you plan to take the test to become a rank 1 silver grade alchemist? If so, you can follow me. Shenlong nodded his head, as he followed Yao Huang to the room where the tests for the silver grade alchemists were taking place. Entering inside, Shenlong saw a man in his middle 40s, with a long ponytail and a stern expression on his face, supervising the 2 alchemists who were taking their tests. The man threw a scornful look at Yao Huang as soon as he entered the room, before he turned his attention to Shenlong. Yao Huang, however, didn't seem to have paid much attention to the ponytailed man, as he smiled brightly at Shenlong, and pointing at the silver-grade cauldrons on the floor he said, Younger brother Shen, you can choose any of these cauldrons for your pill refinement. For the test to become a rank 1 silver-grade alchemist, you will have to pay the guild 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. You also have 2 hours to refine a high-grade rank 3 pill, in order to pass the test. Additionally, after becoming a rank 1 silver-grade alchemist, you can purchase medicinal ingredients or alchemy recipes from the guild directly at a 20% discount. Shenlong nodded his head, as he then took out 1,000 spirit stones from the stone of time and handed them to Yao Huang. Before he turned his attention to the 20 silver-grade cauldrons on the floor. After randomly picking one, Shenlong didn't hesitate, as he picked more than a dozen rank 3 medicinal herbs from the stone of time, and placed them in front of him, since he wanted to spread his name as an alchemist and attract more attention. The best way to do that was by showing his real abilities. Time soon passed like this, and Shenlong took on one test after the other. Next 4 hours quickly passed, while Yao Huang and the ponytailed man were now staring at Shenlong with their mouths agape. Shenlong instead smiled lightly as he opened the lid of his cauldron, revealing 6 golden-colored pills. As a powerful medicinal scent wafted throughout the room, a revitalizing feeling swept the 2 silver-grade alchemists' bodies. Seeing the top-grade rank 4 sun-healing pills, both Yao Huang as well as the ponytailed man were now at a loss for words. Yao Huang wanted to speak, but the ponytailed man took a step forward first, as he took out a silver-colored badge from his spatial ring and handed it to Shenlong as he said smilingly, "Brother Shen, no Senior Shen, I offer you my congratulations. This is the first time that I have seen such a young rank 3 silver-grade alchemist. I am certain that the higher-ups of our alchemists guild will be very excited." From the way that this ponytailed man was speaking about the alchemists guild, Shenlong guessed that he most likely wasn't a member of some other power, like Yao Huang. Yao Huang instead was alarmed when he saw the attention that the ponytailed man was now placing on his target. He had originally hoped to find a promising silver-grade alchemist, but Shenlong had already passed all 3 tests to become a rank 3 silver-grade alchemist. Probably even the higher-ups of the alchemists guild wouldn't allow other powers to poach him. Shenlong's lips slowly curved up into a smile as he received the cauldron-shaped badge with 3 stars from the ponytailed man in front of him. The man then looked at Shenlong, who was holding the badge in his hands with a respectful look on his face, as he asked, "Senior Shen, would you like to come with us and meet with the higher-ups of our alchemists guild? After all, me and Yao Huang both have to report it when a rank 3 silver-grade alchemist appears in the examination." Shenlong thought for a moment before he nodded his head at the ponytailed man in front of him, since he had decided to show his skills. Then meeting with the higher-ups of the Alchemists Guild was important in establishing himself. Seeing that Shenlong had agreed, the ponytailed man bowed slightly as he said, "In that case, please follow me, Senior Shen." Shenlong followed the ponytailed man, as well as the now sullen Yao Huang, whose mind was still trying to think of a way to get Shenlong to the Blood Moon sect. The people in the lobby of the Alchemists Guild were stunned when they saw the 2 rank 2 silver-grade alchemists guiding a young man deeper inside. Lu Mei also noticed this scene, and seeing the confident look in Shenlong's eyes, a wide smile covered her face beneath her white veil. After walking through a large corridor, Shenlong and the 2 silver-grade alchemists arrived outside of a large white door, more than 10 meters, 33 feet, tall. 6 men more than 2 meters, 6.6 feet, tall each, dressed in black armor from head to toe, were standing guard in front of this door. The black armor guards were each holding a 1.9 meters, 6.2 feet, halberd, while their backs were all ramrod straight. Shenlong was shocked when he felt the aura of these guards, sensing that they were all at the nascent soul stage. The moment that Shenlong's group approached the white door, the 6 guards simultaneously took a step forward, as they pointed their halberds toward the 2 alchemists in the front. The combined pressure that the 6 nascent soul stage guards exuded forced Shenlong's monarch's eternal body to start circulating by itself, as it tried to resist their overpowering aura. The ponytailed man and Yao Huang, who were in front of him, however, felt their knees about to give in, as the ponytailed man quickly took out a white badge from his robes, and showing it to the black-armored guards, he said in a serious tone, "I am here to see the elders." Seeing the white badge in the alchemist's hands, the 6 black-armored guards retracted their pressure, as they resumed their previous stance. Yao Huang and the ponytailed man heaved a sigh of relief, while Shenlong's body felt much lighter now that he didn't have to endure the black-armored guards' pressure. His monarch's eternal body stopped circulating, as he followed the two alchemists who started to push open the white door. Shenlong was surprised when he saw the scene behind the white door unfolding itself in front of his eyes. A large garden that spanned for more than 10 miles appeared in front of him, while the scent of countless medicinal herbs assaulted his senses. A group of 2 elderly men along with an elderly woman and a middle-aged man were all sitting in front of a table inside this garden drinking wine and chatting with themselves, when they suddenly turned their attention to the group of newcomers, with a look of surprise in their eyes. Yao Huang and the ponytailed man hurriedly bowed as they saw the golden-robed elders in front of them, while Shenlong's eyes immediately spotted the golden badges in their chests. The golden-robed middle-aged man stood up from his seat, and looking at the ponytailed man he asked in a sonorous voice, "Dong Zhouwei, is there a reason for you to come here today?" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-robed middle-aged man turned his attention to Shenlong. Shenlong noticed that this man had a square jaw and a pair of sharp eyes that seemed as if they could see through a person's soul. The ponytailed Dong Zhouwei looked at the middle-aged man who had quickly appeared in front of him, and raising his head, he gestured at Shenlong as he said, "Elder Kong Yen, as per your instructions, I have come to report to you, as a new rank 3 silver grade alchemist appeared in our alchemist's guild's examination." Kong Yan's eyes constricted as he stared at Shenlong in disbelief. The young man in front of him didn't look more than 20 years old. Of course, Kong Yan didn't believe that Shenlong was just 20 years old. But based on the fact that a cultivator's outer appearance changed, depending on their cultivation realm and age, Shenlong couldn't be much older than 100 years old. Even the 2 elderly men, and the elderly woman who were sitting in front of the table, had now stood up as they looked at Shenlong with incredulous looks in their eyes. Kong Yan didn't pay any more attention to Dong Zhouwei, and taking a step forward he appeared in front of Shenlong, as he asked him curiously, "What pill did you refine for your last test?" Even the 3 elders behind Kong Yan perked up their ears when they heard this question. Looking at the middle-aged man who had suddenly in front of him, Shenlong took out a small bottle from his spatial ring as he then answered, "Rank 4 sun healing pills," staring at the top-grade rank 4 pills inside the pill bottle. Kong Yan was stunned for a second. If the young man in front of him could refine top-grade rank 4 pills, then didn't that mean that there was a good chance that he could also refine low-grade rank 5 pills? That would then make him at the same level as Kong Yan and the other rank I gold-grade alchemist in here. After all, aside from the elderly woman and one of the 2 old men behind him who were rank 2 gold-grade alchemists, Kong Yan and the other old man were still rank 1 gold-grade alchemists themselves. The elders of the Alchemists Guild chatted excitedly with Shenlong for more than an hour, as they attempted to get to know him. Shenlong also learned their names, and at the same time, he learned that there were 8 more gold-grade alchemists in the Alchemists Guild aside from the 4 in front of him. An hour later, under the reluctant gazes of Kong Yan and the 2 old men, Shenlong followed the elderly woman named Jin Wenling to officially place his pills for sale in the Alchemists Guild. As the white-haired Jin Wenling led the way, she explained to Shenlong about the powers in the Heaven's Dome City. "Little brother Shen, there are 4 other peak powers in the Heaven's Dome City, aside from our Alchemists Guild. Although our guild isn't afraid of any of them, you should still pay attention to them when you stroll around the city. They are the Mercenaries Association, the Golden Exchange Firm, the members of the Dark Elf race, and the royal family of the Shengshan dynasty. Of course, even though they are all peak powers as well inside the Heaven's Dome City, all of them have to at least give our Alchemists Guild some face." Although Shenlong had heard Jin Wenling and the other 3 elders earlier mention some of these strong powers in passing, it was only now that he had started to get a clear picture of the strongest powers in the Heaven's Dome City. Jin Wenling looked at Shenlong, who seemed to be thinking of what she had just said, and with a smile on her face she then added, "Little brother Shen, although I don't know why I'm unable to sense your cultivation, but since you were able to pass the test and become a silver-grade alchemist, you must be at least a rank 9 spirit realm cultivator." It seemed that Jin Wenling wasn't asking Shenlong, but she was just stating what was only normal to her. As she continued, "Since that's the case, I suggest that you take a look at a very interesting place near the western part of the Heaven's Dome city, called the House of Rankings. It is a place where many young people go and spar with each other. Although as alchemists we don't really have to care about our combat power since there will be people who will be willing to fight for us anyway. It is still a place that every young person in the Heaven's Dome city should check out. It can also help you make some personal connections and meet the strongest and most influential people of your generation inside the city. Shenlong hadn't expected to hear something like that from Jin Wenling. Nodding his head, he inwardly agreed to have a look at this House of Rankings. After all, although his cultivation had been growing at an insanely fast speed, his combat experience hadn't been honed at the same rate. Aside from Kui Guoliang, the Tao King who had suppressed his own cultivation when he sparred with him, Shenlong hadn't met with anyone else who could give him such a good fight. So the moment that he heard about the strongest young people in the Heaven's Dome city, a spark of excitement lit up inside him. Curious to check out that place. A few minutes later, under the shocked gazes of the alchemists around them, Shenlong and Jin Wenling walked in front of one of the many counters, where the Alchemists Guild sold its pills to the crowd. The white-robed rank 2 bronze-grade alchemist behind the counter immediately stood up and bowed, as he looked at Jin Wenling with a reverent look in his eyes. His voice was trembling slightly as he stared at the big shot in front of him and asked reverently, "Grand Elder Jin, see, can I help you?" Since Jin Wenling was a rank 2 gold-grade alchemist, she was a Grand Elder of the Alchemists Guild, in comparison to Kong Yen who was still an elder. Nodding her head, the white-haired Jin Wenling looked at Shenlong with a smile, her slightly wrinkled face looking like a kind elder who was looking at her junior. As she then said, "Show me your pills. And tell me how many of them do you wish to sell every month. I will verify everything personally." It wasn't just the rank 2 bronze-grade alchemist who was shocked when he heard that. Even the people who were purchasing pills from the nearby counters, along with the alchemists, who were responsible for their sales, were now staring at Shenlong with shocked eyes. Who was Jin Wenling? She was a ranked 2 gold-grade alchemist, as well as a Grand Elder of the Alchemists Guild. To pay so much attention to this person, could it be that she wanted to take him as a disciple? Shenlong ignored the gazes of the people around him, and waving his hand, more than 20 pill bottles appeared on the counter in front of him. The 20 pill bottles were filled with either rank 3 blood combustion pills or with rank 4 sun healing pills, with only one of them having rank 3 antitoxin pills inside it. Jin Wenling had already inspected the pills earlier along with the other 3 elders. So after taking a brief look at them, she looked at the white-robed alchemist in front of her and said, "Each of these rank 3 pill bottles will be sold for 100.000 low-grade spirit stones each. These pills can help increase the cultivation of heaven-grade cultivators. And as top-grade pills, there will be no pill toxins left inside the cultivator's body. Although the price can be considered expensive, these pills don't exist anywhere else, aside from our Alchemists Guild." Shenlong had already discussed this with Jin Wenling. Although he could price the pill bottles at 300.000 spirit stones each, that would be far higher than the actual market value of the pills and would also hurt his image as an alchemist. Of course, at the start, there would surely be some alchemists or big families who would purchase the pills in hopes of finding out the pill recipe, just like the Silver Sword clan did in the Silver Sword City. But no heaven-grade cultivator would ever purchase them for themselves. Besides, these big families would only need to buy 1 pill bottle each. As for the pill recipe, Shenlong wasn't afraid of people uncovering it by themselves. Even if he revealed that the blood combustion pills were made from rank 3 blood vermilion fruits, the actual pill refinement process was derived by Shenlong himself, after using his knowledge of countless medicinal herbs. Looking at the rank 4 sun healing pills, Jin Wenling had a serious look on her face as she said, "Each of these pill bottles filled with top-grade rank 4 sun healing pills will be sold for 160.000 low-grade spirit stones each. Although there is an abundance of healing pills, top-grade rank 4 pills made from sunskirt grass can even affect nascent soul stage cultivators." The man behind the counter was shocked when he heard the terrifying prices that the Grand Elder was listing, but he still nodded his head as he recorded down everything. However, After taking a look at the rank 3 antitoxin pills, Jin Wenling turned her head to look at Shenlong as she asked, curiously, little brother Shen, are you certain that you want to sell rank 3 antitoxin pills? Even though they are top-grade rank 3 pills, they still won't be sold for even 8.000 low-grade spirit stones. Shenlong nodded his head, not minding the low price that the antitoxin pills would fetch. Nodding her head, Jin Wenling helped Shenlong set up the price for his pills. After thanking Jin Wenling, Shenlong ignored the curious gazes from the crowd around him, as he walked back to the lobby, where Lu Mei was waiting for him along with the Black Panther. Seeing Shenlong returning to the lobby, everyone who had seen him walk along with the 2 silver-grade alchemists earlier had looks of respect in their eyes. Lu Mei had a bright smile beneath her white veil as she looked at the man in front of her, as Shenlong then held her hand and mounted on the Black Panther's back. As they then left the Alchemists' Guild, looking at the excited Shenlong in front of her, Lu Mei asked in a curious voice, Long Ji, where are we going? However, just as Shenlong was about to respond to Lu Mei, he could feel an extremely powerful aura erupting inside the Stone of Time. Shenlong was alarmed when he felt this aura, that seemed to be even stronger than the peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther Kings. Inside the space of the Stone of Time, a pair of blue eyes had suddenly opened. Little Black, who had been in slumber for months, finally opened his blue eyes, as a horrifying aura erupted from his body. The Black Dragon let out a roar that completely shocked Shenlong, who had just sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time. Little Black was delighted when he saw Shenlong again, and with an excited tone he said, Master. Shenlong smiled when he saw the Black Dragon finally waking up, but a shocked expression quickly filled his face when he sensed Little Black's aura peak of rank 5 before Little Black had fallen asleep. He was still at the peak of rank 4. But now, in just a few months, his cultivation had grown all the way to the peak of rank 5. The same level as the Black Panther. Seeing the shocked expression on Shenlong's face, Little Black seemed to have instantly understood Shenlong's thoughts as he started explaining, Master, I was also stunned. As soon as I started my breakthrough to rank 5, I could feel my soul touching upon some weird power inside me. It was probably because we dragons are usually born above the 5th rank, so our soul doesn't need to go through the primary evolution that normal magic beasts have to experience. I don't know how long I slept for, but I could feel that I was inside a very, very long dream. And as soon as I woke up, my strength had already reached the peak of rank 5 after listening to everything that Little Black said. Shenlong was speechless for a moment. The dragons were indeed kings among other magic beasts. After taking a deep breath, Shenlong smiled at the Black Dragon in front of him, as he then started explaining everything that had happened in the last 4 months. Ever since Little Black had fallen asleep while they were inside the Vermilion Realm. From defeating Kui Guoliang and listening to his request, as well as getting the Black Panther and getting together with Lu Mei, all the way to where he was just now. Lu Mei was stunned when she saw Shenlong suddenly falling in a daze, and didn't know what she should do. The Black Panther, however, could sense that its master was still all right, as it continued towards the western part of the city, at the same time that Shenlong was traveling towards the House of Rankings. In a large building at the east of the Heaven's Dome city, the spiky-haired rank 2 silver-grade alchemist Yao Huang was kneeling in front of a red-haired woman who seemed to be in her middle 30s. Her oval-shaped face and her beautiful red hair, along with her stunning body, gave people a feeling of indescribable allure. However, if one took a look at her cold red eyes, they would immediately feel shivers all over their body. The woman looked at Yao Huang, who was kneeling in front of her, with an icy look as she heard his report. Yao Huang had just rushed over from the Alchemists' Guild to report that a very young rank 3 silver-grade alchemist had appeared from the examination tests that he was responsible for. Seeing that the woman in front of him wasn't speaking, Yao Huang knew that she was angry that he hadn't managed to rope in that young man to the Blood Moon sect. The red-haired woman's hands were supporting her chin, as she stared at Yao Huang for 10 minutes without uttering a single word. Every minute felt like a day to Yao Huang, who now had sweat dripping from his forehead. Under the stifling atmosphere that had permeated the room, the rank 2 silver-grade alchemist felt that he couldn't take it anymore. And just as he was about to raise his head slightly, a cold, emotionless voice then sounded in his ears. Yao Huang, you have been working for our Blood Moon sect for 5 years. And yet, you have only managed to bring useless trashes to me. Aside from a handful rank 1 silver-grade alchemists, the rest were all bronze-grade worms. I can forget about all your mistakes in the past. However, the one time that a rank 3 silver-grade alchemist appeared, you still failed to rope him in. What use do you have to me any longer? What should I say when the other elders ask me about your progress? Should I tell them that within 5 years, you only brought a handful of rank 1 silver-grade alchemists? Yao Huang's face had an ugly look when he heard these words. Although he hadn't worked as hard as he could for the Blood Moon sect, he also didn't want the Alchemists Guild to find out what he was doing. However, he was still dissatisfied with the red-haired woman's behavior. Taking a deep breath, his eyes stared at the woman in front of him, as he said with an aggrieved look, Elder Zhong, I have done everything that I can so far. It's not easy to recruit a rank 3 silver-grade alchemist from the Alchemists Guild. The higher-ups will immediately learn of it, and do everything that they can to keep such a person in the guild. Of course, if we approach this person secretly, then we may still have a chance. The red-haired woman didn't respond to Yao Huang, as she fell into deep thought. At the same time, more than half an hour had passed while Shenlong and Lu Mei were touring through the western part of the city. Shenlong had just finished narrating the most important parts of the last months to the curious little black, when the silver-winged Panther King had arrived in front of a huge building that seemed to have been made from wood. On top of the building, the 3 words House of Rankings were plated in gold, and right above them were also the words Golden Exchange Firm. Many young men and women could be seen coming and going from the building, while a huge board with 200 names was erected right in front of it. Shenlong and Lu Mei walked towards the building, while the Black Panther attracted everyone's attention around them. The moment that they stepped through the wooden gates, a whole new place unfolded itself in front of Shenlong's and Lu Mei's eyes. A large, floating screen of light was suspended mid-air, showing the scenes of countless young men and women fighting with each other. A large crowd of more than 1,000 people had gathered in front of the screen of light, while a huge ranking board could be seen standing tall next to it. There were 200 names on this ranking board, each of them with a number next to them. But these names were completely different than the ones that Shenlong and Lu Mei had seen before they entered the building. Surprisingly, although some people noticed Shenlong and Lu Mei, who seemed to have a peak rank 5 magic beast as their mount, no one seemed to bother too much with them, as they soon turned their attention back to the large screen in front of them. Shenlong turned his eyes to the screen of light as well, where he saw numerous people fighting in many different landscapes. At the start, he saw 2 young men fighting inside a lush forest, each of their attacks destroying numerous trees around them. The scene, however, soon changed, showing a young man and a young woman both dressed in purple robes, teaming up against a young woman who was dressed in red, as she flew above a waterfall, trying to escape the people behind her. Shenlong then stopped staring at the light screen in the air, as he turned his attention to the place around him. The space inside the House of Rankings was actually much bigger than it seemed on the outside. Aside from the large screen of light that was right in the middle once someone entered inside, there were also many other smaller screens spread around the place. There were also 3 large gates towards the back, where people entered and left continuously. The first gate was the Challenge Gate. The second was the Survival Gate. The third was the Ranking Gate. Shenlong, however, noticed that most people were entering the Survival and the Challenge Gates, while no one was going through the gate in the middle, the Ranking Gate. Seeing the many large and small counters around him, Shenlong then headed towards the large information counter that was close to the entrance. 2 young women in their middle 20s were sitting behind the counter as they observed their surroundings. One of the 2 women had short blue hair that reached up to her neck, along with a pair of green eyes, while the second woman had long black hair and a pair of brown eyes. Long also noticed the words House of Rankings on the two women's robes. The two women smiled professionally at Long and Lu Mei, who were walking towards them. Before their eyes were suddenly focused on the Black Panther that was following behind them. The blue-haired woman was the first to rein in her shock. And with that professional smile on her face, she looked at Long and Lu Mei. As she asked, curiously, "Welcome. Is this perhaps your first time entering the House of Rankings?" Long wasn't surprised at the blue-haired woman's question. After all, only people who were unfamiliar with the place would choose to head to the information counter. Nodding his head, Long confirmed this. As he then said, "Right. It's our first time here and we don't know much about this place." The black-haired woman seemed to have just come to their senses, as her eyes curiously looked at the handsome young man in front of her, before she turned her attention to the veiled young woman. Although she couldn't see Lu Mei's appearance, a tinge of envy filled her heart when she saw the young man next to her, as well as the Black Panther that was following behind them. With a wide smile on her face, her eyes stared deeply at Long. As she took the initiative to speak in that case, "Please allow me to explain. As you may know, our House of Rankings was created by the Golden Exchange firm. The aim of the house is to gather the strongest people who are below 1,000 years old, and have them compete with each other for the glory of the strongest person in our Heaven's Dome city. There have also been rumors, of course, that there is something even more important than the glory of being the strongest. But these are all just rumors. Anyway, everyone who registers themselves in the House of Rankings for the first time will obtain a golden medallion. That is required to participate in the challenges of the house." As the young woman finished speaking, she took out a golden medallion from her bosom and showed it to Long with a smile on her face. Lu Mei's eyes didn't have a single change inside them, as she stared at the woman in front of her with an expressionless look beneath her white veil. Long, however, was slightly surprised to hear that the House of Rankings was created by the Golden Exchange firm. The blue-haired woman frowned inwardly as she looked at her colleague, who continued with her explanation as she pointed towards the three large gates behind Long and Lu Mei. "As you can see, there are three large gates, each gate containing a different type of challenge, as well as different rules set by our House of Rankings. To enter a gate, one must of course pay a fee of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones to our house. Out of the three gates, the first is the challenge gate. No matter what your ranking actually is, as long as you and your opponent agree, you can both fight with each other in the challenge gate. Once a person wins in the challenge gate, they can then choose to obtain their opponent's ranking. Thus, the challenge gate is mostly used for personal challenges between the rankers. The second is the survival gate. This gate is much harder than the challenge gate. A group of 200 rankers will enter this gate together, all of them having to fight against each other. Once you defeat an opponent inside the survival gate, you will have to use your ranking medallion to obtain their survival points. The time limit for the survival gate is 3 days. 3 days later, the people who have gathered the most survival points will rise in the rankings, depending on how strong the other rankers who were participating in the challenge were." After taking a deep breath, the young woman looked at the third gate, as she said in a very respectful tone, "As for the third one, the ranking gate is a gate that can only be used from the top 300 in the rankings when they challenge each other. No one else below them is allowed to enter inside." Long nodded his head, as he seemed to have understood the general principles behind the House of Rankings. According to Jin Wenling, the strongest young people of the Heaven's Dome city compete with each other in the House of Rankings. Even if the reason for the house's existence is to simply make money for the Golden Exchange firm, a few thousand low-grade spirit stones isn't much in the end. After all, even though my cultivation has been rising quickly, both mine and Maya's combat experience could be honed even more. And this place seems very suitable for this. The only problem is, how strong are the rest of the people in the Heaven's Dome city? After all, Jin Wenling sent me here thinking that I have already reached the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm." Long then organized his thoughts, as he and Lu Mei both received a golden medallion from the blue-haired woman in front of them. Just as Shenlong had turned to look towards the light screen in the air however, and get a general understanding of the cultivation level of those who were participating in the survival challenge, the crowd started to buzz in excitement, as a large path had been opened from the entrance of the house all the way to the ranking gate. Everyone had turned their heads towards the entrance, only to see a stunning woman walking through the crowd. Shenlong was also stunned when he saw the woman's appearance. She had a dark-colored body, and a face that would probably not lose out to Lu Mei's by much. The woman had pointy ears however, and dark red hair, as well as a pair of supple blackish-red lips. She was wearing a black-colored robe that accentuated her body's figure. It really is Miss Yi Mingyu, the third princess of the Dark Elf race. Sister Mingyu really camel, could it be that she will really challenge Su Shanyuan today? No way. Su Shanyuan is way above Miss Mingyu in the rankings. Shut up. If Miss Mingyu dares to challenge Su Shanyuan, then she must definitely have enough confidence in beating him. Yi Mingyu, the third princess of the Dark Elf race, had plenty of supporters in the crowd, especially the male cultivators, who all went crazy for her. Everyone watched the beautiful red-haired woman with looks of reverence in their eyes, as she slowly walked towards the ranking gate. Shenlong watched the woman of the Dark Elf race, as she came to a halt in front of the ranking gate's entrance. She then turned her attention towards the entrance of the house, as if she was expecting for someone to come. Few people paid attention to the Survival Gates challenge in the floating light screen any longer, as they all watched the entrance of the House of Rankings with excitement. I wonder if Senior Su will really come. Su Shanyuan will definitely come. If he was challenged, let alone that he would lose his ranking to Yi Mingyu since he hasn't fought in the ranking gate this month. So he can't refuse the first challenge. Why would he be afraid of Yi Mingyu to begin with? Su Shanyuan is already ranked 147th, while Yi Mingyu is almost at the bottom. Once people heard this, they stopped asking whether Su Shanyuan would come or not anymore, as they all silently waited for his arrival. Shenlong however wasn't looking at the entrance, as he examined the cultivation of the people around him. More than half of the people inside the building were actually cultivators at the rank 4 of the spirit realm or higher. Although Shenlong had absolute confidence of crushing cultivators at the same level as him, fighting against someone who was 6 minor realms higher in cultivation would be close to suicide. After he looked at the people around him, he then sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, although Jin Wenling wanted to help me, the problem was that she assumed that I was a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator. As a peak rank 7 heaven grade cultivator, how could I fight against these people? As for making connections, I will still have to wait until word of my pills spread. I should return to this place once my cultivation had at least entered the spirit realm. By then, I would probably be able to fight against even early rank 4 spirit realm cultivators. After he made his decision, Shenlong didn't choose to leave the House of Rankings right away, since a fight between the top 300 looked like it was going to take place. It was a good opportunity to get a sense of how strong the younger generation of the Heaven's Dome City really is. Almost half an hour later, a handsome young man dressed in blue robes entered through the entrance of the House of Rankings, making the people around him immediately walk away even further away from him. The man had long black hair that reached his back, as well as a white-colored sword strapped on his waist. His eyes were like the eyes of a hawk, as they stared at the people around him, almost as if he was a magic beast looking at his prey, while a black-colored badge with the words was pinned on his chest. This man was actually an S-ranked mercenary in the Mercenaries Association, which meant that his cultivation had reached at least the early rank 1 in the nascent soul stage. The man looked at Yi Mingyu without a single change on his face. Unlike the people around him, his eyes didn't hold the slightest trace of respect or lust for the woman in front of him. Rather, it was like he was looking at a skeleton. Yi Mingyu looked at the blue-robed man who was walking towards her with a cold look in her eyes, as she then spoke in a frigid tone, almost as if she was ordering around a slave. Su Shanyuan, come with me. The blue-robed Su Shanyuan ignored the dark elf race princess, as he walked first towards the ranking gate. The red-haired Yi Mingju harumphed first, before she too entered inside the large gate. As soon as the two high-level rankers had entered inside the ranking gate, the crowd exploded in excitement, as everyone started to gather around a large, floating screen of light. The screen was pitch black, not emitting any light at all. But it seemed that the people around it were already certain that it would soon light up. Indeed, less than a minute later, the blue-robed Su Shanyuan was standing opposite to Yi Mingyu, in what seemed to be the hall of an ancient palace. Yi Mingyu looked at the man in front of her, before she waved her hand, as a pair of small blood-colored daggers appeared in front of her. Seeing the daggers that were floating in the air, although Shenlong couldn't sense Yi Mingyu's aura, he was certain that this woman had comprehended the Tao of Wind. Yi Mingyu had a serious look in her eyes, as she coldly stared at the young man in front of her. Looking at the young man and young woman who were facing off in the screen of light, some people in the crowd couldn't keep silent anymore. As someone among the crowd asked curiously, "Do you know why Yi Mingyu and Senior Shanyuan are fighting with each other? I heard that they had a very good relationship." A man next to him who heard this then chuckled mockingly as he answered, "Good relationship? I heard that Su Shanyuan asked Miss Mingyu to marry him 1 month ago, during a banquet of the Dark Elf race. Miss Mingyu however declined, making Su Shanyuan furious. Su Shanyuan then called Miss Mingyu a slut who was playing with his feelings. Angry, the third princess then said that she would personally challenge Su Shanyuan 1 month later, and make him pay for his words. The man who spoke just now looked at the crowd around him with a proud look in his eyes, almost as if he was flaunting his knowledge. When a young woman heard this, a look of confusion filled her eyes, and looking at the proud man who had spoken just now, she asked, "But isn't Miss Mingyu's cultivation at the early rank 1 in the nascent soul stage? I have heard that Su Shanyuan has already broken through to the middle of rank 1 in the nascent soul stage long ago." The proud young man who had spoken before nodded his head in response. But before he could speak, a sudden change had appeared in the screen of light in front of them. Yi Mingyu's flying daggers shot at Su Shanyuan at lightning speed. The blue-robed Su Shanyuan instantly unsheathed his white sword, while a layer of frost quickly appeared on it. Su Shanyuan seemed as if he was infusing his chi inside his sword, before he hacked at the air 3 times in rapid succession. A sudden blizzard appeared in the palace hall, as a hailstorm attacked Yi Mingyu in response. As Shenlong watched the fight, he understood that both of these people had given up defending, almost as if they were daring the other person to step back first. However, it was obvious that the person who turned to defend first would completely lose the momentum of their attack. The 2 blood-colored daggers tore through the hailstorm as they approached closer to Su Shanyuan. But at the same time, the hailstorm was also close to engulfing the Dark Elf Princess. The people in the crowd watched with bated breaths, as the hailstorm was the first to reach Yi Mingyu. A cold smile appeared on Su Shanyuan's face, as he saw the hailstorm completely swallowing Yi Mingyu. However, less than a breath of time later, one of the daggers had already arrived in front of Su Shanyuan. The blue-robed man snarted at Yi Mingyu's desperate struggle, as his sword easily parried the flying dagger, when a sense of danger suddenly filled his heart. Su Shanyuan quickly tried to dodge to the side, but his speed simply wasn't far enough. A spurt of blood painted the floor of the palace hall red, as the second blood-colored dagger plunged itself on his back. Su Shanyuan was furious while his feet had started to stumble, when Yi Mingyu's voice resounded throughout the palace hall, as she said disappointed, "I quit." Pain and anger had colored Su Shanyuan's face, as he stared at the beautiful woman who was engulfed in his hailstorm. Although he was reluctant, he still stopped the hailstorm in the end. Since Yi Mingyu had already given up, it was against the rules to continue attacking her. Otherwise, he would be punished by the rules of the House of Rankings. As the blizzard around Yi Mingyu receded, the beautiful red-haired princess of the Dark Elf race was now covered in a layer of frost. And yet, it only took a wave of her hand for the ice around her body to disperse. Her purple eyes didn't seem to care about anything else, as she stared in disappointment at the young man in front of her. Su Shanyuan was furious when he saw the disappointed look on Yi Mingyu's face. As he then roared in his heart, "Bitch! Are you really disappointed that you didn't manage to kill me?" And yet, Yi Mingyu clearly understood that since she had failed to kill Su Shanyuan with her second dagger, or at least seriously injure him, she wouldn't stand a chance against him with her early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivation. After all, she was more than familiar with Su Shanyuan's fighting style and knew his own strength and weaknesses, just as she did know her own. Without a word, the red-haired princess of the Dark Elves turned around as she left the ranking gate. A moment later, she appeared in the hall of the House of Rankings, and soon the respectful gazes of the crowd. She slowly walked towards the entrance. No one dared to mock her for giving up against Su Shanyuan. After all, although she was the one who had issued the challenge, with her lower cultivation, she had still managed to injure the genius who was ranked in the top 150 of the house's rankings. When Su Shanyuan appeared from the ranking gate, there was a gloomy look in his eyes, as he looked at the back of the woman who had refused to spare him a second glance. Seeing that Yi Mingyu was leaving, Su Shanyuan didn't choose to stay in this place either, allowing the people around him to breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone then started discussing the ranking battle that had just taken place. When Shenlong decided to leave the House of Rankings as well, since he couldn't participate in the battles just yet, it was pointless for him to stay here any longer. He and Lu Mei then both got on the Black Panther. As they left the House of Rankings, after touring through the western part of the city, Shenlong and Lu Mei had arrived in front of a large inn, called the Golden Pig Inn. It seemed that this inn also belonged to the Golden Exchange firm as well, since they had been looking for an inn anyway. Shenlong paid 9,000 low-grade spirit stones to rent a medium-sized courtyard for 3 months. At the same time that Shenlong and Lu Mei had entered the room in their courtyard, however, inside a palace situated at the northern part of the Heaven's Dome city, in a secluded room that no one dared to approach, an important discussion that involved the future of the entire Night Star continent was now taking place. This was the palace of one of the peak powers in the Heaven's Dome city, the royal family of the Shengshan dynasty. 10 people were gathered around a large, circular table made of wood. As they solemnly stared at each other, at the head of the table, an old man who had nearly no hair left on his head was sitting there with his eyes closed. However, although this old man looked like he was at the end of his life, the terrifying pressure that was coming from his body could scare senseless any ordinary Dao king. This man was the previous king of the Shengshan dynasty, Shang Jun. On his right, a woman who seemed to be in her late 50s was seated, as she looked at everyone around her with a solemn look in her eyes. This woman was the previous queen of the Shengshan dynasty, Shang Jun's wife, Chao Lifin. Aside from the 2 previous rulers of the Shengshan dynasty, 2 high-ranking members from each of the other 4 peak powers of the Heaven's Dome city were also seated in front of this table. 2 old men dressed in the golden robes of the Alchemists' Guild were also seated on the table, next to the old king of the Shengshan dynasty. Shenlong hadn't met these 2 old men in the Alchemists' Guild earlier, but he had already heard about them from Jin Wenling and the other elders. These 2 were the only rank 3 gold-grade alchemists in the Alchemists Association. Next to these old men were a pair of stunning women, in their early 40s. The 2 women had dark skin and pointy ears, as well as blackish red hair. Their exquisite faces would draw attention everywhere they went, while their alluring, perfectly shaped bodies could invoke a man's deepest and darkest desires. A middle-aged man and an old woman from the Mercenaries Association were also present, along with 2 men from the Golden Exchange firm. Everyone had a serious look in their eyes, as they all stared at the previous king of the Shengshan dynasty. Shang Jun opened his eyes, and a whole new world seemed to have opened along with them. Looking at the people around him, the old man took a deep breath as he said with a serious look in his eyes, "We have less than 3 years left. I have already spoken to the other peak experts in our Night Star continent, and I can tell you that no one of them is confident. Everything will depend on the younger generation of our Night Star continent from now on. The White Lord will send his son to the Heaven's Dome city within the next 3 months. And the same goes for many other peak experts who have decided to send their descendants here. I have also heard that the Martial Star continent is doing something similar as well. This is the only way for our Night Star continent to survive against the Demon Emperor Palace.